A Court of Wings and Ruin. Book 3. By Sarah Janet Maas. Part 2. Cursebreaker. Chapter 11. The cold was what hit me first. Brisk, crisp cold, laced with loam and rotting things. In the twilight, the world beyond the narrow cave mouth was a latticework of red and gold and brown and green. The trees thick and old, the mossy ground strewn with rocks and boulders that cast long shadows. We emerged, blades out, barely breathing beyond a trickle of air. But there were no autumn court sentries guarding the entrance to Baron's realm, none that we could see or scent. Without my magic, I was blind again, unable to sweep a net of awareness through the ancient, vibrant trees to catch any traces of nearby Fey mines. Utterly helpless, that's how I'd been before, how I'd survived so long without it. I didn't want to consider. We crept on cat-soft feet into the moss and stone and wood, our breath curling in front of us. Keep moving, keep striding north. Reese would have realized by now that our bond had gone dark, was likely trying to glean whether I had planned for that, whether it was worth the risk of revealing our scheming to find me. But until he did, until he could hear me, find me, I had to keep moving. So I let Lucien lead the way, wishing I'd at least been able to shift my eyes to something that could pierce the darkening wood. But my magic was still and frozen, a crutch I'd become too reliant upon. We picked our way through the forest, the chill deepening with each vanishing shaft of sunlight. We hadn't spoken since we'd entered that cave between courts. From the stiffness of his shoulders, the hard angle of his jaw as he moved on silent, steady feet, I knew only our need for stealth kept his simmering questions at bay. Night was fully overhead, the moon not yet risen, when he led us into another cave. I balked at the entrance. Lucien merely said, voice flat and as icy as the air. It doesn't lead anywhere. It curves away in the back. It'll keep us out of sight. I let him go inside first nonetheless. Every limb and movement turned sluggish, aching, but I trailed him into the cave and around the bend he'd indicated. Flint struck, and I found myself gazing at a makeshift camp of sorts. The candle Lucien had ignited sat on a natural stone ledge, and on the floor nearby lay 3 bedrolls and old blankets, crusted with leaves and cobwebs. A little fire pit lay in the sloped center of the space, the ceiling above it charred. No one had been here in months, years. I used to stay here while hunting, before I left, he said, examining a dusty, leather-bound book left on the stone ledge beside the candle. He set the tome down with a thump. It's just for the night. We'll find something to eat in the morning. I only lifted the closest bedroll and smacked it a few times, leaves and clouds of dust flying off before I laid it upon the ground. You truly planned this, he said at last. I sat on the bedroll and began sorting through my pack, hauling out the warmer clothes, food, and supplies Alice herself had placed within. Yes, that's all you have to say? I sniffed at the food, wondering what was laced with Faebane. Could be in everything. It's too risky to eat, I admitted, evading his question. Lucien was having none of it. I knew you were lying the moment you unleashed that light in Hybern. My friend at the Dawn Court has the same power, her light is identical. And it does not do whatever horseshit you lied about it doing. I shoved my pack off my bedroll. Then why not tell him? You were his faithful dog in every other sense. His eyes seemed to simmer, as if being in his own land set that molten or inside him rising to the surface, even with the damper on his power. Glad to see the mask is off, at least. Indeed, I let him see it all. Didn't alter or shape my face into anything but coldness. Lucien snorted. I didn't tell him for 2 reasons. 1, it felt like kicking a male already down. I couldn't take that hope away from him. I rolled my eyes. 2, he snapped. I knew if I was correct and called you on it, you'd find a way to make sure I never saw her. My nails dug into my palms hard enough to hurt, but I remained seated on the bedroll as I bared my teeth at him. And that's why you're here. Not because it's right and he's always been wrong, but just so you can get what you think you're owed. She is my mate and in my enemy's hands. I've made no secret from the start that Ellen is safe and cared for. And I'm supposed to believe you. Yes, I hissed. You are. Because if I believed for one moment that my sisters were in danger, no high lord or king would have kept me from going to save them. He just shook his head, the candlelight dancing over his hair. You have the gall to question my priorities regarding Ellen. Yet what was your motive where I was concerned? Did you plan to spare me from your path of destruction because of any genuine friendship, or simply for fear of what it might do to her? I didn't answer. Well, what was your grand plan for me before Ianthe interfered? I pulled at a stray thread in the bedroll. You would have been fine, was all I said. And what about Tamlin? Did you plan to disembowel him before you left and simply not get the chance? I ripped the loose thread right out of the bedroll. I debated it. But I think letting his court collapse around him is a better punishment. Certainly longer than an easy death. I slung off Tamlin's bandolier of knives, leather scraping against the rough stone floor. You're his emissary. Surely you realize that slitting his throat, however satisfying, wouldn't win us many allies in this war. No, it'd give Hybern too many openings to undermine us. He crossed his arms, digging in for a good, long fight. Before he could do just that, I cut in. I'm tired, and our voices echo. Let's have it out when it's not likely to get us caught and killed. His gaze was a brand. But I ignored it as I nestled down on the bedroll, the material reeking of dust and rot. I pulled my cloak over me, but didn't close my eyes. I didn't dare sleep, not when he might very well change his mind. Yet just lying down, not moving, not thinking, some of the tightness in my body eased. Lucien blew out the candle and I listened to the sounds of him settling down as well. My father will hunt you for taking his power if he finds out, he said into the frigid dark, and kill you for learning how to wield it. He can get in line, was all I said. My exhaustion was a blanket over my senses as gray light stained the cave walls. I'd spent most of the night shivering, jolting at every snap and sound in the forest outside, keenly aware of Lucien's movements on his bedroll. From his own haggard face as he sat up, I knew he hadn't slept either, perhaps wondering if I'd abandon him, or if his family would find us first, or mine. We took each other's measure. What now? He rasped, scrubbing a broad hand over his face. Rhys had not come. I had not heard a whisper of him down the bond. I felt for my magic, but only ashes greeted me. We head north, I said, until the Feybane is out of our systems and we can winnow, or I could contact Rhys and the others. My father's court lies due northward. We'll have to go to the east or west to avoid it. No, east takes us too close to the summer court border, and I won't lose time by going too far west. We go straight north. My father's sentries will easily spot us. Then we'll have to remain unseen, I said, rising. I dumped the last of the contaminated food from my pack. Let the scavengers have it. Walking through the woods of the autumn court felt like striding inside a jewel box. Even with all that potentially hunted us now, the colors were so vivid it was an effort not to gawk and gape. By mid-morning, the rime had melted away under the buttery sun to reveal what was suitable for eating. My stomach growled with every step, and Lucien's red hair gleamed like the leaves above us as he scanned the woods for anything to fill our bellies. His woods by blood and law. He was a son of this forest, and here, he looked crafted from it, for it, even that gold eye. Lucien eventually stopped at a jade stream wending through a granite-flanked gully, a spot he claimed had once been rich with trout. I was in the process of constructing a rudimentary fishing pole when he waded into the stream, boots off and pants rolled to his knees, and caught one with his bare hands. He tied his hair up, a few strands of it falling into his face as he swooped down again and threw a second trout onto the sandy bank where I'd been trying to find a substitute for fishing twine. We remained silent as the fish eventually stopped flapping, their sides catching and gleaming with all the colors so bright above us. Lucian picked them up by their tails, as if he'd done it 1,000 times. He might very well have, right here in this stream. I'll clean them while you start the fire. In the daylight, the glow of the flames wouldn't be noticed, though the smoke, a necessary risk. We worked and ate in silence, the crackling fire offering the only conversation. We hiked north for 5 days, hardly exchanging a word. Baron's seat was so vast it took us 3 days to enter, pass through, and clear it. Lucian led us through the outskirts, tense at every call and rustle. The forest house was a sprawling complex. Lucian informed me during the few times we risked or bothered to speak to each other. It had been built in and around the trees and rocks, and only its uppermost levels were visible above the ground. Below, it tunneled a few levels into the stone, but its sprawl generated its size. You might walk from one end of the house to the other and it would take you half the morning. There were layers and circles of sentries ringing it. In the trees on the ground, atop the moss-coated shingles and stones of the house itself. No enemies approached Baron's home without his knowledge. None left without his permission. I knew we'd passed beyond Lucian's known map of their patrol routes and stations when his shoulders sagged. Mine were slumped already. I had barely slept, only letting myself do so when Lucian's breathing slid into a different, deeper rhythm. I knew I couldn't keep it up for long, but without the ability to shield, to sense any danger, I wondered if Rhys was looking for me, if he'd felt the silence. I should have gotten a message out, told him I was going and how to find me. The Feyre, that was why the bond had sounded so muffled. Perhaps I should have killed Ianthe outright. But what was done was done. I was rubbing at my aching eyes, taking a moment's rest beneath our new bounty. An apple tree, laden with fat, succulent fruit. I'd filled my bag with what I could fit inside. 2 cores already lay discarded beside me, the sweet rotting scent as lulling as the droning of the bees gorging themselves on fallen apples. A 3rd apple was already primed and poised for eating atop my outstretched legs. After what the Hybern royals had done, I should have sworn off apples forever, but hunger had always blurred lines for me. Lucian, sitting a few feet away, chucked his 4th apple into the bushes as I bit into mine. "The farmlands and fields are near," he announced. "We'll have to stay out of sight. My father doesn't pay well for his crops, and the land workers will earn any extra coin they can. Even selling out the location of one of the High Lord's sons? Especially that way. They didn't like you?" His jaw tightened. As the youngest of 7 sons, I wasn't particularly needed or wanted. Perhaps it was a good thing. I was able to study for longer than my father allowed my brothers before shoving them out the door to rule over some territory within our lands, and I could train for as long as I liked, since no one believed I'd be dumb enough to kill my way up the long list of heirs. And when I grew bored with studying and fighting, I learned what I could of the land from its people. Learned about the people, too. He eased to his feet with a groan, his unbound hair glimmering as the midday sun overhead set the blood and wine hues aglow. "I'd say that sounds more High Lord-like than the life of an idle, unwanted son." A long, steely look. "Did you think it was mere hatred that prompted my brothers to do their best to break and kill me?" Despite myself, a shudder rippled down my spine. I finished off the apple and uncoiled to my feet, plucking another off a low-hanging branch. "Would you want it? Your father's crown?" "No one's ever asked me that," Lucian mused as we moved on, dodging fallen, rotting apples. The air was sticky sweet. The bloodshed that would be required to earn that crown wouldn't be worth it. Neither would its festering court. I'd gain a crown, only to rule over a crafty, two-faced people. "Lord of Foxes," I said, snorting as I remembered that mask he'd once worn. "But you never answered my question about why the people here would sell you out." The air ahead lightened, and a golden field of barley undulated toward a distant tree line. After Jasminda, they would. Jasminda, he'd never spoken her name. Lucian slid between the swaying, bobbing stalks. She was one of them. The words were barely audible over the sighing barley. And when I didn't protect her, it was a betrayal of their trust, too. I ran to some of their houses while fleeing my brothers. They turned me out for what I let happen to her. Waves of gold and ivory rolled around us, the sky a crisp, unmarred blue. I can't blame them for it, he said. We cleared the fertile valley by the late afternoon. When Lucian offered to stop for the night, I insisted we keep going, right into the steep foothills that leaped into gray, snow-capped mountains that marked the start of the shared range with the Winter Court. If we could get over the border in a day or two, perhaps my powers would have returned enough to contact Reese, or winnow the rest of the way home. The hike wasn't an easy one. Great, craggy boulders made up the ascent, flecked with moss and long, white grasses that hissed like adders. The wind ripped at our hair, the temperature dropping the higher we climbed. Tonight, we might have to risk a fire tonight, just to stay alive. Lucian was panting as we scaled a hulking boulder, the valley sprawling away behind, the wood a tangled river of color beyond it. There had to be a pass into the range at some point, out of sight. How are you not winded? He panted, hauling himself onto the flat top. I shoved back the hair that had torn free of my braid to whip my face. I trained. I gathered that much after you took on Dagden and walked away from it. I had the element of surprise on my side. No, Lucian said quietly as I reached for a foothold in the next boulder. That was all you. My nails barked as I dug my fingers into the rock and heaved myself up. Lucian added, You had my back with them with Ianthe. Thank you. The words hit something low in my gut, and I was glad for the wind that kept roaring around us, if only to hide the burning in my eyes. I slept, finally. With the crackling fire in our latest cave, the heat and the relative remoteness were enough to finally drag me under. And in my dreams, I think I swam through Lucian's mind, as if some small ember of my power was at last returning. I dreamed of our cozy fire, and the craggy walls, the entire space barely big enough to fit us and the fire. I dreamed of the howling, dark night beyond, of all the sounds that Lucian so carefully sorted through while he kept watch. His attention slid to me at one point and lingered. I had never known how young, how human I looked when I slept. My braid was a rope over my shoulder, my mouth slightly parted, my face haggard with days of little rest and food. I dreamed that he removed his cloak and added it over my blanket. Then I ebbed away, flowing out of his head as my dreams shifted and sailed elsewhere. I let a sea of stars rock me into sleep. A hand gripped my face so hard the groaning of my bones jolted me awake. Look who we found, a cold male voice drawled. I knew that face, the red hair, the pale skin, the smirk. Knew the faces of the other two males in the cave, a snarling Lucian pinned beneath them. His brothers. Chapter 12. Father, the one now holding a knife to my throat, said to Lucian, is rather put out that you didn't stop by to say hello. We're on an errand and can't be delayed, Lucian answered smoothly, mastering himself. That knife pressed a fraction harder into my skin as he let out a humorless laugh. Right? Rumor has it you two have run off together, cuckolding Tamlin. His grin widened. I didn't think you had it in you, little brother. He had it in her, it seems. One of the others sniggered. I slid my gaze to the male above me. You will release us. Our esteemed father wishes to see you, he said with a snake's smile. The knife didn't waver. So you will come with us to his home. Eris, Lucian warned. The name clanged through me. Above me, mere inches away, Mor's former betrothed. The male who had abandoned her when he found her brutalized body on the border. The High Lord's heir. I could have sworn phantom talons bit into my palms. A day or two more, and I might have been able to slash them across his throat. But I didn't have that time. I only had now. I had to make it count. Eris merely said to me, cold and bored, "Get up." I felt it then, stirring awake as if some stick had poked it, as if being here in this territory, amongst its blooded royals, had somehow sparked it to life, boiling past that poison, turning that poison to steam. With his knife still angled against my neck, I let Eris haul me to my feet, the other two dragging Lucien before he could stand on his own. Make it count. Use my surroundings. I caught Lucien's eye, and he saw the sweat beading on my temple, my upper lip, as my blood heated. A slight bob of his chin was his only sign of understanding. Eris would bring us to Baron, and the High Lord would either kill us for sport, sell us to the highest bidder, or hold us indefinitely. And after what they had done to Lucien's lover, what they'd done to more. "After you," Eris said smoothly, lowering that knife at last. He shoved me a step. I've been waiting. Balance, Cassian had taught me, was crucial to winning a fight. And as Eris's shove caused him to get on uneven footing, I turned my propelled step on him. Twisting, so fast he didn't see me get into his open guard, I drove my elbow into his nose. Eris stumbled back. Flame slammed into the other two, and Lucien hurtled out of the way as they shouted and fell deeper into the cave. I unleashed every drop of the flame in me, a wall of it between us and them, sealing his brothers inside the cave. "Run?" I gasped out, but Lucien was already at my side, a steadying hand under my arm as I burned that flame hotter and hotter. It wouldn't keep them contained for long, and I could indeed feel someone's power rising to challenge mine. But there was another force to wield. Lucien understood the same moment I did. Sweat simmered on Lucien's brow as a pulse of flame-licked power slammed into the stones just above us. Dust and debris rained down. I threw any trickle of magic into Lucien's next blow. His next. As Eris's livid face emerged from my net of flame, glowing like a new-forged god of wrath, Lucien and I brought down the cave ceiling. Fire burst through the small cracks like 1,000 flaming serpents' tongues, but the cave-in did not so much as tremble. "Hurry," Lucien panted, and I didn't waste breath agreeing as we staggered into the night. Our packs, our weapons, our food, all inside that cave. I had 2 daggers on me, Lucien one. I'd been wearing my cloak, but he'd indeed given me his. He shivered against the cold as we dragged and clawed our way up the mountain slope, and did not dare stop. Had I still remained human, I would have been dead. The cold was bone deep, the screaming wind lashing us like burning whips. My teeth clacked against each other, my fingers so stiff I could scarcely grapple onto the icy granite with each mile we staggered through the mountains. Perhaps both of us were spared from an icy death by the kernel of flame that had just barely kindled inside our veins. We didn't pause once, an unspoken fear that if we did, the cold would leach any lingering warmth and we'd never again move. Or Lucien's brothers would gain ground. I tried over and over to shout down the bond to Reese, to winnow, to grow wings and attempt to fly us out of the mountain pass we trudged through. The snow waist-deep and so densely packed in places we had to crawl over it, our skin scraped raw from the ice. But the Feybane's stifling grip still held the majority of my power in check. We had to be close to the winter court border, I told myself as we squinted against a blast of icy wind through the other end of the narrow mountain pass. Close, and once we were over it, Eris and the others wouldn't dare set foot into another court's territory. My muscles screamed with every step, my boots soaked through with snow, my feet perilously numb. I'd spent enough human winters in the forest to know the dangers of exposure, the threat of cold and wet. Lucien, a step behind me, panted hard as the walls of rock and snow parted to reveal a bitter, star-flecked night, and more mountains beyond. I almost whimpered. "We've got to keep going," he said, snow crusting the stray strands of his hair, and I wondered if the sound had indeed left me. Ice tickled my frozen nostrils. We can't last long. We need to get warm and rest. My brothers, we will die if we continue, or lose fingers and toes at the best. I pointed to the mountain slope ahead, a hazardous plunge down. We can't risk that at night. We need to find a cave and try to make a fire. With what? He snapped. Do you see any wood? I only continued on. Arguing just wasted energy and time. And I didn't have an answer anyway. I wondered if we'd make it through the night. We found a cave, deep and shielded from wind or sight. Lucian and I carefully covered our tracks, making sure the wind blew in our favor, veiling our scents. That was where our luck ran out. No wood to be found, no fire in either of our veins. So we used our only option, body heat. Huddled in the farthest reaches of the cave, we sat thigh to thigh and arm to arm beneath my cloak, shuddering with cold and dripping wet. I could scarcely hear the hollow scream of the wind over my chattering teeth, and his, "Find me, find me, find me," I tried shouting down that bond, but my mate's wry voice didn't answer. There was only the roaring void. "Tell me about her, about Ellen," Lucian said quietly, as if the death that squatted in the dark beside us had drawn his thoughts to his own mate as well. I debated not saying anything, shaking too hard to dredge up speech, but she loves her garden, always loved growing things. Even when we were destitute, she managed to tend a little garden in the warmer months. And when our fortune returned, she took to tending and planting the most beautiful gardens you've ever seen. Even in Prythian, it drove the servants mad, because they were supposed to do the work and ladies were only meant to clip a rose here and there. But Ellen would put on a hat and gloves and kneel in the dirt, weeding. She acted like a purebred lady in every regard but that. Lucian was silent for a long moment. "Acted," he murmured. "You talk about her as if she's dead. I don't know what changes the cauldron wrought on her. I don't think going home is an option, no matter how she might yearn to. Surely Prythian is a better alternative, war or no." I steeled myself before saying, "She is engaged, Lucian." I felt every inch of him go stiff beside me. To whom? Flat, cold words, with the threat of violence simmering beneath. To a human lord's son. The lord hates fairies, has dedicated his life and wealth to hunting them. I was told that though it's a love match, her betrothed's father was keen to have access to her considerable dowry to continue his crusade against fairykind. Ellen loves this lord's son. Not quite a question. She says she does. Nesta thought the father and his obsession with killing fairies was bad enough to raise some alarms. She never voiced the concern to Ellen. Neither did I. My mate is engaged to a human male. He spoke more to himself than to me. "I'm sorry if I want to see her, just once, just to know." To know what? He hitched my damp cloak higher around us. If she is worth fighting for. I couldn't bring myself to say she was, to give him that sort of hope when Ellen might very well do everything in her power to hold to her engagement, even if immortality had already rendered it impossible. Lucian leaned his head back against the rock wall behind us. "And then I'll ask your mate how he survived it, knowing you were engaged to someone else, sharing another male's bed." I tucked my freezing hands under my arms, gazing toward the gloom ahead. "Tell me when you knew," he demanded, his knee pressing into mine. "That Rhysand was your mate. Tell me when you stopped loving Tamlin and started loving him instead." I chose not to answer. "Was it going on before you even left?" I whipped my head to him, even if I could barely make out his features in the dark. "I never touched Rhys and like that until months later. You kissed under the mountain. I had as little choice in that as I did in the dancing. And yet this is the male you now love." He didn't know. He had no inkling of the personal history, the secrets that had opened my heart to the High Lord of the Night Court. They were not my stories to tell. "One would think, Lucian, that you'd be glad I fell in love with my mate," Given that you're in the same situation Reese was in 6 months ago. You left us. Not Tamlin. The words echoed into the dark, toward the howling wind and lashing snow beyond the bend. I told you that day in the woods. You abandoned me long before I ever physically left. I shivered again, hating every point of contact, that I so desperately needed his warmth. You fit into the spring court as little as I did, Lucian. You enjoyed its pleasures and diversions. But don't pretend you weren't made for something more than that. His metal I whirred. And where exactly do you believe I will fit in? The night court. I didn't answer. I didn't have one, honestly. As High Lady, I could likely offer him a position, if we survived long enough to make it home. I'd do it mostly to keep Ellen from ever going to the spring court, but I had little doubt Lucian would be able to hold his own against my friends. And some small, horrible part of me enjoyed the thought of taking one more thing away from Tamlin, something vital, something essential. We should leave at dawn, was my only reply. We lasted the night. Every part of me was stiff and aching when we began our careful trek down the mountain. Not a whisper or trace of Lucian's brothers, or any sort of life. I didn't care, not when we at last passed over the border and into Winter Courtlands. Beyond the mountain, a great ice plain sparkled into the distance. It would take days to cross, but it didn't matter. I'd awoken with enough power in my veins to warm us with a small fire. Slowly, so slowly, the effects of the Feybane ebbed. I was willing to wager that we'd be halfway across the ice by the time we could winnow out of here, if our luck held and no one else found us. I ran through every lesson Reese had taught me about the Winter Court and its High Lord, Callias. Towering, exquisite palaces, full of roaring hearths and bedecked in evergreens. Carved sleighs were the court's preferred method of transportation, hauled by velvet-antlered reindeer whose splayed hooves were ideal for the ice and snow. Their forces were well-trained, but they often relied on the great, white bears that stalked the realm for any unwanted visitors. I prayed none of them waited on the ice, their coats perfectly blended into the terrain. The Night Court's relationship with Winter was fine enough, still tenuous, as all our bonds were after Amarantha. After she'd butchered so many of them, including, I remembered with no small surge of nausea, dozens of Winter Court children. I couldn't imagine it. The loss, the rage and grief. I'd never had the nerve to ask Reese, in those months of training, who the children had belonged to, what the consequences had been, if it was considered the worst of Amarantha's crimes, or just one of countless others. But despite any tentative bonds, Winter was one of the seasonal courts. It might side with Tamlin, with Tarquin. Our best allies remained the solar courts, dawn and day, but they lay far to the north, above the demarcation line between the solar and seasonal courts, that slice of sacred, unclaimed land that held under the mountain, and the weaver's cottage. We'd be gone before we ever had to set foot in that lethal ancient forest. It was another day and night before we cleared the mountains entirely and set foot on the thick ice. Nothing grew, and I could only tell when we were on solid land by the dense snow packed beneath. Otherwise, too frequently, the ice was clear as glass, revealing dark, depthless lakes beneath. At least we didn't encounter any of the white bears, but the real threat, we both quickly realized, was the utter lack of shelter. Out on the ice, there was none to be found against the wind and cold, and if we lit a fire with our feeble magic, anyone nearby would spot it, no matter the practicality of lighting a fire atop a frozen lake. The sun was just slipping above the horizon, staining the plain with gold, the shadows still a bruised blue, when Lucian said, "Tonight, we'll melt some of the ice pack enough to soften it, and build a shelter." I considered. We were barely 100 feet onto what seemed to be an endless lake. It was impossible to tell where it ended. "You think we'll be out on the ice for that long?" Lucian frowned toward the dawn-stained horizon. "Likely, but who knows how far it extends? Indeed, the snowdrifts hid much of the ice beneath. Perhaps there's some other way around. I mused, glancing back toward our abandoned little camp. We looked at the same time, and both beheld the three figures now standing at the lake edge, smiling. Eris lifted a hand wreathed in flame. Flame to melt the ice on which we stood. Chapter 13. Run, Lucian breathed. I didn't dare take my eyes off his brothers, not as Eris lowered that hand to the frozen edge of the lake. Run where, exactly? Flesh met ice and steam rippled. The ice went opaque, thawing in a line that shot for us. We ran. The slick ice made for a treacherous sprint, my ankles roaring with the effort of keeping me upright. Ahead, the lake stretched on forever, and with the sun barely awake, the dangers would be even harder to spot. Faster, Lucian ordered. Don't look! He barked as I began to turn my head to see if they'd followed. He lashed out a hand to grip my elbow, steadying me before I could even register that I'd stumbled. Where would we go? Where would we go? Where would we go? Water splashed beneath my boots, thawed ice. Eris had to either be expending all his power to get through millennia of ice, or was just doing it slowly to torture us. Zag, Lucian panted. We need to. He shoved me aside, and I staggered, arms wheeling, just as an arrow ricocheted off the ice where I'd been standing. Faster, Lucian snapped, and I didn't hesitate. I hurtled into a flat-out sprint, Lucian and I weaving in and out of each other's paths as those arrows continued firing. Ice sprayed where they landed, and no matter how fast we ran, the ground beneath us melted and melted. I had ice in my veins, and now that we were over the border of the winter court, I didn't care if they saw it, my power, Callias's power, not when the alternatives were far worse. I threw out a hand before us as a melting splotch began to spread, ice groaning. A spray of ice shot from my palm, freezing the lake once more. With each pump of my arms as I ran, I fired that ice from my palms, solidifying what Eris sought to melt ahead of us. Maybe, just maybe, we could clear the lake, and if they were stupid enough to be atop it when we did, if I could form ice, I could certainly unform it. I crossed paths with Lucian again, meeting his wide eyes as we did, and opened my mouth to tell him my plan when Eris appeared. Not behind, ahead. But it was the other brother at his side, arrow aimed and already flying for me, who drew the shout from my throat. I lunged to the side, rolling. Not fast enough. The arrow's edge sliced the shell of my ear, my cheek, leaving a stinging wake. Lucian shouted, but another arrow was flying. It went clean through my right forearm this time. Ice sliced into my face, my hands, as I went down, knees barking, arm shrieking in agony at the impact. Behind, steps thudded on ice as the third brother closed in. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood as I ripped away the cloth of my jacket and shirt from my forearm, snapped the arrow in two, and tore the pieces from my flesh. My roar shattered and bounced across the ice. Eris had taken one step toward me, smiling like a wolf. When I was up again, my last two Illyrian knives in my palms, my right arm screaming at the movement. Around me, the ice began to melt. This can end with you going under, begging me to get you out once that ice instantly refreezes, Eris drawled. Behind him, cut off by his brothers, Lucian had drawn his own knife and now sized up the other two. Or this can end with you agreeing to take my hand. But either way, you will be coming with me. Already, the flesh in my arm was knitting together, healing from Dawn's powers reawakening in my veins. And if that was working, I didn't give Eris time to read my move. I sucked in a sharp breath. White, blinding light erupted from me. Eris swore and I ran. Not toward him, not when I was still too injured to wield my knives, but away toward that distant shore. Half blinded myself, I stumbled and staggered until I was clear of the treacherous, melting splotches, then sprinted. I made it all of 20 feet before Eris winnowed in front of me and struck. backhanded blow to the face, so hard my teeth went through my lip. He struck again before I could even fall, a punch to my gut that ripped the air from my lungs. Beyond me, Lucien had unleashed himself upon his two brothers. Metal and fire blasted and collided, ice sprang. I'd no sooner hit the ice than Eris grabbed me by the hair, right at the roots, the grip so brutal tears stung my eyes. But he dragged me back toward that shore, back across the ice. I fought against the blow to my gut, fought to get a wisp of air down my throat, into my lungs. My boots scraped against the ice as I feebly kicked, yet Eris held firm. I think Lucien shouted my name. I opened my mouth, but a gag of fire shoved its way between my lips. It didn't burn, but was hot enough to tell me it would if Eris willed it. Equal bands of flame wrapped around my wrists, my ankles, my throat. I couldn't remember what to do, how to move, how to stop this. Closer and closer to the shore, to the awaiting party of sentries that winnowed in out of nowhere. No. A shadow slammed into the earth before us, cracking the ice toward every horizon. Not a shadow, an Illyrian warrior. 7 red siphons glinted over his scaled black armor as Cashin tucked in his wings and snarled at Eris with 5 centuries worth of rage. Not dead, not hurt, whole. His wings repaired and strong. I loosed a shuddering sob over the burning gag. Cashin's siphons flickered in response, as if the sight of me at Eris's hand. Another impact struck the ice behind us. Shadows skittered in its wake. Azrael. I began crying in earnest, some leash I'd kept on myself snapping free as my friends landed. As I saw that Azrael, too, was alive, was healed. As Cashin drew twin Illyrian blades, the sight of them like home, and said to Eris with lethal calm, "I suggest you drop my lady." Eris's grip on my hair only tightened, wringing a whimper from me. The wrath that twisted Cashin's face was world-ending. But his hazel eyes slid to mine, a silent command. He had spent months training me, not just to attack but to defend, had taught me over and over how to get free of a captor's grasp, how to manage not only my body but my mind. As if he'd known that it was a very real possibility that this scenario would one day happen. Eris had bound my limbs, but I could still move them, still use parts of my magic. And getting him off balance long enough to let go, to let Cashin jump between us and take on the High Lord's son. Towering over me, Eris didn't so much as glance down as I twisted, spinning on the ice, and slammed my bound legs up between his. He lurched, bending over with a grunt. Right into the fisted, bound hands I drove into his nose. Bone crunched, and his hand sprang free of my hair. I rolled, scrambling away. Cashin was already there. Eris hardly had time to draw his sword as Cashin brought his own down upon him. Steel against steel rang out across the ice. Sentries on the shore unleashed arrows of wood and magic, only to bounce against a shield of blue. Azrael. Across the ice, he and Lucien were engaging the other 2 brothers. That any of Lucien's siblings held out against the Illyrians was a testament to their own training. But I focused the ice in my veins on the gag in my mouth, the binds around my wrists and ankles. Ice to smother fire, to sing it to sleep. Cashin and Eris clashed, danced back, clashed again. Ropes of fire snapped free, dissolving with a hiss of steam. I was on my feet again, reaching for a weapon I did not have. My daggers had been lost 40 feet away. Cashin got past Eris's guard with brutal efficiency, and Eris screamed as the Illyrian blade punched through his gut. Blood, red as rubies, stained the ice and snow. For a heartbeat, I saw how it would play out. 3 of Baron's sons dead at our hands. A temporary satisfaction for me, 5 centuries of satisfaction for Cashin, Azrael, and more. But if Baron still debated what side to support in this war, I had other weapons to use. "Stop," I said. The word was a soft, cold command. and Azriel and Cashin obeyed. Lucien's other two brothers were back to back, bloody and gaping. Lucien himself was panting, sword still raised, as Azriel flicked the blood off his own blade and stalked toward me. I met the hazel eyes of the Shadowsinger, the cool face that hid such pain and kindness. He had come. Cashin had come. The Illyrians fell into place beside me. Eris, a hand pressed to his gut, was breathing wetly, glaring at us. Glaring, then considering. Watching the three of us as I said to Eris, to his other two brothers, to the sentries on the shore, "You all deserve to die for this, and for much, much more. But I am going to spare your miserable lives." Even with a wound through his gut, Eris's lip curled. Cashin snarled his warning. I only removed the glamour I'd kept on myself these weeks. With the sleeve of my jacket and shirt gone, there was nothing but smooth skin where that wound had been. Smooth skin that now became adorned with swirls and whirls of ink, the markings of my new title and my mating bond. Lucien's face drained of color as he strode for us, stopping a healthy distance from Azriel's side. "I am High Lady of the Night Court," I said quietly to them all. Even Eris stopped sneering. His amber eyes widened, something like fear now creeping into them. "There's no such thing as a High Lady," one of Lucien's brothers spat. A faint smile played on my mouth. "There is now, and it was time for the world to know it." I caught Cashin's gaze, finding pride glimmering there, and relief. "Take me home," I ordered him, my chin high and unwavering. Then to Azriel, "Take us both home," I said to the Autumn Court Scions. "We'll see you on the battlefield. Let them decide whether it was better to be fighting beside us or against us." I turned to Cashin, who opened his arms and tucked me in tight before launching us skyward in a blast of wings and power. Beside us, Azriel and Lucien did the same. When Eris and the others were nothing but specks of black on white below, when we were sailing high and fast, Cashin observed, "I don't know who looks more uncomfortable, Azzy or Lucien Van Serra." I chuckled, glancing over my shoulder to where the Shadowsinger carried my friend, both of them making a point not to speak, look or talk. "Van Serra? You never knew his family name?" I met those laughing, fierce hazel eyes. Cashin's smile softened. "Hello, Feyre." My throat tightened to the point of pain, and I threw my arms around his neck, embracing him tightly. "I missed you too," Cashin murmured, squeezing me. We flew until we reached the border of the sacred 8th territory, and when Cashin set us down in a snowy field before the ancient wood, I took one look at the blonde female in Illyrian leathers pacing between the gnarled trees and launched into a sprint. Moore held me as tightly as I gripped her. "Where is he?" I asked, refusing to let go, to lift my head from her shoulder. It's a long story, far away but racing home, right now." Moore pulled back enough to scan my face. Her mouth tightened at the lingering injuries, and she gently scraped away flecks of dried blood caked on my ear. "He picked up on you, the bond, minutes ago. The three of us were closest." I winnowed in Cashin, but with Eris and the others there. Guilt dimmed her eyes. "Relations with the Winter Court are strained. We thought if I was out here on the border, it might keep Callias's forces from looking south. At least long enough to get you, and to avoid an interaction with Eris that Moore was perhaps not ready for." I shook my head at the shame still shadowing her usually bright features. "I understand." I embraced her again. "I understand." Moore's answering squeeze was rib-crushing. Azriel and Lucien landed, plumes of snow spraying in the former's wake. Moore and I released each other at last, my friend's face going grave as she sized up Lucien. Snow and blood and dirt coated him, coated us both. Cashin explained to Moore. "He fought against Eris and the other two." Moore's throat bobbed, noting the blood staining Cashin's hands, realizing it wasn't his own. Scenting it, no doubt, as she blurted, "Eris, did you?" "He remains alive," Azriel answered. shadows curling around the clawed tips of his wings. So stark against the snow beneath our boots. So do the others. Lucien was glancing between all of them, wary and quiet. What he knew of Moore's history with his eldest brother, I'd never asked, never wanted to. Moore tossed her mass of golden waves over a shoulder. Then let's go home. Which one? I asked carefully. Moore swept her attention over Lucien once more. I almost pitied Lucien for the weight in her gaze, the utter judgment, the stare of the Morrigan, whose gift was pure truth. Whatever she beheld in Lucien was enough for her to say, "The town house, you have someone waiting there for you." Chapter 14. I had not let myself imagine it. The moment I'd again stand in the wood-paneled foyer of the town house, when I'd hear the song of the gulls soaring high above Valaris, smell the brine of the Sidra River that wended through the heart of the city, feel the warmth of the sunshine streaming through the windows upon my back. Moore had winnowed us all, and now stood behind me, panting softly, as we watched Lucien survey our surroundings. His metal eye whirred, while the other warily scanned the rooms flanking the foyer, the dining room and sitting room overlooking the little front yard and street, then the stairs to the second level, then the hallway beside it that led to the kitchen and courtyard garden, then finally to the shut front door, to the city waiting beyond. Cassian took up a place against the banister, crossing his arms with an arrogance I knew meant trouble. Azriel remained beside me, shadows wreathing his knuckles, as if battling High Lord sons was how they usually spent their days. I wondered if Lucien knew that his first words here would either damn or save him. I wondered what my role in it would be. No, it was my call. High Lady, I outranked them, my friends. It was my call to make whether Lucien was allowed to keep his freedom. But their watchful silence was indication enough. Let him decide his own fate. At last, Lucien looked at me, at us. He said, "There are children laughing in the streets." I blinked. He said it with such quiet surprise, as if he hadn't heard the sound in a long, long time. I opened my mouth to reply, but someone else spoke for me. That they do so at all after Hybern's attack is testament to how hard the people of Valaris have worked to rebuild. I whirled, finding Amryn emerging from wherever she'd been sitting in the other room, the plush furniture hiding her small body. She appeared exactly as she had the last time I'd seen her, standing in this very foyer, warning us to be careful in Hybern. Her chin-length, jet-black hair gleamed in the sunlight, her silver, unearthly eyes unusually bright as they met mine. The delicate female bowed her head, as much of a gesture of obedience as a 15,000-year-old creature would make to a newly minted High Lady. "And friend, I see you brought home a new pet," she said, nose crinkling with distaste. Something like fear had entered Lucien's eye, as if he, too, beheld the monster that lurked beneath that beautiful face. Indeed, it seemed he had heard of her already. Before I could introduce him, Lucien bowed at the waist. Deeply, Cassian let out an amused grunt, and I shot him a warning glare. Amryn smiled slightly. "Already trained, I see." Lucien slowly straightened, as if he were standing before the open maw of some Great Plains cat. He did not wish to startle with sudden movements. "Amryn, this is Lucien Van Sarah." Lucien stiffened. "I don't use my family's name." He clarified to Amryn with another incline of his head. "Lucien will do." I suspected he'd ceased using that name the moment his lover's heart had stopped beating. Amryn was studying that metal eye. "Clever work," she said, then surveyed me. "Looks like someone clawed you up, girl." The wound in my arm at least had healed, though a nasty red mark remained. I assumed my face wasn't much better. Before I could answer her, Lucien asked, "What is this place?" We all looked at him. "Home," I said. "This is my home." I could see the details now sinking in. The lack of darkness, the lack of screaming, the scent of the sea and citrus, not blood and decay, the laughter of children that indeed continued. the greatest secret in Prythian's history. This is Valaris, I explained, the city of starlight. His throat bobbed. And you are High Lady of the Night Court. Indeed she is. My blood stopped at the voice that drawled from behind me. At the scent that hit me, awoke me, my friends began smiling. I turned. Rhys leaned against the archway into the sitting room, arms crossed, wings nowhere to be seen, dressed in his usual immaculate black jacket and pants. And as those violet eyes met mine, as that familiar half-smile faded, my face crumpled. A small, broken noise cracked from me. Rhys was instantly moving, but my legs had already given out. The foyer carpet cushioned the impact as I sank to my knees. I covered my face with my hands while the past month crashed into me. Rhys knelt before me, knee to knee. Gently, he pulled my hands away from my face. Gently, he took my cheeks in his hands and brushed away my tears. I didn't care that we had an audience as I lifted my head and beheld the joy and concern and love shining in those remarkable eyes. Neither did Rhys as he murmured, "My love," and kissed me. I'd no sooner slid my hands into his hair than he scooped me into his arms and stood in one smooth movement. I pulled my mouth from his, glancing toward a pallid Lucian, but Rhys said to our companions without so much as looking at them, "Go find somewhere else to be for a while." He didn't wait to see if they obeyed. Rhys winnowed us up the stairs and launched into a steady, swift walk down the hallway. I peered down at the foyer in time to spy more grabbing Lucian's arm and nodding to the others before they all vanished. "Do you want to go over what happened at the spring court?" I asked, voice raw, as I studied my mate's face. No amusement, nothing but that predatory intensity, focused on my every breath. "There are other things I'd rather do first." He carried me into our bedroom, once his room, now full of our belongings. It was exactly as I'd last seen it. The enormous bed that he now strode for, the two armoires, the desk by the window that overlooked the courtyard garden now bursting with purple and pink and blue amid the lush greens. I braced myself to be sprawled on the bed, but Rhys paused halfway across the room, the door snicking shut on a star-kissed wind. Slowly, he set me on the plush carpet, blatantly sliding me down his body as he did so, as if he was as powerless to resist touching me, as reluctant to let go as I was with him. And every place where our bodies met, all of him so warm and solid and real, I savored it, my throat tight as I placed a hand on his sculpted chest, the thunderous heartbeat beneath his black jacket echoing into my palm, the only sign of whatever torrent coursed through him as he skimmed his hands up my arms in a lingering caress and gripped my shoulders. His thumbs stroked a gentle rhythm over my filthy clothes as he scanned my face. Beautiful. He was even more beautiful than I had remembered, dreamed of during those weeks at the spring court. For a long moment, we only breathed in each other's air. For a long moment, all I could do was take the scent of him deep into my lungs, letting it settle inside me. My fingers tightened on his jacket. "Mate, my mate." As if he'd heard it down the bond, Rhys finally murmured. When the bond went dark, I thought. Fear, genuine terror shadowed his eyes, even as his thumbs continued stroking my shoulders, gentle and steady. "By the time I got to the spring court, you'd vanished. Tamlin was raging through that forest, hunting for you, but you hid your scent, and even I couldn't find you." The snag in his words was a knife to my gut. "We went to the autumn court through one of the doors," I said, setting my other hand on his arm. The corded muscles beneath shifted at my touch. "You couldn't find me because 2 Hybern commanders drugged my food and drink with Feyre, enough to extinguish my powers. I still don't have full use." Cold rage now flickered across that beautiful face as his thumbs halted on my shoulders. "You killed them." Not entirely a question, but I nodded. "Good." I swallowed. "Has Hybern sacked the spring court?" "Not yet. Whatever you did, it worked. Tamlin's sentries abandoned him." Over half his people refused to appear for the tithe 2 days ago. Some are leaving for other courts. Some are murmuring of rebellion. It seems you made yourself quite beloved. Holy even. Amusement at last warmed his features. They were rather upset when they believed he'd allowed Hybern to terrorize you into fleeing. I traced the faint silver whirl of embroidery on the breast of his jacket, and I could have sworn he shuddered beneath the touch. I suppose they'll learn soon enough I'm well cared for. Rhys's hands tightened on my shoulders in agreement, as if he were about to show me just how well cared for I was, but I angled my head. What about Ianthe and Jurian? Rhysand's powerful chest heaved beneath my hand as he blew out a breath. Reports are murky on both. Jurian, it seems, has returned to the hand that feeds him. Ianthe. Rhys lifted his brows. I assume her hand is courtesy of you, and not the commander's. She fell, I said sweetly. Must have been some fall, he mused, a dark smile dancing on those lips as he drifted even closer, the heat of his body seeping into me while his hands migrated from my shoulders to brush lazy lines down my back. I bit my lip, focusing on his words and not the urge to arch into the touch, to bury my face in his chest and do some exploring of my own. She's currently convalescing after her ordeal, apparently. Won't leave her temple. It was my turn to murmur, good. Perhaps one of those pretty acolytes of hers would get sick of her sanctimonious bullshit and smother Ianthe in her sleep. I braced my hands on his hips, fully ready to slide beneath his jacket, needing to touch bare skin, but Rhys straightened, pulling back. Still close enough that one of his hands remained on my waist, but the other. He reached for my arm, gently examining the angry welt where my skin had been torn by an arrow. Darkness rumbled in the corner of the room. Cashin let me into his mind just now, to show me what happened on the ice. He stroked a thumb over the hurt, the touch featherlight. Eris was always a male of limited days. Now Lucian might find himself closer to inheriting his father's throne than he ever expected to be. My spine locked. Eris is precisely as horrible as you painted him to be. Rhys's thumb glided over my forearm again, leaving gooseflesh in its wake. A promise, not of the retribution he was contemplating, but of what awaited us in this room. The bed a few feet away, until he murmured, "You declared yourself High Lady. Was I not supposed to?" He released my arm to brush his knuckles across my cheek. "I've wanted to roar it from the rooftops of Valaris from the moment the priestess anointed you. How typical of you to upend my grand plans." A smile tugged on my lips. "It happened less than an hour ago. I'm sure you could go crow from the chimney right now and everyone would give you credit for breaking the news." His fingers threaded through my hair, tilting my face up. That wicked smile grew, and my toes curled in their boots. "There's my darling Feyre." His head dipped, his gaze fixated on my mouth, hunger lighting those violet eyes. "Where are my sisters?" The thought clanged through me, jarring as a pealing bell. Rhys paused, hands slipping from my hair as his smile faded. "At the House of Wind." He straightened, swallowing, as if it somehow checked him. "I can take you to them." Every word seemed to be an effort. But he would, I realized. He'd shove down his need for me and take me to them, if that was what I wanted. My choice. It had always been my choice with him. I shook my head. I wouldn't see them, not yet. Not until I was steady enough to face them. "They're well, though?" His hesitation told me enough. "They're safe." Not really an answer, but I wasn't going to fool myself into thinking my sisters would be thriving. I leaned my brow against his chest. "Cashin and Azriel are healed." I murmured against his jacket, breathing in the scent of him over and over as a tremor shuddered through me. "You told me that, and yet it didn't sink in. Until now." Rhys ran a hand down my back, the other sliding to grip my hip. "Azriel healed within a few days. Cashin's wings, it was complex, but he's been training every day to regain his strength. The healer had to rebuild most of his wings, but he'll be fine." I swallowed down the tightness in my throat and wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my face wholly against his chest. His hand tightened on my hip in answer, the other resting at my nape, holding me to him as I breathed. Moore said you were far away. That was why you weren't there. I'm sorry I wasn't. No, I said, lifting my head to scan his eyes, the guilt dampening them. I didn't mean it like that. I savored the feel of him beneath my palms. Where were you? Rhys stilled, and I braced myself as he said casually, I couldn't very well let you do all the work to undermine our enemies, could I? I didn't smile. Where were you? With AZ only recently back on his feet, I took it upon myself to do some of his work. I clenched my jaw. Such as? He leaned down, nuzzling my throat. Don't you want to comfort your mate, who has missed you terribly these weeks? I planted a hand on his face and pushed him back, scowling. I want my mate to tell me where the hell he was. Then he can get his comfort. Rhys nipped at my fingers, teeth snapping playfully. Cruel, beautiful female. I watched him beneath lowered brows. Rhys rolled his eyes, sighing. I was on the continent, at the Human Queen's palace. I choked. You were where? Technically, I was flying above it, but... You went alone? He gaped at me. Despite what our mistakes in Hybern might have suggested, I am capable of. You went to the human world, to our enemy's compound, alone? I'd rather it be me than any of the others. That had been his problem from the start. Always him, always sacrificing. Why? I demanded. Why risk it? Is something happening? Rhys peered toward the window, as if he could see all the way to the mortal lands. His mouth tightened. It's the quiet on their side of the sea that bothers me. No whisper of armies gathered. No other human allies summoned. Since Hybern, we've heard nothing. So I thought to see for myself why that is. He flicked my nose, tugging me closer again. I just neared the edge of their territory when I felt the bond awaken again. I knew the others were closer, so I sent them. You don't need to explain. Rhys rested his chin atop my head. I wanted to be there to get you, find you, bring you home. You do certainly enjoy a dramatic entrance. He chuckled, his breath warming my hair as I listened to the sound rumble through his body. Of course, he would have been working against Hybern while I was away. Had I expected them all to be sitting on their asses for over a month? And Rhys, constantly plotting, always a step ahead, he would have used this time to his advantage. I debated asking about it, but right now, breathing him in, feeling his warmth, let it wait. Rhys pressed a kiss to my hair. You're home. A shuddering, small sound came out of me as I nodded, squeezing him tighter. Home. Not just Valaris, but wherever he was, our family was. Ebony claws stroked along the barrier in my mind, in affection and request. I lowered my shields for him, just as his own dropped. His mind curled around mine, as surely as his body now held me. I missed you every moment, Rhys said, leaning down to kiss the corner of my mouth. Your smile. His lips grazed over the shell of my ear and my back arched slightly. Your laugh. He pressed a kiss to my neck, right beneath my ear, and I tilted my head to give him access, fighting down the urge to beg him to take more, to take faster as he murmured, Your scent. My eyes fluttered closed, and his hands coasted around my hips to cup my rear, squeezing as he bent to kiss the center of my throat. The sounds you make when I'm inside you. His tongue flicked over the spot where he'd kissed, and one of those sounds indeed escaped me. Rhys kissed the hollow of my collarbone, and my core went utterly molten. My brave, bold, brilliant mate. He lifted his head, and it was an effort to open my eyes, to meet his stare as his hands roved in lazy lines down my back, over my rear, then up again. I love you, he said, and if I hadn't already believed him, felt it in my very bones, the light in his face as he said the words. Tears burned my eyes again, slipping free before I could control myself. Rhys leaned in to lick them away, one after another, as he'd once done under the mountain. "You have a choice," he murmured against my cheekbone. "Either I lick every inch of you clean." His hand grazed the tip of my breast, circling lazily, as if we had days and days to do this. "Or you can get into the bath that should be ready by now." I pulled away, lifting a brow. "Are you suggesting that I smell?" Rhys smirked, and I could have sworn my core pounded in answer. "Never, but..." His eyes darkened, the desire and amusement fading as he took in my clothes. "There is blood on you, yours and others. I thought I'd be a good mate and offer you a bath before I ravish you wholly." I huffed a laugh and brushed back his hair, savoring the silken, sable strands between my fingers. "So considerate, though I can't believe you kicked everyone out of the house so you could take me to bed. One of the many benefits to being High Lord. What a terrible abuse of power." That half-smile danced on his mouth. "Well, as much as I'd like to see you attempt to lick off a week's worth of dirt, sweat, and blood." His eyes gleamed with the challenge, and I laughed again. "Normal bath, please." He had the nerve to look vaguely disappointed. I poked him in the chest as I pushed away, aiming for the large bathing room attached to the bedroom. The massive porcelain tub was already filled with steaming water, and... bubbles? "Do you have a moral objection to them?" I grinned, unbuttoning my jacket. My fingers were near black with dirt and caked blood. I cringed. "I might need more than one bath to get clean." He snapped his fingers, and my skin was instantly pristine again. I blinked. "If you can do that, then what's the point of the bath?" He'd done it under the mountain for me a few times, that magical cleaning. I somehow never asked. He leaned against the doorway, watching me peel off my torn and stained jacket, as if it were the most important task he'd ever been given. "The essence of the dirt remains." His voice roughened as he tracked each movement of my fingers while I unlaced my boots. "Like a layer of oil." Indeed, my skin, while it looked clean, felt unwashed. I kicked off the boots, letting them land on my filthy jacket. "So it's more for aesthetic purposes." "You're taking too long," he said, jerking his chin toward the bath. My breasts tightened at the slight growl lacing his words. He watched that too. And I smiled to myself, arching my back a bit more than necessary as I removed my shirt and tossed it to the marble floor. Sunlight streamed in through the steam rising from the tub, casting the space between us in gold and white. Rhys made a low noise that sounded vaguely like a whimper as he took in my bare torso. As he took in my breasts, now heavy and aching, badly enough that I had to swallow my plea to forget this bath entirely. But I pretended not to notice as I unbuttoned my pants and let them fall to the floor, along with my undergarments. Rhys's eyes simmered. I smirked, daring a look at his own pants, at the evidence of what exactly this was doing to him, pressing against the black material with impressive demand. I simply crooned, "Too bad there isn't room in the tub for two. A design flaw, and one I shall remedy tomorrow." His voice was rough, quiet, and it slid invisible hands down my breasts, between my legs. Mother save me. I somehow managed to walk, to climb into the tub. Somehow managed to remember how to bathe myself. Rhys remained leaning against the doorway the entire time, silently watching with that unrelenting focus. I might have taken longer washing certain areas, and might have made sure he saw it. He only gripped the threshold hard enough that the wood groaned beneath his hand. But Rhys made no move to pounce, even when I toweled off and brushed out my tangled hair, as if the restraint, it was part of the game too. My bare toes curled on the marble floor as I set down my brush on the sink vanity, every inch of my body aware of where he stood in the doorway, aware of his eyes upon me in the mirror's reflection. "All clean," I declared, my voice hoarse as I met his stare in the mirror. I could have sworn only darkness and stars swirled beyond his shoulders. A blink and they were gone, but the predatory hunger on his face. I turned, my fingers trembling slightly as I clutched my towel around me. Rhys only extended a hand, his own fingers shaking. Even the towel was abrasive against my too sensitive skin as I laid my hand on his calluses scraping as they closed over my fingers. I wanted them scraping all over me. But he simply led me into the bedroom, step after step, the muscles of his broad back shifting beneath his jacket, and lower, the sleek, powerful cut of thighs, his ass. I was going to devour him, from head to toe. I was going to devour him. But Rhys paused before the bed, releasing my hand and facing me from the safety of a step away. And it was the expression on his face as he traced a still tender spot on my cheekbone that checked the heat threatening to raise my senses. I swallowed, my hair dripping on the carpet. Is the bruise bad? It's nearly gone. Darkness flickered in the room once more. I scanned that perfect face, every line and angle, the fear and rage and love, the wisdom and cunning and strength. I let my towel drop to the carpet. Let him look me over as I put a hand on his chest, his heart raging beneath my palm. Ready for ravishing. My words didn't come out with the swagger I'd intended. Not when Rhys's answering smile was a dark, cruel thing. I hardly know where to begin. So many possibilities. He lifted a finger, and my breath came hard and fast as he idly circled one of my breasts, then the other, in ever-tightening rings. I could start here, he murmured. I clenched my thighs together. He noted the movement, that dark smile growing. And just before his finger reached the tip of my breast, just before he gave me what I was about to beg for, his finger slid upward, to my chest, my neck, my chin, right to my mouth. He traced the shape of my lips, a whisper of touch. Or I could start here, he breathed, slipping the tip of his finger into my mouth. I couldn't help myself from closing my lips around him, from flicking my tongue against the pad of his finger. But Rhys withdrew his finger with a soft groan, making a downward path, along my neck, chest, straight over a nipple. He paused there, flicking it once, then smoothed his thumb over the small hurt. I was shaking now, barely able to keep standing as his finger continued past my breast. He drew patterns on my stomach, scanning my face as he purred. Or, I couldn't think beyond that single finger, that one point of contact as it drifted lower and lower to where I wanted him. Or, I managed to breathe. His head dipped, hair sliding over his brow as he watched. We both watched, his broad finger venture down. Or I could start here, he said, the words guttural and raw. I didn't care. Not as he dragged that finger down the center of me. Not as he circled that spot, light and taunting. Here would be nice, he observed, his breathing uneven. Or maybe even here, he finished and plunged that finger inside me. I groaned, gripping his arm, nails digging into the muscles beneath. Muscles that shifted as he pumped his finger once, twice, then slid it out and drawled, brows rising. Well, where shall I begin, fair darling? I could barely form words, thoughts, but I'd had enough of playing. So I took that infernal hand of his, guiding it to my heart, and placed it there, half over the curve of my breast. I met his hooded gaze as I spoke the words that I knew would be his undoing in this little game, the words that were rising up in me with every breath. You're mine. It snapped the tether he'd kept on himself. His clothes vanished, all of them, and his mouth angled over my own. It wasn't a gentle kiss, wasn't soft or searching. It was a claiming, wild and unchecked. It was an unleashing. And the taste of him, the heat of him, the demanding stroke of his tongue against my own. Home. I was home. My hands shot into his hair, pulling him closer as I answered each of his searing kisses with my own, unable to get enough, unable to touch and feel enough of him. Skin to skin, Rhys nudged me toward the bed. his hands kneading my rear as I ran my own over the velvet softness of him, over every hard plane and ripple. His beautiful, mighty wings tore from his back, splaying wide before neatly tucking in. My thighs hit the bed behind us, and Rhys paused, trembling, giving me time to reconsider. Even now, my heart strained, but I pulled my mouth from his, held his gaze as I lowered myself onto the white sheets and inched back, further and further onto the bed, until I was bare before him, until I took in the considerable, proud length of him, and my core tightened in answer. "Rhys," I breathed, his name a plea on my tongue. His wings flared, chest heaving as stars sparked in his eyes. And it was the longing there, beneath the desire, beneath the need. It was the longing in those beautiful eyes that made me glance to the mountains tattooed on his knees. The insignia of this court, our court. The promise that he would kneel for no one and nothing but his crown. And me. Mine, he was mine. I sent the thought down the bond. No playing, no delaying. I wanted him on me, in me. I needed to feel him, hold him, share breath with him. He heard the edge of desperation, felt it through the mating bond flowing between us. His eyes did not leave mine as he prowled over me, every movement graceful as a stalking plains cat. Interlacing our fingers, his breathing uneven, Rhys used a knee to nudge my legs apart and settle between them. Carefully, lovingly, he laid our joined hands beside my head as he guided himself into me and whispered in my ear, "You're mine too." At the first nudge of him, I surged forward to claim his mouth. I dragged my tongue over his teeth, swallowing his groan of pleasure as his hips rolled in gentle thrusts and he pushed in, and in, and in. Home. This was home. And when Rhys was seated to the hilt, when he paused to let me adjust to the fullness of him, I thought I might explode into moonlight and flame, thought I might die from the sheer force of what swept through me. My pants were edged with sobs as I dug my fingers into his back, and Rhys withdrew slightly to study my face, to read what was there. "Never again," he promised as he pulled out, then thrust back in with excruciating slowness. He kissed my brow, my temple. "My darling Feyre." Beyond words, I moved my hips, urging him deeper, harder. Rhys obliged me. With every movement, every shared breath, every whispered endearment and moan, that mating bond I'd hidden so far inside myself grew brighter, clearer. And when it again shone as brilliantly as adamant, my release cascaded through me, leaving my skin glowing like a newborn star in its wake. At the sight of it, right as I dragged a finger down the sensitive inside of his wing, Rhys shouted my name and found his pleasure. I held him through every heaving breath, held him as he at last stilled, lingering inside me, and relished the feel of his skin on mine. For long minutes we remained there, tangled together, listening to our breathing even out, the sound of it finer than any music. After a while, Rhys lifted his chest enough to take my right hand, to examine the tattoos inked there. He kissed one of the whorls of near-black blue ink. His throat bobbed. "I missed you, every second, every breath." "Not just this," he said, shifting his hips for emphasis and dragging a groan from deep in my throat. "But talking to you, laughing with you, I missed having you in my bed, but missed having you as my friend even more." My eyes burned. "I know," I managed to say, stroking a hand down his wings, his back. "I know." I kissed his bare shoulder, right over a whorl of Illyrian tattoo. "Never again," I promised him, and whispered it over and over as the sunlight drifted across the floor. Chapter 15. My sisters had been living in the House of Wind since they'd arrived in Valaris. They did not leave the palace built into the upper parts of a flat-topped mountain overlooking the city. They did not ask for anything or anyone, so I would go to them. Lucien was waiting in the sitting room when Rhys and I came downstairs at last, my mate having given the silent order for them to return. Unsurprisingly, Cassian and Azriel were casually seated in the dining room across the hall, eating lunch and marking every single breath Lucien emitted. Cassian smirked at me, brows flicking up. I shot him a warning glare that dared him to comment. Azriel thankfully just kicked Cashin under the table. Cashin gawked at Azriel as if to declare I wasn't going to say anything while I approached the open archway into the sitting room, Lucian rising to his feet. I fought my cringe as I halted in the threshold. Lucian was still in his travel-worn, filthy clothes. His face and hands at least were clean, but I should have gotten him something else. Remembered to offer him. The thought rippled away into nothing as Rhys appeared at my side. Lucian did not bother to hide the slight curling of his lip, as if he could see the mating bond glowing between Rhys and me. His eyes, both russet and golden, slid down my body, to my hand, to the ring now on my finger, at the star sapphire sky bright against the silver. A simple silver band sat on Rhysand's matching finger. We'd slid them onto each other's hands before coming downstairs, more intimate and searing than any publicly made vows. I told Rhys before we did so that I had half a mind to deposit his ring at the weaver's cottage and make him retrieve it. He'd laughed and said that if I truly felt it was necessary to settle the score between us, perhaps I could find some other creature for him to battle, one that wouldn't delight in removing my favorite part from his body. I'd only kissed him, murmuring about someone thinking rather highly of themselves, and had placed the ring he'd selected for himself, bought here in Valaris while I'd been away, onto his finger. Any joy, any lingering laughter from that moment, those silent vows, it curled up like leaves in a fire as Lucian sneered at our rings. How close we stood. I swallowed. Rhys noted it too. It was impossible to miss. My mate leaned against the carved archway and drawled to Lucian. I assume Cashin or Azriel has explained that if you threaten anyone in this house, this territory, we'll show you ways to die you've never even imagined. Indeed, the Illyrians smirked from where they lingered in the dining room threshold. Azriel was by far the more terrifying of the pair. Something twisted in my gut at the threat, the smooth, sleek aggression. Lucian had been my friend. He wasn't my enemy, not entirely. But, Rhys continued, sliding his hands into his pockets, I can understand how difficult this past month has been for you. I know Feyre explained we aren't exactly as rumor suggests. I'd let him into my mind before we'd come down, shown him all that had occurred at the spring court. But hearing it and seeing it are two different things. He shrugged with one shoulder. Ellen has been cared for. Her participation in life here has been entirely her choice. No one but us and a few trusted servants have entered the house of Wind. Lucian remained silent. I was in love with Feyre, Rhys said quietly, long before she ever returned the feeling. Lucian crossed his arms. How fortunate that you got what you wanted in the end. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat. Cashin and Azriel stilled, waiting for the order. I will only say this once, warned the High Lord of the Night Court. Even Lucian flinched. I suspected Feyre was my mate before I ever knew she was involved with Tamlin. And when I learned of it, if it made her happy, I was willing to step back. You came to our house and stole her away on her wedding day. I was going to call the wedding off. I cut in, taking a step toward Lucian. You knew it. Rhys and went on before Lucian could snap a reply. I was willing to lose my mate to another male. I was willing to let them marry, if it brought her joy. But what I was not willing to do was let her suffer. To let her fade away into a shadow. And the moment that piece of shit blew apart his study, the moment he locked her in that house, his wings ripped from him and Lucian started. Rhys bared his teeth. My limbs turned light, trembling at the dark power curling in the corners of the room. Not fear, never fear of him, but at the shattered control as Rhys snarled at Lucian. My mate may one day find it in herself to forgive him, forgive you, but I will never forget how it felt to sense her terror in those moments. My cheeks heated, especially as Cashin and Azriel stalked closer, those hazel eyes now filled with a mix of sympathy and wrath. I had never talked about it to them. What had gone on that day Tamlin had destroyed his study, or the day he'd sealed me inside the manor. I'd never asked Rhys if he'd informed them. From the fury rippling from Cashin, the cold rage seeping from Azriel, I didn't think so. Lucian, to his credit, didn't back away a step. From Rhys or me or the Illyrians. The clever fox stares down winged death. The painting flashed into my mind. So, again, I will say this only once. Rhys went on, his expression smoothing into lethal calm, dragging me from the colors and light and shadows gathering in my mind. Feyre did not dishonor or betray Tamlin. I revealed the mating bond months later, and she gave me hell for it, don't worry. But now that you've found your mate in a similar situation, perhaps you will try to understand how it felt. And if you can't be bothered, then I hope you're wise enough to keep your mouth shut, because the next time you look at my mate with that disdain and disgust, I won't bother to explain it again, and I will rip out your fucking throat. Rhys said it so mildly that the threat took a second to register, to settle in me like a stone plunked into a pool. Lucian only shifted on his feet, wary, considering. I counted the heartbeats, debating how much I'd interfere if he said something truly stupid, when he at last murmured, "There is a longer story to be told, it seems." Smart answer. The rage ebbed from Rhys's face, and Cashin's and Azriel's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. Just once, Lucian had said to me during those days on the run. That was all he wanted, to see Ellen only once. And then, I'd have to figure out what to do with him, unless my mate already had some plan in motion. One look at Rhys, who lifted his brows as if to say he's all yours, told me it was my call. But until then, cleared my throat. "I'm going to see my sisters up at the house," I said to Lucian, whose eyes snapped to mine, the metal one tightening and whirring. I forced a grim smile to my face. "Would you like to come?" Lucian weighed my offer, and the three males monitoring his every blink and breath. He only nodded. Another wise decision. We were gone within minutes, the quick walk up to the roof of the townhouse serving as Lucian's tour of my home. I didn't bother to point out the bedrooms. Lucian certainly didn't ask. Azriel left us as we took to the skies, murmuring that he had some pressing business to attend to. From the glare Cashin gave him, I wondered if the Shadowsinger had invented it to avoid carrying Lucian to the House of Wind. But Rhys's subtle nod to Azriel told me enough. There were indeed matters afoot, plans in motion as they always were, and once I finished visiting my sisters, I'd get answers of my own. So Cashin bore a stone-faced Lucian into the skies, and Rhys swept me into his arms, shooting us gracefully into the cloudless blue. With every wing beat, with every deep inhale of the citrus and salt breeze, some tightness in my body uncoiled. Even if every wing beat brought us closer to the house looming above Valaris, to my sisters. The House of Wind had been carved into the red, sun-warmed stone of the flat-topped mountains that lurked over one edge of the city, with countless balconies and patios jutting to overhang the 1,000-foot drop to the valley floor. Valaris's winding streets flowed right to the sheer wall of the mountain itself, and snaking through it wove the Sidra, a glittering, bright band in the midday sun. As we landed on the veranda that edged our usual dining room, Cashin and Lucian alighting behind us, I let it sink in. The city and the river and the distant sea, the jagged mountains on the other side of Valaris and the blazing blue of the sky above. And the House of Wind, my other home. The grand, formal sister to the townhouse, our public home, I supposed, where we would hold meetings and receive guests who weren't family. A far more pleasant alternative to my other residence, the Court of Nightmares. At least there, I could stay in the Moonstone Palace high atop the mountain under which the hewn city had been built. Though the people I'd rule over, I shut them from my thoughts as I adjusted my braid, tucking in strands that had been whipped free by the gentle wind Rhys had allowed through his shield while flying. Lucian just walked to the balcony rail and stared out. I didn't quite blame him. I glanced over a shoulder to where Rhys and Cashin now stood. Rhys lifted a brow. "Wait inside." Rhys's smile was sharp. "So you won't have any witnesses when you push him over the railing?" I gave him an incredulous look and strode for Lucian, Rhys's murmur to Cashin about getting a drink in the dining room the only indication of their departure. That, and the near-silent opening and closing of the glass doors that led into the dining room beyond. The same room where I'd first met most of them, my new family. I came up beside Lucien, the wind ripping strands of his red hair free from where he'd tied it at his nape. "This isn't what I expected," he said, taking in the sprawl of Valaris. "The city is still rebuilding after the Hybern attack." His eyes dropped to the carved balcony rail. "Even though we had no part in that, I'm sorry, but that's not what I meant." He glanced behind us, to where Rhys and Cashin waited inside the dining room, drinks now in hand, leaning all too casually against the giant oak table in its center. They became immensely interested in some spot or stain on the surface between them. I scowled at them but swallowed, and even though my sisters waited inside, even though the urge to see them was so tangible I wouldn't have been surprised to find a rope tugging me into the house, I said to Lucien, "Rhys saved my life on Calanmai." So I told him, all of it, the story that perhaps would help him understand, and realize how truly safe Ellen was, he now was. I eventually summoned Rhys to explain his own history, and he gave Lucien the barest details. None of the vulnerable, sorrowful bits that had reduced me to tears in that mountain cabin. But it painted a clear enough picture. Lucien said nothing while Rhys spoke, or when I continued with my tale, Cashin often chiming in with his own account of how it had been to live with two mated yet unmated people, to pretend Rhys wasn't courting me, to welcome me into their little circle. I didn't know how long had passed when we finished, though Rhys and Cashin used the time to unabashedly sun their wings by the open balcony ledge. I left off our story at Hybern, at the day I'd gone back to the spring court. Silence fell and Rhys and Cashin again walked away, understanding the emotion swimming in Lucien's eye, the meaning of the long breath he blew out. When we were alone, Lucien rubbed his eyes. "I've seen Rhys and do such horrible things, seen him play the Dark Prince over and over, and yet you tell me it was all a lie, a mask, all to protect this place, these people, and I would have laughed at you for believing it. And yet, this city exists, untouched, or until recently, I suppose. Even the Dawn Court cities are nothing so lovely as this. Lucien. And you love him, and he truly does love you." Lucien dragged a hand through his red hair. "And all these people I have spent my centuries hating, even fearing, they are your family. I think Amren would probably deny that she feels any affection for us. Amren is a bedtime story they told us as younglings to make us behave. Amren was who would drink my blood and carry me to hell if I acted out of line. And yet there she was, acting more like a cranky old aunt than anything. We don't enforce protocol and rank here. Obviously, Rhys lives in a townhouse by the cauldron." He waved an arm to encompass the city. I didn't know what to say, so I kept silent. "I hadn't realized I was a villain in your narrative," Lucien breathed. "You weren't. Not entirely." The sun danced on the distant sea, turning the horizon into a glittering sprawl of light. "She doesn't know anything about you, only the basics that Rhys gave her. You are a High Lord's son, serving in the Spring Court, and you helped me under the mountain. Nothing else." I didn't add that Rhys had told me my sister hadn't asked about him at all. I straightened. "I would like to see them first. I know you're anxious." "Just do it," Lucien said, bracing his forearms on the stone rail of the veranda. "Come get me when she's ready." I almost patted his shoulder, almost said something reassuring. But words failed me again as I headed for the dim interior of the house. Rhys had given Nesta and Ellen a suite of connecting rooms, all with views overlooking the city and river and distant mountains beyond. But it was in the family library that Rhys tracked down Nesta. There was a coiled, razor-sharp tension in Cashin as the three of us strode down the stairways of the house, the red stone halls dim and echoing with the rustle of Cashin's wings and the faint howl of wind rattling at every window. A tension that grew more taut with every step toward the double doors of the library. I hadn't asked if they had seen each other or spoken since that day in Hybern. Cashin volunteered no information, and I might have asked Rhys down the bond had he not opened one of the doors. Had I not immediately spied Nesta curled in an armchair, a book on her knees, looking, for once, very un-Nesta-like, casual, perhaps relaxed, perfectly content to be alone. The moment my shoes scuffed against the stone floor, she shot straight up, back going stiff, closing her book with a muffled thud. Yet her gray-blue eyes didn't so much as widen as they beheld me, as I took her in. Nesta had been beautiful as a human woman. As High Fae, she was devastating. From the utter stillness with which Cashin stood beside me, I wondered if he thought the same thing. She was in a pewter-colored gown, its make simple, yet the material fine. Her hair was braided over the crown of her head, accentuating her long, pale neck, a neck Cashin's eyes darted to, then quickly away from, as she sized us up and said to me, "You're back." With her hair styled like that, it hid the pointed ears. But there was nothing to hide the ethereal grace as she took one step. As her focus again returned to Cashin and she added, "What do you want?" I felt the blow like a punch to my gut. At least immortality hasn't changed some things about you. Nesta's look was nothing short of icy. "Is there a purpose to this visit, or may I return to my book?" Rhys's hand brushed mine in silent comfort, but his face hard as stone, and even less amused. But Cashin sauntered over to Nesta, a half-smile spreading across his face. She stood stiffly while he picked up the book, read the title, and chuckled. "I wouldn't have pegged you for a romance reader." She gave him a withering glare. Cashin leafed through the pages and drawled to me, "You haven't missed much while you were off destroying our enemies. Fair. It's mostly been this." Nesta whirled to me. "You accomplished it?" I clenched my jaw. "We'll see how it plays out." I made sure Ianthe suffered. At the hint of rage and fear that crept into Nesta's eyes, I amended, "Not enough, though." I glanced at her hand, the one she'd pointed with at the King of Hybern. Rhys had mentioned no signs of special powers from either of my sisters. Yet that day in Hybern, when Nesta had opened her eyes, I had seen it, seen something great and terrible within them. And again, "Why are you here?" She snatched her book from Cashin, who allowed her to do so, but remained standing beside her, watching every breath, every blink. "I wanted to see you," I said quietly. "See how you were doing. See if I've accepted my lot and found myself grateful for becoming one of them." I steeled my spine. "You're my sister. I watched them hurt you. I wanted to see if you were all right." A low, bitter laugh, but she turned to Cashin, looked him over as if she were a queen on a throne, and then declared to all of us, "What do I care? I get to be young and beautiful forever, and I never have to go back to those sycophantic fools over the wall. I get to do as I wish, since apparently no one here has any regard for rules or manners or our traditions. Perhaps I should thank you for dragging me into this." Rhys put a hand on the small of my back before the words even struck their target. Nesta snorted. "But it's not me you should be checking on. I had as little at stake on the other side of the wall as I do here." Hate rippled over her features, enough hate that I felt sick. Nesta hissed, "She will not leave her room. She will not stop crying. She will not eat, or sleep, or drink." Rhys's jaw clenched. "I have asked you over and over if you need it. Why should I allow any of you?" The last word was shot at Cashin with as much venom as a pit viper. "To get near her, it is no one's business but our own. Ellen's mate is here," I said, and it was the wrong thing to utter in Nesta's presence. She went white with rage. "He is no such thing to her?" she snarled, advancing on me enough that Rhys slid a shield into place between us, as if he, too, had glimpsed that mighty power in her eyes that day in Hybern, and did not know how it would manifest. "If you bring that male anywhere near her, I'll..." "You'll what?" Cashin crooned. trailing her at a casual pace as she stopped perhaps 5 feet from me. He lifted a brow as she whirled on him. You won't join me for practice, so you sure as hell aren't going to hold your own in a fight. You won't talk about your powers, so you certainly aren't going to be able to wield them. And you! Shut your mouth, she snapped, every inch the conquering empress. I told you to stay the hell away from me, and if you come between a male and his mate, Nesta Arkharron, and you're going to learn about the consequences the hard way. Nesta's nostrils flared. Cashin only gave her a crooked grin. I cut in. If Ellen is not up for it, then she won't see him. I won't force the meeting on her. But he does wish to see her, Nesta. I'll ask on his behalf, but the decision will be hers. The male who sold us out to Hybern. It's more complicated than that. Well, it will certainly be more complicated when Father returns and finds us gone. What do you plan to tell him about all this? Seeing as he hasn't sent word from the continent in months, I'll worry about that later, I sniped back, and thanked the cauldron for it that he was off trading in some lucrative territory. Nesta only shook her head, turning toward the chair and her book. I don't care. Do what you want. A stinging dismissal, if not admission that she still trusted me enough to consider Ellen's needs first. Rhys jerked his chin at Cashin in a silent order to leave, and as I followed them, I said softly, I'm sorry, Nesta. She didn't answer as she sat stiffly in her chair, picked up her book, and dutifully ignored us. A blow to the face would have been better. When I looked ahead, I found Cashin staring back at Nesta as well. I wondered why no one had yet mentioned what now shone in Cashin's eyes as he gazed at my sister, the sorrow and the longing. The suite was filled with sunlight. Every curtain shoved back as far as it could go to let in as much sun as possible. As if any bit of darkness was abhorrent, as if to chase it away. And seated in a small chair before the sunniest of the windows, her back to us, was Ellen. Where Nesta had been in contented silence before we found her, Ellen's silence was hollow, empty. Her hair was down, not even braided. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen it unbound. She wore a moon-white silk dressing robe. She did not look or speak, or even flinch as we entered. Her two thin arms rested on her chair. That iron engagement ring still encircled her finger. Her skin was so pale it looked like fresh snow in the harsh light. I realized then that the color of death, of sorrow, was white. The lack of color, of vibrancy. I left Cashin and Rhys by the door. Nesta's rage was better than this shell. This void. My breath caught as I edged around her chair, beheld the city view she stared so blankly at. Then beheld the hollowed-out cheeks, the bloodless lips, the brown eyes that had once been rich and warm, and now seemed utterly dull, like grave dirt. She didn't so much as look at me as I said softly, Ellen? I didn't dare reach for her hand. I didn't dare get too close. I had done this. I had brought this upon them. I'm back, I added a bit limply, uselessly. All she said was, I want to go home. I closed my eyes, my chest unbearably tight. I know. He'll be looking for me, she whispered. I know, I said again. Not Lucien. She wasn't talking about him at all. We were supposed to be married next week. I put a hand on my chest, as if it had stopped the cracking in there. I'm sorry. Nothing. Not even a flicker of emotion. Everyone keeps saying that. Her thumb brushed the ring on her finger. But it doesn't fix anything, does it? I couldn't get enough air in. I couldn't breathe, looking at this broken, carved-out thing my sister had become. What I'd robbed her of, what I'd taken from her. Rhys was there, an arm sliding around my waist. Can we get you anything, Ellen? He spoke with such gentleness I could barely stand it. I want to go home, she repeated. I couldn't ask her about Lucien. Not now, not yet. I turned away, fully prepared to bolt and completely fall apart in another room, another section of the house. But Lucien was standing in the doorway, and from the devastation on his face, I knew he'd heard every word, seen and heard and felt the hollowness and despair radiating from her. Ellen had always been gentle and sweet, and I had considered it a different sort of strength, a better strength, to look at the hardness of the world and choose, over and over, to love, to be kind. She had been always so full of light. Perhaps that was why she now kept all the curtains open, to fill the void that existed where all of that light had once been. And now nothing remained. Chapter 16. Rhys and silently led Lucien to the suite he'd be occupying at the opposite end of the House of Wind. Cassian and I trailed behind, none of us speaking until my mate opened a set of onyx doors to reveal a sunny sitting room carved from more red stone. Beyond the wall of windows, the city flowed far below, the view stretching to the distant jagged mountains and glittering sea. Rhys paused in the center of a midnight blue hand-woven rug and gestured to the sealed doors on his left. Bedroom. He waved a lazy hand toward the single door on the opposite wall. Bathing room. Lucien surveyed it all with cool indifference. What he felt about Ellen, what he planned to do, I didn't want to ask. I assume you'll need clothes, Rhys went on, nodding toward Lucien's filthy jacket and pants, which he'd worn for the past week while we scrambled through territories. Indeed, that was blood splattered in several spots. Any preferences for attire? That drew Lucien's attention, the male shifting enough to take in Rhys, to note Cassian and me lurking in the doorway. Is there a cost? If you're trying to say that you have no money, don't worry. The clothes are complimentary. Rhys gave him a half smile. If you're trying to ask if this is some sort of bribe, a shrug. You are a High Lord's son. It would be bad manners not to house and clothe you in your time of need. Lucien bristled. Stop baiting him, I shot down the bond. But it's so fun, came the purred reply. Something had rattled him. Rattled Rhys enough that taunting Lucien was an easy way to take the edge off. I stepped closer, Cassian remaining behind me as I told Lucien. We'll be back for dinner in a few hours. Rest a while, bathe. If you need anything, pull that rope by the door. Lucien stiffened. Not at what I'd said, I realized, but at the tone. A hostess. But he asked, what of Ellen? Your call, Rhys offered. I need to think about it, I answered plainly, until I figure out what to do with her, with Nesta. Stay out of their way. I added perhaps too tightly. This house is warded against winnowing, both from outside and within. There's one way out, the stairs to the city. 2 is warded and guarded. Please don't do anything stupid. So, am I a prisoner? I could feel the response simmering in Rhys, but I shook my head. No, but understand, while you may be her mate, Ellen is my sister. I'll do what I must to protect her from further harm. I would never hurt her. A bleak sort of honesty in his words. I simply nodded, loosening a breath, and met Rhysand's stare in silent urging. My mate gave no indication of my wordless plea as he said, you are free to wander where you wish, into the city itself if you feel like braving the stairs. But there are 2 conditions. You are not to take either sister, and you are not to enter their floor. If you require a book from the library, you will ask the servants. If you wish to speak to Ellen or Nesta, you will also ask the servants, who will ask us. If you disregard those rules, I'll lock you in a room with Amren. Then Rhys turned away, hands sliding into his pockets as he offered his hooked elbow to me. I looped my arm through his, but said to Lucien, we'll see you in a few hours. We were almost to the door, Cassian already in the hall, when Lucien said to me, thank you. I didn't dare ask him for what. We flew right to Amren's loft, more than a few people waving as we soared over the rooftops of Valaris. My smile wasn't faked when I waved back to them. My people. Rhys only held me a bit tighter while I did so, his own smile as bright as the sun on the Sidra. Mor and Azriel were already waiting inside Amren's apartment, seated like scolded children on the threadbare divan against the wall, while the dark-haired female flipped through the pages of books sprawled around her on the floor. Moore gave me a grateful, relieved look as we entered, Azriel's own face revealing nothing while he stood, keeping a careful, too casual distance from her side. But it was Amren who said from the floor, "You should kill Baron and his sons and set up the handsome one as High Lord of Autumn, self-imposed exile or no. It will make life easier." "I'll take that into consideration," Rhys said, striding toward her while I remained with the others. If they were hanging back, Amren had to be in some mood. I blew out a breath. Who else thinks it's a terrible idea to leave the three of them up at the House of Wind? Cashin raised his hand as Rhys and Moore chuckled. The High Lord's general said, "I give him an hour before he tries to see her." 30 minutes? Moore countered, sitting back down on the divan and crossing her legs. I cringed. I guarantee Nesta is now guarding Ellen. I think she might honestly kill him if he so much as tries to touch her. "Not without training she won't," Cashin grumbled, tucking in his wings as he claimed the seat beside Moore that Azriel had vacated. The Shadow Zinger didn't so much as look at it. No, Azriel just walked to the wall beside Cashin and leaned against the wood paneling. But Rhys and the others remained quiet enough that I knew to proceed carefully as I asked Cashin. "Nesta spoke as if you've been up at the house. Often. You've offered to train her." Cashin's hazel eyes shuddered as he crossed a booted ankle over another, stretching his muscled legs before him. "I go up there every other day. It's good exercise for my wings." Those wings shifted in emphasis. Not a scratch marred them. And what you saw in the library is a pleasanter version of the conversation we always have." Moore's lips pressed into a thin line, as if she was trying her best not to say anything. Azriel was trying his best to shoot a warning stare at Moore to remind her to indeed keep her mouth shut, as if they'd already discussed this many times. "I don't blame her," Cashin said, shrugging despite his words. "She was violated. Her body stopped belonging wholly to her." His jaw clenched. Even Amren didn't dare say anything. "And I am going to peel the King of Hybern's skin off his bones the next time I see him." His siphons flickered in answer. Rhys said casually, "I'm sure the king will thoroughly enjoy the experience." Cashin glowered. "I mean it." "Oh, I have no doubt that you do." Rhys's violet eyes were dazzling in the dimness of the loft. "But before you lose yourself in plans for revenge, do remember that we have a war to plan first." "Asshole." A corner of my mate's mouth tugged upward, and Rhys was goading him, working Cashin into a temper to keep that brittle edge of guilt from consuming him. The others letting him take on the task, likely having done it several times themselves these weeks. "I am most definitely that," Rhys said, "but the fact still remains that revenge is secondary to winning this war." Cashin opened his mouth as if he'd keep arguing, but Rhys peered at the books scattered on the lush carpet. "Nothing?" he asked Amren. "I don't know why you sent those two buffoons." A narrowed glance toward Moore and Azriel. "To monitor me." So this was where Azriel had gone, right to the loft. To no doubt spare Moore from enduring Amren duty alone. But Amren's tone, cranky, yes, but perhaps a bit of a front, too, to banish that too fragile gleam in Cashin's eyes. "We're not monitoring you," Moore said, tapping her foot on the carpet. "We're monitoring the book." And as she said it, I felt it, heard it. Amren had placed the Book of Breathings on her nightstand, a glass of old blood atop it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cringe. The latter won out as the book murmured, "Hello, sweet-faced liar. Hello, princess with—" "Oh, be quiet," Amren hissed toward the book. "Who? Shut up. Odious thing," she muttered, and went back to the tome before her. Rhys gave me a wry smile. Since the two halves of the book were joined back together, it has been known to speak every now and then. "What does it say?" "Utter nonsense," Amren spat, scowling at the book. "It just likes to hear itself talk, like most of the people cramping up my apartment." Cashin smirked. Did someone forget to feed Amren again? She pointed a warning finger at him without so much as looking up. Is there a reason, Rhys, and why you dragged your yapping pack into my home? Her home was little more than a giant, converted attic, but none of us dared argue as Mor, Cashin, and Azriel finally came closer, forming a small circle around Amren's sprawl in the center of the room. Rhys said to me, "The information you got from Dagden and Brannock confirms what we've been gathering ourselves while you were gone, especially Hybern's potential allies in other territories on the continent." "Vultures," Mor muttered, and Cashin looked inclined to agree. But Rhys had indeed been spying while Azriel had been. Rhys snorted. "I can stay hidden, mate." I glared at him, but Azriel cut in. "Having Hybern's movements confirmed by you, Feyre, is what we needed." "Why?" Cashin crossed his arms. "We barely stand a chance of surviving Hybern's armies on our own. If armies from Valahin, Montesir, and Rask join them..." He drew a line across his tan throat. Mor elbowed him in the ribs. Cashin nudged her right back as Azriel shook his head at both of them, shadows coiling around the tips of his wings. "Are those 3 territories that powerful?" Perhaps it was a foolish question, showing how little I knew of the fairy lands on the continent. "Yes," Azriel said, no judgment in his hazel eyes. "Valahin has the numbers, Montesir has the money, and Rask. It is large enough to have both. And we have no potential allies amongst the other overseas territories?" Rhys pulled at a stray thread on the cuff of his black jacket. "Not ones that would sail here to help." My stomach turned. What of Miriam and Draken? He'd once refused to consider, but "You fought for Miriam and Draken centuries ago," I said to Rhys. "He'd done a great deal more than that if Jurian was to be believed. Perhaps it's time to call in that debt." But Rhys shook his head. "We tried. Azriel went to Cretia, the island where Miriam, Draken, and their unified human and Fey peoples had secretly lived for the past 5 centuries. It was abandoned," Azriel said, "in ruin, with no trace of what happened or where they went." "You think Hybern?" "There was no sign of Hybern or of any harm." Mor cut in, her face taut. They had been her friends, too, during the war. Miriam and Draken and the human queens who had gotten the treaty signed. And it was worry, true, deep worry, that guttered in her brown eyes, in all their eyes. "Then do you think they heard about Hybern and ran?" I asked. "Draken had a winged legion," Rhys had once told me. "If there was any chance of finding them, the Draken and Miriam I knew wouldn't have run. Not from this," Rhys said. Mor leaned forward, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders. "But with Jurian now a player in this conflict, Miriam and Draken, whether they like it or not, have always been tied to him. I don't blame them for running, if he truly hunts them." Rhys's face slackened for a heartbeat. "That is what the king of Hybern has on Jurian," he murmured. "Why Jurian works for him." My brow furrowed. "Miriam died. A spear through her chest during that last battle at the sea," Rhys explained. "She bled out while she was carried to safety. But Draken knew of a sacred, hidden island where an object of great and terrible power had been concealed. An object made by the cauldron itself, legend claimed. He brought her there to Cretia, used the item to resurrect her, make her immortal. As you were made, Feyre. Amren had said it months ago, that Miriam had been made as I was. Amren seemed to remember it, too, as she said. The king of Hybern must have promised Jurian to use the cauldron to track the item, to where Miriam and Draken now live. Perhaps they figured that out, and left as fast as they could. And for revenge, for that insane rage that hounded Jurian, he'd do whatever the king of Hybern asked, so he could kill Miriam himself. But where did they go? I looked to Azriel, the Shadowsinger still standing with preternatural stillness against the wall. You found no trace at all of where they might have vanished to? None, Rhys answered for him. We've sent messengers back since, to no avail. I rubbed at my face, sealing off that path of hope. Then, if they are not a possible ally, how do we keep those other territories on the continent from joining with Hybern, from sending their armies here? I winced. That's our plan, isn't it? Rhys smiled grimly. It is. One we've been working on while you were away. I waited, trying not to pace as Amren's silver eyes seemed to glow with amusement. I looked at Hybern first, at its people, as best I could. He'd gone to Hybern. Rhys smirked at the concern flaring across my face. I'd hoped that Hybern might have some internal conflict to exploit, to get them to collapse from within. That its people might not want this war, might see it as costly and dangerous and unnecessary. But 500 years on that island, with little trade, little opportunity, Hybern's people are hungry for change. Or rather, a change back to the old days, when they had human slaves to do their work, when there were no barriers keeping them from what they now perceive as their right. Amren slammed shut the book she'd been perusing. Fools! She shook her head, inky hair swaying, as she scowled up at me. Hybern's wealth has been dwindling for centuries. Most of their trade routes before the war dealt with the South, with the Black Land. But once it went to the humans, we don't know if Hybern's king deliberately failed to establish new trade routes and opportunities for his people in order to one day fuel this war, or if he was just that short-sighted and let everything fall apart. But for centuries now, Hybern's people have been festering. Hybern let their resentment of their growing stagnation and poverty fester. There are many High Fae, Moore said carefully, who believed before the war and still believe now that humans, that they are property. There were many High Fae who knew nothing but privilege thanks to those slaves. And when that privilege was ripped away from them, when they were forced to leave their homelands or forced to make room for other High Fae and reform territories, create new ones. Above that wall, they have not forgotten that anger, even centuries later, especially not in places like Hybern, where their territory and population remained mostly untouched by change. They were one of the few who did not have to yield any land to the wall, and did not yield any land to the Fae territories now looking for a new home. Isolated, growing poorer, with no slaves to do their labor, Hybern has long viewed the days before the war as a golden era, and these centuries since as a dark age. I rubbed at my chest. They're all insane to think that. Rhys nodded. Yes, they certainly are. But don't forget that their king has encouraged these limited worldviews. He did not expand their trade routes, did not allow other territories to take any of his land and bring their cultures. He considered where things went wrong for the loyalists in the war, how they ultimately yielded not from being overwhelmed but because they began arguing amongst themselves. Hybern has had a long while to think on those mistakes, and how to avoid them at any cost. So he made sure his people are completely for this war, completely for the idea of the wall coming down, because they think it will somehow restore this gilded vision of the past. Hybern's people see their king and their armies not as conquerors, but as liberators of High Fae and those who stand with them. Nausea churned in my gut. How can anyone believe that? Azriel ran a scarred hand through his hair. That's what we've been learning, listening in Hybern, and in territories like Rask and Montasir and Valahin. We're to be made an example of girl, Amren explained. Prythian. We were among the fiercest defenders and negotiators of the treaty. Hybern wants to claim Prythian not only to clear the path to the continent, but to make an example of what happens to High Fae territories that defend the treaty. But surely other territories would protect it, I said, scanning their faces. Not as many as we'd hoped, Rhys admitted, wincing. There are many, too many, who have also felt squashed and suffocated during these centuries. They want their old lands back beneath the wall, and the power and prosperity that came with it. Their vision of the past has been colored by 500 years of struggling to adjust and thrive. Perhaps we did them a disservice, Moore mused, in not sharing enough of our wealth, our territory. Perhaps we are to blame for allowing some of this to rot and fester. That remains to be discussed, Amren said, waving a delicate hand. The point is that we are not facing an army hellbent on destruction. They are hellbent on what they believe is liberation, of high fae stifled by the wall, and what they believe still belongs to them. I swallowed. So how do the other territories play into it, the three? Hybern claims we'll ally with them. I looked between Rhys and Azriel. You said you were over there? Rhys shrugged. Over there in Hybern in the other territories. He winked at my gaping mouth. I had to keep myself busy to avoid missing you. Moore rolled her eyes. But it was Cashin who said, we can't afford to let those three territories join with Hybern. If they send armies to Prythian, we're done. So what do we do? Rhys leaned against the carved post of Amren's bed. We've been keeping them busy. He jerked his chin to Azriel. We planted information, truth and lies and a blend of both, for them to find. And also scattered some of it among our old allies, who are now balking at supporting us. Azriel's smile was a slash of white. Lies and truth, the Shadowzinger and his spies had sowed them in foreign courts. My brow narrowed. You've been playing the territories on the continent off each other? We've been making sure that they're kept busy with each other, Cashin said, a hint of wicked humor glinting in his hazel eyes. Making sure that longtime enemies and rival nations of Rask, Valahan, and Montesir have suddenly received information that has them worried about being attacked, and raising their own defenses, which in turn has made Rask, Valahan, and Montesir start looking toward their own borders and not our own. If our allies from the war are too scared to come here to fight, Moore said, folding her arms over her chest, then as long as they're keeping the others occupied, keeping them from sailing here, we don't care. I blinked at them, at Rhys. Brilliant, utterly brilliant, to keep them so focused and fearful of each other that they stayed away. So, they won't be coming? We can only pray, Amren said, and pray we deal with this fast enough that they don't figure out we've played them all. What of the human queens, though? I chewed on the tip of my thumb. They have to be aware that no bargain with Hybern would ultimately work to their advantage. Moore braced her forearms on her thighs. Who knows what Hybern promised them? Lied about. He already granted them immortality through the cauldron in exchange for their cooperation. If they were foolish enough to agree to it, then I don't doubt they've already thrown open the gates to him. But we don't know that for certain, Amren countered, and none of it explains why they've been so quiet, locked up in that palace. Rhys and Azriel shook their heads in silent confirmation. I surveyed them, their fading amusement. It drives you mad, doesn't it, that no one has been able to get inside that palace. A low growl from both of them before Azriel muttered, "You have no idea." Amren just clicked her tongue, her upswept eyes settling on me. Those Hybern commanders were fools to reveal their plans in regard to breaking the wall. Or perhaps they knew the information would return to us, and their master wants us to stew. I angled my head. You mean shattering the wall through the holes already in it? A bob of her sharp chin as she gestured to the books around her. It's complex spell work, a loophole through the magic that binds the wall. And it implies, Moore said, frowning deeply, that something might be amiss with the cauldron. I raised my brows, considering, because the cauldron should be able to bring that wall down on its own, right? Right, Rhys said, striding to the book on the nightstand. He didn't dare touch it. Why bother seeking out those holes to help the cauldron when he could unleash its power and be done with it? Maybe he used too much of its power transforming my sisters and those queens. It's likely, Rhys said, stalking back to my side. But if he's going to exploit those tears in the wall, we need to find a way to fix them before he can act. I asked Amren, are there spells to patch it up? I'm looking, she said through her teeth. It'd help if someone dragged their ass to a library to do more research. We are at your disposal, Cashin offered with a mock bow. I wasn't aware you could read, Amren said sweetly. It could be a fool's errand. Azriel cut in before Cashin could voice the retort dancing in his eyes. to get us to focus on the wall as a decoy while he strikes from another direction. I grimaced at the book. Why not just try to nullify the cauldron again? Because it nearly killed you the last time, Rhys said in a sort of calm, steady voice that told me enough. There was no way in hell he'd risk me attempting it again. I straightened. I wasn't prepared in Hybern. None of us were. If I tried again. Moore cut in. If you tried again, it might very well kill you. Not to mention, we'd have to actually get to the cauldron, which isn't an option. The king, Azriel clarified at my furrowed brow, won't allow the cauldron out of his sight, and he's rigged it with more spells and traps than the last time. I opened my mouth to object, but the Shadowsinger added, "We looked into it. It's not a viable path." I believed him. The stark honesty in those hazel eyes was confirmation enough that they'd weighed it thoroughly. Well, if it's too risky to nullify the cauldron, I mused, then can I somehow fix the wall? If the wall was made by fairies coming together, and my very magic is a blend of so many. Amren considered in the silence that fell. Perhaps the relationship would be tenuous, but yes, perhaps you could patch it up. Though your sisters, directly forged by the cauldron itself, might bear the sort of magic we. My sisters play no part in this. Another beat of silence, interrupted only by the rustle of Azriel's wings. I asked them to help once, and look what happened. I won't risk them again. Amren snorted. You sound exactly like Tamlin. I felt the words like a blow. Rhys slid a hand against my back, having appeared so fast I didn't see him move. But before he could reply, Moore said quietly, "Don't you ever say that sort of bullshit again, Amren." There was nothing on Moore's face beyond cold calm, fury. I'd never seen her look so terrifying. She had been furious with the mortal queens, but this was the face of the High Lord's third in command. If you're cranky because you're hungry, then tell us. Moore went on with that frozen quiet. But if you say anything like that again, I will throw you in the God's damned Sidra. I'd like to see you try. A little smile was Moore's only answer. Amren slid her attention to me. We need your sisters, if not for this, then to convince others to join us of the risk, since any would-be ally might have some difficulty believing us after so many years of lies. Apologize, said Moore. Moore, I murmured. Apologize, she hissed at Amren. Amren said nothing. Moore took a step toward her, and I said, she's right. They both looked to me, brows raised. I swallowed. Amren is right. I walked out of Rhys's touch, realizing he'd kept silent to let me sort it out. Let me figure out how to deal with both of them as family, but mostly as their High Lady. Moore's face tightened, but I shook my head. I can ask my sisters, see if they have any sort of power, see if they'd be willing to talk to others about what they endured. But I won't force them to help if they do not wish to participate. The choice will be theirs. I glanced at my mate, the male who had always presented me with a choice not as a gift, but as my own God's given right. Rhys's violet eyes flickered in acknowledgement. But I'll make our desperation clear. Amren huffed, hardly more than a bird of prey puffing its feathers. Compromise, Amren, Rhys purred. It's called compromise. She ignored him. If you want to start convincing your sisters, get them out of the house. Being cooped up never helped anyone. Rhys said smoothly, I'm not entirely sure Valaris is prepared for. Nesta Arkharan. My sister's not some feral animal, I snapped. Rhys recoiled a bit, the others suddenly finding the carpet, the divan, the books incredibly fascinating. I didn't mean that. I didn't answer. Moore frowned in disapproval at Rhys, who I felt watching me carefully, but asked me, What of Ellen? I shifted slightly, pushing past the words still hanging between me and Rhys. I can ask, but she might not be ready to be around so many people. I clarified. She was supposed to be married next week. So she keeps saying over and over, Amren grumbled. I shot her a glare. Careful. Amren blinked up at me in surprise. But I went on. So, we need to find a way to patch up the wall before Hybern uses the cauldron to break it, and fight this war before any other territories join Hybern's assault, and eventually get the cauldron itself. Anything else? Rhys said behind me, his own voice carefully casual. That covers it. As soon as a force can be assembled, we take on Hybern. The Illyrian legions are nearly ready, Cassian said. No, Rhys said. I mean a bigger force. A force not just from the Night Court, but from all of Prythian. Our only decent shot at finding allies in this war. None of us spoke. None of us moved as Rhys said simply, tomorrow, invitations go out to every High Lord in Prythian. For a meeting in 2 weeks. It's time we see who stands with us. And make sure they understand the consequences if they don't. Chapter 17. I let Cassian carry me to the house 2 hours later, just because he admitted he was still working to strengthen his wings and needed to push himself. Heat rippled off the tiled roofs and red stone as we soared high over them, the sea breeze a cool kiss against my face. We'd barely finished debating 30 minutes ago, only stopping when Moore's stomach had grumbled as loudly as a breaking thunderhead. We'd spent our time weighing the merits of where to meet, who to bring along to the meeting with the High Lords. Invitations would go out tomorrow, but not specify the meeting place. There was no point in selecting one, Rhys said, when the High Lords would no doubt refuse our initial selection and counter with their own choice of where to gather. All we had chosen was the day and the time. The 2 weeks a cushion against the bickering that was sure to ensue. The rest, we'd just have to prepare for every possibility. We'd quickly return to the townhouse to change before heading back up to the house, and I'd found Nuala and Ceridwen waiting in my room, smiles on their shadowy faces. I'd embraced them both, even if Rhys's hello had been less enthusiastic. Not for dislike of the half-wraiths, but I snapped at him. In Amren's apartment, he hadn't seemed angry, and yet, I'd felt him carefully watching me these past few hours. It had made it strange to look at him. Strange enough that the appetite I'd been steadily building had gone a bit queasy. I'd challenged him before, but not as High Lady, not with the tone. So I didn't get to ask him about it as Nuala and Ceridwen helped me dress, and he headed into the bathing room to wash up. Not that there was much finery to bother with. I'd opted for my Illyrian leather pants and a loose, white shirt, and a pair of embroidered slippers that Cassian kept snorting at as we flew. When he did so for the 3rd time in 2 minutes, I pinched his arm and said, "It's hot. Those boots are stuffy." His brows rose, the portrait of innocence. I didn't say anything. You grunted. Again. I've been living with Moore for 500 years. I've learned the hard way not to question shoe choices. He smirked. However stupid they may be. It's dinner. Unless there's some battle planned afterward. Your sister will be there. I'd say that's battle aplenty. I casually studied his face, noting how hard he worked to keep his features neutral, to keep his gaze fixed anywhere but on my own. Rhys flew nearby, far enough to remain out of earshot as I said, "Would you use her to see if she can somehow fix the wall?" Hazel eyes shot to me, fierce and clear. Yes, not only for our sakes, but she needs to get out of the house. She needs to. Cassian's wings kept up a steady booming beat, the new sections only detectable by their lack of scarring. She'll destroy herself if she stays cooped up in there. My chest tightened. I thought through my words. The day she was changed, I felt something different with her. I fought against the tensing in my muscles as I recalled those moments. The screaming and the blood and the nausea as I watched my sisters taken against their will. As I could do nothing, I swallowed down the fear, the guilt. It was like everything she was, that steel and fire, it became magnified, cataclysmic, like looking at a house cat and suddenly finding a panther standing there instead. I shook my head, as if it would clear away the memory of the predator. the rage simmering in those blue-gray eyes. "I will never forget those moments," Cashin said quietly, scenting or sensing the memories wreaking havoc on me. "As long as I live." "Have you seen any glimpse of it since?" "Nothing." The house loomed, golden lights at the walls of windows and doorways beckoning us closer. "But I can feel it, sometimes," he added a bit ruefully, "usually when she's pissed at me, which is most of the time." Why? They'd always been at each other's throats. But yes, the dynamic between them had been different earlier. Sharper. Cashin shook his dark hair out of his eyes, slightly longer than the last time I'd seen it. "I don't think Nesta will ever forgive me for what happened in Highburn. To her, but mostly to Ellen. Your wings were shredded. You were barely alive." For that was guilt, ravaging and poisonous, in each of Cashin's words. What the others had been fighting against in the loft. "You were in no position to save anyone." I made her a promise. The wind ruffled Cashin's hair as he squinted at the sky. "And when it mattered, I didn't keep it." I still dreamed of him trying to crawl toward her, reaching for her even in the semi-unconscious state the pain and blood loss had thrown him into, as Rhysand had once done for me during those last moments with Amarantha. Perhaps only a few wing beats separated us from the broad landing veranda, but I asked, "Why do you bother, Cashin?" His hazel eyes shuddered as we smoothly landed, and I thought he wouldn't answer, especially not as we heard the others already in the dining room beyond the veranda, especially not when Rhys gracefully landed beside us and strode in ahead with a wink. But Cashin said quietly as we headed for the dining room, "Because I can't stay away." Ellen, not surprisingly, didn't leave her room. Nesta, surprisingly, did. It wasn't a formal dinner by any means, though Lucian, standing near the windows and watching the sun set over Valaris, was wearing a fine green jacket embroidered with gold, his cream-colored pants showing off muscled thighs, and his knee-high black boots polished enough that the chandeliers of Phaelite reflected off them. He'd always had a casual grace about him, but here, tonight, with his hair tied back and jacket buttoned to his neck, he truly looked the part of a High Lord's son. Handsome, powerful, a bit rakish, but well-mannered and elegant. I aimed for him as the others helped themselves to the wine breathing in decanters on the ancient wood table, keenly aware that while my friends chatted, they kept one eye on us. Lucian ran his one eye over me, my casual attire, then the Illyrians in their leathers and Amren in her usual gray, and Moore in her flowing red gown, and said, "What is the dress code?" I shrugged, passing him the glass of wine I'd brought over. "It's whatever we feel like." That gold eye clicked and narrowed, then returned to the city ahead. "What did you do with yourself this afternoon?" "Slept," he said. "Washed. Sat on my ass." "I could give you a tour of the city tomorrow morning," I offered, "if you like." Never mind that we had a meeting to plan for, a wall to heal, a war to fight. I could set aside half a day, show him why this place had become my home, why I had fallen in love with its ruler. As if sensing my thoughts, Lucian said, "You don't need to waste your time convincing me. I get it. I get that we were not what you wanted, or needed. How small and isolated our home must have been for you, once you saw this." He jerked his chin toward the city, where lights were now sparking into view amid the falling twilight. Who could compare? I almost said, "Don't you mean what could compare?" but held my tongue. His focus shifted behind me before he replied, and Lucian shut his mouth. His metal I whirred softly. I followed his glance, and tried not to tense as Nesta stepped into the room. Yes, devastating was a good word for how lovely she'd become as High Fae, and in a long-sleeved, dark blue gown that clung to her curves before falling gracefully to the ground in a spill of fabric, Cashin looked like someone had punched him in the gut. But Nesta stared right at me, the Fey light shimmering along the silver combs in her upswept hair. The others, she dutifully ignored, chin lifting as she strode for us. I prayed that Moore and Amren, their brows high, wouldn't say any Where did that dress come from? Moore said, red gown flowing behind her as she breezed toward Nesta. My sister drew up short, shoulders tensing, readying to, but Moore was already there, fingering the heavy blue fabric, surveying every stitch. I want one, she pouted, her attempt, no doubt, to segue into an invitation to shop for a larger wardrobe with me. As High Lady, I'd need clothes, fancier ones, especially for this meeting. My sister's, too. Moore's brown eyes flicked to mine, and I had to fight the crushing gratitude that threatened to make my own burn as I approached them. I assume my mate dug it up somewhere, I said, throwing a glance over my shoulder at Reese, who was perched on the edge of the dining table, flanked by AZ and Cashin. All three Illyrians pretending that they weren't listening to every word as they poured the wine amongst themselves. Busybodies. I sent the thought down the bond, and Reese's dark laughter echoed in return. He gets all the credit for clothes, Moore said, examining the fabric of Nesta's skirt while my sister monitored like a hawk. And he never tells me where he finds them. He still won't tell me where he found Feyre's dress for Starfall. She threw a glare over her shoulder. Bastard. Reese chuckled. Cashin, however, didn't smile, every pore of him seemingly fixed on Nesta and Moore. On what my sister would do. Moore only examined the silver combs in Nesta's hair. It's a good thing we're not the same size, or else I might be tempted to steal that dress. Likely right off her, Cashin muttered. Moore's answering smirk wasn't reassuring. But Nesta's face remained blank, cold. She looked Moore up and down, noting the dress that exposed much of her midriff, back, and chest, then the flowing skirts with sheer panels that revealed glimpses of her legs. Scandalous by human fashions. Fortunately for you, Nesta said flatly, I don't return the sentiment. Azriel coughed into his wine. But Nesta only walked to the table and claimed a seat. Moore blinked, but confided to me with a wince. I think we're going to need a lot more wine. Nesta's spine stiffened, but she said nothing. I'll raid the collection, Cashin offered, disappearing through the inner hall doors too quickly to be casual. Nesta stiffened a bit more. Teasing my sister, poking fun at her, I snatched a seat at. Nesta sighed and murmured, They mean well. Nesta just ran a finger over her ivory and obsidian place setting, examining the silverware with vines of night-blooming jasmine engraved around the hilts. I don't care. Amren slid into the seat across from me, right as Cashin returned, a bottle in each hand, and cringed. Amren said to my sister, You're a real piece of work. Nesta's eyes flicked up. Amren idly swirled a goblet of blood, watching her like a cat with a new, interesting toy. Nesta only said, Why do your eyes glow? Little curiosity, just a blunt need for explanation. And no fear, none. Amren angled her head. You know, none of these busybodies have ever asked me that. Those busybodies were trying not to look too concerned, as was. Nesta only waited. Amren sighed, her dark bob swaying. They glow because it was the one part of me the containment spell could not quite get right. The one glimpse into what lurks beneath. And what is beneath? None of the others spoke, or even moved. Lucian, still by the window, had turned the color of fresh paper. Amren traced a finger along the rim of her goblet, her red-tinted nail gleaming as bright as the blood inside. They never dared ask me that either. Why? Because it is not polite to ask, and they are afraid. Amren held Nesta's stare, and my sister did not balk, did not flinch. We are the same, you and I, Amren said. I wasn't sure I was breathing. Through the bond, I wasn't sure Reese was either. Not in flesh, not in the thing that prowls beneath our skin and bones. Amren's remarkable eyes narrowed. But I see the Colonel, girl. Amren nodded, more to herself than anyone. You did not fit the mold that they shoved you into, the path you were born upon and forced to walk. You tried, and yet you could not fit. And then the path changed. A little nod. I know what it is to be that way. I remember it, long ago as it was. Nesta had mastered the Fae's preternatural stillness far more quickly than I had, and she sat there for a few heartbeats, simply staring at the strange, delicate female across from her, weighing the words, the power that radiated from Amren. And then Nesta merely said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Amren's red lips parted in a wide, serpentine smile. "When you erupt, girl, make sure it is felt across worlds." A shiver slithered down my skin. But Rhys drawled, "Amren, it seems, has been taking drama lessons at the theater down the street from her house." She shot him a glare. "I mean it, Rhys, and I'm sure you do," he said, claiming the seat to my right. "But I'd prefer to eat something before you make us lose our appetites." His broad hand warmed my knee as he clasped it beneath the table, giving me a reassuring squeeze. Cashin took the seat on Amren's left, Azriel beside him, Mor grabbing the seat opposite him, leaving Lucien. Lucien frowned at the remaining place sitting at the head of the table, then at the blank, barren spot across from Nesta. Shouldn't you sit at the head?" Rhys raised an eyebrow. "I don't care where you sit. I only care about eating something right." He snapped his fingers. "Now." The food, prepared by cooks I made a point to go meet in the belly of the house, appeared across the table in platters and spreads and bowls. Roast meats, various sauces and gravies, rice and bread, steamed vegetables fresh from the surrounding farms. I nearly sighed at the smells curling around me. Lucien slid into his seat, looking for all the world like he was perching atop a pincushion. I leaned past Nesta to explain to Lucien, "You get used to it, the informality." "You say that, fair darling, like it's a bad thing," Rhys said, helping himself to a platter of pan-fried trout before passing it to me. I rolled my eyes, sliding a few crispy pieces onto my plate. "It took me by surprise that first dinner we all had, just so you know." "Oh, I know," Rhys grinned. Cashin sniggered. "Honestly," I said to Lucien, who wordlessly stacked a pile of buttery green beans onto his plate but didn't touch it, perhaps marveling at the simple fare, so at odds with the overwrought dishes of spring. "Azriel is the only polite one." A few cries of outrage from Mor and Cashin, but a ghost of a smile danced on the Shadowzinger's mouth as he dipped his head and hauled a platter of roast beets sprinkled with goat cheese toward himself. "Don't even try to pretend that it's not true." "Of course it's true," Mor said with a loud sigh. "But you needn't make us sound like heathens." "I would have thought you'd find that term to be a compliment, Mor," Rhys said mildly. Nesta was watching the volley of words as if it were a sporting match, eyes darting between us. She didn't reach for any food, so I took the liberty of dumping spoonfuls of various things onto her plate. She watched that too. And when I paused, moving on to further fill my own plate, Nesta said, "I understand what you meant about the food." It took me a moment to recall, to remember that particular conversation back at our father's estate, when she and I had been at each other's throats over the differences between human and Fae food. It was the same in terms of what was served, but it just tasted better above the wall. "Is that a compliment?" Nesta didn't return my smile as she speared some asparagus with her fork and dug in. And I figured it was as good a time as any as I said to Cashin, "What time are we back in the training ring tomorrow?" To his credit, Cashin didn't so much as glance at Nesta as he replied with a lazy smile, "I'd say dawn, but since I'm feeling rather grateful that you're back in one piece, I'll let you sleep in. Let's meet at 7. "I'd hardly call that sleeping in," I said. "For an Illyrian it is," Mor muttered. Cashin's wings rustled. "Daylight is a precious resource. We live in the night court," Mor countered. Cashin only grimaced at Rhys and Azriel. "I told you that the moment we started letting females into our group, they'd be nothing but trouble." "As far as I can recall, Cashin," Rhys countered drily, "you actually said you needed a reprieve from staring at our ugly faces, and that some ladies would add some much-needed prettiness for you to look at all day." Pig, Amren said. Cashin gave her a vulgar gesture that made Lucian choke on his green beans. I was a young Illyrian and didn't know better, he said, then pointed his fork at Azriel. Don't try to blend into the shadows. You said the same thing. He did not, Moore said, and the shadows that Azriel had indeed been subtly weaving around himself vanished. Azriel has never once said anything that awful. Only you, Cashin. Only you. The general of the High Lord's armies stuck out his tongue. Moore returned the gesture. Amren scowled at Rhys. You'd be wise to leave both of them at home for the meeting with the others, Rhys said. They'll cause nothing but trouble. I dared a peek at Lucian just to gauge his reaction. His face was indeed controlled, but a hint of surprise twinkled there. Wariness too, but surprise. I risked another glance at Nesta, but she was watching her plate, dutifully ignoring the others. Rhys said, It remains to be seen if they'll be joining us. Lucian looked at him then, the curiosity in that one eye unmistakable. Rhys noted it and shrugged. You'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Invitations are going out tomorrow, calling all the High Lords to gather to discuss this war. Lucian's hand tightened on his fork. All? I wasn't sure if he meant Tamlin or his father, but Rhys nodded nonetheless. Lucian considered. Can I offer my unsolicited advice? Rhys smirked. I think that's the first time anyone at this table has ever asked such a thing. Moore and Cashin now stuck out their tongues at him. But Rhys waved a lazy hand at Lucian. By all means, advise away. Lucian studied my mate, then me. I assume Feyre is going. I am. Amren sipped from her glass of blood, the only sound in the room as Lucian considered again. Are you planning to hide her powers? Silence. Rhys at last said, That was something I'd planned to discuss with my mate. Are you leaning one way or another, Lucian? There was still something sharp in his tone, something just a little vicious. Lucian studied me again, and it was an effort not to squirm. My father would likely join with Hybern if he thought he stood a chance of getting his power back that way, by killing you. A snarl from Rhys. Your brothers saw me, though, I said, setting down my fork. Perhaps they could mistake the flame as yours, but the ice. Lucian jerked his chin to Azriel. That's the information you need to gather. What my father knows if my brothers realized what she was doing. You need to start from there, and build your plan for this meeting accordingly. Moore said, Eris might keep that information to himself and convince the others to as well, if he thinks it'll be more useful that way. I wondered if Moore looked at that red hair, the golden brown skin that was a few shades darker than his brother's, and still saw Eris. Lucian said evenly, Perhaps, but we need to find that out. If Baron or Eris has that information, they'll use it to their advantage in that meeting to control it, or control you, or they might not show up at all, and instead go right to Hybern. Cashin swore softly, and I was inclined to echo the sentiment. Rhys swirled his wine once, set it down, and said to Lucian, You and Azriel should talk, tomorrow. Lucian glanced toward the Shadowsinger, who only nodded at him. I'm at your disposal. None of us were dumb enough to ask if he'd be willing to reveal details on the Spring Court, if he thought that Tamlin would arrive. That was perhaps a conversation best left for another time, with just him and me. Rhys leaned back in his seat, contemplating something. His jaw tightened, then he let out a near-silent huff of air, steeling himself. For whatever he was about to reveal, whatever plans he had decided not to reveal until now. And even as my stomach tightened, some sort of thrill went through me at that clever mind at work. Until Rhys said, There is another meeting that needs to be had, and soon. Chapter 18. Please don't say we need to go to the Court of Nightmares, Cashin grumbled around a mouthful of food. Rhys lifted a brow. Not in the mood to terrorize our friends there? Moore's golden face paled. You mean to ask my father to fight in this war? she said to Rhys. I reined in my sharp intake of breath. What is the Court of Nightmares? Nesta demanded. Lucian answered for us. The place where the rest of the world believes the majority of the Night Court to be. He jerked his chin at Rhys. The seat of his power. Or it was. Oh, it still is, Rhys said. To everyone outside Valaris. He leveled a steady look at Moore, and yes, Kyr's Darkbringer Legion is considerable enough that a meeting is warranted. The last meeting had resulted in Kyr's arm being shattered in so many places it had gone saggy. I doubted the male would be inclined to help us anytime soon, perhaps why Rhys wanted this meeting. Nesta's brows narrowed. Why not just order them? Don't they answer to you? Cassian set down his fork, food forgotten. Unfortunately, there are protocols in place between our two subcourts regarding this sort of thing. They mostly govern themselves, with Moore's father their steward. Moore's throat bobbed. Azriel watched her carefully, his mouth a tight line. The steward of the hewn city is legally entitled to refuse to aid my armies, Rhys explained to Nesta, to me. It was part of the agreement my ancestor made with the Court of Nightmares all those thousands of years ago. They would remain within that mountain, would not challenge or disturb us beyond its borders, and would retain the right to decide not to assist in war. And have they refused? I asked. Moore nodded gravely. Twice. Not my father. She nearly choked on the word. But there were 2 wars. Long, long ago. They chose not to fight. We won, but barely, at great cost. And with this war upon us, we would need every ally we could muster. Every army. We leave in 2 days, Rhys said. He'll say no, Moore countered. Don't waste your time. Then I shall have to find a way to convince him otherwise. Moore's eyes flashed. What? Azriel and Cassian shifted in their seats, and Amren clicked her tongue at Rhys. Disapproval. He fought in the war, Rhys said calmly. Perhaps we'll be lucky this time, too. I'll remind you that the Darkbringer Legion was nearly as bad as the enemy when it came to their behavior, Moore said, pushing her plate away. There will be new rules. You will not be in a position to make rules, and you know it, Moore snapped. Rhys only swirled his wine again. We'll see. I glanced to Cassian. The general shook his head subtly. Stay out of this one, for now. I swallowed, nodding back with equal faintness. Moore whipped her head toward Azriel. What do you think? The Shadowzinger held her stare, his face unreadable. Considering, I tried not to hold my breath. Defending the female he loved or siding with his High Lord, it's not my call to make. That's a bullshit answer, Moore challenged. I could have sworn hurt flickered in Azriel's eyes, but he only shrugged. His face again a mask of cold indifference. Moore's lips pursed. You don't need to come, Moore, Rhys said with that calm, even voice. Of course I'm coming. It'll make it worse if I'm not there. She drained her wine in one swift tilt of her head. I suppose I have 2 days now to find a dress suitable to horrify my father. Amren at least chuckled at that, Cassian rumbling a laugh as well. But Rhys watched Moore for a long minute, some of the stars in his eyes winking out. I debated asking if there was some other way, some path to avoid this awfulness between us. But earlier, I had snapped at him, and with Lucian and my sister here, I kept my mouth shut. Well, about that matter, in the silence that fell, I scrambled for any scrap of normalcy and turned again to Cassian. Let's train at 8 tomorrow. I'll meet you in the ring. 7:30, he said with a disarming grin. One that most of his enemies would likely run from. Lucian went back to picking at his food. Moore refilled her wineglass, Azriel monitoring every move she made, his fork clenched in his scarred hand. 8, I countered with a flat look. I turned to Nesta, silent and watchful through all of this. Care to join? No. The beat of silence was too pointed to be dismissed, but I gave my sister a casual shrug, reaching for the wine jug. Then I said to none of them in particular, "I want to learn how to fly." More spewed her wine across the table, splattering it right across Azriel's chest and neck. The Shadowsinger was too busy gawking at me to even notice. Cashin looked torn between howling at Azriel and gaping. My magic was still too weak to grow those Illyrian wings, but I gestured to the Illyrians and said, "I want you to teach me." More blurted, "Really?" While Lucien said, "Well, that explains the wings." Nesta leaned forward to appraise me. "What wings?" "I can shapeshift," I admitted, and with the oncoming conflict, I declared to all of them, knowing how to fly might be useful. I jerked my chin toward Cashin, who now studied me with unnerving intensity, sizing me up. "I assume the battles against Hybern will include Illyrians." A shallow nod from the general. "Then I plan to fight with you, in the skies." I waited for the objections, for Rhys to shut it down. There was only the howling wind outside the dining room windows. Cashin whooshed out a breath. "I don't know if it's technically even possible, time-wise. You'd have to learn not only how to fly, but how to bear the weight of your shield and weapons, and how to work within an Illyrian unit. It takes us decades to master that last part alone. We have months at best, weeks at worst." My chest sank a bit. "Then we'll teach her what we know until then," Rhys said. But the stars in his eyes turned stone cold as he added, "I'll give her any shot at an advantage, at getting away if things go to shit. Even a day of training might make a difference." Azriel tucked in his wings his beautiful features, uncharacteristically soft, contemplative. "I'll teach you. Are you certain?" I asked. The unreadable mask slipped back over Azriel's face. Rhys and Cass were taught how to fly so young that they barely remember it. But Azriel, locked in his hateful father's dungeons like some criminal until he was 11, denied the ability to fly, to fight, to do anything his Illyrian instincts screamed at him to do. Darkness rumbled down the bond. Not anger at me, but as Rhys too remembered what had been done to his friend. He'd never forgotten. None of them had. It was an effort not to look at the brutal scars coating Azriel's hands. I prayed Nesta wouldn't inquire about it. "We've taught plenty of younglings the basics," Cashin countered. Azriel shook his head, shadows twining around his wrists. "It's not the same. When you're older, the fears, the mental blocks, it's different." None of them, not even Amren, said anything. Azriel only said to me, "I'll teach you. Train with Cass for a few hours, and I'll meet you when you're through." He added to Lucien, who did not balk from those writhing shadows, "After lunch, we'll meet." I swallowed, but nodded. "Thank you." And perhaps Azriel's kindness snapped some sort of tether in me, but I turned to Nesta. "The King of Hybern is trying to bring down the wall by using the cauldron to expand the holes already in it." Her blue-gray eyes revealed nothing, only simmering rage at the king's name. "I might be able to patch up those holes, but you, being made of the cauldron itself, if the cauldron can widen those holes, perhaps you can close them too, with training in whatever time we have." "I can show you," Amren clarified to my sister, "or in theory I can, if we start soon, tomorrow morning." She considered, then declared to Rhys, "When you go to the Court of Nightmares, we will go with you." I whipped my head to Amren. What? The thought of Nesta in that place. "The hewn city is a trove of objects of power," Amren explained. "There may be opportunities to practice. Let the girl get a feel for what something like the wall or the cauldron might be like." She added when Azriel seemed poised to object. Covertly, Nesta said nothing. I waited for her outright refusal, the cold shutdown of all hope. But Nesta only asked, "Why not just kill the King of Hybern before he can act?" Utter silence. Amren said a bit softly, "If you want his killing blow, girl, it's yours." Nesta's gaze drifted toward the open interior doors of the dining room, as if she could see all the way to Ellen. "What happened to the human queens?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" Were they made immortal? This question went to Azriel. Azriel's siphon smoldered. Reports have been murky and inconsistent. Some say yes, others say no. Nesta examined her wineglass. Cashin braced his forearms on the table. Why? Nesta's eyes shot right to his face. She spoke quietly to me, to all of us, even as she held Cashin's gaze as if he were the only one in the room. By the end of this war, I want them dead. The king, the queens, all of them. Promise me you'll kill them all, and I'll help you patch up the wall. I'll train with her, a jerk of her chin to Amren. I'll go to the hewn city or whatever it is, I'll do it, but only if you promise me that. Fine, I said, and we might need your assistance during the meeting with the High Lords to provide testimony to other courts and allies of what Hybern is capable of. What was done to you? No. You don't mind fixing the wall or going to the court of nightmares, but speaking to people is where you draw your line. Nesta's mouth tightened. No. High Lady or sister? Sister or High Lady? People's lives might depend on your account of it. The success of this meeting with the High Lords might depend upon it. She gripped the arms of her chair, as if restraining herself. Don't talk down to me. My answer is no. I angled my head. I understand that what happened to you was horrible. You have no idea what it was or was not. None. And I am not going to grovel like one of those children of the blessed, begging High Fae who would have gladly killed me as a mortal to help us. I'm not going to tell them that story. My story. The High Lords might not believe our account, which makes you a valuable witness. Nesta shoved her chair back, chucking her napkin on her plate, gravy soaking through the fine linen. Then it is not my problem if you're unreliable. I'll help you with the wall, but I am not going to whore my story around to everyone on your behalf. She shot to her feet, color rising to her ordinarily pale face, and hissed. And if you even dare suggest to Ellen that she do such a thing, I will rip out your throat. Her eyes lifted from mine to sweep over everyone, extending the threat. None of us spoke as she left the dining room and slammed the door shut behind her. I slumped in my chair, resting my head against the back. Something thumped in front of me, a bottle of wine. It's fine if you drink directly from it, was all Moore said. I'd say Nesta rivals Amren for sheer bloodthirstiness. Rhys mused hours later as he and I walked alone through the streets of Valaris. The only difference is that Amren actually drinks it. I snorted, shaking my head as we turned onto the broad street beside the Sidra and meandered along the star-flecked river. So many scars still marred the lovely buildings of Valaris, streets gouged from fallen debris and claws. Most of it had been repaired, but some storefronts had been left boarded up, some homes along the river no more than mounds of rubble. We'd flown down from the house as soon as we'd finished dinner. Well, the wine, I supposed. Moore had taken another bottle with her when she disappeared into the house, Azriel frowning after her. Rhys and I hadn't invited anyone else with us. He'd only asked me through the bond, walk with me, and I'd merely given him a subtle nod. And here we were. We'd walked for over an hour now, mostly quiet, mostly thinking of the words and information and threats shared today. Neither of us slowed our steps until we reached that little restaurant where we had all dined under the stars one night. Something tight in my chest eased as I beheld the untouched building, the potted citrus plants sighing in the river breeze. And on that breeze, those delectable, rich spices, garlicky meat, simmering tomatoes. I leaned my back against the rail along the river walkway, watching the restaurant workers serve the packed tables. Who knows? I murmured, answering him at last. Perhaps Nesta will take up the blood-drinking habit, too. I certainly believe her threat to rip out my throat. Maybe she'll enjoy the taste. Rhys chuckled, the sound rumbling into my bones as he took up a spot beside me. His elbows braced on the rail, wings tucked in tight. I breathed in deeply, taking the citrus and sea scent of him into my lungs, my blood. His mouth grazed my neck, Will you hate me if I say that Nesta is difficult? I laughed softly. I'd say this went fairly well, all things considered. She agreed to one thing, at least. I chewed on my lower lip. I shouldn't have asked her in public. I made a mistake. He remained silent, listening. With the others, I asked, how do you find that balance between High Lord and family? Rhys considered. It isn't easy. I've made plenty of bad calls over the centuries, so I hate to tell you that tonight might only be the start of it. I loosed a long sigh. I should have considered that telling strangers what happened to her in Highburn might not be something she was comfortable with. My sister has been a private person her entire life, even amongst us. Rhys leaned in to kiss my neck again. Earlier today at the loft, he said, pulling back to meet my eyes, unflinching, open. I didn't mean to insult her. I'm sorry I snapped at you. He lifted a dark brow. Why in hell would you be? I insulted your sister. You defended her. You had every right to kick my ass for it. I didn't mean to undermine you. Shadows flickered in his eyes. Ah! He twisted toward the Sidra and I followed suit. The water meandered past, its dark surface rippling with golden fey lights from the street lamps and the bright jewels of the rainbow. That was why it was strange between us this afternoon. He cringed and faced me fully. Mother above, Feyre. My cheeks heated and I interrupted before he could continue. I get why, though. A solid, unified front is important. I scratched at the smooth wood of the rail with a finger. Especially for us. Not amongst our family. Warmth spread through me at the words. Our family. He took my hand, interlacing our fingers. We can make whatever rules we want. You have every right to question me, push me, both in private and in public. A snort. Of course, if you decide to truly kick my ass, I might request that it's done behind closed doors so I don't have to suffer centuries of teasing. But I won't undermine you in public, and you won't undermine me. He remained quiet, letting me think, speak. We can question each other through the bond if we're around people other than our friends, I said. But for now, for these initial years, I'd like to show the world a unified front. That is, if we survive. We'll survive. Uncompromising will in those words, that face. But I want you to feel comfortable pushing me, calling me out. When have I ever not done that? He smiled, but I added, I want you to do the same for me. Deal. But amongst our family, call me on my bullshit all you want. I insist, actually. Why? Because it's fun. I nudged him with an elbow. Because you're my equal, he said. And as much as that means having each other's backs in public, it also means that we grant each other the gift of honesty, of truth. I surveyed the bustling city around us. Can I give you a bit of truth then? He stilled, but said, always. I blew out a breath. I think you should be careful working with Kier. Not for how despicable he is, but because I think you could truly wound more if you don't play it right. Rhys dragged a hand through his hair. I know. Is it worth it, whatever troops he can offer, if it means hurting her? We've been working with Kier for centuries. She should be used to it by now. And yes, his troops are worth it. The Darkbringers are well-trained, powerful, and have been idle too long. I considered. The last time we went to the Court of Nightmares, I played your whore. He winced at the word. But I am now your high lady, I went on, stroking a finger over the back of his hand. He tracked the movement. My voice dropped lower. To get Kier to agree to aid us. Any tips on what mask I should wear to the hewn city? It's for you to decide, he said, still watching my finger trace idle circles on his skin. You've seen how I am there, how we are. It is for you to decide how to play into that. I suppose I'd better decide soon. Not just for this, but the meeting with the other High Lords in 2 weeks. Rhys slid a sidelong glance to me. Every court is invited. I doubt he'll come, given that he is Hybern's ally and knows we'd kill him. The river breeze stirred his blue-black hair. The meeting will occur with a binding spell that forces us all into ceasefire. If someone breaks it while the meeting occurs, the magic will demand a steep cost. Probably their life. Tamlin wouldn't be stupid enough to attack, nor us him. Why invite him at all? Excluding him will only give him more ammunition against us. Believe me, I have little desire to see him, or Baron, who perhaps is higher on my kill list than Tamlin right now. Tarquin will be there, and we are pretty high on his kill list. Even with the blood rubies, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack during the meeting. Rhys sighed through his nose. How many allies can we count on? Beyond Kier and the Hewn City, I glanced down the river walkway. The diners and revelers were too busy enjoying themselves to even note our presence, even with Rhys's recognizable wings. Still, perhaps not the best place for this conversation. I'm not sure, Rhys admitted. Helion and his day court, probably. Kalia's, maybe. Things have been strained with the winter court since Under the Mountain. I assume Azriel is going to be finding out more. He's already on the hunt. I nodded. Amren claimed she and Nesta needed help researching ways to repair the wall. I gestured to the city. Point me toward the best library to find that sort of thing. Rhys's brows lifted. Right now, your work ethic puts mine to shame. I hissed, tomorrow, smartass. He chuckled, wings flaring and tucking in tight. Wings he'd allowed Lucien to see. You trust Lucien? Rhys angled his head at the not-quite question. I trust in the fact that we currently have possession of the one thing he wants above all else. And as long as that remains, he'll try to stay on our good side. But if that changes, his talent was wasted in the spring court. There was a reason he had that fox mask, you know? His mouth tugged to the side. If he got Ellen away, back to spring or wherever, do you believe deep down that he wouldn't sell what he knows? Either for gain or to ensure she stays safe. You let him hear everything tonight, though. None of it is information that would let Hybern wreck us. The king likely already knows that we'll go for Kier's alliance, that we'll try to find a way to stop him from bringing down the wall. He wasn't subtle with Dagden and Brannica searching, and he'll expect us to try to band the High Lords together, which is why the meeting location will not be decided until later. Will I tell Lucien then? Bring him along. I considered his question. Did I trust Lucien? I don't know either. I admitted and sighed. I don't like that Ellen is a pawn in this. I know, it's never easy. He dealt with such things for centuries. I want to wait, see what Lucien does over the next 2 weeks. How he acts with us and Ellen. What Azriel thinks of him. I frowned. He's not a bad person. He's not evil. He certainly isn't. I met his calm, steady stare. There is risk in trusting him without question. Did he discuss what he feels regarding Tamlin? No, I didn't want to push on that. He was remorseful about what happened with me and Hybern and Ellen. Would he have felt that way without Ellen in the mix? I don't know, maybe. I don't think he would have left, though. Rhys brushed the hair from my face. It's all part of the game, fair darling. Who to trust, when to trust them, what information to barter. Do you enjoy it? Sometimes. Right now, I don't. Not when the risks are this high. His fingers grazed my brow. When I have so much to lose. I laid my palm on his chest, right over those Illyrian tattoos beneath his clothes, right over his heart. Felt the sturdy beat echoing into my skin and bones. I forgot the city around us as he met my eyes, lips hovering over my skin, and murmured, "We will keep planning for the future, war or no war. I will keep planning for our future." My throat burned, and I nodded. "We deserve to be happy," he said, his eyes sparkling enough to tell me that he recalled the words I'd given him on the townhouse roof after the attack. "And I will fight with everything I have to ensure it." "We will fight," I said hoarsely. Not just you, not anymore. Too much. He had given too much already, and still seemed to think it was not enough. But Rhys only peered over his broad shoulder to the cheerful restaurant behind us. That first night we all came here, he said, and I followed his gaze, watching the workers set the tables with loving precision. When you told Savenda that you felt awake while eating her food, he shook his head. It was the first time you had looked peaceful, like you were indeed awake, alive again. I was so relieved I thought I'd puke right onto the table. I recalled the long, strange look he'd given me when I'd finally spoken. Then the long walk we'd taken home, when we'd heard that music he'd sent to my cell under the mountain. I pushed off the rail and tugged him toward the bridge that spanned the Sidra, the bridge to take us home. Let the debate over who'd give the most in this war rest for now. Walk with me through the rainbow, the glittering, colorful jewel of the city, the beating heart that housed the artist's quarter, vibrant and thrumming at this hour of the night. I linked arms with him before saying, "You and this city helped wake me up, helped bring me back to life." His eyes flickered as I smiled up at him. "I will fight with everything I have too, Rhys. Everything." He only kissed the top of my head, tugging me closer as we crossed the Sidra under the starry sky. Chapter 19. It was a good thing I'd insisted on meeting Cashin at 8, because even though I awoke at dawn, one look at Rhysand's sleeping face had me deciding to spend the morning slowly, sweetly waking him up. I was still flushed by the time Rhys dropped me at the sparring ring atop the House of Wind, the space surrounded by a wall of red rock, the top open to the elements. He promised to meet me after lunch to show me the library for my researching, then gave me a roguish wink and kiss on the cheek before he shot back into the sky with a powerful flap of his wings. Leaning against the wall beside the weapons rack, Cashin only said, "I hope you didn't exert yourself too much already, because this is really going to hurt." I rolled my eyes, even as I tried to shut out the image of Rhys and laying me on my stomach, then kissing his way down my spine. Lower, tried to shut out the feeling of his strong hands gripping my hips and lifting them up, until he lay beneath them and feasted on me, until I was quietly begging him and he rose behind me and I had to bite my pillow to keep from waking the whole house with my moaning. Rhys, and in the morning was... I didn't have words for what it was when he was unhurried and lazy and wicked, when his hair was still mussed with sleep and his eyes got that glazed, purely male gleam in them. They'd still had that lazy, satisfied glint a moment ago, and his mockingly chaste kiss on my cheek had sent a red-hot line through me. Later, I'd torture him later. For now, I strode to where Cashin stood, rotating my shoulders. 2 Illyrian males making me sweat in one morning. What's a female to do? Cashin barked a laugh. At least you showed up with some spirit. I grinned, bracing my hands on my hips as I surveyed the weapons rack. Which one? None. He jerked his chin toward the ring etched in white chalk behind us. It's been a while since we trained. We're spending today going over the basics. The words were laced with enough tightness that I said, "It hasn't been that long. It's been a month and a half." I studied him, the wings tucked in tight, the shoulder-length dark hair. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He stalked past me to the ring. "Is it Nesta? Not everything in my life is about your sister, you know." I kept my mouth shut on that front. "Is it something with the Court of Nightmares visit tomorrow?" Cashin shucked off his shirt, revealing rippling muscles covered in beautiful, intricate tattoos, Illyrian markings for luck and glory. "It's nothing. Get into position." I obeyed, even as I eyed him carefully. "You're angry." He refused to speak until I started my circuit of warm-ups. Various lunges, kicks, and stretches designed to loosen my muscles, and only when we'd begun sparring, his hands wrapped against my onslaught of punching, did he say, "You and Rhys hid the truth from us, and we went into Hibern blind about it." "About what?" "That you're High Lady." I jabbed at his raised hands in a 1-2 combination, breathing hard. What difference would it have made? it would have changed everything. None of it would have gone down like that. Perhaps that's why Rhys decided to keep it a secret. Hybern was a disaster. I halted my punching. You knew I was his mate when we went. I don't see how being High Lady alters anything. It does. I put my hands on my hips, ignoring his motion to continue. Why? Cashin dragged a hand through his hair. Because as his mate, you were still his to protect. Oh, don't get that look. He's yours to protect, too. I would have laid my life down for you as his mate, and as your friend. But you were still his. And as High Lady? Cashin loosed a rough breath. As High Lady, you are mine, and Osriel's and Moor's and Amryn's. You belong to all of us, and we belong to you. We would not have put you in so much danger. Maybe that's why Rhys wanted to keep it a secret. It would have changed your focus. This is between you and me. And trust me, Rhys and I had words about this. I lifted a brow. You're mad at me? He shook his head, eyes shuddering. Cashin. He just held up his hands in a silent order to continue. I sighed and began again. It was only after I'd gotten through 15 repetitions and was panting heavily that Cashin said, You didn't think you were essential. You saved our asses, yes? But you didn't think you were essential here. 1 2 1 2 1 2. I'm not. He opened his mouth, but I charged ahead, speaking around my gasps for breath. You all have a duty, you're all vital. Yes, I have my own abilities, but you and Osriel were hurt, my sisters were. You know what happened to them. I did what I could to get us out. I'd rather it was me than any of you. I couldn't have lived with the alternative. His upraised hands were unfaltering as I pummeled them. Anything could have happened to you at the spring court. I stopped again. If Rhys isn't grilling me with the overprotective bullshit, then I don't see why you. Don't for one moment think that Rhys wasn't beside himself with worry. Oh, he seems collected enough, Feyre. But I know him, and every moment you were gone, he was in a panic. Yes, we knew you could handle yourself. But it doesn't stop us from worrying. I shook out my sore hands, then rubbed my already aching arms. You were mad at him, too? If I hadn't been healing, I would have kicked his ass from one end of Valaris to the other. I didn't reply. We were all terrified for you. I managed just fine. Of course you did. We knew you would. But Cashin crossed his arms. Rhys pulled the same shit 50 years ago, when he went to that damned party Amarantha threw. I'll never forget it, you know, he said, blowing out a breath. The moment when he spoke to us all mind to mind, when I realized what was happening, and that he'd saved us, trapped us here and tied our hands. But he scratched at his temple. It went quiet in my head, in a way it hadn't been before. Not since. Cashin squinted at the cloudless sky. Even with utter hell unleashing here, across our territory, I just went quiet. He tapped the side of his head with a finger and frowned. After Hybern, the healer kept me asleep while she worked on my wings. So when I woke up 2 weeks later, that's when I heard. And when Moore told me what happened to you, it went quiet again. I swallowed against the constriction of my throat. You found me when I needed you most, Cashin. Pleased to be of service. He gave me a grim smile. You can rely on us, you know, both of you. He's inclined to do everything himself, to give everything of himself. He can't stand to let anyone else offer up anything. That smile faded. Neither can you. And you can. It's not easy, but yes, I'm general of his armies. Part of that includes knowing how to delegate. I've been with Rhys for over 500 years, and he still tries to do everything himself. Still thinks it's not enough. I knew that too well, and the thought of Rhys in this war trying to take on all that faced us, nausea churned in my gut. He gives orders all the time. Yes, and he's good at knowing what we excel at. But when it comes down to it, Cashin adjusted the wrappings on his hands. If the High Lords and Kier don't step up, he'll still face Hybern, and we'll take the brunt of it so we don't have to. An unshakable, queasy sort of tightness pushed in on me. Rhys would survive. He wouldn't dare sacrifice everything to make sure we... Rhys would. He had with Amarantha, and he'd do it again without hesitation. I shut it out, shoved it down, focused on my breathing. Something drew Cashin's attention behind me, and even as his body remained casual, a predatory gleam flickered in his eyes. I didn't need to turn to know who was standing there. "Care to join?" Cashin purred. Nesta said, "It doesn't look like you're exercising anything other than your mouths." I looked over my shoulder. My sister was in a dress of pale blue that turned her skin golden. Her hair swept up, her back a stiff column. I scrambled to say something, to apologize, but not in front of him. She wouldn't want this conversation in front of Cashin. Cashin extended a wrapped hand, his fingers curling in a come-hither motion. Scared. I wisely kept my mouth shut as Nesta stepped from the open doorway into the blinding light of the courtyard. Why should I be scared of an oversized bat who likes to throw temper tantrums? I choked, and Cashin shot me a warning glare, daring me to laugh. But I felt for that bond in my mind, lowering my mental shields enough to say to Rhys and, wherever he was in the city, please come spare me from Cashin and Nesta's bickering. A heartbeat later, Rhys crooned, regretting becoming High Lady? I savored that voice, that humor, but I shoved that simmering panic down again as I countered. Is this part of my duties? A sensual, dark laugh. Why do you think I was so desperate for a partner? I've had almost 5 centuries to deal with this alone. It's only fair you have to endure it now. Cashin was saying to Nesta, "Seems like you're a little on edge, Nesta, and you left so abruptly last night. Any way I can help ease that tension?" "Please," I begged Rhys. "What will you give me?" I wasn't sure if I could hiss down the bond between us, but from the chuckle that echoed into my mind a heartbeat later, I knew the feeling had been conveyed. I'm in a meeting with the governors of the palaces. They might be a little pissy if I vanish. I tried not to sigh. Nesta picked at her nails. Amren is coming to instruct me in a few. Shadow rippled across the courtyard, cutting her off. And it wasn't Rhys and who landed between us. But I sent another pretty face for you to admire, Rhys said. Not as beautiful as mine, of course, but a close second. As the shadows wreathing him cleared, Azriel sized up Nesta and Cashin, then threw a vaguely sympathetic look in my direction. I need to start our lesson early. A piss-poor lie, but I said, right, no problem at all. Cashin glowered at me, then Azriel. We both ignored him as I strode to the Shadowsinger, unwrapping my hands as I went. Thank you, I said down the bond. You can make it up to me tonight. I tried not to blush at the image Rhys sent into my head detailing precisely how I'd repay him, and slammed down my mental shields. On the other side of them, I could have sworn talon-tipped fingers trailed down the black adamant in a sensual, silent promise. I swallowed hard. Azriel's wings spread, dark reds and golds shining through in the bright sun, and he opened his arms to me. The pine forest will be good, the one by the lake. Why? Because water is better to fall into than hard rock, Cashin replied, crossing his arms. My stomach clenched, but I let Azriel scoop me up, his scent of night-chilled mist and cedar wrapping around me as he flapped his wings once, stirring the dirt of the courtyard. I caught Cashin's narrowed gaze and grinned widely. Good luck, I said, and Azriel, Cauldron bless him, shot into the cloudless sky. Neither of us missed Cashin's barked, filthy curse, though we didn't deign to comment. Cashin was a general, the general of the Night Court. Surely Nesta wasn't anything he couldn't handle. I dropped Amren off at the house on my way in, Azriel told me as we landed at the shore of a turquoise mountain lake flanked by pines and granite. I told her to get to the training ring immediately, a half smile. After a few minutes, that is. I snorted and stretched my arms. Poor Cashin. Azriel gave a huff of amusement. Indeed. I shifted on my feet, small gray rocks along the shore skittering beneath my boots. So, Azriel's black hair seemed to gobble up the blinding sunlight. In order to fly, he said drily, you'll need wings, right? My face heated. I rolled and cracked my wrists. It's been a while since I summoned them. His piercing stare didn't stray from my face, my posture, as immovable and steady as the granite this lake had been carved into. I might as well have been a flitting butterfly by comparison. Do you need me to turn around? He lifted a dark brow in emphasis. I cringed. No, but it might take me a few tries. We started our lesson early. We've got plenty of time. I appreciate you making the effort to pretend that it wasn't because I was desperate to avoid Cashin and Nesta's early morning bickering. I'd never let my high lady suffer through that. He said it completely stone-faced. I chuckled, rubbing at a sore spot on my shoulder. Are you ready to meet with Lucian this afternoon? Azriel angled his head. Should I be preparing for it? No, I shrugged. When do you leave to gather information on the High Lords? After I talked to him, his eyes were shining, lit with amusement, as if he knew I was buying time. I blew out a breath. Right, here we go. Touching that part of me, the part Tamlin had given me, some vital piece of my heart recoiled, even as something sharp and vicious in my gut preened at what I'd taken. All that I'd taken. I shoved out the thoughts, focusing on those Illyrian wings. I'd summoned them that day in the steppes from pure memory and fear. Creating them now, I let my mind slip into my recollections of Rhys's wings, how they felt and moved and weighed. The frame needs to be a bit thicker, Azriel offered as a weight began to drag at my back. Strengthen the muscles leading to it. I obeyed, my magic listening in turn. He provided more feedback, where to add and where to ease up, where to smooth and where to toughen. I was rasping for breath, sweat sliding down my spine. By the time he said, "Good," he cleared his throat. I know you're not Illyrian, but amongst their kind, it is considered inappropriate to touch someone's wings without permission, especially females. Their kind, not his. Took me a moment to realize what he was asking. Oh, go ahead. I need to ascertain if they feel right. Right? I put my back to him, my muscles groaning as they worked to spread the wings. Everything, from my neck to my shoulders to my ribs to my spine to my ass, seemed to now control them and was barking in protest at the weight and movement. I'd only had them for a few seconds with Lucian in the steppes. I hadn't realized how heavy they were, how complex the muscles. Azriel's hands, for all their scarring, were feather-light as he grasped and touched certain areas, patting and tapping others. I gritted my teeth, the sensation like having the arch of my foot tickled and poked. But he made quick work of it, and I rolled my shoulders again as he stepped around me to murmur, "It's amazing. They're the same as mine. I think the magic did most of the work." A shake of the head. "You're an artist. It was your attention to detail." I blushed a bit at the compliment and braced my hands on my hips. Well, do we jump into the skies? First lesson, don't let them drag on the ground. I blinked. My wings were indeed resting on the rocks. Why? Illyrians think it's lazy, a sign of weakness. And from a practical standpoint, the ground is full of things that could hurt your wings. Splinters, shards of rock. They can not only get stuck and lead to infection, but also impact the way the wing catches the wind. So keep them off the ground. Knife-sharp pain rippled down my back as I tried to lift them. I managed getting the left upright. The right just drooped like a loose sail. You need to strengthen your back muscles and your thighs, and your arms, and core. So everything then. Again, that dry, quiet smile. Why do you think Illyrians are so fit? Why did no one warn me about this cocky side of yours? Azriel's mouth twitched upward. both wings up, a quiet but unyielding demand. I winced, contorting my body this way and that as I fought to get the right one to rise. No luck. Try spreading them, then tucking in, if you can't lift it up like that. I obeyed, and hissed at the sharp pain along every muscle in my back as I flared the wings. Even the slightest breeze off the lake tickled and tugged, and I braced my feet apart on the rocky shore, seeking some semblance of balance. Now fold inward. I did, snapping them shut, the movement so fast that I toppled forward. Azrael caught me before I could eat stone, gripping me tightly under the shoulder and hauling me up. Building your core muscles will also help with the balance. So back to Cashin then. A nod. Tomorrow. Today, focus on lifting and folding, spreading and lifting. Azrael's wings gleamed with red and gold as the sun gilded them. Like this, he demonstrated, flaring his wings wide, tucking them in, flaring, angling, tucking them in, over and over. Sighing, I followed his movements, my back throbbing and aching. Perhaps flying lessons were a waste of time. Chapter 20. I've never been to a library before, I admitted to Reese after lunch, as we strode down level after level beneath the House of Wind, my words echoing off the carved red stone. I winced with every step, rubbing at my back. Azrael had given me a tonic that would help with the soreness, but I knew that by tonight, I'd be whimpering. If hours of researching any way to patch up those holes in the wall didn't make me start first. I mean, I clarified, not counting the private libraries here and at the Spring Court, and my family had one as well, but not a real one. Reese glanced sidelong at me. I've heard that the humans have free libraries on the continent, open to anyone. I wasn't sure if it was a question or not, but I nodded. In one of the territories, they allow anyone in, regardless of their station or bloodline. I considered his words. Were there libraries before the war? Of course there had been, but what I meant, yes, great libraries, full of cranky scholars who could find you tomes dating back thousands of years. But humans were not allowed inside, unless you were someone's slave on an errand, and even then you were closely watched. Why? Because the books were full of magic, and things they wanted to keep humans from knowing. Reese slid his hands into his pockets, leading me down a corridor lit only by bowls of fey light upraised in the hands of beautiful female statues, their forms high fey and fairy alike. The scholars and librarians refused to keep slaves of their own, some for personal reasons, but mainly because they didn't want them accessing the books and archives. Reese gestured down another curving stairwell. We must have been far beneath the mountain, the air dry and cool and heavy, as if it had been trapped inside for ages. What happened to the libraries once the wall was built? Reese tucked in his wings as the stairs became tighter, the ceiling dropping. Most scholars had enough time to evacuate and were able to winnow the books out. But if they didn't have the time or the brute power, a muscle ticked in his jaw. They burned the libraries, rather than let the humans access their precious information. A chill snaked down my spine. They'd rather have lost that information forever? He nodded, the dim light gilding his blue-black hair. Prejudices aside, the fear was that the humans would find dangerous spells and use them on us. But they don't have magic. Humans don't have magic. Some do, usually the ones who can claim distant fey ancestry. But some of those spells don't require magic from the wielder, only the right words or use of ingredients. His words snagged on something in my mind. Obviously they did, but humans and fey once interbred. What happened to the offspring? If you were half fey, half human, where did you go once the wall went up? Reese stepped into a hall at the foot of the stairs, revealing a wide passageway of carved red stone and a sealed set of obsidian doors, veins of silver running throughout. Beautiful, terrifying, like some great beast was kept behind them. It did not go well for the half-breeds, he said after a moment. Many were offspring of unwanted unions. Most usually chose to stay with their human mothers, their human families. But once the wall went up, amongst humans, they were a reminder of what had been done, of the enemies lurking above the wall. At best, they were outcasts and pariahs, their children, if they bore the physical traits as well. At worst, humans were angry in those initial years, and that first generation afterward. They wanted someone to pay for the slavery, for the crimes against them. Even if the half-breed had done nothing wrong, it did not end well. He approached the doors, which opened on a phantom wind, as if the mountain itself lived to serve him. And the ones above the wall? They were deemed even lower than lesser fairies. Either they were unwanted everywhere they went, or many found work on the streets, selling themselves. Here in Valaris, my words were a bare brush of air. My father was still High Lord then, Rhys said, his back stiffening. We had not allowed any humans, slave or free, into our territory in centuries. He did not allow them in either to whore or to find sanctuary. And once you were High Lord? Rhys halted before the gloom that spread beyond us. By then, it was too late for most of them. It is hard to offer refuge to someone without being able to explain where we were offering them a safe place. To get the word out about it while maintaining our illusion of ruthless cruelty. The starlight guttered in his eyes. Over the years, we encountered a few. Some were able to make it here. Some were beyond our help. Something moved in the darkness beyond the doors, but I kept my focus on his face, on his tensed shoulders. If the wall comes down, will? I couldn't finish the words. Rhys slid his fingers through mine, interlacing our hands. Yes, if there are those, human or fairy, who need a safe place, this city will be open to them. Valaris has been closed off for so long. Too long, perhaps. Adding new people from different places, different histories and cultures. I do not see how that could be a bad thing. The transition might be more complex than we anticipate, but yes, the gates to this city will be open for those who need its protection. To any who can make it here. I squeezed his hand, savoring the hard-earned calluses on it. No, I would not let him bear the burden of this war, its cost, alone. Rhys glanced to the open doors, to the hooded and cloaked figure patiently waiting in the shadows beyond them. Every aching sinew and bone locked up as I took in the pale robes. The hood crowned with a limpid blue stone, the panel that could be lowered over the eyes, priestess. This is Clotho, Rhys said calmly, releasing my hand to guide me toward the awaiting female. The weight of his hand on my lower back told me enough about how much he realized the sight of her would jar me. She's one of the dozens of priestesses who work here. Clotho lowered her head in a bow, but said nothing. I didn't know that the priestesses left their temples. A library is a temple of sorts, Rhys said with a wry smile. But the priestesses here, as we entered the library proper, golden lights flickered to life, as if Clotho had been in utter darkness until we'd entered. They are special, unique. She angled her head in what might have been amusement. Her face remained in shadow, her slim body concealed in those pale, heavy robes. Silence and yet life danced around her. Rhys smiled warmly at the priestess. Did you find the texts? And it was only when she bobbed her head in a sort of SOSO motion that I realized either she could not or would not speak. Clotho gestured to her left, into the library itself. And I dragged my eyes away from the mute priestess long enough to take in the library. Not a cavernous room in a manor, not even close. It was as if the base of the mountain had been hollowed out by some massive digging beast, leaving a pit descending into the dark heart of the world. Around that gaping hole, carved into the mountain itself, spiraled level after level of shelves and books and reading areas, leading into the inky black. From what I could see of the various levels as I drifted toward the carved stone railing overlooking the drop, the stacks shot far into the mountain itself, like the spokes of a mighty wheel. And through it all, fluttering like moths' wings, the rustle of paper and parchment. Silent and yet alive, awake and humming and restless, some many-limbed beast at constant work. I peered upward, finding more levels rising toward the house above, and lurking far below, darkness. "What's at the bottom of the pit?" I asked as Rhys came up beside me, his shoulder brushing mine. "I once dared Cashin to fly down and see." Rhys braced his hands on the railing, gazing down into the gloom. And he came back up, faster than I've ever seen him fly, white as death. He never told me what he saw. The first few weeks, I thought it was a joke, just to pique my curiosity. But when I finally decided to see for myself a month later, he threatened to tie me to a chair. He said some things were better left unseen and undisturbed. It's been 200 years, and he still won't tell me what he saw. If you even mention it, he goes pale and shaky and won't talk for a few hours. My blood chilled. Is it some sort of monster? I have no idea. Rhys jerked his chin toward Clotho, the priestess patiently waiting a few steps behind us, her face still in shadow. They don't speak or write of it, so if they know, they certainly won't tell me. So if it doesn't bother us, then I won't bother it. That is, if it's even an it. Cashin never said if he saw anything living down there. Perhaps it's something else entirely. Considering the things I'd already witnessed, I didn't want to think about what lay at the bottom of the library, or what could make Cashin, who had seen more dreadful and deadly parts of the world than I could ever imagine, so terrified. Robes rustling, Clotho aimed for the sloping walkway into the library, and we fell into step behind her. The floors were red stone, like the rest of the place, but smooth and polished. I wondered if any of the priestesses had ever gone sledding down the spiraling path. Not that I know of, Rhys said into my mind, but Moore and I once tried when we were children. My mother caught us on our third level down, and we were sent to bed without supper. I clamped down on my smile. Was it such a crime? It was when we'd oiled up the floor, and the scholars were falling on their faces. I coughed to cover my laugh, lowering my head, even with Clotho a few steps ahead. We passed stacks of books and parchment, the shelves either built into the stone itself or made of dark, solid wood. Hallways lined with both vanished into the mountain itself, and every few minutes, a little reading area popped up, full of tidy tables, low-burning glass lamps, and deep-cushioned chairs and couches. Ancient woven rugs adorned the floors beneath them, usually set before fireplaces that had been carved into the rock and kept well away from any shelves, their grates fine meshed enough to retain any wandering embers. Cozy, despite the size of the space. Warm, despite the unknown terror lurking below. If the others piss me off too much, I like to come down here for some peace and quiet. I smiled slightly at Rhys, who kept looking ahead as we spoke mind to mind. Don't they know by now that they can find you down here? Of course. But I never go to the same spot twice in a row, so it usually takes them so long to find me that they don't bother. Plus, they know that if I'm here, it's because I want to be alone. Poor baby High Lord, I crooned, having to run away to find solitude perfect for brooding. Rhys pinched my behind, and I clamped down on my lip to keep from yelping. I could have sworn Clotho's shoulders shook with laughter. But before I could bite off Rhys's head for the rippling pain my aching back muscles felt in the wake of the sudden movement, Clotho led us into a reading area about 3 levels down, the massive work table laden with fat, ancient books bound in various dark leathers. A neat stack of paper was set to one side, along with an assortment of pens, and the reading lamps were at full glow, merry and sparkling in the gloom. A silver tea service gleamed on a low-lying table between the 2 leather couches before the grumbling fireplace, steam curling from the arched spout of the kettle. Biscuits and little sandwiches filled the platter beside it, along with a fat pile of napkins that subtly hinted we used them before touching the books. "Thank you," Rhys told the priestess, who only pulled a book off the pile she'd undoubtedly gathered and opened it to a marked page. The ancient velvet ribbon was the color of old blood, but it was her hand that struck me as it met the golden light of the lamps. Her fingers were crooked, bent and twisted at such angles I would have thought her born with them were it not for the scarring. For a heartbeat, I was in a spring wood. For a heartbeat, I heard the crunch of stone on flesh and bone as I made another priestess smash her hand. Over and over. Rhys put a hand on my lower back. The effort it must have taken Clotho to move everything into place with those gnarled hands. But she looked toward another book, or at least her head turned that way, and it slid over to her. Magic, right? She gestured with a finger that was bent in 2 different directions to the page she'd selected, then to the book. "I'll look," Rhys said, then inclined his head. "We'll give a shout if we need anything." Clotho bowed her head again and began striding away, careful and silent. "Thank you," I said to her. The priestess paused, looking back, and bowed her head, hood swaying. Within seconds, she was gone. I stared after her, even as Rhys slid into one of the 2 chairs before the piles of books. "A long time ago, Clotho was hurt very badly by a group of males," Rhys said quietly. I didn't need details to know what that had entailed. The edge in Rhys's voice implied enough. "They cut out her tongue so she couldn't tell anyone who had hurt her, and smashed her hands so she couldn't write it. Every word was more clipped than the last, and darkness snarled through the small space." My stomach turned. Why not kill her? Because it was more entertaining for them that way. That is, until Moore found her, and brought her to me, when he'd undoubtedly looked into her mind and seen their faces. I let Moore hunt them, his wings tucked in tightly, and when she finished, she stayed down here for a month, helping Clotho heal as best as could be expected, but also wiping away the stain of them. Moore's trauma had been different, but I understood why she'd done it, wanted to be here. I wondered if it had granted her any measure of closure. Cashin and Azriel were healed completely after Highburn. Nothing could be done for Clotho. The males were healing her as they hurt her, making the injuries permanent. When Moore found her, the damage had been set. They hadn't finished her hands, so we were able to salvage them, give her some use. But to heal her, the wounds would have needed to be ripped open again. I offered to take the pain away while it was done, but she could not endure it, what having the wounds open again would trigger in her mind. Her heart. She has lived down here since then with others like her. Her magic helps with her mobility. I knew we should begin working, but I asked, "Are all the priestesses in this library like her?" "Yes." The word held centuries of rage and pain. I made this library into a refuge for them. Some come to heal, work as acolytes, and then leave. Some take the oaths to the cauldron and mother to become priestesses and remain here forever. But it belongs to them whether they stay a week or a lifetime. Outsiders are allowed to use the library for research, but only if the priestesses approve, and only if they take binding oaths to do no harm while they visit. This library belongs to them. Who was here before them? A few cranky old scholars, who cursed me soundly when I relocated them to other libraries in the city. They still get access, but when and where is always approved by the priestesses. Choice. It had always been about my choice with him, and for others as well, long before he'd ever learned the hard way about it. The question must have been in my eyes because Rhys added, "I came here a great deal in those weeks after Under the Mountain." My throat tightened as I leaned in to brush a kiss to his cheek. "Thank you for sharing this place with me. It belongs to you too now." And I knew he meant not just in terms of us being mates, but in the ways it belonged to the other females here, who had endured and survived. I gave him a half smile. I suppose it's a miracle that I can even stand to be underground. But his features remained solemn, contemplative. "It is," he added softly. "I'm very proud of you." My eyes burned, and I blinked as I faced the books. "And I suppose," I said with an effort at lightness, "that it's a miracle I can actually read these things." Rhys's answering smile was lovely, and just a bit wicked. "I believe my little lessons helped." Yes, Reese is the greatest lover a female can hope for, is undoubtedly how I learned to read. I was only trying to tell you what you now know. My blood heated a bit. Was all I said, pulling a book toward me. I'll take that as a challenge. His hand slid down my thigh, then cupped my knee, his thumb brushing along its side. Even through my leathers, the heat of him seeped to my very bones. Maybe I'll haul you between the stacks and see how quiet you can be. I flipped through the pages, not seeing any of the text. His hand began a lethal, taunting exploration up my thigh, his fingers grazing along the sensitive inside. Higher, higher. He leaned in to drag a book toward himself, but whispered in my ear, "Or maybe I'll spread you out on this desk and lick you until you scream loud enough to wake whatever is at the bottom of the library." I whipped my head toward him. His eyes were glazed, almost sleepy. "I was fully committed to that plan," I said, even as his hand stopped very, very close to the apex of my thighs. "Until you brought in that thing down below." A feline smile. He held my stare as his tongue brushed his bottom lip. My breasts tightened beneath my shirt, and his gaze dropped, watching. "I would have thought," he mused, "that our bout this morning would be enough to tide you over until tonight." His hand slid between my legs, brazenly cupping me, his thumb pushing down on an aching spot. A low groan slipped from me, and my cheeks heated in its wake. "Apparently, I didn't do a good enough job sating you, if you're so easily riled after a few hours." "Prick," I breathed, but the word was ragged. His thumb pressed down harder, circling roughly. Reese leaned in again, kissing my neck, that place right under my ear, and set against my skin. "Let's see what names you call me when my head is between your legs, fair darling." And then he was gone. He'd winnowed away half the books with him. I started, my body foreign and cold, dizzy and disoriented. "Where the hell are you?" I scanned around me and found nothing but shadow and merry flame and books. 2 levels below. "And why are you 2 levels below?" I shoved out of my chair, back aching in protest as I stormed for the walkway and rail beyond, then peered down into the gloom. Sure enough, in a reading area 2 levels below, I could spy his dark hair and wings, could spy him leaning back in his chair before an identical desk, an ankle crossed over a knee, smirking up at me, "Because I can't work with you distracting me." I scowled at him. "I'm distracting you? If you're sitting next to me, the last thing on my mind is reading dusty old books, especially when you're in all that tight leather." Pig. His chuckle echoed up through the library amid the fluttering papers and scratching pens of the priestesses working throughout. "How can you winnow inside the house? I thought there were wards against it." "The library makes its own rules, apparently." I snorted. 2 hours of work, he promised me, turning back to the table and flaring his wings, a veritable screen to block my view of him, and his view of me. "Then we can play." I gave him a vulgar gesture. "I saw that." I did it again, and his laugh floated to me as I faced the books stacked before me and began to read. We found a myriad of information about the wall and its forming. When we compared our notes 2 hours later, many of the texts were conflicting, all of them claiming absolute authority on the subject. But there were a few similar details that Reese had not known. He had been healing at the cabin in the mountains when they'd formed the wall, when they'd signed that treaty. The details that emerged had been murky at best, but the various texts Clotho had dug up on the wall's formation and rules agreed on one thing: it had never been made to last. No, initially, the wall had been a temporary solution, to cleave human and fairy until peace settled long enough for them to later reconvene, and decide how they were to live together as one people. But the wall had remained. Humans had grown old and died, and their children had forgotten the promises of their parents, their grandparents, their ancestors, and the high fae who survived. It was a new world without slaves. Lesser fairies stepped in to replace the missing free labor. Territory boundaries had been redrawn to accommodate those displaced. Such a great shift in the world in those initial centuries, so many working to move past war, to heal, that the wall became permanent. The wall became legend. Even if all 7 courts ally, I said as we plucked grapes from a silver bowl in a quiet sitting room in the House of Wind, having left the dim library for some much-needed sunshine. Even if Keir and the Court of Nightmares join too, will we stand a chance in this war? Rhys leaned back in the embroidered chair before the floor-to-ceiling window. Valaris was a glittering sprawl below and beyond, serene and lovely, even with the scars of battle now peppering it. Army against army, the possibility of victory is slim. Blunt, honest words. I shifted in my own identical chair on the other side of the lowlying table between us. Could you, if you and the King of Hybern went head to head, would I win? Rhys lifted a brow and studied the city. I don't know. He's been smart about keeping the extent of his power hidden. But he had to resort to trickery and threats to beat us that day in Hybern. He has thousands of years of knowledge and training. If he and I fought, I doubt he will let it come to that. He stands a better chance at sure victory by overwhelming us with numbers, in stretching us thin. If we fought one-on-one, if he'd even accept an open challenge from me, the damage would be catastrophic. And that's without him wielding the cauldron. My heart stumbled. Rhys went on, I'm willing to take the brunt of it, if it means the others will at least stand with us against him. I clenched the tufted arms of the chair. You shouldn't have to. It might be the only choice. I don't accept that as an option. He blinked at me. Prythian might need me as an option, because with that power of his, he'd take on the king and his entire army, burn himself out until he was... I need you, as an option, in my future. Silence, and even with the sun warming my feet, a terrible cold spread through me. His throat bobbed. If it means giving you a future, then I'm willing to do. You will do no such thing. I panted through my bared teeth, leaning forward in my chair. Rhys only watched me, eyes shadowed. How can you ask me not to give everything I have to ensure that my family and people survive? You've given enough. Not enough. Not yet. It was hard to breathe, to see past the burning in my eyes. Why? Where does this come from, Rhys? For once, he didn't answer. And there was something brittle enough in his expression, some long unhealed wound that glimmered there, that I sighed, rubbed my face, and then said, just work with me, with all of us, together. This isn't your burden alone. He plucked another grape from its stem, chewed. His lips tilted in a faint smile. So what do you propose, then? I could still see that vulnerability in his eyes, still feel it in that bond between us, but I angled my head. I sorted through all I knew, all that had happened, considered the books I'd read in the library below. A library that housed... Amren warned us to never put the two halves of the book together, I mused. But I did. She said that older things might be awoken by it, might come sniffing. Rhys crossed an ankle over a knee. Hybern might have the numbers, I said. But what if we had the monsters? You said Hybern will see an alliance with all the courts coming, but perhaps not one with things wholly unconnected. I leaned forward. And I'm not talking about the monsters roaming across the world. I am talking about one in particular, who has nothing to lose and everything to gain. One that I would do everything in my power to use, rather than let Rhys face the brunt of this alone. His brows rose. Oh, the bone carver, I clarified. He and Amren have both been looking for a way back to their own worlds. The carver had been insistent, relentless, in asking me that day in the prison about where I had gone during death. I could have sworn Rhys's golden brown skin paled, but I added, I wonder if it's time to ask him what he'd give to go back home. Chapter 21. The aching muscles along my back, core, and thighs had gone into complete revolt by the time Rhys and I parted ways, my mate heading off to track down Cashin, who would be my escort tomorrow morning to the prison. If both of us had gone, it would perhaps look too desperate, too vital. But if the High Lady and her general went to visit the carver to pose some hypothetical questions, it would still show our hand, but perhaps not quite how badly we needed any extra bit of assistance. And Cashin, unsurprisingly, knew more about the carver than anyone thanks to some morbid fascination with all of the prison's inmates, especially since he was responsible for jailing some of them. But while Rhys sought out Cashin, I had a task of my own. I was wincing and hissing as I strode through the murky red halls of the house to find my sister and Amren, to see which of them was still standing after their first lesson. Among other things, I found them in a quiet, forgotten workroom, coldly watching the other. Books lay scattered on the table between them. A ticking clock by the dusty cabinets was the only sound. "Sorry to interrupt your staring contest," I said, lingering in the doorway. I rubbed at a spot low in my back. I wanted to see how the first lesson was going. "Fine." Amren didn't take her eyes off my sister, a faint smile playing about her red mouth. I studied Nesta, who gazed at Amren, utterly stone-faced. "What are you doing?" "Waiting," Amren said. "For what?" "For busybodies to leave us alone." I straightened, clearing my throat. "Is this part of her training?" Amren turned her head to me with exaggerated slowness, her chin length, razor-straight hair shifting with the movement. "Rhys has his own method of training you. I have mine." Her white teeth flashed with every word. "We visit the Court of Nightmares tomorrow night. She needs some basic training before we do." "Like what?" Amren sighed at the ceiling, shielding herself from prying minds and powers. I blinked. I should have thought of that if Nesta were to join us, be at the Hewn City, she would need some defenses beyond what we could offer her. Nesta at last looked to me, her face as cold as ever. "Are you all right?" I asked her. Amren clicked her tongue. "She's fine. Stubborn as an ass. But as you're related, I'm not surprised." I scowled. "How am I supposed to know what your methods are? For all I know, you picked up some terrible techniques in that prison. Careful. So careful." Amren hissed. "That place taught me plenty of things, but certainly not this." I angled my head, the portrait of curiosity. "Did you ever interact with the others?" "The fewer people who knew about my trip tomorrow to see the carver, the safer it was, the less chance of Hybern catching wind of it. Not for any fear of betrayal, but there was always risk." Azriel, now off hunting for information on the Autumn Court, would be told when he returned tonight. More, I'd tell her eventually, but Amren, Rhys and I had decided to wait to tell Amren. The last time we'd gone to the prison, she'd been testy. Telling her we planned to unleash one of her fellow inmates? Perhaps not the best thing to mention while we waited for her to find a way to heal that wall and train my sister. Impatience rippled across Amren's face, those silver eyes flaring. I only spoke to them in whispers and echoes through rock, girl, and I was glad of it. "What's the prison?" Nesta asked at last. "A hell entombed in stone," Amren said. "Full of creatures you should thank the mother no longer walk the earth freely." Nesta frowned deeply, but shut her mouth. "Like who?" I asked. "Any extra information she might have?" Amren bared her teeth. "I am giving a magic lesson, not a history one." She waved a dismissive hand. "If you want someone to gossip with, go find one of the dogs. I'm sure Cashin's still sniffing around upstairs." Nesta's lips twitched upward. Amren pointed at her with a slender finger ending in a sharp, manicured nail. "Concentrate. Vital organs must be shielded at all times." I tapped a hand against the open doorway. "I'll keep looking for more information for you in the library, Amren." No response. "Good luck," I added. "She doesn't need luck," Amren said. Nesta huffed a laugh. I took that as the only farewell I'd get. Perhaps letting Amren and Nesta train together was a bad choice. Even if the prospect of unleashing them upon the court of nightmares, I smiled a bit at the thought. By the time Rhys, Cashin, and I gathered for dinner at the townhouse, Azriel still off spying. My muscles were so sore I could barely walk up the front stairs. Sore enough that any plans I had to visit Lucien up at the house after the meal vanished. Moore was testy and quiet throughout, no doubt in anticipation of the visit tomorrow night. She'd had to work with Kier plenty throughout the centuries, and yet tomorrow, she'd only warned Rhys once while we ate that he should thoroughly consider any offer Kier might give him in exchange for his army. Rhys had shrugged, saying he'd think about it when the time came, a non-answer, and one that made Moore grit her teeth. I didn't blame her. Long before the war, her family had brutalized her in ways I didn't let myself consider. Not a day before I was to meet with them again, ask them for help, work with them. Rhys, mother bless him, had a bath waiting for me after the meal. I'd need all my strength for tomorrow, for the monsters I was to face beneath two very different mountains. I had not visited this place for months, but the carved stone walls were just as I'd last seen them, the darkness still interrupted by bracketed torches. Not the prison, under the mountain, but instead of Claire's mutilated body spiked high to the wall above me, her blue-gray eyes were still wide with terror. Gone was the haughty iciness, the queenly jut to her chin. Nesta, they'd done precisely to her, wound for wound, what they'd done to Claire. And behind me, screaming and pleading, I turned, finding Ellen, naked and weeping, tied to that enormous spit. What I had once been threatened to endure. Gnarled, masked fairies rotated the iron handles, turning her over. I tried to move, tried to lunge, but I was frozen, utterly bound by invisible chains to the floor. Feminine laughter flitted from the other end of that throne room, from the dais. Now empty. Empty because that was Amarantha, strutting into the gloom, down some hall that hadn't been there before but now stretched away into nothing. Rhys followed a step behind her, going with her, to that bedroom. He looked over his shoulder at me only once. Over his wings, which were out, which she'd see and destroy, right after she. I was screaming for him to stop, thrashing at those bonds. Ellen's pleading rose higher and higher. Rhys kept walking with Amarantha. Let her take his hand and tug him along. Couldn't move, couldn't stop it, any of it. I was hauled out of the dream like a thrashing fish from a net cast deep into the sea. And when I surfaced, I remained half there, half in my body, half under the mountain, watching as... Breathe. The word was an order, laced with that primal command he so rarely wielded. But my eyes focused, my chest expanded. I slipped a bit further back into my body. Again. I did so. His face came into view, fey lights murmuring to life inside their lamps and bowls in our bedroom. His wings were tucked in tight, framing his disheveled hair, his drawn face. Rhys. Again, he only said. I obeyed. My bones had turned brittle, my stomach a roiling mess. I closed my eyes, fighting the nausea. Rippling terror kept its talons buried deep. I could still see it, the way she'd led him down that hall. I surged, rolling to the edge of the mattress and clamping down hard as my body tried to heave up its contents onto the carpet. His hand was instantly on my back, rubbing soothing circles, utterly willing to let me vomit right over the side of the bed. But I focused on my breathing, on closing down those memories one by one, memories repainted. I lay half sprawled over the edge for uncounted minutes. He rubbed my back throughout. When I could finally move, when the nausea had subsided, I twisted back over, and the sight of that face, I slid my arms around his waist, gripping tightly as he pressed a silent kiss to my hair, reminding myself over and over that we were out. We had survived. Never again would I let someone hurt him like that. Hurt my sisters like that. Never again. Chapter 22. I felt Rhys's attention on me while we dressed the next morning and throughout our hearty breakfast. Yet he didn't push, didn't demand to know what had dragged me into that screaming hell. It had been a long while since those nightmares had hauled either of us from sleep, blurred the lines. It was only when we stood in the foyer, waiting for Cashin before we winnowed to the prison, that Rhys asked from where he leaned against the stair banister, "Do you need to talk about it?" My Illyrian leathers groaned as I turned toward him. Rhys clarified, "With me or anyone." I answered him truthfully, tugging at the end of my braid. With everything bearing down on us, everything at stake, I let my braid drop. I don't know. I think it's torn open some part of me that was slowly repairing thanks to both of us. He nodded, no fear or reproach in his eyes. So I told him, all of it, stumbling over the parts that still made me ill. He only listened. And when I was done, that shakiness remained, but speaking it, voicing it aloud to him, the savage grip of those terrors lightened, cleared away like dew in the sun. I freed a long breath, as if blowing those fears from me, letting my body loosen in its wake. Rhys silently pushed off the banister and kissed me. Once, twice. Cashin stalked through the front door a heartbeat later and groaned that it was too early to stomach the sight of us kissing. My mate only snarled at him before he took us both by the hand and winnowed us to the prison. Rhys gripped my fingers tighter than usual as the wind ripped around us, Cashin now wisely keeping silent. And as we emerged from that black, tumbling wind, Rhys leaned over to kiss me a third time, sweet and soft, before the gray light and roaring wind greeted us. Apparently, the prison was cold and misty no matter the time of year. Standing at the base of the mossy, rocky mountain under which the prison was built, Cashin and I frowned up the slope. Despite the Illyrian leathers, the chill seeped into my bones. I rubbed at my arms, lifting my brows at Rhys, who had remained in his usual attire, so out of place in this damp, windy speck of green in the middle of a gray sea. The wind ruffled his black hair as he surveyed us, Cashin already sizing up the mountain like some opponent. Twin Illyrian blades were crossed over the general's muscled back. "When you're in there," Rhys said, the words barely audible over the wind and silver streams running down the mountainside, "you won't be able to reach me." "Why?" I rubbed my already freezing hands together before puffing a hot breath into the cradle of my palms. "Wards and spells far older than Prythian," was all Rhys said. He jerked his chin to Cashin. "Don't let each other out of your sight." It was the dead seriousness with which Rhys spoke that kept me from retorting. Indeed, my mate's eyes were hard, unflinching. While we were here, he and Azriel were to discuss what he'd found out about Autumn's leanings in this war, and then adjust their strategy for the meeting with the High Lords. But I could sense it, the urge to request he join us, watch over us. "Shout down the bond when you're out again," Rhys said with a mildness that didn't reach his gaze. Cashin looked back over a shoulder. "Get back to Valaris, you mother hen. We'll be fine." Rhys leveled another uncharacteristically hard stare at him. "Remember who you put in here, Cashin." Cashin just tucked in his wings, as if every muscle shifted toward battle, steady and solid as the mountain we were about to climb. With a wink at me, Rhys vanished. Cashin checked the buckles on his swords and motioned me to start the long trek up the hill. My gut tightened at the climb ahead. The shrieking hollowness of this place. "Who did you put in here?" The mossy earth cushioned my steps. Cashin put a scar-flecked finger to his lips. "Best left for another time." "Right." I fell into step beside him, my thighs burning with the steep hike. Mist chilled my face, conserving his strength. Cashin wasn't wasting a drop of energy on shielding us from the elements. "You really think unleashing the Carver will do the trick against Hybern? You're the general," I panted. "You tell me." He considered, the wind tossing his dark hair over his tan face. "Even if you promise to find a way to send him back to his own world with the book, or give him whatever unholy thing he wants, Cashin mused. I think you'd better find a way to control him in this world, or else we'll be fighting enemies on all fronts. And I know which one will hand our asses to us. The Carver's that bad. You're asking this right before we're to meet with him? I hissed. I assumed Rhys would have put his foot down if it was that risky. Rhys has been known to hatch plans that make my heart stop dead, Cashin grumbled. So, I wouldn't count on him to be the voice of reason. I scowled at Cashin, earning a wolfish grin in return. But Cashin scanned the heavy gray sky, as if hunting for spying eyes. Then the moss and grass and rocks beneath our boots for listening ears below. There was life here, he said, answering my question at last. Before the High Lords took Prythian, old gods we call them, they ruled the forests and the rivers and the mountains. Some were those things. Then the magic shifted to the High Fae, who brought the cauldron and mother along with them, and though the old gods were still worshipped by a select few, most people forgot them. I grappled onto a large gray rock as I climbed over it. The bone. Carver was an old god. He dragged a hand through his hair, the siphon gleaming in the watery light. That's what legend says, along with whispers of being able to fell hundreds of soldiers with one breath. A chill rippled down my skin that had nothing to do with the brisk wind. Useful on a battlefield. Cashin's golden brown skin paled while his eyes churned with the thought. Not without the proper precautions. Not without him being bound to obey us within an inch of his life. Which I'd have to figure out as well, I supposed. How did he wind up here? In the prison? I don't know. No one does. Cashin helped me over a boulder, his hand gripping mine tightly. But how do you plan on freeing him from the prison? I winced. I suppose our friend would know since she got out. Careful, we had to be careful when mentioning Amren's name here. Cashin's face grew solemn. She doesn't talk about how she did it, Feyre. I'd be careful how you push her, since we still had not told Amren where we were today, what we were doing. I thought about saying more, but ahead, far up the slope, the massive bone gates opened. I'd forgotten it, the weight of the air inside the prison, like wading through the unstirred air of a tomb, like stealing a breath from the open mouth of a skull. We both bore an Illyrian blade in one hand, the Fey light bobbing ahead to show the way, occasionally dancing and sliding along the shining metal. Our other hands, Cashin clenched my fingers as tightly as I clutched his while we descended into the eternal blackness of the prison, our steps crunching on the dry ground. There were no doors, none that we could see. But behind that solid, black rock, I could still feel them. Could have sworn a faint scratching sound filled the passage. From the other side of that rock. As if someone were running their nails down it. Something huge and old, and quiet as the wind through a field of wheat. Cashin kept utterly silent, tracking something, counting something. This could be a very bad idea, I admitted, my grip tightening on his hand. Oh, it most certainly is, Cashin said with a faint smile as we continued down and down into the heavy black and thrumming silence. But this is war. We don't have the luxury of good ideas, only picking between the bad ones. The bone carver's cell door swung open the moment I laid my palm to it. Worth the misery of being Rhys's mate, Cashin quipped as the white bone swung away into darkness. A light chuckle within. The amusement faded from Cashin's face at the sound, as we walked into the cell, still hand in hand. The orb of Fey light bobbed ahead, illuminating the stone-hewn cell. Cashin growled at what it revealed, who it revealed. Wholly different, no doubt, from the same young boy who now smiled at me. Dark-haired, with eyes of crushing blue. I started at the child's face, what I had not noticed that first time, what I had not understood. It was Rhysand's face, the coloring, the eyes. It was my mate's face. But the carver's full, wide mouth, curled into that hideous smile, that was my mouth, my father's mouth. The hair on my arms rose. The carver inclined his head in greeting and in confirmation, as if he knew precisely what I realized, who I had seen and was still seeing. The High Lord's son, my son, our son. Should we survive long enough to bear him? Should I not fail in my task to recruit the Carver? Should we not fail to unify the High Lords and the Court of Nightmares, and keep that wall intact? It was an effort to keep my knees from buckling. Cashin's face was pale enough that I knew whatever he was seeing. It wasn't a beautiful young boy. I was wondering when you'd return, the Carver said, that boy's voice sweet and yet dreadful, from the ancient creature that lurked beneath it. High Lady, he added to me, please accept my congratulations on your union. A glance at Cashin. I can smell the wind on you. Another little smile. Have you brought me a gift? I reached into the pocket of my jacket and chucked a small shard of bone, no bigger than my hand, at the Carver's feet. This is all that's left of the Ator after I splattered him on the streets of Valaris. Those blue eyes flared with unholy delight. I hadn't even known we'd kept this fragment. It had been stored until now, precisely for this sort of thing. So bloodthirsty, my new High Lady, the Carver purred, picking up the cracked bone and turning it over in those small, delicate hands. And then the Carver said, I smell my sister on you. Cursebreaker. My mouth went dry. His sister. Did you steal from her? Did she weave a thread of your life into her loom? The weaver of the wood. My heart thundered. No breathing could steady it. Cashin's hand tightened around mine. The Carver purred to Cashin. If I tell you a secret, warrior heart, what will you give me? Neither of us spoke. Carefully, we'd have to phrase and do this so carefully. The Carver stroked the shard of bone in his palm, attention fixed upon a stone-faced Cashin. What if I tell you what the rock and darkness and sea beyond whispered to me, Lord of bloodshed, how they shuddered in fear on that island across the sea, how they trembled when she emerged. She took something precious. She ripped it out with her teeth. Cashin's golden-brown face had drained of color, his wings tucking in tight. What did you wake that day in Highburn, Prince of Bastards? My blood went cold. What came out was not what went in. A rasping laugh as the Carver laid the shard of bone on the ground beside him. How lovely she is, new as a fawn and yet ancient as the sea. How she calls to you, a queen as my sister once was, terrible and proud, beautiful as a winter sunrise. Reese had warned me of the inmate's capacity to lie, to sell anything, to get free. Nesta, the bone Carver murmured. Nesta. I squeezed Cashin's hand. Enough. It was enough of this teasing and taunting. But he didn't look at me. How the wind moans her name. Can you hear it too? Nesta. 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 I wasn't sure Cashin was breathing. What did she do? Drowning in the ageless dark. What did she take? It was the bite in the last word that snapped my tether of restraint. If you wish to find out, perhaps you should stop talking long enough for us to explain. My voice seemed to shake Cashin free of whatever trance he'd been in. His breathing surged, tight and fast, and he scanned my face, apology in his eyes. The Carver chuckled. I so rarely get company. Forgive me for wanting to make idle talk. He crossed an ankle over a foot. And why have you sought my services? We attained the Book of Breathings, I said casually. There are interesting spells inside. Codes within codes within codes. Someone we know cracked most of them. She is still looking for others. Spells that could send someone like her home. Others like her too. The Carver's violet eyes flared bright as flame. I'm listening. Chapter 23. War is upon us, I said to the Carver. Rumor suggests you have gifts that may be useful upon the battlefield. A smile at Cashin, as if understanding why he joined me. In exchange for a price, the Carver mused. Within reason, Cashin countered. The Carver surveyed his cell. And you think that I wish to go back, don't you? The carver folded his legs beneath his small frame. Where we came from, I do not believe it is now anything more than dust drifting across a plain. There is no home to return to, not one that I desire. For if he'd been here before even Amren had arrived, tens of thousands of years longer perhaps, I shoved against the sinking sensation in my gut. Then perhaps improving your living conditions might entice you, if this world is where you wish to be. This cell, Cursebreaker, is where I wish to be. The carver patted the dirt beside him. Do you think I let them trap me without good reason? Cashin's entire body seemed to shift, seemed to go aware and focused, ready to haul us out of there. The carver traced 3 overlapping, interlocked circles in the dirt. You have met my sister, my twin, the Weaver as you now call her. I knew her as Striga, she and our older brother Kashii. How they delighted in this world when we fell into it. How those ancient Fae feared and worshipped them. Had I been braver, I might have bided my time, waited for their power to fade. For that long ago Fae warrior to trick Striga into diminishing her power and becoming confined to the middle. Kashii, too, confined and bound by his little lake on the continent. All before Prythian, before the land was carved up and any High Lord was crowned. Cashin and I waited, not daring to interrupt. Clever, that Fae warrior. Her bloodline is long gone now, though a trace still runs through some human line. He smiled, perhaps a bit sadly. No one remembers her name, but I do. She would have been my salvation, had I not made my choice long before she walked this earth. I waited and waited and waited, picking apart the story he laid out like crumbs of bread. She could not kill them in the end, they were too strong. They could only be contained. The carver wiped a hand through the circles he'd drawn, erasing them wholly. I knew that long before she ever trapped them. Took it upon myself to find my way here. To spare the world from yourself? Cashin asked, brows narrowing. The carver's eyes burned like the hottest flame. To hide from my siblings. I blinked. Why? They are death gods, girl, the carver hissed. You are immortal. Or long-lived enough to seem that way. But my siblings and I, we are different. And the two of them, stronger, so much stronger than I ever was. My sister, she found a way to eat life itself. To stay young and beautiful forever thanks to the lives she steals. The weaving, the threads inside that house, the roof made of hair. I made a note to throw Reese in the Sidra for sending me into that cottage. But the carver himself, if they are death gods, I said, then what are you? Death. He had asked me over and over about death, about what waited beyond it, what it felt like, where I had gone. I thought it mere curiosity, but that boy's face crinkled with amusement. My son's face, the vision of the future that had once been shown to me all those months ago, as some sort of taunt or embodiment of what I hadn't dared yet admit to myself, what I was most uncertain of. And now that young boy, a different sort of taunt for the future I now stood to lose. I am forgotten, that's what I am, and that's how I prefer to be. The carver rested his head against the wall of rock behind him. So you will find that I do not wish to leave, that I have no desire to remind my sister and brother that I am alive and in the world. Contained and diminished as they are, their influence remains considerable. If Hybern wins this war, Cashin said roughly, you might find the gates of this place blown wide open, and your sister and brother unleashed from their own territories, and interested in paying a visit. Even Hybern is not that foolish, a satisfied huff of air. I'm sure there are other inmates here who will find your offer tempting. My blood roared. You will not even consider assisting us. I waved a hand to the cell. This is what you would prefer? For eternity? If you knew my brother and sister, Cursebreaker, you would find this a much wiser and more comfortable alternative. I opened my mouth, but Cashin squeezed my hand in warning. Enough. We'd said enough, revealed enough. Looking so desperate, it would help nothing. We should go, Cashin said to me, the very picture of unruffled calm. The delights of the hewn city await. We'd indeed be late if we didn't leave now. I threw a glare at the carver by way of farewell, letting Cashin lead me toward the open cell door. You are going to the hewn city, the carver said, not entirely a question. I don't see how that is any business of yours, I said over my shoulder. The carver's beat of silence echoed around us, made us pause on the threshold. One last attempt, the carver mused, eyes skating over us. To rally the entirety of the night court, I suppose. Again, it is none of your concern, I said coolly. The carver smiled. You will be bargaining with him. A glance at the tattoo on my right hand. I wonder what Kier's asking price will be. A low laugh. Interesting. Cashin let out a long-suffering sigh. Out with it. The bone carver again fell silent, toying with the shard of the adder's bone in the dirt beside him. The eddies of the cauldron swirl in strange ways, he murmured, more to himself than us. We're going, I said, making to turn again, hauling Cashin with me. My sister had a collection of mirrors in her black castle, the carver said. We halted once more. She admired herself day and night in those mirrors, gloating over her youth and beauty. There was one mirror, the Ouroboros, she called it. It was old even when we were young, a window to the world. All could be seen, all could be told through its dark surface. Kier possesses it, an heirloom of his household. Bring it to me, that is my price. The Ouroboros, and I am yours to wield. If you can find a way to free me. A hateful smile. I exchanged a glance with Cashin, and we both shrugged at the carver. We'll see, was all I said before we walked out. Cashin and I sat on a boulder overlooking a silver stream, breathing in the chill mists. The prison loomed at our backs, a dreadful weight blocking out the horizon. You said that you knew the carver was an old god, I mused softly. Did you know he was a death god? Cashin's face was taut. I guessed. When I lifted a brow, he clarified. He carves deaths into bones, sees them, enjoys them. It wasn't hard to figure out. I considered. Was it you or Reese who suggested you come here with me? I wanted to come, but Reese, he guessed it too. Because what we'd seen in Nesta's eyes that day, like calls to like, I murmured. Cashin nodded tightly. I don't think even the carver knows what Nesta is, but I wanted to see, just in case. Why? I want to help. It was answer enough. We fell into silence, the stream gurgling as it rushed by. Would you be frightened of her if Nesta was death, or if her power came from it? Cashin was quiet for a long moment. He said at last, I'm a warrior. I've walked beside death my entire life. I would be more afraid for her to have that power, but not afraid of her. He considered and added after a heartbeat, nothing about. Nesta could frighten me. I swallowed and squeezed his hand. Thank you. I wasn't sure why I even said it, but he nodded all the same. I felt him before he appeared, a spark of star-kissed joy flaring through me right as Reese stepped out of the air itself. Well? Cashin hopped off the boulder, extending a hand to help me down. You're not going to like his asking price. Reese held out both hands to winnow us back to Valaris. If he wants the fancy dinner plates, he can have them. Neither Cashin nor I could muster a laugh as we both reached for Reese's outstretched hands. You better bring your bargaining skills tonight, was all Cashin muttered to my mate before we vanished into shadow. Chapter 24. When we returned to the townhouse in the height of summer afternoon heat, Cashin and Azriel drew sticks for who would remain in Valaris that night. Both wanted to join us at the hewn city, but someone had to guard the city, part of their long-held protocol. And someone had to guard Ellen, though I certainly wasn't about to tell Lucian that. Cashin, swearing and pissy, got the short stick, and Azriel only clapped him on the shoulder before heading up to the house to prepare. I followed after him a few minutes later, leaving Cashin to tell Reese the rest of what the carver had said. What he wanted. There were 2 people I needed to see up at the house before we left. I should have checked in on Ellen earlier, should have remembered that her would-have-been wedding was in a few days, but I cursed myself for forgetting it. And as for Lucien, it wouldn't hurt, I told myself, to keep tabs on where he was. How that conversation with Azriel had gone yesterday. Make sure he remembered the rules we'd set. But 15 minutes later, I was trying not to wince as I walked down the halls of the House of Wind. Grateful Azriel had gone ahead. I'd winnowed into the sky above the highest balcony, and since I figured now was as good a time as any to practice flying, I'd summoned wings and fallen 20 feet onto hard stone. A rallied wind kept the fall from cracking any bones, but both my knees and my pride were significantly bruised by my graceless tumble through the air. At least no one had witnessed it. My stiff, limping steps, at least, had eased into a smoother gait by the time I found Ellen in the family library. Still staring at the window, but she was out of her room. Nesta was reading in her usual chair, one eye on Ellen, the other on the book spread in her lap. Only Nesta glanced my way as I slipped through the carved wooden doors. I murmured, "Hello," and shut the doors behind me. Ellen didn't turn. She was wearing a pale pink gown that did little to complement her sallow skin, her brown gold hair hanging in loose, heavy ringlets down her thin back. "It's a fine day," I said to them. Nesta arched an elegant eyebrow. "Where's your menagerie of friends?" I leveled a steely look back at her. "Those friends have offered you shelter and comfort, and training or whatever Amryn was doing. Are you ready for tonight?" "Yes." Nesta merely resumed reading the book in her lap. Pure dismissal. I let out a little snort that I knew would make her see red, and strode for Ellen. Nesta monitored my every step, a panther readying to strike at the merest hint of danger. "What are you looking at?" I asked Ellen, keeping my voice soft, casual. Her face was wan, her lips bloodless, but they moved barely as she said, "I can see so very far now, all the way to the sea." Indeed, the sea beyond the Sidra was a distant sparkle. It takes some getting used to. I can hear your heartbeat, if I listen carefully. I can hear her heartbeat too. You can learn to drown out the sounds that bother you. I had entirely on my own. I wondered if Nesta had as well, or if they both suffered, hearing each other's heartbeats day and night. I didn't look to my other sister to confirm it. Ellen's eyes at last slid to mine, the first time she'd done so. Even wasted away by grief and despair, Ellen's beauty was remarkable. Hers was a face that could bring kings to their knees, and yet there was no joy in it, no light, no life. She said, "I can hear the sea, even at night, even in my dreams, the crashing sea, and the screams of a bird made of fire." It was an effort not to glance to Nesta. Even the townhouse was too far to hear anything from the nearby coast. And as for some firebird, "There is a garden at my other house," I said. "I'd like for you to come tend it if you're willing." Ellen only turned toward the sunny windows again, the light dancing in her hair. Will I hear the earthworms writhing through the soil, or the stretching of roots? Will the bird of fire come to sit in the trees and watch me? I wasn't sure if I should answer. It was an effort to keep from shaking. But I caught Nesta's eye, noting the glimmer of pain on my eldest sister's face before it was hidden beneath that cool mask. "There's a book I need you to help me find, Nesta," I said, giving a pointed stare to the stacks to my left. Far enough away for privacy, but close enough to remain nearby should Ellen need anything. Do anything. Something in my chest cracked as Nesta's eyes also went to the windows before Ellen. To check, as I did, for whether they could be easily opened. Mercifully, they were permanently sealed, likely to protect against some careless fool forgetting to close them and ruining the books. Likely Cashin. Nesta wordlessly set down her book and followed me into the small labyrinth of stacks, both of us keeping an ear on the main sitting area. When we were far enough away, I threw up a shield of hard wind around us, keeping any sound inside. How did you get her to leave her room? I didn't, Nesta said, leaning against a shelf and crossing her slim arms. I found her in here. She wasn't in bed when I awoke. Nesta must have panicked upon finding her room empty. Did she eat anything? No. I managed to get her to drink some broth last night. She refused anything else. She's been talking in those half-riddles all day. I dragged a hand through my hair, freeing strands from my braid. Did anything happen to trigger? I don't know. I check on her every few hours. Nesta clenched her jaw. I was gone for longer yesterday, though, while she trained with Amren. Rhys had informed me that by the end of it, Nesta's rudimentary shields were solid enough that Amren deemed my sister ready for tonight. But there, beneath that cool demeanor, guilt, panic. I doubt anything happened, I said quickly. Maybe it's just part of the recovery process, her adjustment to being Fae. Nesta didn't look convinced. Does she have powers? Like mine? And what exactly are those powers, Nesta? I don't know. I don't think so, unless this is the first sign of something manifesting. It was an effort not to add. If you talk about what went on in the cauldron, perhaps we'd have a better understanding of it. Let's give her a day or two, see what happens. If she improves. Why not see now? Because we're going to the Hewn City in a few hours, and you don't seem inclined to want us shoving into your business. I told her as evenly as I could. I doubt Ellen does too. Nesta stared me down, not a flicker of emotion on her face, and gave a curt nod. Well, at least she left the room. And the chair. We exchanged a rare, calm glance. But then I said, why won't you train with Cashin? Nesta's spine locked up. Why is it only Cashin that I may train with? Why not the other one? Azriel. Him, or the blonde one who won't shut up? If you're referring to more. And why must I train at all? I am no warrior, nor do I desire to be. It could make you strong. There are many types of strength beyond the ability to wield a blade and end lives. Amren told me that yesterday. You said you wanted our enemies dead. Why not kill them yourself? She inspected her nails. Why bother when someone else can do it for me? I avoided the urge to rub my temples. But the doors to the library opened, and I snapped my barrier of hard air down entirely at the thud of stalking footsteps, then their sudden halting. I gripped Nesta's arm to keep her still just as Lucien's voice blurted, You left your room. Nesta bristled, teeth flashing. I gripped her harder, and threw a new wall of air around us, holding her there. Weeks of cloistering Ellen had done nothing to improve her state. Perhaps the half-riddles were proof of that. And even if Lucien was currently breaking the rules we had set. More steps, no doubt closer to where Ellen stood at the window. Is there anything I can get for you? I'd never heard my friend's voice so soft, so tentative and concerned. Perhaps it made me the lowest sort of wretch, but I cast my mind toward him. And then I was in his body, his head. Too thin. She must not be eating at all. How can she even stand? The thoughts flowed through his head, one after another. His heart was a raging, thunderous beat, and he didn't dare move from his position a mere 5 feet away. She hadn't yet turned toward him, but the ravages of her fasting were evident enough. Touch her, smell her, taste her. The instincts were a running river. He fisted his hands at his sides. He hadn't expected her to be here. The other sister, the Viper, was a possibility, but one he was willing to risk. Aside from talking to the Shadowzinger yesterday, which had been just about as unnerving as he'd expected, though Azriel seemed like a decent enough male. He'd been cooped up in this wind-blasted house for 2 days. The thought of another one had been enough to make him risk Rysand's wrath. He just wanted a walk, and a few books. It had been an age since he'd even had free time to read, let alone do so for pleasure. But there she was, his mate. She was nothing like Jasminda. Jasminda had been all laughter and mischief, too wild and free to be contained by the country life that she'd been born into. She had teased him, taunted him, seduced him so thoroughly that he hadn't wanted anything but her. She'd seen him not as a High Lord's seventh son, but as a male, had loved him without question, without hesitation. She had chosen him. Ellen had been thrown at him. He glanced toward the tea service spread on a low-lying table nearby. I'm going to assume that one of those cups belongs to your sister. Indeed, there was a discarded book in the Viper's usual chair. Cauldron helped the male who wound up shackled to her. Do you mind if I help myself to the other? He tried to sound casual, comfortable, even as his heart raced and raced, so swift he thought he might vomit on the very expensive, very old carpet. From Sangrava, if the patterns and rich dyes were any indication. Rhysand was many things, but he certainly had good taste. This entire place had been decorated with thought and elegance, with a penchant for comfort over stuffiness. He didn't want to admit he liked it, didn't want to admit that he found the city beautiful. That the circle of people who now claimed to be Feyre's new family, it was what, long ago, he'd once thought life at Tamlin's court would be. An ache like a blow to the chest went through him, but he crossed the rug, forced his hands to be steady while he poured himself a cup of tea and sat in the chair opposite Nesta's vacated one. There's a plate of biscuits. Would you like one? He didn't expect her to answer, and he gave himself all of one more minute before he'd rise from this chair and leave, hopefully avoiding Nesta's return. But sunlight on gold caught his eye, and Ellen slowly turned from her vigil at the window. He had not seen her entire face since that day in Hybern. Then, it had been drawn and terrified, then utterly blank and numb, her hair plastered to her head, her lips blue with cold and shock. Looking at her now, she was pale, yes, the vacancy still glazing her features. But he couldn't breathe as she faced him fully. She was the most beautiful female he'd ever seen. Betrayal, queasy and oily, slid through his veins. He'd said the same to Jasminda once. But even as shame washed through him, the words, the sense chanted, mine. You are mine and I am yours, mate. Her eyes were the brown of a fawn's coat, and he could have sworn something sparked in them as she met his gaze. Who are you? He knew without demanding clarification that she was aware of what he was to her. I am Lucian, seventh son of the High Lord of the Autumn Court. And a whole lot of nothing. He told the Shadowsinger all he knew of his surviving brothers, of his father, his mother. He'd kept some details irrelevant and utterly personal to himself. Everything else, his father's closest allies, the most conniving courtiers and lords, he'd handed it over. Granted, it was dated by a few centuries, but in his time as emissary, from the information he'd gathered, not much had changed. They'd all acted the same under the mountain anyway. And after what had happened with his brothers a few days ago, there was no tinge of guilt when he told Osriel what he knew. None of what he felt when he looked toward the south, toward both of the courts he'd called home. For a long moment, Ellen's face did not shift, but those eyes seemed to focus a bit more. Lucian, she said at last, and he clenched his teacup to keep from shuddering at the sound of his name on her mouth. From my sister's stories, her friend. Yes. But Ellen blinked slowly. You were in Hybern. Yes. It was all he could say. You betrayed us. He wished she'd shoved him out the window behind her. It was a mistake. Her eyes went frank and cold. I was to be married in a few days. He fought against the bristling rage, the irrational urge to find the male who'd claimed her and shred him apart. The words were a rasp as he instead said, I know. I'm sorry. She did not love him, want him, need him. Another male's bride. A mortal man's wife, or she would have been. She looked away toward the windows. I can hear your heart, she said quietly. He wasn't sure how to respond, so he said nothing and drained his tea, even as it burned his mouth. "When I sleep," she murmured, "I can hear your heart beating through the stone." She angled her head, as if the city view held some answer. "Can you hear mine?" He wasn't sure if she truly meant to address him, but he said, "No, lady, I cannot." Her too thin shoulders seemed to curve inward. "No one ever does. No one ever looked, not really." A bramble of words, her voice strained to a whisper. "He did. He saw me. He will not now." Her thumb brushed the iron ring on her finger. Another male's ring, another marker that she was claimed. It was enough. I had listened enough, learned enough. I pulled out of Lucien's mind. Nesta was gaping at me, even as her face had leached of color at every word uttered between them. "Have you ever gone into my—" "No," I rasped. How she knew what I had done, I didn't want to ask, not as I dropped the shield around us and headed for the sitting area. Lucien, no doubt having heard our steps, was flushed as he glanced between me and Nesta. No inkling whatsoever that I'd slid into his mind. Rifled through it like a bandit in the night, I shoved down the mild nausea. My eldest sister merely said to him, "Get out." I flashed Nesta a glare, but Lucien rose. "I came for a book." "Well, find one and leave." Ellen only stared out the window, unaware or uncaring. Lucien didn't head for the stacks. He just went to the open doors. He paused right between them and said to me, to Nesta, "She needs fresh air. We'll judge what she needs." I could have sworn his ruby hair gleamed like molten metal as his temper rose, but it faded, his russet eye fixing on me. "Take her to the sea. Take her to some garden. But get her out of this house for an hour or two." Then he walked away. I looked at my two sisters, cloistered up here, high above the world. "You're moving into the townhouse right now," I said to them, to Lucien, who paused in the dim hallway outside. Nesta, to my shock, did not object. Neither did Reese when I sent my order down the bond, asking him, Cashin, and Azriel to help move them. No, my mate just promised to assign 2 bedrooms to my sisters down the hall, on the other side of the stairs, and a third for Lucien on our side of the hall, well away from Ellen's. 30 minutes later, Azriel carried Ellen down, my sister silent and unresponsive in his arms. Nesta had looked ready to walk off the balcony rather than let Cashin, already dressed and armed for guarding the townhouse tonight, hold her, so I nudged her toward Reese, pushed Lucien toward Cashin, and flew myself back. Or tried to, again. I soared for about half a minute, savoring the cleansing scream of the wind, before my wings wobbled, my back strained, and the fall became unbearably deadly. I winnowed the rest of the way to the townhouse, and adjusted vases and figurines in the sitting room while waiting for them. Azriel arrived first, no shadows to be seen, my sister a pale, golden mass in his arms. He, too, wore his Illyrian armor, Ellen's golden brown hair snagging in some of the black scales across his chest and shoulders. He set her down gently on the foyer carpet, having carried her in through the front door. Ellen peered up at his patient, solemn face. Azriel smiled faintly. "Would you like me to show you the garden?" She seemed so small before him, so fragile compared to the scales of his fighting leathers, the breadth of his shoulders, the wings peeking over them. But Ellen did not balk from him, did not shy away as she nodded, just once. Azriel, graceful as any courtier, offered her an arm. I couldn't tell if she was looking at his blue siphon or at his scarred skin beneath as she breathed, "Beautiful." Color bloomed high on Azriel's golden brown cheeks, but he inclined his head in thanks and led my sister toward the back doors into the garden, sunlight bathing them. A moment later, Nesta was stomping through the front door, her face a remarkable shade of green. "I need a toilet." I met Reese's stare as he prowled in behind her, hands in his pockets. "What did you do?" His brows shot up, but I wordlessly pointed Nesta toward the powder room beneath the stairs, and she vanished, slamming the door behind her. Me? Rhys leaned against the bottom post of the banister. She complained that I was flying deliberately slow, so I went fast. Cassian and Lucian appeared, neither looking at the other. But Lucian's attention went right to the hallway toward the back, his nostrils flaring as he scented Ellen's direction. And who she'd gone with. A low snarl slipped out of him. "Relax," Rhys said. "Azriel isn't the ravishing type." Lucian cut him a glare. Mercifully, or perhaps not, Nesta's retching filled the silence. Cassian gaped at Rhys. "What did you do?" "I asked him the same thing," I said, crossing my arms. "He said he went fast." Nesta vomited again, then silence. Cassian sighed at the ceiling. "She'll never fly again." The doorknob twisted and we tried, or at least Cassian and I did, not to seem like we'd been listening to her. Nesta's face was still greenish pale, but her eyes burned. There was no way of describing that burning, and even painting it might have failed. Her eyes remained the same blue-gray as my own, and yet, molten or was all I could think of, quicksilver set aflame. She advanced a step toward us, all her attention fixed on Rhys. Cassian casually stepped in her path, wings folded in tight, feet braced apart on the carpet. A fighting stance, casual, but his siphons glimmered. "Do you know," Cassian drawled to her, "that the last time I got into a brawl in this house, I was kicked out for a month?" Nesta's burning gaze slid to him, still outraged, but hinted with incredulity. He just went on. "It was Amren's fault, of course, but no one believed me, and no one dared banish her." She blinked slowly, but the burning, molten gaze became mortal, or as mortal as one of us could be. Until Lucian breathed, "What are you?" Cassian didn't seem to dare take his focus off Nesta, but my sister slowly looked at Lucian. "I made it give something back," she said with terrifying quiet. "The cauldron." The hairs along my arms rose. Nesta's gaze flicked to the carpet, then to a spot on the wall. "I wished to go to my room." Took a moment to realize she'd spoken to me. Cleared my throat. "Up the stairs on your right. Second door. Or the third, whichever suits you. The other is for Ellen. We need to leave in." I squinted at the clock in the sitting room. 2 hours. A shallow nod was her only acknowledgement and thanks. We watched as she headed up the steps, her lavender gown trailing after her. One slender hand braced on the rail. "I'm sorry," Rhys called up after her. Her hand tightened on the rail, the whites of her knuckles poking through her pale skin. But she didn't say anything as she continued on. "Is that sort of thing even possible?" Cassian murmured when the door to her room had shut. "For someone to take from the cauldron's essence?" "It would seem so," Rhys mused, then said to Lucian. "The flame in her eyes was not of your usual sort, I take it." Lucian shook his head. "No, it spoke to nothing in my own arsenal. That was, so cold it burned. Ice and yet, fluid like flame, or flame made of ice." "I think it's death," I said quietly. I held Rhys's gaze, as if it were again the tether that had kept me in this world. "I think the power is death, death made flesh, or whatever power the cauldron holds over such things. That's why the carver heard about her." "Mother above," Lucian said, dragging a hand through his hair. Cassian gave him a solemn nod. But Rhys rubbed his jaw, weighing, thinking. Then he said simply, "Only Nesta would not just conquer death, but pillage it." No wonder she didn't wish to speak to anyone about it. Didn't wish to bear witness on our behalf. It had been mere seconds for us while she'd gone under. I had never asked either of my sisters how long it had been for them inside that cauldron. "Azriel knows you're watching," Rhys drawled from where he stood before the mirror in our bedroom, adjusting the lapels of his black jacket. The townhouse was a quiet flurry of activity as we prepared to leave. Mor and Amren had arrived half an hour ago, the former heading for the sitting room, the latter bearing a dress for my sister. I didn't dare ask Amryn to see what she'd selected for Nesta. Training, Amryn had said days ago. There were magical objects in the Court of Nightmares that my sister could study tonight, while we were occupied with Kier. I wondered if the Ouroboros was one of them, and made a note to ask Amryn what she knew of the mirror the carver so badly desired, which I'd somehow have to convince Kier to part with tonight. Lucien had offered to make himself useful while we were gone by reading through some of the texts now piled on the tables throughout the sitting room. Amryn had only grunted at the offer, which I told Lucien amounted to a yes. Cashin was already on the roof, casually sharpening his blades. I'd asked him if 9 swords were really necessary, and he merely told me that it didn't hurt to be prepared, and that if I had enough time to question him, then I should have enough time to do another workout. I'd quickly left, throwing a vulgar gesture his way. My hair still damp from the bath I'd just taken. I slid my heavy earrings through my lobes and peered out our bedroom window, monitoring the garden below. Ellen sat silently at one of the wrought iron tables, a cup of tea before her. Osriel was sprawled on the chaise long across the gray stones, sunning his wings and reading what looked to be a stack of reports. Likely information on the autumn court that he planned to present to Rhys once he'd sorted through it all. Already dressed for the hewn city, the brutal, beautiful armor so at odds with the lovely garden, and my sister sitting within it. Why not make them mates? I mused. Why Lucien? I'd keep that question from Lucien. I'm serious. I turned toward him and crossed my arms. What decides it? Who decides it? Rhys straightened his lapels before plucking an invisible piece of lint from them. Fate, the mother, the cauldron's swirling eddies. Rhys. He watched me in the reflection of the mirror as I strode for my armoire, flinging open the doors to yank out the dress I'd selected. Scraps of shimmering black, a slightly more modest version of what I'd worn to the Court of Nightmares months ago. You said your mother and father were wrong for each other. Tamlin said his own parents were wrong for each other. I peeled off my dressing robe. So it can't be a perfect system of matching. What if? I jerked my chin toward the window, to my sister and the Shadowsinger in the garden. That is what she needs. Is there no free will? What if Lucien wishes the union, but she doesn't? A mating bond can be rejected, Rhys said mildly, eyes flickering in the mirror as he drank in every inch of bare skin I had on display. There is choice, and sometimes, yes, the bond picks poorly. Sometimes, the bond is nothing more than some preordained guesswork at who will provide the strongest offspring. At its basest level, it's perhaps only that. Some natural function, not an indication of true, paired souls. A smile at me, at the rareness, perhaps, of what we had. Even so, Rhys went on, there will always be a tug. For the females, it is usually easier to ignore, but the males can drive them mad. It is their burden to fight through, but some believe they are entitled to the female. Even after the bond is rejected, they see her as belonging to them. Sometimes they return to challenge the male she chooses for herself. Sometimes it ends in death. It is savage and it is ugly, and it mercifully does not happen often, but many mated pairs will try to make it work, believing the cauldron selected them for a reason. Only years later will they realize that perhaps the pairing was not ideal in spirit. I scrounged up the jeweled, dark belt from an armoire drawer and slung it low over my hips. So you're saying she could walk away, and Lucien would have free rein to kill whoever she wishes to be with. Rhys turned from the mirror at last, his dark clothes pristine, cut perfectly to his body. No wings tonight. Not free rein, not in my lands. It has been illegal in our territory for a long, long time for males to do that. Even before I was born. Other courts, no. On the continent, there are territories that believe the females literally belong to their mate. But not here. Ellen would have our full protection if she rejects the bond. But it will still be a bond, however weakened, that will trail her for the rest of her existence. Do you think she and Lucien match well? I pulled out a pair of sandals that laced up my bare thighs and jammed my feet into them before beginning work on the bindings. You know them better than I do, but I will say that Lucien is loyal. fiercely so. So is Azriel. Azriel, Rhys said, has been preoccupied with the same female for the past 500 years. Wouldn't the mating bond have snapped into place for them if it exists? Rhys's eyes shuddered. I think that is a question Azriel has been asking himself every day since he met Moore. He sighed as I finished one foot and started on the other. Am I allowed to request that you not play matchmaker? Let them sort it out. I rose, bracing my hands on my hips. I would never meddle in someone else's affairs. He only raised a brow in silent challenge, and I knew precisely what he referred to. My gut tightened as I took a seat at the vanity and began braiding my hair into a coronet atop my head. Perhaps I was a coward for not being able to ask it aloud, but I set down the bond. Was it a violation, going into Lucien's mind like that? I can't answer that for you. Rhys came over and handed me a hairpin. I slid it into a section of braid. I needed to be sure that he wasn't about to try to grab her to sell us out. He handed me another. And did you get an answer to that? We worked in unison, pinning my hair into place. I think so. It wasn't just about what he thought, it was the feeling. I sensed no ill will, no conniving, only concern for her, and sorrow, longing. I shook my head. Do I tell him what I did? Rhys pinned a hard-to-reach section of my hair. You have to deem whether the cost is worth assuaging your guilt. The cost being Lucien's tentative trust in me, this place. I crossed a line. But you did it to ensure the safety of people you love. I didn't realize. I trailed off, shaking my head again. He squeezed my shoulder. Didn't realize what? I shrugged, slouching on the cushioned stool. That it'd be so complicated. My face warmed. I know that sounds terribly naive. It's always complicated, and it never gets easier, no matter how many centuries I've been doing it. I pushed around the extra hairpins on the vanity. It's the second time I've gone into his mind. Then say it's the last and be done with it. I blinked, lifting my head. I'd painted my lips in a shade of red so dark it was nearly black, and they now pressed into a thin line. He clarified, what's done is done. Agonizing over it won't change anything. You realized it was a line you didn't like crossing, and so you won't make that mistake again. I shifted in my seat. Would you have done it? Rhys considered. Yes, and I would have felt just as guilty afterward. Hearing that settled something, deep down. I nodded once, twice. If you want to make yourself feel a little better, he added, Lucien did technically violate the rules we set. So you were entitled to look into his mind, if only to ensure the safety of your sister. He crossed the line first. That thing deep in me eased a bit more. You're right. And it was done. I watched Rhys in the mirror as a dark crown appeared in his hands. The one of raven's feathers that I'd seen him wear, or its feminine twin. A tiara, which he gently, reverently, set before the braid we'd pinned into place atop my head. The original crown. It appeared atop Rhys's head a moment later. Together, we stared at our reflection. Lord and Lady Knight. Ready to be wicked? He purred in my ear. My toes curled at the caress in that voice, at the memory of the last time we'd gone to the Court of Nightmares. How I'd sat in his lap, where his fingers had drifted. I rose from the bench, facing him fully. His hands skimmed the bare skin along my ribs, between my breasts, down the outside of my thighs. Oh, he remembered, too. This time, I breathed, kissing the tendril of tattoo that peeked just above the collar of Rhys's black jacket. I get to make Kier beg. Chapter 25. Amren hadn't dressed Nesta in cobwebs and stardust, as Moore and I were clothed, and she hadn't dressed Nesta in her own style of loose pants and a cropped blouse. She had kept it simple, brutal. A dress of impenetrable black flowed to the dark marble floors of the throne room of the hewn city, tight through the bodice and sleeves, its neckline skimming the base of her pale throat. Nesta's hair had been swept into a simple style to reveal the pains of her face, the savage clarity of her eyes as she took in the assembled crowd, the towering carved pillars and the scaled beasts twined around them, the mighty dais and the throne atop it, and did not balk. Indeed, Nesta's chin only lifted with each step we took toward that dais. One throne, I realized, that mighty throne of those twined, scaly beasts. Rhys realized it too, planned for it. My sister and the others peeled away at the foot of the dais, taking flanking positions at its base. No fear, no joy, no light in their faces. Azriel, at Mor's side, looked murderously calm as he surveyed those gathered. As he beheld Keir, waiting beside a golden-haired woman who had to be Mor's mother, sneering at us. Promise them nothing, Mor had warned me. Rhys held out a hand for me to ascend the dais steps. I kept my head high, back straight, as I gripped his fingers and strode up the few stairs, toward that solitary throne. Rhys only winked as he gracefully escorted me right into that throne, the movement as easy and smooth as a dance. The crowd murmured as I sat, the black stone bitingly cold against my bare thighs. They outright gasped as Rhys simply perched on the arm of the throne, smirked at me and said to the Court of Nightmares, "Bow," for they had not, and with me seated on that throne, their faces were still a mixture of shock and disdain as they all dropped to their knees. I avoided looking at Nesta while she had no choice but to follow suit. But I made myself look at Keir, at the female beside him, at anyone who dared meet my gaze. Made myself remember what they had done to Mor, now bowing with a grin on her face, when she was barely more than a child. Some of the court averted their eyes. I will interpret the lack of two thrones to be due to the fact that this visit came upon you quickly, Rhys said with lethal calm. And I will let you all escape without having your skin flayed from your bones as my mating gift to you. Our loyal subjects, he added, smiling faintly. I traced a finger over the scaly coil of one of the beasts that made up the arms of the throne. Our court, part of it. And we needed them to fight with us, to agree to it, tonight. The mouth I'd painted that dark red parted into a lazy smile. Tendrils of power snaked toward the dais, but didn't dare venture past the first step, testing me what power I might have, but not getting close enough to offend Rhys. And I let them creep closer, sniffing around, as I said to Rhys, to the throne room, "Surely, my love, they would like to stand now." Rhys smiled down at me, then at the crowd. "Rise." They did, and some of those tendrils of power dared climb up the first step. I pounced. 3 gasps choked through the murmuring room as I slammed talon-sharp magic down upon those 2 curious powers. Dug in deep and hard. Cat with a bird under its paw. Several of them. "Do you wish to have this back?" I asked quietly to no one in particular. Near the foot of the dais, Keir was scowling over a shoulder, his silver circlet glinting atop his golden hair. Someone whimpered in the back of the room. "Don't you know," Rhys purred to the crowd, "that it's not polite to touch a lady without her permission?" In answer, I sank those dark talons in further, the magic of whoever had dared try to test me thrashing and buckling. "Play nice," I crooned to the crowd, "and let go." 3 separate flurries of motion warred for my attention. Someone had winnowed outright, fleeing. Another had fainted, and a third was clinging to whoever stood beside them, trembling. I marked all their faces. Amren and Nesta approached the foot of the dais. My sister was staring as if she'd never seen me before. I didn't dare break my mask of bemused coolness. Didn't dare ask if Nesta's shields were holding up, if someone had just tried to test her as well. Nesta's own imperious face yielded nothing. Amren bowed her head to Rhys, to me. "By your leave, High Lord." Rhys waved an idle hand. "Go. Enjoy yourselves." He jerked his chin to the watching crowd. "Food and music. Now." He was obeyed. Instantly. My sister and Amren vanished before the crowd could begin milling about, striding right through those towering doors and into the gloom. To go play with some of the magical trove kept here, to give Nesta some practice for whenever Amryn figured out how to fix the wall. A few heads turned in their direction, then quickly looked away as Amryn noticed them. Let some of the monster inside show. We still had not told her of the bone carver, of the prison visit. Something a bit like guilt coiled in my stomach, though I supposed I had to get used to it as Rhys curled a finger toward Keir and said, "The council room, 10 minutes." Keir's eyes narrowed at the order, the female beside him keeping her head down, the portrait of subservience. What more was supposed to have been? My friend was indeed watching her parents, cold indifference on her face. Azriel kept a step away, monitoring everything. I didn't let myself look too interested, too worried, as Rhys offered me a hand and we rose from the throne, and went to talk of war. The council chamber of the hewn city was nearly as large as the throne room. It was carved from the same dark rock, its pillars fashioned after those entangled beasts. Far below the high, domed ceiling, a mammoth table of black glass split the room in two like a lightning strike, its corners left long and jagged, sharp as a razor. Rhys claimed a seat at the head of the table. I took the one at the opposite end. Azriel and Moore found seats on one side, and Keir settled into the seat on the other. A chair beside him sat empty. Rhys leaned back in his dark chair, swirling the wine that had been poured by a stone-faced servant a moment before. It had been an effort not to thank the male who'd filled my goblet. But here I did not thank anyone. Here, I took what was mine and offered no gratitude or apologies for it. "I know why you're here," Keir said without any sort of preamble. "Oh," Rhys's eyebrow arched beautifully. Keir surveyed us, distaste lingering on his handsome face. "Hybern is swarming. Your legions," a sneer at Azriel, at the Illyrians he represented, "are gathering." Keir interlaced his long fingers and set them upon the dark glass. "You mean to ask for my Darkbringers to join your army?" Rhys sipped from his wine. "Well, at least you've spared me the effort of dancing around the subject." Keir held his gaze without blinking. "I will confess that I find myself sympathetic to Hybern's cause." Moore shifted slightly in her seat. Azriel just pinned that icy, all-seeing stare on Keir. "You would not be the only one," Rhys countered coolly. Keir frowned up at the obsidian chandelier, fashioned after a wreath of night-blooming flowers, the center of each a twinkling silver fey light. "There are many similarities between Hybern's people and my own. Both of us trapped, stagnant. Last I checked," Moore cut in, "you have been free to do as you wish for centuries. Longer." Keir didn't so much as look at her, earning a flicker of rage from Azriel at the dismissal. "Ah, but are we free here? Not even the entirety of this mountain belongs to us. Not with your palace atop it. All of this belongs to me. I'll remind you," Rhys said wryly. "It's that mentality that allows me to find Hybern's stifled people to be kindred spirits. You want the palace upstairs, Keir? Then it's yours." Rhys crossed his legs. "I didn't know you were lusting after it for so long." Keir's answering smile was near serpentine. "You must need my army rather desperately, Rhys," and again that hateful glance at Azriel. "Are the overgrown bats not up to snuff anymore? Come train with them," Azriel said softly, "and you'll learn for yourself." In his centuries of miserable existence, Keir had certainly mastered the art of sneering. And the way he sneered at Azriel, Moore's teeth flashed in the dim light. It was an effort to keep myself from doing the same. "I have no doubt," Rhys said, the portrait of glorious boredom, "that you've already decided upon your asking price." Keir peered down the table, to me, looked his fill as I held his stare. I did. My stomach turned at that gaze, the words. Dark power rumbled through the chamber, setting the onyx. Chandelier tinkling. "Tread carefully, Keir." Keir only smiled at me, then at Rhys. Moore had gone utterly still. "What would you give me for a shot at this war, Rhys?" You hoard yourself to Amarantha, but what about your mate? He had not forgotten how we treated him, how we'd humiliated him months ago. And Rhys, there was only eternal, unforgiving death in his face, in the darkness gathering behind his chair. The bargain our ancestors struck grants you the right to choose how and when your army assists my own. But it does not grant you the right to keep your life here when I grow tired of your existence. As if in answer, invisible claws gouged deep marks in the table, the glass shrieking. I flinched. Keir blanched at the lines now inches from him. But I thought you might be hesitant to assist me, Rhys went on. I'd never seen him so calm. Not calm, but filled with icy rage. The sort I sometimes glimpsed in Azriel's eyes. Rhys snapped his fingers and said to no one in particular, "Bring him in." The doors opened on a phantom wind. I didn't know where to look as a servant escorted in the tall male figure. At Mor, whose face went white with dread. At Azriel, who reached for his dagger, truth-teller, his every breath alert, focused but unsurprised, not a hint of shock. Or at Eris, heir to the autumn court, as he strolled into the room. Chapter 26. That's who the final empty seat was for. And Rhys, he remained sprawled in his chair, sipping from his wine. "Welcome back, Eris," he drawled. "It's been, what, 5 centuries since you last set foot in here?" Mor slid her eyes toward Rhys. Betrayal and hurt, that was hurt flashing there. For not warning us, for this surprise. I wondered if I schooled my features with any more success than my friend as Eris claimed the vacant seat at the table, not bothering to so much as nod to a wary-eyed Keir. It has indeed been a while. He'd healed since that day on the ice, not a sign of the gut wound Cashin had given him. His red hair was unbound, a silken drape over his well-tailored cobalt jacket. What is he doing here? I speared down the bond, not bothering to hide any of what coursed through me. Making sure Keir agrees to help was all Rhys said, the words tight and clipped, restrained, as if he were still holding the full might of his rage in check. Shadows curled around Azriel's shoulders, whispering in his ear as he stared down Eris. "You once wanted to build ties to Autumn, Keir," said Rhys, setting down his goblet of wine. "Well, here's your chance. Eris is willing to offer you a formal alliance, in exchange for your services in this war. How the hell did you get him to agree to that?" Rhys didn't answer. "Rhysson." Keir leaned back in his chair. "It is not enough." Eris snorted, pouring himself a goblet of wine from the decanter in the center of the table. "I'd forgotten why I was so relieved when our bargain fell apart the last time." Rhys shot him a warning look. Eris just drank deeply. "What is it that you want, then, Keir?" Rhys purred. I had the feeling if Keir suggested me again, he'd wind up splattered on the wall. But Keir must have known, too, and said simply to Rhys, "I want out. I want space. I want my people to be free of this mountain." "You have every comfort," I finally said, "and yet it is not enough?" Keir ignored me as well, as I'm sure he ignored most women in his life. "You have been keeping secrets, High Lord," Keir said with a hateful smile, interlacing his hands and resting them on the mauled table, right atop the nearest deep gouge. "I always wondered where all of you went when you weren't here." Hybern answered the question at last, thanks to that attack on... what is its name? Valaris. Yes, on Valaris, the city of starlight. Mor went utterly still. "I want access to the city," Keir said, "for me and my court." "No," Mor said. The word echoed off the pillars, the glass, the rock. I was inclined to agree. The thought of these people, of Keir in Valaris, tainting it with their presence, their hatred and small-mindedness, their disdain and cruelty. Rhys did not refuse, did not shoot down the suggestion. "You can't be serious." Rhys only watched Keir as he answered down the bond, I anticipated this, and I took precautions. I contemplated it. The meeting with the palace governors, that was tied to this? Yes. Rhys and said to Keir, there would be conditions. Mor opened her mouth, but Azriel laid a scarred hand atop hers. She snatched her hand back as if she'd been burned as he had been. Azriel's mask of cold didn't so much as waver at the rejection, though Eris chuckled softly, enough to make Azriel's hazel eyes glaze with rage as he settled them upon the High Lord's son. Eris only inclined his head to the Shadowsinger. I want unrestricted access, Keir said to Rhys. You will not get it, Rhys said. There will be limited stays, limited numbers allowed in, to be decided later. Mor turned pleading eyes to Rhys. Her city, the place that she loved so much, I could almost hear it. The crack I knew was about to sound amongst our own circle. Keir looked to Mor at last, noted the despair and anger, and smiled. He had no real desire to get out of here, only a desire to take something he'd undoubtedly gleaned that his daughter cherished. I could have gladly shredded through his throat as Keir said, done. Rhys didn't so much as smile. Mor was only staring and staring at him, that beseeching expression crumpling her face. There is one more thing, I added, squaring my shoulders. One more request. Keir deigned to acknowledge me. Oh, I have need of the Ouroboros mirror, I said, willing ice into my veins. Immediately, interest and surprise flared in Keir's brown eyes. Mor's eyes. Who told you that I have it? He asked quietly. Does it matter? I want it. Do you even know what the Ouroboros is? Consider your tone, Keir, Rhys warned. Keir leaned forward, bracing his forearms on the table. The mirror. He laughed under his breath. Consider it my mating present. He added with sweet venom, if you can take it. Not a threat to face him, but what do you mean? Keir rose to his feet, smirking like a cat with a canary in its mouth. To take the Ouroboros, to claim it, you must first look into it. He headed for the doors, not waiting to be dismissed. And everyone who has attempted to do so has either gone mad or been broken beyond repair. Even a High Lord or two, if legend is true. A shrug. So it is yours if you dare to face it. Keir paused at the threshold as the doors opened on a phantom wind. He said to Rhys, perhaps the closest he'd come to asking for permission to leave. Lord Thanatos is having difficulties with his daughter again. He requires my assistance. Rhys only waved a hand, as if he hadn't just yielded our city to the male. Keir jerked his chin at Eris. I will wish to speak with you soon. Once he was done gloating over his victory tonight, what we'd given and lost. If the Ouroboros could not be retrieved, at least without such terrible risk, I shut out the thought, sealing it away for later as Keir left, leaving us alone with Eris. The air of autumn just sipped his wine, and I had the terrible sense that Mor had gone somewhere far, far away as Eris set down his goblet and said, You look well, Mor. You don't speak to her, Azriel said softly. Eris gave a bitter smile. I see you're still holding a grudge. This arrangement, Eris, Rhys said, relies solely upon you keeping your mouth shut. Eris huffed a laugh. And haven't I done an excellent job? Not even my father suspected when I left tonight. I glanced between my mate and Eris. How did this come about? Eris looked me over, the crown and dress. You didn't think that I knew your Shadowsinger would come sniffing around to see if I told my father about your powers? Especially after my brothers so mysteriously forgot about them, too. I knew it was a matter of time before one of you arrived to take care of my memory as well. Eris tapped the side of his head with a long finger. Too bad for you, I learned a thing or two about Damati. Too bad for my brothers that I never bothered to teach them. My chest tightened. Rhys, to keep me safe from Baron's wrath. to keep this potential alliance with the High Lords from falling apart before it began. Rhys, it was an effort to keep my eyes from burning. A gentle caress down the bond was his only answer. Of course I didn't tell my father, Eris went on, drinking from his wine again. Why waste that sort of information on the bastard? His answer would be to hunt you down and kill you, not realizing how much shit we're in with Hybern and that you might be the key to stopping it. So he plans to join us, then, Rhys said. Not if he learns about your little secret. Eris smirked. Moore blinked, as if realizing that Rhys's contact with Eris, his invitation here, the glance she gave me, clear and settled, told me enough. Hurt and anger still swirled, but understanding, too. So what's the asking price, Eris? Moore demanded, leaning her bare arms on the dark glass. Another little bride for you to torture? Something flickered in Eris's eyes. I don't know who fed you those lies to begin with, Morrigan, he said with vicious calm. Likely the bastards you surround yourself with. A sneer at Azriel. Moore snarled, rattling the glasses. You never gave any evidence to the contrary. Certainly not when you left me in those woods. There were forces at work that you have never considered, Eris said coldly, and I am not going to waste my breath explaining them to you. Believe what you want about me. You hunted me down like an animal. I cut in. I think we'll choose to believe the worst. Eris's pale face flushed. I was given an order, and sent to do it with 2 of my brothers. And what of the brother you hunted down alongside me, the one whose lover you helped to execute before his eyes? Eris laid a hand flat on the table. You know nothing about what happened that day. Nothing. Silence. Indulge me, was all I said. Eris stared me down. I stared right back. How do you think he made it to the spring border? He said quietly. I wasn't there when they did it. Ask him. I refused. It was the first and only time I have denied my father anything. He punished me, and by the time I got free, they were going to kill him too. I made sure they didn't. Made sure Tamlin got word, anonymously, to get the hell over to his own border, where 2 of Eris's brothers had been killed, by Lucian and Tamlin. Eris picked at a stray thread on his jacket. Not all of us were so lucky in our friends and family as you, Rhys-Anne. Rhys's face was a mask of boredom. It would seem so. And none of this entirely erased what he'd done. But what is the asking price? I repeated. The same thing I told Azriel when I found him snooping through my father's woods yesterday. Hurt flared in Moore's eyes as she whipped her head toward the Shadowsinger. But Azriel didn't so much as acknowledge her as he announced, when the time comes, we are to support Eris's bid to take the throne. Even as Azriel spoke, that frozen rage dulled his face, and Eris was wise enough to finally pale at the sight. Perhaps that was why Eris had kept knowledge of my powers to himself. Not just for this sort of bargaining, but to avoid the wrath of the Shadowsinger, the blade at his side. The request still stands, Rhys, and, Eris said, mastering himself, to just kill my father and be done with it. I can pledge troops right now. Mother above. He didn't even try to hide it, to look at all remorseful. It was an effort to keep my jaw from dropping to the table at his intent, the casualness with which he spoke it. Tempting but too messy, Rhys replied. Baron sided with us in the war. Hopefully he'll sway that way again. Pointed stare at Eris. He will, Eris promised, running a finger over one of the claw marks gouged into the table, and will remain blissfully unaware of Feyre's gifts. A throne in exchange for his silence and sway. Promise Keir nothing you care about, Rhys said, waving a hand in dismissal. Eris just rose to his feet. We'll see. A frown at Moore as he drained his wine and set down the goblet. I'm surprised you still can't control yourself around him. You had every emotion written right on that pretty face of yours. Watch it, Azriel warned. Eris looked between them, smiling faintly. secretly, as if he knew something that Azriel didn't. "I wouldn't have touched you," he said to Moore, who blanched again. "But when you fucked that other bastard," a snarl ripped from Rhys's throat at that, "and my own. I knew why you did it." Again that secret smile that had more shrinking. "So I gave you your freedom, ending the betrothal in no uncertain terms." "And what happened next?" Azriel growled. A shadow crossed Eris's face. "There are few things I regret. That is one of them. But perhaps one day, now that we are allies, I shall tell you why. What it cost me." "I don't give a shit," Moore said quietly. She pointed to the door. "Get out." Eris gave a mocking bow to her. "To all of us. See you at the meeting in 12 days. Chapter 27. We found Nesta and Amren waiting outside the throne room, both of them looking pissy and tired. Well, that made 6 of us. I didn't doubt Kyr's claim about the mirror, and risking gazing into it, none of us could afford it. To be broken, driven mad. None of us, not right now. Perhaps the bone carver had known that, had sent me on a fool's errand to amuse himself. We did not bother with goodbyes to the Whispering Court as we winnowed to the townhouse. To Valaris, the peace and beauty that now felt infinitely more fragile. Cashin had come off the roof at some point to join Lucian in the sitting room, the books from the wall spread on the low-lying table between them. Both got to their feet at the expressions on our faces. Cashin was halfway to Moore when she whirled on Rhys and said, "Why?" Her voice broke, and something in my chest cracked, too, at the tears that began running down her face. Rhys just stood there, staring down at her, his face unreadable, watching as she slammed her hands into his chest and shouted, "Why?" He yielded a step. Eris found Azriel, our hands were tied. I made the best of it. His throat bobbed. "I'm sorry." Cashin was sizing them up, frozen halfway across the room. And I assumed Rhys was telling him mind to mind, assumed he was telling Amren and perhaps even Lucian and Nesta from their surprised blinks. Moore whirled on Azriel. "Why didn't you say anything?" Azriel held her gaze unflinchingly, didn't so much as rustle his wings. "Because you would have tried to stop it, and we can't afford to lose Kyr's alliance and face the threat of Eris." "You're working with that prick?" Cashin cut in, whatever catching up now over, apparently. He moved to Moore's side, a hand on her back. He shook his head at Azriel and Rhys, disgust curling his lip. "You should have spiked Eris's fucking head to the front gates." Azriel only watched them with that icy indifference. But Lucian crossed his arms, leaning against the back of the couch. "I have to agree with Cashin. Eris is a snake." Perhaps Rhys had not filled him in on everything. Then, on what Eris had claimed about saving his youngest brother in whatever way he could, of his defiance. "Your whole family is despicable," Amren said to Lucian from where she and Nesta lingered in the archway. "But Eris may prove a better alternative, if he can find a way to kill Baronoff and make sure the power shifts to himself." "I'm sure he will," Lucian said. But Moore was still staring at Rhys, those silent tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. "It's not about Eris," she said, voice wobbling. "It's about here." She waved a hand to the townhouse, the city. "This is my home, and you are going to let Kyr destroy it." "I took precautions," Rhys said, an edge to his voice I had not heard in some time. "Many of them. Starting with meeting with the governors of the palaces and getting them to agree never to serve, shelter, or entertain Kyr or anyone from the Court of Nightmares." Moore blinked. Cashin's hand moved to her shoulder and squeezed. "They have been sending out the word to every business owner in the city," Rhys went on. "Every restaurant and shop and venue, so Kyr and his ilk may come here, but they will not find it a welcoming place, or one where they can even procure lodgings." Moore shook her head as she whispered, "He'll still destroy it." Cashin slid his arm around her shoulders, his face harder than I'd ever seen it as he studied Rhys. Then Azriel, "You should have warned us." "I should have," Rhys said, though he didn't sound sorry for it. Azriel just remained a foot away, wings tucked in tight and siphons glimmering. I stepped in at last. "We'll set limitations on when and how often they come." Moore shook her head, still not looking anywhere but at Rhys. "If Amarantha were alive," the words slithered through the room, darkening the corners. "If she were alive and I offered to work with her, even if it was to save us all, how would you feel?" They had never come this close to discussing what had happened to him. I approached Rhys's side, brushing my fingers against his own curled around mine. "If Amarantha offered us a slim shot at survival," Rhys said, his gaze unflinching, "then I would not give a shit that she made me fuck her for all those years." Cashin flinched. The entire room flinched. "If Amarantha showed up at that door right now," Rhys snarled, pointing toward the foyer entry, "and said she could buy us a chance at defeating Hybern, at keeping all of you alive, I would thank the fucking cauldron." Moore shook her head, tears slipping free again. "You don't mean that." "I do, Rhys. But the bond, the bridge between us, it was a howling void, a raging, dark tempest. Too far, this was pushing them both too far." I tried to catch Cashin's gaze, but he was monitoring them closely, his golden brown skin unnaturally pale. Azriel's shadows gathered close, half veiling him from view. And Amren stepped between Rhys and Moore. They both towered over her. "I kept this unit from breaking for 49 years, Amren said, eyes flaring bright as lightning. "I am not going to let you rip it to shreds now." She faced Moore. "Working with Kier and Eris is not forgiving them. And when this war is over, I will hunt them down and butcher them with you, if that is what you wish." Moore said nothing, though she at last looked away from Rhys. "My father will poison this city. I will not allow him to," Amren said. I believed her. And I think Moore did too, for the tears that continued sliding free. They seemed to shift, somehow. Amren turned to Rhys, whose face had now edged toward devastation. I slid my hand through his. "I see you," I said, giving him the words I'd once whispered all those months ago. "And it does not frighten me." Amren said to him, "You're a sneaky bastard. You always have been and likely always will be. But it doesn't excuse you, boy, from not warning us. Warning her not where those two monsters are involved. Yes, you made the right call, played it well, but you also played it badly." Something like shame dimmed his eyes. "I'm sorry," the words to Moore to Amren. Amren's dark hair swayed as she assessed them. Moore just shook her head at last. More acceptance than denial. I swallowed, my voice rough as I said, "This is war. Our allies are few and already don't trust us." I met each of them in the eye. My sister, Lucian, Moore, and Azriel and Cashin. Then Amren. Then my mate. I squeezed his hand at the guilt now sinking its claws deep into him. "You all have been to war and back, when I've never even set foot on a battlefield. But I have to imagine that we will not last long if we cleave apart, from within." Stumbling, near incoherent words, but Azriel said at last, "She's right." Moore didn't so much as look in his direction. I could have sworn guilt clouded Azriel's eyes, there and gone in a blink. Amren stepped back to Nesta's side as Cashin asked me, "What happened with the mirror?" I shook my head. "Kier says it's mine if I dare to take it. Apparently, what you see inside will break you or drive you insane. No one's ever walked away from it," Cashin swore. "Exactly," I said. "It was a risk perhaps none of us were entirely prepared to face. Not when we were all needed, each one of us." Moore added a bit hoarsely, straightening the ebony pleats and panels of her gossamer gown. "My father spoke true about that. I was raised with legends of the mirror. None were pleasant or successful." Cashin frowned at me at Rhys. "So what?" "You were talking about the Ouroboros," Amren said. I blinked. Shit. Why do you want that mirror? Her voice had slipped to a low timbre. Rhys slid his free hand into his pocket. If honesty is the theme of the night, because the bone carver requested it. Amren's nostrils flared. You went to the prison. Your old friends say hello? Cashin drawled, leaning a shoulder against the sitting room archway. Amren's face tightened, Nesta glancing between them, carefully, reading us, especially as Amren's quicksilver eyes swirled. Why did you go? I opened my mouth, but the gold of Lucian's I caught my attention, snared it. My hesitation must have been indication enough of my wariness. Jaw tight with a hint of frustration, Lucian excused himself to his room. Frustration, and perhaps disappointment. I blocked it out what it did to my stomach. We had some questions for the carver. Cashin gave Amren a slash of a smile when Lucian was gone. And we have some for you. Amren's smoke-filled eyes flared. You are going to unleash the carver. I said simply, yes, a one-monster army. That is impossible. I'll remind you that you, sweet Amren, escaped, Rhys countered smoothly, and have stayed free, so it can be done. Perhaps you could tell us how you did it. Cashin had stationed himself by the doorway, I realized, to be closer to Nesta, to grab her if Amren decided she didn't particularly care for where this conversation was headed, or for any of the furniture in this room. Precisely why Rhys now placed himself on Amren's other side, to draw her attention away from me, and more behind us, every muscle in her lithe body on alert. Cashin was staring at Nesta, hard enough that my sister at last twisted toward him, met his gaze, his head tilted slightly, a silent order. Nesta, to my shock, obeyed, drifted over to Cashin's side as Amren replied to Rhys. No, it wasn't a request, Rhys said. He'd once admitted that merely questioning Amren had been something she'd allowed him to do only in recent years. But giving her an order, pushing her like this. Feyre and Cashin spoke to the bone carver. He wants the Ouroboros in exchange for serving us, fighting Hybern for us. But we need you to explain how to get him out. The bargain Rhys or I would strike with him would suffice to hold him to our will. Anything else? Her voice was too calm, too sweet. When we're done with all of this, Rhys said, then my promise from months ago still holds. Use the book to send yourself home if you want. Amren stared up at him. It was so quiet that the clock on the sitting room mantel could be heard. And beyond that, the fountain in the garden. Call off your dog, Amren said with that lethal tone. Because the shadow in the corner behind Amren, that was Azriel, the obsidian hilt of truth-teller in his scarred hand. He'd moved without my realizing it, though I had no doubt the others had likely been aware. Amren bared her teeth at him. Azriel's beautiful face didn't so much as shift. Rhys remained where he was as he asked Amren, why won't you tell us? Cashin casually slid Nesta behind him, his fingers snagging in the skirts of her black gown, as if to reassure himself that she wasn't in Amren's direct path. Nesta only rose onto her toes to peer over his shoulder. Because the stone beneath this house has ears, the wind has ears, all of it listening, Amren said. And if it reports back, they will remember Rhys and that they have not caught me, and I will not let them put me in that black pit again. My ears hollowed out as a shield clicked into place. No one will hear beyond this room. Amren surveyed the books lying forgotten on the low table in the sitting room. Her brows narrowed. I had to give something up. I had to give me up. To walk out, I had to become something else entirely, something the prison would not recognize. So I bound myself into this body. I'd never heard her stumble over a word before. You said someone else bound you, Rhys questioned carefully. I lied to cover what I'd done, so none could know. To escape the prison, I made myself mortal. Immortal as you are, but mortal compared to what I was. And what I was, I did not feel the way you do, the way I do now. Some things, loyalty and wrath and curiosity, but not the full spectrum. Again, that faraway look. I was perfect, according to some. I did not regret, did not mourn, and pain, I did not experience it. And yet I wound up here because I was not quite like the others. Even as what I was different, too curious, too questioning. The day the rip appeared in the sky, it was curiosity that drove me. My brothers and sisters fled. Upon the orders of our ruler, we had just laid waste to twin cities, smote them wholly into rubble on the plain, and yet they fled from that rip in the world. But I wanted to look. I was not built or bred to feel such selfish things as want. I'd seen what happened to those of my kind who strayed, who learned to place their needs first, who developed feeling. But I went through the tear in the sky, and here I am. And you gave all that up to get out of the prison? Moore asked softly. I yielded my grace, my perfect immortality. I knew that once I did, I would feel pain and regret. I would want and I would burn with it. I would fall. But I was the time locked away down there. I didn't care. I had not felt the wind on my face, had not smelled the rain. I did not even remember what they felt like. I did not remember sunlight. It was to Azriel that her attention drifted, the Shadowzinger's darkness pulling away to reveal eyes full of understanding. Locked away. So I bound myself into this body. I shoved my burning grace deep into me. I gave up everything I was. The cell door just unlocked, and so I walked out. A burning grace that still smoldered far within her, visible only through the smoke in her gray eyes. That will be the cost of freeing the carver, Amren said. You will have to bind him into a body, make him Fey, and I doubt he will agree to it, especially without the Ouroboros. We were silent. You should have asked me before you went, she said, that sharpness returning to her tone. I would have spared you the visit. Rhys swallowed. Can you be unbound? Not by me. What would happen if you were? Amren stared at him for a long while. Then me, Cashin, Azriel, more Nesta, finally back to my mate. I would not remember you. I would not care for any of you. I would either smite you or abandon you. What I feel now, it would be foreign to me. It would hold no sway. Everything I am, this body, it would cease to be. What were you? Nesta breathed, coming around Cashin to stand at his side. Amren toyed with one of her black pearl earrings. A messenger and soldier assassin, for a wrathful god who ruled a young world. I could feel the questions of the others brewing. Rhys's eyes were near glowing with them. Was Amren your name? Nesta asked. No, the smoke swirled in her eyes. I do not remember the name I was given. I used Amren because it's a long story. I almost begged her to tell it, but soft footsteps thudded, and then... Oh! Ellen started, enough so that I realized she couldn't hear us. Had no idea we were here, thanks to the shield that kept sound from escaping. It instantly dropped, but my sister remained near the stairs. She'd covered her nightgown with a silk shawl of palest blue, her fingers grappling into the fabric as she held herself. I went to her immediately. Do you need anything? No. I was sleeping, but I heard. She shook her head, blinked at our formal attire, the dark crown atop my head, and... Rhysans, I didn't hear you. Azriel stepped forward. But you heard something else. Ellen seemed about to nod, but only backed away. I think I was dreaming, she murmured. I think I'm always dreaming these days. Let me get you some hot milk, I said, putting a hand on her elbow to guide her into the sitting room. But Ellen shook me off, heading back to the stairs. She said as she climbed the first steps, I can hear her crying. I gripped the bottom post of the banister. Who? Everyone thinks she's dead. Ellen kept walking, but she's not. Only different, changed, as I was. Who? I pushed. But Ellen continued up the stairs, that shawl drooping down her back. Nesta stalked from Cashin's side to approach my own. We both sucked in a breath to say what I didn't know, but "What did you see?" Azriel said, and I tried not to flinch as I found him at my other side, not having seen him move again. Ellen paused halfway up the stairs. Slowly, she turned to look back at him. I saw young hands wither with age. I saw a box of black stone. I saw a feather of fire land on snow and melt it. My stomach dropped to the floor. One glance at Nesta confirmed that she felt it too. Saw it. Mad Ellen might very well have gone mad. "It was angry," Ellen said quietly. "It was so angry that something was taken. So it took something from them as punishment." We said nothing. I didn't know what to say, what to even ask or demand. If the cauldron had done something to her as well. I faced Azriel, exposing my palms to him. "What does that mean?" Azriel's hazel eyes churned as he studied my sister, her too thin body, and without a word, he winnowed away. Moore watched the space where he'd been standing long after he was gone. I waited until the others had left. Cashin and Rhys slipping away to ponder the possibilities or lack thereof of our would-be allies, Amryn storming off to be rid of us entirely, and Moore striding out to enjoy what she deemed as her last few days of peace in this city, a brittleness still in her voice, before I cornered Nesta in the sitting room. "What happened at the Hewn City with you and Amryn? You didn't mention it." "It was fine." I clenched my jaw. "What happened?" "She brought me to a room full of treasure, strange objects, and it..." She tugged at the tight sleeve of her gown. "Some of it wanted to hurt us, as if it were alive, aware, like in all those stories and lies we were fed over the wall." "Are you all right?" I couldn't find any signs of harm on either of them, and neither had said anything to suggest. It was a training exercise, with a form of magic designed to repel intruders. The words were recited. "As the wall will likely be, she wanted me to breach the defenses, find weaknesses." "And repair them?" "Just find the weaknesses. Repairing is another thing," Nesta said, her eyes going distant as she frowned at the still open books on the low table before the fireplace. I sighed. "So, that went right, at least." Those eyes went razor-sharp again. "I failed, every time. So no, it did not go right." I didn't know what to say. Sympathy would likely earn me a tongue-lashing, so I opted for another route. "We need to do something about Ellen." Nesta stiffened. "And what solution do you propose, exactly?" "Letting your mate into her mind to scramble things around." "I'd never do that. I don't think Rhys can even fix things like that." Nesta paced in front of the darkened fireplace. "Everything has a cost. Maybe the cost of her youth and immortality was losing part of her sanity." My knees wobbled enough that I took a seat on the deep-cushioned couch. "What was your cost?" Nesta stopped moving. Perhaps it was to see Ellen suffer while I got away unscathed. I shot to my feet. "Nesta, don't bother." But I trailed her as she strode for the stairs, to where Lucien was now descending the steps, and winced at the sight of her approach. He gave her a wide berth as she stormed past him. One look at his taut face had me bracing myself, and returning to the sitting room. I slumped into the nearest armchair, surprised to find myself still in my black dress as the fabric scraped against my bare skin. How long had I been back from the Hewn City? 30 minutes? Less? And had the prison only been that morning? Felt like days ago. I rested my head against the embroidered back of the chair and watched Lucien take a seat on the rolled arm of the nearest couch. "Long day," I grunted my response. That metal I tightened. "I thought the prison was another myth." "Well, it's not." He weighed my tone and crossed his arms. "Let me do something about Ellen." I heard from my room. Everything that happened just now. It wouldn't hurt to have a healer look her over, externally and internally. I was tired enough that I could barely summon the breath to ask, Do you think the cauldron made her insane? I think she went through something terrible, Lucian countered carefully, and it wouldn't hurt to have your best healer do a thorough examination. I rubbed my hand over my face. All right, my breath snagged on the words. Tomorrow morning. I managed a shallow nod, rallying my strength to rise from the chair. Heavy, there was an old heaviness in me, like I could sleep for 100 years and it wouldn't be enough. Please tell me, Lucian said when I crossed the threshold into the foyer, what the healer says, and if you need me for anything. I gave him one final nod, speech suddenly beyond me. I knew Nesta still wasn't asleep as I walked past her room. Knew she'd heard every word of our conversation thanks to that Fae hearing. And I knew she heard as I listened at Ellen's door, knocked once, and poked my head in to find her asleep, breathing. I sent a request to Maja, Raisan's preferred healer, to come the next day at 11. I did not explain why or who or what, then went into my bedroom, crawled onto the mattress, and cried. I didn't really know why. Strong, broad hands rubbed down my spine, and I opened my eyes to find the room wholly black, Rhys and perched on the mattress beside me. Do you want anything to eat? His voice was soft, tentative. I didn't raise my head from the pillow. I feel heavy again, I breathed, voice breaking. Rhys said nothing as he gathered me up into his arms. He was still in his jacket, as if he'd just come in from wherever he'd been talking with Cashin. In the dark, I breathed in his scent, savored his warmth. Are you all right? Rhys was quiet for a long minute. No, I slid my arms around him, holding him tightly. I should have found another way, he said. I stroked my fingers through his silken hair. Rhys murmured, if she... His swallow was audible. If she showed up at this house. I knew who he meant. I would kill her. Without even letting her speak. I would kill her. I know. I would too. You asked me at the library, he whispered, why I'd rather take all of this upon myself. Tonight is why. Seeing more cry is why. I made a bad call. Tried to find some other way around this shithole we're in. And had lost something in the process. We held each other in silence for minutes, hours. Two souls, twining in the dark. I lowered my shields, let him in fully. His mind curled around mine. Would you risk looking into it, the Ouroboros? I asked. Not yet, was all Rhys said, holding me tighter. Not yet. Chapter 28. I dragged myself out of bed by sheer will the next morning. Amren had said the carver wouldn't bind himself into a Fey body, had claimed that. But it wouldn't hurt to try, if it gave us the slightest chance of holding out, of keeping Rhys from giving everything. He was already gone by the time I awoke. I gritted my teeth as I dressed in my leathers and winnowed to the House of Wind. I had my wings ready as I hit the wards protecting it, and managed a decent enough glide into the open-air training ring on its flat top. Cashin was already waiting, hands on his hips, watching as I eased down. Too fast. My feet skipped over the dirt, bouncing me up. Back flap. His warning was too late. I slammed into a wall of crimson before I could get a face full of the ruddy rock. But I swore, pride skinned as much as my palms as I staggered back, my wings unwieldy behind me. Cashin's shoulders shook as he reined in a laugh, and I gave him a vulgar gesture in return. If you go in for a landing that way, make sure you have room. I scowled. Lesson learned. Or space to bank and circle until you slow. I get it. Cashin held up his hands, but the amusement faded as he watched me dismiss the wings and stalk toward him. You want to go hard today? Or take it easy? I didn't think the others gave him enough credit for noticing the shift in someone's emotional current. To command legions, I suppose he needed to be able to read that sort of thing, judge when his soldiers or enemies were strong or breaking or broken. I peered inside, to that place where I now felt like quicksand, and said, hard, I want to limp out of here. I peeled off the leather jacket and rolled up the sleeves of my white shirt. Cassian swept an assessing stare over me. He murmured, "It helps me, too. The physical activity, the training." He rolled his shoulders as I began to stretch. "It's always helped me focus and center myself. And after last night..." He tied back his dark hair. "I definitely needed this." I held my leg folded behind me, my muscles protesting at the stretch. "I suppose there are worse methods of coping." A lopsided grin. "Indeed there are." Azriel's lesson afterward consisted of standing in a breeze and trying to memorize his instructions on currents and downdrafts, on how heat and cold could shape wind and speed. Throughout it, he was quiet, removed, even by his standards. I made the mistake of asking if he'd spoken to Moore since he'd left last night. No, he had not, and that was that. Even if he kept flexing his scarred hand at his side, as if recalling the sensation of the hand she'd whipped free of his touch during that meeting. Over and over. I didn't dare tell him that he'd made the right call, that perhaps he should talk to Moore, rather than let the guilt eat at him. The two of them had enough between them without me shoving myself into it. I was indeed limping by the time I returned to the townhouse hours later, finding Moore at the dining table, munching on a giant pastry she'd grabbed from a bakery on her way in. "You look like a team of horses trampled you," she said around her food. "Good," I said, taking the pastry out of her hand and finishing it off. She squawked in outrage, but snapped her fingers, and a plate of carved melon from the kitchen down the hall appeared on the polished table before her. Right atop the pile of what looked to be letters on various pieces of stationery. "What's that?" I said, wiping the crumbs from my mouth. "The first of the High Lord's responses," she said sweetly, plucking up a slice of the green fruit and biting off a chunk. No hint of last night's rage and fear. "That pleasant, Helian's came first this morning. Between all the innuendo, I think he said he'd be willing to join us." I lifted my brows. "That's good, isn't it?" A shrug. "Helion, we weren't worried about. The other two." She finished off the melon, chewing wetly. "The Sand says he'll come, but won't do it unless it's in a truly neutral and safe location. Kalia's, he doesn't trust any of us under the mountain. He wants to bring armed guards. Day, dawn, and winter, our closest allies. No word from anyone else?" My gut tightened. "No. Spring, autumn, and summer haven't sent a reply. We don't have much time until the meeting. What if they refuse to reply at all?" I didn't have the nerve to wonder aloud if Eris would be good to his word and make sure his father attended, and joined our cause, not with the light back in her face. Moore picked up another slice of melon. "Then we'll have to decide if Reese and I will go drag them by their necks to this meeting, or if we'll have it without them." "I'd suggest the second option." Moore furrowed her brows. "The first," I clarified, "doesn't sound conducive to actually forming an alliance." Though I was surprised that Tarquin hadn't responded. Even with his blood feud with us, the male I'd met, whom I still admired so much, surely he'd want to ally against Hybern. Unless he now wanted to ally with them to ensure Reese and I were wiped off the map forever. "We'll see," was all Moore said. I blew out a breath through my nose. "About last night." "It's fine. It's nothing." The swiftness with which she spoke suggested anything but. "It's not nothing. You're allowed to feel that way." Moore fluffed her hair. "Well, it won't help us win this war." "No, but I'm not sure what to say." Moore stared toward the window for a long moment. "I understand why Reese did it. The position we were in. Eris is, you know what he is like. And if he was indeed threatening to sell information about your gifts to his father, Mother above, I would have made the same bargain with Eris to keep Baron from hunting you." Something in my chest eased at that. "It's just, my father knew, the second he heard of this place, he probably knew what it meant to me. There would have been no other asking price for my father's help in this war. None. Reese knew that as well. Tried to bring Eris into it to sweeten the deal for my father. to possibly avoid this outcome with? Valaris altogether. I raised my brows in silent question. We talked, Rhys and I, this morning, while Cashin was kicking your ass. I snorted. What about Azriel? So much for my decision to stay out of it. Moore resumed picking at the melon. He had a tough call to make. When Eris found him, she chewed on her lip. I don't know why I expected him to side with me, why it caught me so off guard. I refrained from suggesting she tell him that. Moore shrugged. It all took me by surprise, and I will never be happy about any of these terms, but my father wins, Eris wins, all the males like them win if I let it get to me. If I let it impact my joy, my life, my relationships with all of you. She sighed at the ceiling. I hate war. Likewise. Not just for the death and awfulness, Moore went on, but because of what it does to us. These decisions. I nodded, even if I was only starting to understand. The choices and the costs. I opened my mouth, but a knock on the front door sounded. I glanced to the clock in the sitting room across the foyer. Right, the healer. I'd mentioned to Ellen this morning that Maja was coming to see her at 11, and I'd gotten a non-committal response. Better than outright refusal, I supposed. Are you going to answer the door, or should I? I made a vulgar gesture at the sheer sass in Moore's question, but my friend gripped my hand as I rose from my chair. If you need anything, I'll be right here. I gave Moore a small, grateful smile. As will I. She was still smiling at me as I took a deep breath before heading for the entry. The healer found nothing. I believed her, if only because Maja was one of the few high fae I'd seen whose dark skin was etched with wrinkles, her hair spindrift fine with age. Her brown eyes were still clear and kindled with an inner warmth, and her knobby hands remained steady as she passed them over Ellen's body while my sister lay patiently, silently on the bed. Magic, sweet and cooling, had thrummed from the female, filling Ellen's bedroom. And when she had gently laid her hands on either side of Ellen's head and I'd started, Maja had only smiled wryly over her thin shoulder and told me to relax. Nesta, sharp-eyed in the corner, had kept quiet. After a long minute, Maja asked us to join her in fetching Ellen a cup of tea, with a pointed glance to the door. We both took the invitation and left our sister in her sunlit room. What do you mean, nothing is wrong with her? Nesta hissed under her breath as the ancient female braced a hand on the stair railing to help herself down. I kept beside the healer, a hand in easy reach of her elbow, should she need it. Maja, I reminded myself, had healed Cashin and Azriel, and countless injuries beyond that. She'd healed Rhys's wings during the war. She looked ancient, but I had no doubt of her stamina, or sheer will to help her patients. Maja didn't deign to answer Nesta until we were at the bottom of the steps. Lucien was already waiting in the sitting room, Moore still lingering in the dining room. Both of them rose to their feet, but remained in their respective rooms, flanking the foyer. What I mean, Maja said at last, sizing up Nesta, then me, is that I can find nothing wrong with her. Her body is fine, too thin and in need of more food and fresh air, but nothing amiss. And as for her mind, I cannot enter it. I blinked. She has a shield? She is Cauldron Maid, the healer said, again looking over Nesta. You are not like the rest of us. I cannot pierce the places it left its mark most deeply. The mind, the soul. She shot me a warning glance. And I would not try if I were you, lady. But do you think there's something wrong, even if there are no signs? Nesta pushed. I have seen the victims of trauma before. Her symptoms match well with many of those invisible wounds. But she was also made by something I do not understand. Is there something wrong with her? Maja chewed over the words. I do not like that word, wrong. Different, perhaps. Changed. Does she need further help? Nesta said through her teeth. The ancient healer jerked her chin toward Lucien. See what he can do. If anyone can sense if something is amiss, it's a mate. How? The word was barely more than a barked command. I braced myself to warn Nesta to be polite, but Maja said to my sister, as if she were a small child, "The mating bond. It is a bridge between souls." The healer's tone made my sister stiffen, but Maja was already hobbling for the front door. She pointed at Lucian as she saw herself out. "Try sitting down with her. Just talking, sensing. See what you pick up. But don't push." Then she was gone. I whirled on Nesta. "A little respect, Nesta. Call another healer. Not if you're going to bark them out of the house. Call another healer." Moore strode for us with deceptive calm, and Nesta gave her a withering glare. I caught Lucian's eye. "Would you try it?" Nesta snarled. "Don't you even attempt." "Be quiet," I snapped. Nesta blinked. I bared my teeth at her. "He will try, and if he doesn't find anything amiss, we'll consider bringing another healer." "You're just going to drag her down here?" "I'm going to invite her." Nesta faced Moore, still watching from the archway. "And what will you be doing?" Moore gave my sister a half smile. "I'll be sitting with Feyre, keeping an eye on things." Lucian muttered something about not needing to be monitored, and we all looked at him with raised brows. He just lifted his hands, claimed he wanted to freshen up, and headed down the hall. Chapter 29. It was the most uncomfortable 30 minutes I could recall. Moore and I sipped chilled mint tea by the bay window, the replies of the three High Lords piled on the little table between our twin chairs, pretending to be watching the summer-kissed street beyond us, the children, High Fae and Fairy, darting about with kites and streamers and all manner of toys. Pretending, while Lucian and Ellen sat in stilted silence by the dim fireplace, an untouched tea service between them. I didn't dare ask if he was trying to get into her head, or if he was feeling a bond similar to that black adamant bridge between Rhys's mind and my own. If a normal mating bond felt wholly different. A teacup rattled and rasped against a saucer, and Moore and I glanced over. Ellen had picked up the teacup, and now sipped from it without so much as looking toward him. In the dining room across the hall, I knew Nesta was craning her neck to look. Knew because Amren snapped at my sister to pay attention. They were building walls. In their minds, Amren had told me as she ordered Nesta to sit at the dining room table, directly across from her. Walls that Amren was teaching her to sense, to find the holes she'd laid throughout, and repair them, if the fell objects at the Court of Nightmares had not allowed my sister to grasp what must be done. Then this was their next attempt, a different, invisible route. Not all magic was flash and glittering, Amren had declared, and then shooed me out. But any sign of that power within my sister, I did not hear it or see it or feel it, and neither offered any explanation for what it was, exactly, that they were trying to coax from within her. Outside the house, movement again caught our eye, and we found Rhys and Cashin strolling in through the low front gate, returning from their first meeting with Kyr's Darkbringer army commanders, already rallying and preparing. At least that much had gone right yesterday. Both of them spotted us in the window within a heartbeat. Stopped cold. "Don't come in," I warned him through the bond. "Lucian is trying to sense what's wrong with Ellen." Through the bond. Rhys murmured what I'd said to Cashin, who now angled his head, much in the way I had no doubt Nesta had done, to peer beyond us. Rhys said, "Riley, does Ellen know this? She was invited down for tea, so we're having it." Rhys muttered again to Cashin, who choked on a laugh and turned right around, heading into the street. Rhys lingered, sliding his hands into his pockets. "He's getting a drink. I'm inclined to join him. When can I return without fearing for my life?" I gave him a vulgar gesture through the window, such a big, strong Illyrian warrior. Illyrian warriors know when to pick their battles. And with Nesta watching everything like a hawk and you two circling like vultures, I know who will walk away from that fight. I made the gesture again, and Moore figured out enough of what was being said that she echoed the movement. Rhys laughed quietly and sketched a bow. The High Lord sent replies, I said as he strolled away. Day dawn and winter will come. I know, he said, and I just received word from Cressida that Tarquin is contemplating it. Better than nothing. I said as much. Rhys smiled at me over his shoulder. Enjoy your tea, you overbearing chaperone. I could have used a chaperone around you, you realize. You had 4 of them in this house. I smiled as he finally reached the low front gate where Cashin waited, apparently using the momentary delay to stretch out his wings, to the delight of the half-dozen children now gawking at them. Amren hissed from the other room. Focus. The dining table rattled. The sound seemed to startle Ellen, who swiftly set down her teacup. She rose to her feet and Lucian shot to his. I'm sorry, he blurted. What was that? Moore put a hand on my knee to keep me from rising, too. It was a tug, on the bond. Amren snapped, Don't you, wicked girl. Then Nesta was standing in the threshold. What did you do? The words were as sharp as a blade. Lucian looked to her, then over to me, a muscle feathered in his jaw. Nothing, he said, and again faced his mate. I'm sorry, if that unsettled you. Ellen sidled toward Nesta, who seemed to be at a near simmer. It felt strange, Ellen breathed, like you pulled on a thread tied to a rib. Lucian exposed his palms to her. I'm sorry. Ellen only stared at him for a long moment, and any lucidity faded away as she shook her head, blinking twice, and said to Nesta, Twin ravens are coming, one white and one black. Nesta hid the devastation well, the frustration. What can I get you, Ellen? Only with Ellen did she use that voice. But Ellen shook her head once more. Sunshine. Nesta cut me a furious stare before guiding our sister down the hall, to the sunny garden in the back. Lucian waited until the glass door had opened and closed before he loosed a long breath. There's a bond. It's a real thread, he said, more to himself than us. And? Moore asked. Lucian ran both hands through his long red hair. His skin was darker, a deep golden brown, compared to the paleness of Eris's coloring. And I got to Ellen's end of it when she ran off. Did you sense anything? No, I didn't have time. I felt her, but a blush stained his cheek. Whatever he'd felt, it wasn't what we were looking for, even if we had no idea what precisely that was. We can try again, another day, I offered. Lucian nodded, but looked unconvinced. Amren snapped from the dining room. Someone go retrieve your sister. Her lesson isn't over. I sighed. Yes, Amren. Lucian's attention slid behind me, to the various letters on different styles and makes of paper. That golden eye narrowed. As Tamlin's emissary, he no doubt recognized them. Let me guess. They said yes, but picking the location is now going to be the headache. Moore frowned. Any suggestions? Lucian tied back his hair with a strap of brown leather. Do you have a map? I suppose that left me to retrieve Nesta. That pine tree wasn't there a moment ago. Azriel let out a quiet laugh from where he sat atop a boulder 2 days later, watching me pluck pine needles out of my hair and jacket. Judging by its size, I'd say it's been there for 200 years at least. I scowled, brushing off the shards of bark and my bruised pride. That coldness, that aloofness that had been there in the wake of Moore's anger and rejection. It had warmed, either from Moore choosing to sit next to him at dinner last night, a silent offer of forgiveness, or simply needing time to recover from it. Even if I could have sworn some kernel of guilt had flickered every time Azriel had looked at Moore. What Cashin had thought of it, of his own anger toward Azriel. He'd been all smiles and lewd comments, glad all was back to normal, for now at least. My cheeks burned as I scaled the boulder he perched on, the drop at least 15 feet to the forest floor below, the lake a sparkling sprawl peeking through the pine trees. Including the tree I'd collided with face first on my latest attempt to leap off the boulder and simply sail to the lake. I braced my hands on my hips, examining the drop, the trees, the lake beyond. What did I do wrong? Azriel, who had been sharpening truth-teller in his lap, flicked his hazel eyes up to me. Aside from the tree, the Shadowzinger had a sense of humor. Dry and quiet, but alone together, it came out far more often than it did amongst our group. I'd spent these past 2 days either poring over ancient volumes for any hint on repairing the wall to hand over to Amryn and Nesta, who continued to silently, invisibly build and mend walls within their minds, or debating with Rhys and the others about how to reply to the volley of letters now being exchanged with the other High Lords regarding where the meeting would take place. Lucian had indeed given us an initial location, and several more when those were struck down. But that was to be expected, Lucian had said, as if he'd arranged such things countless times. Rhys had only nodded in agreement and approval. And when I wasn't doing that, I was combing through more books. Any and all Clotho could find me, all regarding the Ouroboros. How to master it. The mirror was notorious. Every known philosopher had ruminated on it. Some had dared face it and gone mad. Some had approached and run away in terror. I could not find an account of anyone who had mastered it, faced what lurked within and walked away with the mirror in their possession. Save for the weaver in the wood, who certainly seemed insane enough, perhaps thanks to the mirror she'd so dearly loved. Or perhaps whatever evil lurked in her had tainted the mirror, too. Some of the philosophers had suggested as much, though they hadn't known her name, only that a dark queen had once possessed it, cherished it, spied on the world with it, and used it to hunt down beautiful young maidens to keep her eternally young. I supposed Kyr's family owning the Ouroboros for millennia suggested the success rate of walking away was low. It was not heartening, not when all the texts agreed on one thing. There was no way around it, no loophole, facing the terror within. That was the only route to claim it. Which meant I perhaps had to consider alternatives, other ways to entice the bone carver to join us. When I found a moment, Azriel sheathed his legendary fighting knife and examined the wings I'd spread wide. You're trying to steer with your arms. The muscles are in the wings themselves and in your back. Your arms are unnecessary. They're more for balancing than anything. And even that's mostly a mental comfort. It was more words than I'd ever heard from him. He lifted a brow at my gaping, and I shut my mouth. I frowned at the drop ahead. Again, I grumbled. A soft laugh. We can find a lower ledge to jump from, if you want. I cringed. You said this was low. Azriel leaned back on his hands and waited, patient, cool. But I felt the bark tear into my palms, the thud of my knees into its rough side. You are immortal, he said quietly. You are very hard to break. Pause. That's what I told myself. Hard to break, I said glumly, but it still hurts. Tell that to the tree. I huffed a laugh. I know the drop isn't far, and I know it won't kill me. Can't you just push me? For it was that initial leap of utter faith, that initial lurch into motion that had my limbs locking up. No, a simple answer. I still hesitated. Useless, this fear. I had faced down the adder, falling through the sky for 1,000 feet. And the rage at its memory, at what it had done with its miserable life, what more like it might do again, had me gritting my teeth and sprinting off the boulder. I snapped my wings out wide, my back protesting as they caught the wind, but my lower half began to drop, my legs a dead weight as my core yielded. The infernal tree rose up before me, and I swerved hard to the right. Right into another tree. Wings first. The sound of bone and sinew on wood. Then earth hit me before the pain did. So did Azriel's soft curse. A small noise came out of me. The stinging of my palms registered first. Then in my knees. Then my back. Shit, was all I could say as Azriel knelt before me. You're all right, just stunned. The world was still reordering itself. You banked well, he offered. Into another tree. Being aware of your surroundings is half of flying. You said that already, I snapped. He had, a dozen times just this morning. Azriel only sat on his heels and offered me a hand up. My flesh burned as I gripped his fingers, a mortifying number of pine needles and splinters tumbling off me. My back throbbed enough that I lowered my wings, not caring if they dragged in the dirt as Azriel led me toward the lake edge. In the blinding sun off the turquoise water, his shadows were gone, his face stark and clear, more human than I had ever seen him. There's no chance that I'll be able to fly in the legions, is there? I asked, kneeling beside him as he tended to my skinned palms with expert care and gentleness. The sun was brutal against his scars, hiding not one twisted, rippling splotch. Likely not, he said, my chest hollowed out at that. But it doesn't hurt to practice until the last possible moment. You never know when any measure of training may be useful. I winced as he fished out a large splinter from my palm, then washed it clean. It was very hard for me to learn how to fly, he said. I didn't dare respond. Most Illyrians learn as toddlers, but I assume Rhys and told you the particulars of my early childhood. I nodded. He finished the one hand and started on the other. Because I was so old, I had a fear of flying and did not trust my instincts. It was an embarrassment to be taught so late, not just to me, but to all in the war camp once I arrived. But I learned, often going off by myself. Cashin, of course, found me first, mocked me, beat me to hell, then offered to train me. Rhys was there the next day. They taught me to fly. He finished my other hand and sat on the shore, the stones murmuring as they shifted beneath him. I sat beside him, bracing my sore palms face up on my knees, letting my wings sag behind me. Because it was such an effort. A few years after the war, Rhys brought me back a story. It was a gift, the story. For me. He went to see Miriam and Draken in their new home. The visit so secret, even we hadn't known it was happening until he returned. We knew their people hadn't drowned in the sea, as everyone believed, as they wanted people to believe. You see, when Miriam freed her people from the Queen of the Black Land, she led all of them, nearly 50,000 of them, across the desert all the way to the shores of the Erythraean Sea, Draken's aerial legion providing cover. But they got to the sea and found the ships they'd arranged to transport them over the narrow channel to the next kingdom had been destroyed. Destroyed by the queen herself, who sent her lingering armies to drag her former slaves back. Draken's people, the Seraphim, are winged, like us, but their wings are feathered. And unlike us, their army and society allow women to lead, to fight, to rule. All of them are gifted with mighty magic of wind and air. And when they beheld that army charging after them, they knew their own force was too small to face them. So they cleaved the sea itself, made a path through the water all the way through the channel, and ordered the humans to run. They did, but Miriam insisted on remaining behind until every last one of her people had crossed. Not one human would she leave behind. Not one. They were about halfway through the crossing when the army reached them. The Seraphim were spent. Their magic could barely hold the sea passage. And Draken knew that if they held it any longer, that army would make it across and butcher the humans on the other side. The Seraphim fought off the vanguard on the floor of the sea, and it was bloody and brutal and chaotic. And during the melee, they didn't see Miriam skewered by the queen herself. Draken didn't see. He thought she made it out, carried by one of his soldiers. He ordered the parted sea to come down to drown the enemy force. But a young Seraphim cartographer named Nefel saw Miriam go down. Nefel's lover was one of Draken's generals, and it was she who realized Miriam and Nefel were missing. Draken was frantic, but their magic was spent and no force in the world could hold back the sea as it barreled down, and no one could reach his mate in time. But Nefel did. Nefel, you see, was a cartographer because she'd been rejected from the Legion's fighting ranks. Her wings were too small, the right one somewhat malformed. and she was slight, short enough that she'd be a dangerous gap in the front lines when they fought shield to shield. Draken had let her try out for the Legion as a courtesy to her lover, but Nefel failed. She could barely carry the Seraphim shield, and her smaller wings hadn't been strong enough to keep up with the others. So she had made herself invaluable as a cartographer during the war, helping Draken and her lover find the geographical advantages in their battles. And she became Miriam's dearest friend during those long months as well. And that day on the seafloor, Nefel remembered that her friend had been in the back of the line. She returned for her, even as all others fled for the distant shore. She found Miriam skewered on the Queen's spear, bleeding out. The sea wall started to come down on the opposite shore, killing the approaching army first, racing toward them. Miriam told Nefel to save herself, but Nefel would not abandon her friend. She picked her up and flew. Azriel's voice was soft with awe. When Rhys spoke to Draken about it years later, he still didn't have words to describe what happened. It defied all logic, all training. Nefel, who had never been strong enough to hold a Seraphim shield, carried Miriam, triple the weight. And more than that, she flew. The sea was crashing down upon them, but Nefel flew like the best of Seraphim warriors. The seafloor was a labyrinth of jagged rocks, too narrow for the Seraphim to fly through. They tried during their escape and crashed into them. But Nefel, with her smaller wings, had they been 1 inch wider, she would not have fit. And more than that, Nefel soared through them, Miriam dying in her arms, as fast and skilled as the greatest of Seraphim. Nefel, who had been passed over, who had been forgotten, she outraced death itself. There was not a foot of room between her and the water on either side of her when she shot up from the seafloor, not half of that rising up at her feet. And yet her too small wingspan, that deformed wing, they did not fail her. Not once, not for one wing beat. My eyes burned. She made it. Suffice to say, her lover made Nefel her wife that night, and Miriam, well, she is alive today because of Nefel. Azriel picked up a flat, white stone and turned it over in his hands. Rhys told me the story when he returned, and since then we have privately adapted the Nefel philosophy with our own armies. I raised a brow. Azriel shrugged. We, Rhys, Cass, and I, will occasionally remind each other that what we think to be our greatest weakness can sometimes be our biggest strength, and that the most unlikely person can alter the course of history. The Nefel philosophy. He nodded. Apparently, every year in their kingdom, they have the Nefel run to honor her flight. On dry land, but she and her wife crown a new victor every year in commemoration of what happened that day. He chucked the stone back amongst its brethren on the shore, the sound clattering over the water. So we'll train Feyre until the last possible day, because we never know if just 1 extra hour will make the difference. I weighed his words, Nefel's story. I rose to my feet and spread my wings. Then let's try again. I groaned as I limped into our bedroom that night to find Rhys sitting at the desk, poring over more books. I warned you that Azriel's a hard bastard, he said without looking at me. He lifted a hand, and water gurgled in the adjacent bathing room. I grumbled a thank you and trudged toward it, gritting my teeth against the agony in my back, my thighs, my bones. Every part hurt, and since the muscles needed to reform around the wings, I had to carry them too. Their scraping along the wood and carpet, then wood again, was the only sound beyond my weary feet. I beheld the steaming bath that would require some balancing to get into and whimpered. Even removing my clothes would entail using muscles that had nearly given out. A chair scraped in the bedroom, followed by cat-soft feet. Then, I'm sure you already know this, but you need to actually climb into a bath to get clean, not stare at it. I didn't have the strength to even glare at him, and I managed all of one stumbling, stiff step toward the water when he caught me. My clothes vanished, presumably to the laundry downstairs, and Rhys swept me into his arms, lowering my naked body into the water. With the wings, the fit was tight, and I groaned from deep in my throat at the glorious heat and didn't bother to do anything other than lean my head against the back of the tub. "I'll be right back," he said, and left the bathroom, then the bedroom itself. By the time he returned, I only knew I'd fallen asleep thanks to the hand he put on my shoulder. "Out," he said, but lifted me himself, toweled me off, and led me to the bed. He lay me down belly first, and I noted the oils and balms he'd set there, the faint odor of rosemary and something I was too tired to notice but smelled lovely floating to me. His hands gleamed as he applied generous amounts to his palms, and then his hands were on me. My groan was about as undignified as they came as he kneaded the aching muscles of my back. The sorer areas drew out rather pathetic-sounding whimpers, but he rubbed them gently until the tension was a dull ache rather than sharp, blinding pain. And then he started on my wings. Relief and ecstasy, as muscles eased and those sensitive areas were lovingly, tauntingly grazed over. My toes curled, and just as he reached the sensitive spot that had my stomach clenching, his hands slid to my calves. He began a slow progression, higher and higher, up my thighs, teasing strokes between them that left me panting through my nose, rising up until he got to my backside, where his massaging was equally professional and sinful, and then up my lower back to my wings. His touch turned different, exploring. Broad strokes and feather-light ones, arches and swirls and direct, searing lines. My core heated, turning molten, and I bit down on my lip as he lightly scraped a fingernail so close to that inner, sensitive spot. "Too bad you're so sore from training," Reese mused, making idle, lazy circles. I could only manage a garbled strand of words that were both plea and insult. He leaned in, his breath warming the space of skin between my wings. "Did I ever tell you that you have the dirtiest mouth I've ever heard?" I muttered words that only offered more proof of that claim. He chuckled and skimmed the edge of that sensitive spot, right as his other hand slid between my legs. Brazenly, I lifted my hips in silent demand, but he just circled with a finger, as lazy as the strokes along my wing. He kissed my spine. "How shall I make love to you tonight, fair darling?" I writhed, rubbing against the folds of the blankets beneath me, desperate for any sort of friction as he dangled me over that edge. "So impatient," he purred, and that finger glided into me. I moaned, the sensation too much, too consuming, with his hand between my legs and the other stroking closer and closer to that spot on my wing, a predator circling prey. "Will it ever stop?" he mused, more to himself than me as another finger joined the one sliding in and out of me with taunting, indolent strokes. "Wanting you, every hour, every breath. I don't think I can stand 1,000 years of this." My hips moved with him, driving him deeper. "Think of how my productivity will plummet." I growled something at him that was likely not very romantic, and he chuckled, slipping out both fingers. I made a little whining noise of protest, until his mouth replaced where his fingers had been, his hands gripping my hips to raise me up, to lend him better access as he feasted on me. I groaned, the sound muffled by the pillow, and he only delved deeper, taunting and teasing with every stroke. A low moan broke from me, my hips rolling. Reese's grip on them tightened, holding me still for his ministrations. "I never got to take you in the library," he said, dragging his tongue right up my center. "We'll have to remedy that." Reese, his name was a plea on my lips. Was all he said, a rumble of the sound against me. I panted, hands fisting in the sheets. His hands drifted from my hips at last, and I again breathed his name, in thanks and relief and anticipation of him at last giving me what I wanted. But his mouth closed around the bundle of nerves at the apex of my thighs while his hand, he went right to that damned spot at the inner edge of my left wing and stroked lightly. My climax tore through me with a hoarse cry, sending me soaring out of my body. And when the shuddering ripples and starlight faded, A bone-weary exhaustion settled over me, permanent and unending as the mating bond between us. Rhys curled into bed behind me, tucking my wings in so he could fold me against him. "That was a fun experiment," he murmured into my ear. I could feel him against my backside, hard and ready, but when I made to reach for him, Rhys's arms only tightened around me. "Sleep, Feyre," he told me. So I laid a hand on his forearm, savoring the corded strength beneath, and nestled my head back against his chest. "I wish I had days to spend with you. Like this," I managed to say as my eyelids drooped. "Just me and you." "We will," he kissed my hair. "We will." Chapter 30. I was still sore enough the next day that I had to send word to Cassian I wasn't training with him, or Azriel. A mistake, perhaps, given that both of them showed up at the door to the townhouse within minutes, the former demanding what the hell was wrong with me, the latter bearing a tin of salve to help with the aches in my back. I thanked Azriel for the salve and told Cassian to mind his own business, and then asked him to fly Nesta up to the House of Wind for me, since I certainly couldn't fly her in, even for a few feet after winnowing. My sister, it seemed, had found nothing in her books about repairing the wall, and since no one had yet shown her the library, I'd volunteered, especially since Lucien had left before breakfast for a library across the city to look up anything in regard to fixing the wall, a task I'd been more than willing to hand over. I might have felt guilty for never giving him a proper tour of Valaris, but he seemed eager, more than eager. He seemed to be itching to head into the city on his own. The two Illyrians paused their inspection of me long enough to note my sisters finishing up breakfast. Nesta in a pale gray gown that brought out the steel in her eyes, Ellen in dusty pink. Both males went a bit still, but Azriel sketched a bow, while Cassian stalked for the dining table, reached right over Nesta's shoulder, and grabbed a muffin from its little basket. "Morning, Nesta," he said around a mouth of blueberry lemon. "Ellen." Nesta's nostrils flared, but Ellen peered up at Cassian, blinking twice. "He snapped your wings, broke your bones." I tried to shut out the sound of Cassian's scream, the memory of the spraying blood. Nesta stared at her plate. Ellen at least was out of her room, but "It'll take more than that to kill me," Cassian said with a smirk that didn't meet his eyes. Ellen only said to Cassian, "No, it will not." Cassian's dark brows narrowed. I dragged a hand over my face before going to Ellen and touching her too bony shoulder. "Can I set you up in the garden? The herbs you planted are coming in nicely." "I can help her," said Azriel, stepping to the table as Ellen silently rose. No shadows at his ear, no darkness wringing his fingers as he extended a hand. Nesta monitored him like a hawk, but kept silent as Ellen took his hand, and out they went. Cassian finished the muffin, licking his fingers. I could have sworn Nesta watched the entire thing with a sidelong glance. He grinned at her as if he knew it too. "Ready for some flying, Ness?" "Don't call me that." The wrong thing to say, from the way Cassian's eyes lit up. I chose that moment to winnow to the skies above the house, chuckling as wind carried me through the world. Some sisterly payback, I supposed, for Nesta's general attitude. Mercifully, no one saw my slightly better crash landing on the veranda, and by the time Cassian's dark figure appeared in the sky, Nesta's hair bright as bronze in the morning sun, I'd brushed off the dirt and dust from my leathers. My sister's face was wind-flushed as Cassian gently set her down. Then she strode for the glass doors without a single look back. "You're welcome," Cassian called after her, more than a bite to his voice. His hands clenched and slackened at his sides, as if he were trying to loosen the feel of her from his palms. "Thank you," I said to him, but Cassian didn't bother saying farewell as he launched skyward and vanished into the clouds. The library beneath the house was shadowed, quiet. The doors opened for us, the same way they'd opened when Rhys and I had first visited. Nesta said nothing, only surveying every stack and alcove and dangling chandelier as I led her down to the level where Clotho had found those books. I showed her the small reading area where I'd been stationed and gestured to the desk. I know Cashin gets under your skin, but I'm curious, too. How do you know what to look for in regard to the wall? Nesta ran a finger over the ancient wood desk. Because I just do. How? I don't know how. Amren told me to just see if the information clicks. And perhaps that frightened her. Intrigued her, but frightened her. And she hadn't told Cashin not out of spite, but because she didn't wish to reveal that vulnerability, that lack of control. I didn't push, even as I stared at her for a long moment. I didn't know how to broach that subject, how to ask if she was all right, if I could help her. I had never been affectionate with her. I'd never held her, kissed her cheek. I didn't know where to begin. So I just said, Rhys gave me a layout of the stacks. I think there might be more on the cauldron and wall a few levels down. You can wait here, or I'll help you look. We followed the sloping path in silence, the rustle of paper and occasional whisper of a priestess's robes along the stone floors the only sounds. I quietly explained to her who the priestesses were, why they were here. I explained that Rhys and I planned to offer sanctuary to any humans who could make it to Valaris. She said nothing, quieter and quieter as we descended, that black pit on my right seeming to grow thicker the deeper we went. But we reached a path of stacks that veered into the mountain in a long hall, Fey lights flickering into life within glass globes along the wall as we passed. Nesta scanned the shelves while we walked, and I read the titles, a bit more slowly, still needing a little time to process what was instinct for my sister. I didn't know you couldn't really read, Nesta said as she paused before a nondescript section, noticing the way I silently sounded out the words of a title. I didn't know where you were in your lessons when it all happened. I assumed you could read as easily as us. Well, I couldn't. Why didn't you ask us to teach you? I trailed a finger over the neat row of spines. Because I doubted you would agree to help. Nesta stiffened like I'd hit her, coldness blooming in those eyes. She tugged a book from a shelf. Amren said Rhys and taught you to read. My cheeks heated. He did, and there, deep beneath the world, with only darkness for company, I asked, why do you push everyone away but Ellen? Why have you always pushed me away? Some emotion guttered in her eyes. Her throat bobbed. Nesta shut her eyes for a moment, breathing in sharply. Because the words stopped. I felt it at the same moment she did. The ripple and tremor, like some piece of the world shifted, like some off-kilter chord had been plucked. We turned toward the illuminated path that we'd just taken through the stacks, then to the dark far, far beyond. The Fey lights along the ceiling began to sputter and die, one by one, closer and closer to us. I only had an Illyrian knife at my side. What is that? Nesta breathed. Run, was all I said. I didn't give her the chance to object as I grabbed her by the elbow and sprinted into the stacks ahead. Fey lights flickered to life as we passed, only to be devoured by the dark surging for us. Slow. My sister was so damn slow with her dress, her general lack of exercising. Rhys. Nothing. If the wards around the prison were thick enough to keep out communication, perhaps the same applied here. A wall approached with a hall before it. A second slope, left rising, right plunging down. Darkness slithered down from above, but the inky gloom leading deeper, fresh and open. I went right. Faster, I said to her. If we could lead whoever it was deep, perhaps we could cut back, right to the pit. I could winnow. I could winnow now. I grabbed for Nesta's arm. Right as the darkness behind us paused, and two high Fae stepped out of it, both male. One dark-haired, one light, both in gray jackets embroidered with bone-white thread. I knew their coat of arms on the upper right shoulder, knew their dead eyes. Hybern was here. I didn't move fast enough as one of them blew out a breath toward us. As that blue Febane dust sprayed into my eyes, my mouth, and my magic died out. Nesta's gasp told me she felt something similar. But it was on my sister that the two focused as I staggered back, tears streaming the dust from my eyes, spitting out the Feybane. I gripped her arm, trying to winnow. Nothing. Behind them, a hooded priestess slumped to the ground. "So easy to get into their minds once our master led us through the wards," said one of them, the dark-haired male. "To make them think we were scholars. We'd planned to come for you, but it seems you found us first." All spoken to my sister. Nesta's face was near white, though her eyes showed no fear. "Who are you?" The white-haired one smiled broadly as they approached. "We're the king's ravens," his far-flying eyes and talons, "and we've come to take you back. The king, their master, he, mother above." Was the king here in Valaris? Rhys, I slammed a mental hand into the bond, over and over. Rhys, nothing. Nesta's breath began to come quickly. Swords hung at their sides, two apiece. Their shoulders were broad, arms wide enough to indicate muscle filled those fine clothes. "You're not taking her anywhere," I said, palming my knife. How had the king done it? Arrived here unnoted and fractured our wards. And if he was in Valaris? I shoved down my terror at the thought, at what he might be doing beyond this library, unseen and hidden. "You're an unexpected prize too," the black-haired one said to me. "But your sister," a smile that showed all of his two white teeth. "You took something from that cauldron, girl. The king wants it back." That was why the cauldron couldn't shatter the wall. Not because its power was spent, but because Nesta had stolen too much of it. Chapter 31. I laid my options before me. I doubted the king's ravens were stupid enough to be kept talking long enough for my powers to return. And if the king was indeed here, I had to warn everyone, immediately. It left me with three choices. Take them on in hand-to-hand combat with only a knife, when they were each armed with twin blades and were muscled enough to know how to use them. Make a run for it and try to get out of the library, and risk the lives and further trauma of the priestesses in the levels above. Or, Nesta was saying to them, if he wants what I took, he can come get it himself. He's too busy to bother, the white-haired male purred, advancing another step. Apparently you're not. I gripped Nesta's fingers in my free hand. She glanced at me. I need you to trust me, I tried to convey to her. Nesta read the emotion in my eyes and gave the barest dip of her chin. I said to them, you made a grave mistake coming here, to my house. They sniggered. I gave them a returning smirk as I said, and I hope it rips you into bloody ribbons. Then I ran, hauling Nesta with me, not toward the upper levels, but down. Down into the eternal blackness of the pit at the heart of the library, and into the arms of whatever lurked inside it. Around and down, around and down. Shelves and paper and furniture and darkness, the smell turning musty and damp, the air thickening, the darkness like dew on my skin. Nesta's breath was ragged, her skirts rustling with each sprinting step we took. Time, only a matter of time before one of those priestesses contacted Rhys. But even a minute might be too late. There was no choice, none. Phalites stopped appearing ahead. Low, hideous laughter trickled behind us. Not so easy, is it, to find your way in the dark? Don't stop, I panted to Nesta, flinging us farther into the dark. A high-pitched scratching sounded, like talons on stone. One of the ravens crooned, "Do you know what happened to them, the queens?" "Keep going," I breathed, gripping a hand against the wall to remain rooted. Soon we'd reach the bottom soon, and then face some horror awful enough that Cashin wouldn't speak of it. The lesser of two evils, or the worse of them. The youngest one, that pinched-faced bitch, went into the cauldron first. practically trampled the others to get in after it saw what it did to you and your sister. Don't stop, I repeated as Nesta stumbled. If I go down, you run. That was a choice that I did not need to debate. That did not frighten me, not for a heartbeat. Stone screamed beneath twin sets of talons. But the cauldron, oh, it knew that something had been taken from it. Not sentient, but it knew. It was furious. And when that young queen went in, the ravens laughed as the slope leveled out and we found ourselves at the bottom of the library. Oh, it gave her immortality. It made her Fey. But since something had been taken from it, the cauldron took what she valued most. Her youth. They sniggered again. A young woman went in, but a withered crone came out. And from the catacombs of my memory, Ellen's voice sounded. I saw young hands wither with age. The other queens won't go into the cauldron for terror of the same happening now. And the youngest one, oh, you should hear how she talks, Nesta Arkharan. The things she wants to do to you when Highburn is done. Twin ravens are coming. Ellen had known, sensed it, had tried to warn us. There were ancient stacks down here, or at least I felt them as we bumped into countless hard edges in our blind sprint. Where was it? Where was it? Deeper into the dark, we ran. We're growing bored of this pursuit, one of them said. Our master is waiting for us to retrieve you. I snorted loudly enough for them to hear. I'm shocked he could even muster the strength to break the wards. He seems to need a trove of magical objects to do his work for him. The other one hissed, talons scratching louder. Whose spell book do you think Amaranthus stole many decades ago? Who suggested the amusement of sticking the masks to Spring's faces as punishment? Another little spell, the one he burned through today, to crack through your wards here. Only once could it be wielded, such a pity. I studied the faint trickle of light I could make out, far away and high up. Run toward the light, I breathed to Nesta. I'll hold them off. No. Don't try to be noble, if that's what you're whispering about. One of the ravens cawed from behind. We'll catch you both anyway. We didn't have time for whatever was down here to find us. We didn't have time. Run, I breathed. Please. She hesitated. Please, I begged her, my voice breaking. Nesta squeezed my hand once, and between one breath and the next, she bolted to the side, toward the center of the pit, the light high above. What? One of them snapped, but I struck. Every bone in my body barked in pain as I slammed into one of the stacks. Then again, until it teetered and fell, collapsing onto the one beside it, and the next, blocking the way Nesta had gone. And any chance of my exit, too, would groaned and snapped, books thudded on stone. But ahead, I clawed and patted the wall as I plunged farther into the pit floor. My magic was a husk in my veins. We'll still catch her, don't worry, one of them crooned. Wouldn't want dear sisters to be separated. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I didn't see the wall in front of me. My teeth sang as I collided face first. I patted blindly, feeling for a break, a corner. The wall continued on. Dead end. If it was a dead end, nowhere to go down here, lady, one of them said. I kept moving, gritting my teeth, gauging the power still frozen inside me. Not even an ember to summon to light the way, to show where I was, to show any holes ahead. The terror of it had my bones locking up. No, keep moving, keep going. I reached out, desperate for a bookshelf to grab. Surely they wouldn't put a shelf near a gaping hole in the earth. Empty blackness met my fingers, slipped between them, again and again. I stumbled a step. Leather met my fingers, solid leather. I fumbled, the hard spines of books meeting my palms, and bit down my sob of relief. A lifeline in a violent sea. I felt my way down the stack, running now. It ended too soon. I took another blind step forward, touched my way around a corner of another stack, just as the ravens hissed with displeasure. The sound said enough. They'd lost me for a moment. I inched along, keeping my back to a shelf, calming my heaving lungs until my breaths became near silent. Please, I breathed into the dark, barely more than a whisper. Please help me. In the distance, a boom shuddered through the ancient floor. High Lady of the Night Court, one of the ravens sang. What sort of cage shall our king build for you? Fear would get me killed, fear would. A soft voice whispered in my ear, You are the High Lady? The voice was both young and old, hideous and beautiful. Why yes, I whispered. I could sense no body heat, detect no physical presence, but I felt it behind me. Even with my back to the shelf, I felt the mass of it lurking behind me, around me, like a shroud. We can smell you, the other raven said. How your mate shall rage when he's found we've taken you. Please, I breathed to the thing crouched behind me, over me. What shall you give me? Such a dangerous question. Never make a bargain, Alice had once warned me before under the mountain. Even if the bargains I'd made, they'd saved us and brought me to Reese. What do you want? One of the ravens snapped. Who was she talking to? The stone and wind hear all, speak all. They whispered to me of your desire to wield the carver, to trade. My breath came hard and fast. What of it? I knew him once, long ago, before so many things crawled the earth. The ravens were close, far too close when one of them hissed. What is she mumbling? Does she know a spell as the master did? I whispered to the lurking dark behind me. What is your price? The raven's footsteps sounded so nearby they couldn't have been more than 20 feet away. Who are you talking to? One of them demanded. Company. Send me company. I opened my mouth, but then said, to eat, a laugh that made my skin crawl, to tell me of life. The air ahead shifted as the hibern ravens closed in. There you are, one seethed. It's a bargain, I breathed. The skin along my left forearm tingled. The thing behind me, I could have sworn I felt it smile. Shall I kill them? Please do. Light sputtered before me, and I blinked at the blinding ball of Fey light. I saw the twin ravens first, that Fey light at their shoulder, to illuminate me for their taking. Their attention went to me, then rose over my shoulder, my head. Absolute, unfiltered terror filled their faces, at what stood behind me. Close your eyes, the thing purred in my ear. I obeyed, trembling. Then all I heard was screaming. High-pitched shrieking and pleading, bones snapping, blood splattering like rain, cloth ripping, and screaming. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt, squeezed them shut so hard I was shaking. Then there were warm, rough hands on me, dragging me away, and Cashin's voice at my ear, saying, Don't look, don't look. I didn't. I let him lead me away, just as I felt Reese arrive. Felt him land on the floor of the pit so hard the entire mountain shuddered. I opened my eyes then, found him storming toward us, night rippling off him, such fury on his face. Get them out. The order was given to Cashin. The screaming was still erupting behind us. I lurched toward Reese, but he was already gone, a plume of darkness spreading from him, to shield the view of what he walked into. Knowing I would look, the screaming stopped. In the terrible silence, Cashin hauled me out, toward the dim center of the pit. Nesta was standing there, arms around herself, eyes wide. Cashin only stretched out an arm for her. As if in a trance, she walked right to his side. His arms tightened around both of us, siphons flaring, gilding the darkness with blood-red light. Then we launched skyward, just as the screaming began anew. Chapter 32. Cashin gave us both a glass of brandy. A tall glass. Seated in an armchair in the family library high above, Nesta drank hers in one gulp. I claimed the chair across from her, took a sip, shuddered at the taste, and made to set it down on the low-lying table between us. "Keep drinking," Cashin ordered. The wrath wasn't toward me. No, it was toward whatever was below. What had happened? "Are you hurt?" Cashin asked me. Each word was clipped, brutal. I shook my head. That he didn't ask Nesta. He must have found her first. Ascertained for himself. I started, "Is the king the city?" No sign of him. A muscle twitched in his jaw. We sat in silence, until Rhys appeared between the open doors, shadows trailing in his wake. Blood coated his hands, but nothing else. So much blood, ruby bright in the mid-morning sun, like he'd clawed through them with his bare hands. His eyes were wholly frozen with rage, but they dipped to my left arm, the sleeve filthy but still rolled up, like a slim band of black iron around my forearm. A tattoo now lay there. It's custom in my court for bargains to be permanently marked upon flesh, Rhys had told me under the mountain. What did you give it? I hadn't heard that voice since that visit to the Court of Nightmares. It said it wanted company, someone to tell it about life. I said yes. Did you volunteer yourself? No, I drained the rest of the brandy at the tone, his frozen face. It just said someone, and it didn't specify when. I grimaced at the solid black band, no thicker than the width of my finger, interrupted only by two slender gaps near the side of my forearm. I tried to stand, to go to him, to take those bloody hands, but my knees still wobbled enough that I couldn't move. Are the king's ravens dead? They nearly were when I arrived. It left enough of their minds functioning for me to have a look, and finish them when I was done. Cashin was stone-faced, glancing between Rhys's bloody hands and his ice-cold eyes. But it was to my sister that my mate turned. Hybern hunts you because of what you took from the cauldron. The queens want you dead for vengeance, for robbing them of immortality. I know. Nesta's voice was hoarse. What did you take? I don't know. The words were barely more than a whisper. Even Amren can't figure it out. Rhys stared her down, but Nesta looked to me, and I could have sworn fear shone there, and guilt and some other feeling. You told me to run. You're my sister, was all I said. She'd once tried to cross the wall to save me, but she started. Ellen. Ellen is fine, Rhys said. Azriel was at the townhouse. Lucian is headed back, and Moore is nearly there. They know of the threat. Nesta leaned her head back against the armchair's cushion, going a bit boneless. I said to Rhys, Hybern infiltrated our city. Again. The prick held on to that fleeting spell until he really needed it. Fleeting spell. A spell of mighty power, able to be wielded only once, to great effect. One capable of cleaving wards. He must have been biding his time. Are the wards here? Amren is currently adapting them against such things, and will then begin combing through the city to find if the king also deposited any other cronies before he vanished. Beneath the cold rage, there was a sharpness, honed enough that I said, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" he replied verbally, as if he could no longer distinguish between the two. "What's wrong is that those pieces of shit got into my house and attacked my mate. What's wrong is that my own damn wards worked against me, and you had to make a bargain with that thing to keep yourself from being taken. What's wrong?" "Calm down," I said quietly, but not weakly. His eyes glowed, like lightning had struck an ocean, but he inhaled deeply, blowing out the breath through his nose, and his shoulders loosened, barely. "Did you see what it was? That thing down there?" "I guessed enough about it to close my eyes," he said. I only opened them when it had stepped away from their bodies. Cashin's skin had turned ashen. He'd seen it. He'd seen it again. But he said nothing. Yes, the king got past our defenses, I said to Rhys. Yes, things went badly, but we weren't hurt, and the ravens revealed some key pieces of information. Sloppy, I realized. Rhys had been sloppy in killing them. Normally, he would have kept them alive for Azriel to question, but he'd taken what he needed quickly and brutally and ended it. He'd shown more restraint about the Atter. We know why the cauldron doesn't work at its full strength now, I went on. We know that Nesta is more of a priority for the king than I am. Rhys mulled it over. Hybern showed part of his hand in bringing them here. He has to have a sliver of doubt of his conquest if he'd risk it. Nesta looked like she was going to be sick. Cashin wordlessly refilled her glass. But I asked, How did you know that we were in trouble? Clotho, Rhys said. There's a spelled bell inside the library. She rang it and it went out to all of us. Cashin got there first. I wondered what had happened in those initial moments when he'd found my sister. As if he'd read my thoughts, Rhys sent the image to me, no doubt courtesy of Cashin. Panic and rage. That was all he knew as he shot down into the heart of the pit, spearing for that ancient darkness that had once shaken him to his very marrow. Nesta was there and Feyre. It was the former he saw first, stumbling out of the dark, wide-eyed. Her fear a tang that whetted his rage into something so sharp he could barely think, barely breathe. She let out a small animal sound, like some wounded stag, as she saw him. As he landed so hard his knees popped. He said nothing as Nesta launched herself toward him, her dress filthy and disheveled, her arms stretching for him. He opened his own for her, unable to stop his approach, his reaching. She gripped his leathers instead. Feyre, she rasped, pointing behind her with a free hand, shaking him solidly with the other. Strength. Such untapped strength in that slim, beautiful body. Hybern. That was all he needed to hear. He drew his sword, then Rhys was arrowing for them, his power like a god's-damned volcanic eruption. Cashin charged ahead into the gloom, following the screaming. I pulled away, not wanting to see any further, see what Cashin had witnessed down there. Rhys strode to me and lifted a hand to brush my hair, but stopped upon seeing the blood crusting his fingers. He instead studied the tattoo now marring my left arm. As long as we don't have to invite it to solstice dinner, I can live with it. You can live with it? I lifted my brows. A ghost of a smile, even with all that had happened, that now lay before us. At least now, if one of you misbehaves, I know the perfect punishment. Going down there to talk to that thing for an hour. Nesta scowled with distaste, but Cashin let out a dark laugh. I'll take scrubbing toilets, thank you. Your second encounter seemed less harrowing than the first. It wasn't trying to eat me this time, but shadows still darkened his eyes. Rhys saw them too. Saw them and said quietly, again with that High Lord's voice, warn whoever needs to know to stay indoors tonight. Children off the streets at sundown. None of the palaces will remain open past moonrise. Anyone on the streets faces the consequences. Of what? I asked, the liquor in my stomach now burning. Rhys's jaw tightened, and he surveyed the sparkling city beyond the windows. Of Amren on the hunt. Ellen was nestled beside a too-casual Moor on the sitting room couch when we arrived at the townhouse. Nesta strode past me, right to Ellen, and took up a seat on her other side, before turning her attention to where we remained in the foyer, waiting, somehow sensing the meeting that was about to unfold. Lucien, stationed by the front window, turned from watching the street, monitoring it. A sword and dagger hung from his belt. No humor, no warmth graced his face, only fierce, grim determination. Azriel's coming down from the roof, Rhys said to none of us in particular. leaning against the archway into the sitting room and crossing his arms. And as if he'd summoned him, Azriel stepped out of a pocket of shadow by the stairs and scanned us from head to toe. His eyes lingered on the blood-crusting Rhys's hands. I took up a spot at the opposite doorway post while Cassian and Azriel remained between us. Rhys was quiet for a moment before he said, "The priestesses will keep silent about what happened today, and the people of this city won't learn why Amren is now preparing to hunt. We can't afford to let the other High Lords know. It would unnerve them and destabilize the image we have worked so hard to create." The attack on Valaris, Mor countered from her place on the couch, already showed we're vulnerable. That was a surprise attack, which we handled quickly, Cassian said, siphons flickering. AZ made sure the information came out portraying us as victors, able to defeat any challenge Hybern throws our way. We did that today, I said. It's different, Rhys said. The first time we had the element of their surprise to excuse us. This second time, it makes us look unprepared, vulnerable. We can't risk that getting out before the meeting in 10 days. So for all appearances, we will remain unruffled as we prepare for war. Mor sagged against the couch cushions. A war where we have no allies beyond Kyr, either in Prythian or beyond it. Rhys gave her a sharp look, but Ellen said quietly, "The Queen might come." Silence. Ellen was staring at the unlit fireplace, eyes lost to that vague murkiness. "What queen?" Nesta said, more tightly than she usually spoke to our sister. "The one who was cursed. Cursed by the cauldron," I clarified to Nesta, pushing off the archway. "When it threw its tantrum after you left." "No," Ellen studied me, then her. "Not that one, the other." Nesta took a steadying breath, opening her mouth to either whisk Ellen upstairs or move on. But Azriel asked softly, taking a single step over the threshold and into the sitting room, "What other?" Ellen's brows twitched toward each other. "The queen with the feathers of flame." The Shadowzinger angled his head. Lucian murmured to me, I still fixed on Ellen. "Should we? Does she need?" "She doesn't need anything," Azriel answered without so much as looking at Lucian. Ellen was staring at the spymaster now, unblinkingly. "We're the ones who need," Azriel trailed off. "A seer," he said, more to himself than us. "The cauldron made you a seer." Chapter 33. Seer. The word clanged through me. She'd known. She'd warned Nesta about the ravens. And in the chaos of the attack, that little realization had slipped from me. Slipped from me as reality and dream slipped and entwined for Ellen. Seer. Ellen turned to Mor, who was now gaping at my sister from her spot beside her on the couch. "Is that what this is?" And the words, the tone, they were so normal sounding that my chest tightened. Mor's gaze darted across my sister's face, as if weighing the words, the question, the truth or lie within. Mor at last blinked, mouth parting, like that magic of hers had at last solved some puzzle. Slowly, clearly, she nodded. Lucian silently slid into one of the chairs, before the window, that metal eye whirring as it roved over my sister. It made sense, I supposed, that Azriel alone had listened to her. The male who heard things others could not. Perhaps he, too, had suffered as Ellen had before he understood what gift he possessed. He asked Ellen, "There is another queen?" Ellen squinted, as if the question required some inner clarification, some path into looking the right way at whatever had addled and plagued her. "Yes. The sixth queen," Mor breathed. "The queen who the Golden One said wasn't ill. She said not to trust the other queens because of it," I added. And as soon as the words left my mouth, it was like stepping back from a painting to see the entire picture. Up close, the words had been muddled and messy, but from a distance. "You stole from the cauldron," I said to Nesta, who seemed ready to jump between all of us and Ellen. But what if the cauldron gave something to Ellen? Nesta's face drained of color. What? Equally ashen, Lucian seemed inclined to echo Nesta's hoarse question. But Azriel nodded. You knew, he said to Ellen, about the young queen turning into a crone. Ellen blinked and blinked, eyes clearing again, as if the understanding, our understanding, it freed her from whatever murky realm she'd been in. The sixth queen is alive? Azriel asked, calm and steady, the voice of the High Lord Spymaster, who had broken enemies and charmed allies. Ellen cocked her head, as if listening to some inner voice. Yes. Lucian just stared and stared at my sister, as if he'd never seen her before. I whipped my face to Rhys. A potential ally? I don't know, he answered. If the others cursed her. What sort of curse? My mate asked before he'd even finished speaking to me. Ellen shifted her face toward him. Another blink. They sold her. To some darkness. To some sorcerer lord. She shook her head. I can never see him. What he is. There is an onyx box that he possesses, more vital than anything. Save for them. The girls. He keeps other girls. Others so like her. But she, by day, she is one form, by night, human again. A bird of burning feathers, I said. Firebird by day, Rhys mused. Woman by night, so she's held captive by this sorcerer lord. Ellen shook her head. I don't know. I hear her screaming, with rage, utter rage. She shuddered. Moore leaned forward. Do you know why the other queens cursed her? Sold her to him? Ellen studied the table. No, that is all mist and shadow. Rhys blew out a breath. Can you sense where she is? There is a lake, deep in the continent, I think, hidden amongst mountains and ancient forests. Ellen's throat bobbed. He keeps them all at the lake. Other women like her? Yes and no. Their feathers are white as snow. They glide across the water, while she rages through the skies above it. Moore said to Rhys, what information do we have on this sixth queen? Little, Azriel answered for him. We know little. Young, somewhere in her mid-20s. Scythia lies along the wall to the east. It's smallest amongst the human queen's realms, but rich in trade and arms. She goes by Vassa, but I never got a report with her full name. Rhys considered. She must have posed a considerable threat to the queens if they turned on her. And considering their agenda. If we can find Vassa, I cut in. She could be vital in convincing the human forces to fight, and giving us an ally on the continent. If we can find her, Cashin countered, stepping up to Azriel's side, his wings flaring slightly. It could take months, not to mention, facing the male who holds her captive could be harder than expected. We can't afford all those potential risks, or the time it'd take. We should focus on this meeting with the other High Lords first. But we could stand to gain much, Moore said. Perhaps she has an army. Perhaps she does. Cashin cut her off. But if she's cursed, who will lead it? And if her kingdom is so far away, they have to travel the mortal way too. You remember how slowly they moved, how quickly they died. It's worth a try, Moore sniped. You're needed here, Cashin said. Azriel looked inclined to agree, even as he kept quiet. I need you on a battlefield, not traipsing through the continent, the human half of it. If those queens have rallied armies to offer Hybern, they're no doubt standing between you and Queen Vassa. You don't give me orders. No, but I do, Rhys said. Don't give me that look. He's right. We need you here, Moore. Scythia, Moore said, shaking her head. I remember them. They're horse people. A mounted cavalry could travel far faster. No sheer will blazed in Rhys's eyes. The order was final. But Moore tried again. There is a reason why Ellen is seeing these things. She was right about the other queen turning old, about the raven's attack. Why is she being sent this image? Why is she hearing this queen? It must be vital. If we ignore it, perhaps we'll deserve to fail. Silence. I surveyed them all. Vital. Each of them was vital here. But me? I sucked in a breath. I'll go. Lucian was staring at Ellen as he spoke. We all looked at him. Lucian shifted his focus to Rhys, to me. I'll go, he repeated, rising to his feet, to find the sixth queen. More opened and shut her mouth. What makes you think you could find her? Rhys asked, not rudely, but from a commander's perspective, sizing up the skills Lucian offered against the risks, the potential benefits. Lucian gestured to the metal contraption. It can see things that others can't. Spells, glamours, perhaps it can help me find her and break her curse. He glanced at Ellen, who was again studying her lap. I'm not needed here. I'll fight if you need me to, but... He offered me a grim smile. I do not belong in the autumn court, and I'm willing to bet I'm no longer welcome at the spring court. Home, he had almost said. But I cannot sit here and do nothing. Those queens with their armies, there is a threat in that regard too. So use me, send me. I will find Vasa, see if she can bring help. You will be going into the human territory, Rhys warned. I can't spare a force to guard you. I don't need one. I travel faster on my own. His chin lifted. I will find her. And if there's an army to bring back, or at least some way for her own story to sway the human forces, I'll find a way to do that too. My friends glanced to each other. Moore said, it will be very dangerous. A half smile curved Lucian's mouth. Good. It'd be boring otherwise. Only Cashin returned the grin. I'll load you up with some Illyrian steel. Ellen now watched Lucian warily, blinking every now and then. She revealed no hint of whatever she might be seeing, sensing. None. Rhys pushed off the archway. I'll winnow you as close as we can get, to wherever you need to be to begin your hunt. Lucian had indeed been studying all those maps lately, perhaps at the quiet behest of whatever force had guided us all. My mate added, thank you. Lucian shrugged, and it was that gesture alone that made me say at last, are you sure? He only glanced at Ellen, whose face was again a calm void while she traced a finger over the embroidery on the couch cushions. Yes, let me help in whatever way I can. Even Nesta seemed relatively concerned. Not for him, no doubt, but the fact that if he were hurt or killed, what would it do to Ellen? The severing of the mating bond. I shut out the thought of what it'd do to me. I asked Lucian, when do you want to leave? Tomorrow. I hadn't heard him sound so assertive in a long time. I'll prepare for the rest of today and leave after breakfast tomorrow morning. He added to Rhys, if that works for you. My mate waved an idle hand. For what you're about to do, Lucian, we'll make it work. Silence fell once more. If he could find that missing queen and perhaps bring back some sort of human army, or at least sway the mortal forces from Hybern's thrall. If I could find a way to get the Carver to fight for us that did not involve using that terrible mirror, would it be enough? The meeting with the High Lords, it seemed, would decide that. Rhys jerked his chin at Azriel, who took it as an order to vanish, to no doubt check in on Amryn. Find out if Keir and his Darkbringers had any attacks. My mate ordered Moore and Cashin, who nodded and left as well. Alone with my sisters and Lucian, Rhys and I caught Nesta's eye. And for once, my sister rose to her feet and came toward us. The three of us not so subtly heading upstairs, leaving Lucian and Ellen alone. It was an effort not to linger atop the landing, to listen to what was said. If anything was said at all. But I made myself take Rhys's hand, flinching at the blood still caked on his skin, and led him to our bathing room. Nesta's bedroom door clicked shut down the hall. Reese wordlessly watched me as I turned on the bathtub faucet and grabbed a washcloth from the chest against the wall. I took up a seat at the edge of the tub, testing the water temperature against my wrist, and patted the porcelain rim beside me. "Sit." He obeyed, his head drooping as he sat. I took one of his hands, guided it to the gurgling stream of water, and held it beneath. Red flowed off his skin, eddying in the water beneath. I plucked up the cloth and scrubbed gently, more blood flaking off, water splashing onto the still immaculate sleeves of his jacket. "Why not shield your hands?" I wanted to feel it, their lives ending beneath my fingers. Cold, flat words. I scrubbed at his nails, the blood wedged into the cracks where it met his skin, the arcs beneath. Why is it different this time? Different from the Adder's ambush, Hybern's attack in the woods, the attack on Valaris. All of it. I'd seen him in a rage before, but never so detached. As if morality and kindness were things that lurked on a surface far above the frozen depths he'd plunged into. I turned his palm into the spray, getting at the space between his fingers. "What is the point of it?" he said. "Of all this power, if I can't protect those who are most vulnerable in my city, if it can't detect an incoming attack." Even Azrael didn't learn of it. The king used an archaic spell and walked in the front door. "If I can't..." Reese shook his head, and I lowered his now clean hand and reached for the other. More blood stained the water. "If I can't protect them here, how can..." His throat bobbed. I lifted his chin with a hand. Icy rage had slipped into something a bit shattered and aching. "Those priestesses have endured enough. I failed them today. That library, it will no longer feel safe for them. The one place they've had to themselves, where they knew they were protected, Hybern took that away today. And from him, he had gone to that library for his own need for healing, for safety." He said, "Perhaps it's punishment for taking away Valaris from. More, in granting Kier access here. You can't think like that, it won't end well." I finished washing his other hand, rinsed the cloth, then began swiping it along his neck, his temples, soothing warm presses not to clean but to relax. "I'm not angry about the bargain," he said, closing his eyes as I swiped the cloth over his brow. "In case you were worried." I wasn't. Reese opened his eyes, as if he could hear the smile in my voice, and studied me while I chucked the cloth into the tub with a wet slap and turned off the faucet. He was still studying me when I took his face in my damp hands. "What happened today was not your fault," I said, the words filling the sun-drenched bathing room. "None of it. It all lies on Hybern, and when we face the king again, we will remember these attacks, these injuries to our people. We forgot Amarantha's spell book, to our own loss, but we have a book of our own, hopefully with the spell we need. And for now, we will prepare and we will face the consequences. For now, we move ahead." He turned his head to kiss my palm. "Remind me to give you a salary raise." I choked on a cough. "For what?" "For the Sage Council, and the other vital services you provide me." He winked. I laughed in earnest, and squeezed his face as I pressed a swift kiss to his mouth. Shameless flirt. The warmth returned to his eyes at last. So I reached for an ivory towel and bundled his hands, now clean and warm, into the folds of soft fabric. Chapter 34. Amren found no other Hybern assassins or spies during her long night of hunting through Valaris. How she sought them, how she distinguished friend from foe. Some people, more told me the next morning, after we all had a sleepless night, painted their thresholds in lamb's blood, a sort of offering to her, and payment to stay away. Some left cups of it on their doorsteps. As if everyone in the city knew that the High Lord's second, that small-boned female, she was the monster that defended them from the other horrors of the world. Reese had spent much of the previous day and night reassuring the priestesses of their safety, walking them through the new wards. The priestess who had let them in, for whatever reason, Hybern had left her alive. She allowed Rhys into her mind to see what had happened. Once the king had sundered the wards with that fleeting spell, his ravens had appeared as two old scholars to get the priestess to open the door, then forced their way into her mind so that she'd welcome them in without being vetted. The violation of that alone. Rhys had spent hours with those priestesses yesterday. More too. Talking, listening to the ones who could speak, holding the hands of the ones who couldn't. And when they at last left, there was a peace between my mate and his cousin. Some lingering jagged edge that had somehow been soothed. We didn't have long. I knew that, felt it with every breath. Hybern wasn't coming. Hybern was here. Our meeting with the High Lords was now over a week away, and still Nesta refused to join us. But it was fine. We'd manage. I'd manage. We didn't have another choice. Which was why I found myself standing in the foyer the next morning, watching Lucian shoulder his heavy pack. He wore Illyrian leathers under a heavier jacket, along with layers of clothes beneath to help him survive in varying climates. He braided back his red hair, the length of it snaking across his back, right in front of the Illyrian sword strapped down his spine. Cashin had given him free rein yesterday afternoon to loot his personal cache of weapons, though my friend had been economical about which ones he'd selected. The blade plus a short sword, plus an assortment of daggers. A quiver of arrows and an unstrung bow were tied to his pack. "You know precisely where you want Rhys to take you?" I asked at last. Lucian nodded, glancing to where my mate now waited by the front door. He'd bring Lucian to the edge of the human continent, to wherever Lucian had decided would be the best landing spot. No farther, Azriel had insisted. His reports indicated it was too watched, too dangerous. Even for one of our own. Even for the most powerful High Lord in history. I stepped forward, and didn't give Lucian time to step back as I hugged him tightly. "Thank you," I said, trying not to think about all the steel on him, if he'd need to use it. "It was time," Lucian said quietly, giving me a squeeze, "for me to do something." I pulled away, surveying his scarred face. "Thank you," I said again. It was all I could think of to say. Rhys extended a hand to Lucian. Lucian studied it, then my mate's face. I could nearly see all the hateful words they'd spoken, dangling between them, between that outstretched hand and Lucian's own. But Lucian took Rhys's hand, that silent offer of not only transportation. Before that dark wind swept in, Lucian looked back. Not to me, I realized, to someone behind me. Pale and thin, Ellen stood atop the stairs, their gazes locked and held. But Ellen said nothing, did not so much as take one step downward. Lucian inclined his head in a bow, the movement hiding the gleam in his eye, the longing and sadness. And when Lucian turned to signal to Rhys to go, he did not glance back at Ellen. Did not see the half-step she took toward the stairs, as if she'd speak to him, stop him. Then Rhys was gone, and Lucian with him. When I turned to offer Ellen breakfast, she'd already walked away. I waited in the foyer for Rhys to return. In the dining room to my left, Nesta silently practiced building those invisible walls in her mind. No sign of Amren since her hunt last night. When I asked if she was making any progress, my sister had only said, "Amren thinks I'm getting close enough to begin trying on something tangible." And that was that. I left her to it, not bothering to ask if Amren had also come close to figuring out some sort of spell in the book to repair that wall. In silence, I counted the minutes, one by one. Then a familiar dark wind swirled through the foyer, and I loosed a too tight breath as Rhys appeared in the middle of the hall carpet. No indication of any sort of trouble, no sign of hurt or harm, but I slid my arms around his waist, needing to feel him, smell him. Did everything go well? Rhys brushed a kiss to the top of my head, as well as can be expected. He's now on the continent, heading eastward. He marked Nesta studying at the dining table. "How's our new seer holding up?" I pulled back to explain that I'd left Ellen to her own thoughts, but Nesta said, "Don't call her that." Rhys gave me an incredulous look, but Nesta just went back to flipping through a book, her face going vacant, while she practiced with whatever wall-building exercises Amren had ordered. I poked him in the ribs. "Don't provoke her." A corner of his mouth lifted, the expression full of wicked delight. "Can I provoke you instead?" I clamped my lips to keep from smiling. The front door blew open and Amren stormed in. Rhys was instantly facing her. What? Gone was the slick amusement, the relaxed posture. Amren's pale face remained calm, but her eyes, they swirled with rage. Hybern has attacked the summer court. They lay siege to Adriata as we speak. Chapter 35. Hybern had made its grand move at last, and we had not anticipated it. I knew Azriel would take the blame upon himself. One look at the Shadowsinger as he prowled through the front door of the townhouse minutes later, Cashin on his heels, told me that he already did. We stood in the foyer, Nesta lingering at the dining table behind me. "Has Tarquin called for aid?" Cashin asked Amren. None of us dared question how she knew. Amren's jaw tightened. "I don't know. I got the message, and nothing else." Cashin nodded once and turned to Rhys. "Did the summer court have a mobile fighting force readied when you were there?" "No," Rhys said. His armada was scattered along the coast. A glance at Azriel. "Half is in Adriata, the other dispersed," the Shadowsinger supplied. His terrestrial army was moved to the Spring Court border after Feyre. The closest legion is perhaps 3 days' march away. Very few can winnow. "How many ships?" Rhys asked. 20 in Adriata, fully armed. A calculating look at Amren. "Numbers on Hybern?" "I don't know. Many. I think they are overwhelmed." What was the exact message? Pure, unrelenting command laced every word. Amren's eyes glittered like fresh silver. It was a warning from Varian to prepare our own defenses. Utter silence. "Prince Varian sent you a warning?" Cashin asked a bit quietly. Amren glared at him. "It is a thing that friends do." More silence. I met Rhys's stare, sensed the weight and dread and anger simmering behind the cool features. "We cannot leave Tarquin to face them alone," I said. Perhaps Hybern had sent the ravens yesterday to distract us from looking beyond our own borders, to have our focus on Hybern, not our own shores. Rhys's attention cut to Cashin. "Kyr and his Darkbringer army are nowhere near ready to march. How soon can the Illyrian legions fly?" Rhys immediately winnowed Cashin into the war camps to give the orders himself. Azriel had vanished with them, going ahead to scout Adriata, taking his most trusted spies with him. Nausea had churned in my gut as Cashin and Azriel tapped the siphons atop their hands and that scaled armor unfurled across their body. As 7 siphons appeared on each, as the Shadowsinger's scarred hands checked the buckles on his knife belts and his quiver, while Rhys summoned extra Illyrian blades for Cashin, 2 at his back, 1 at each side. Then they were gone, stone-faced and steady, ready for bloodshed. More arrived moments later, heavily armed, her hair braided back and every inch of her thrumming with impatience. But Moore and I waited for the order to go. To join them, Cashin had positioned the Illyrian legions closer to the southern border the weeks I'd been away. But even so, they wouldn't be able to fly without a few hours of preparation, and it would require Rhys to winnow them in. All of them, to Adriata. "Will you fight?" Nesta was now standing a few steps up the staircase of the townhouse, watching as Moore and I readied. Soon, Azriel or Rhys would contact us soon with the all-clear to winnow to Adriata. "We'll fight if it's required," I said, checking once more that the belt of knives was secure at my hips. Moore wore Illyrian leathers as well, but the blades on her were different. Slimmer, lighter, some of their tips slightly curved. like lightning-given flesh, seraphim blades, she told me, gifted to her by Prince Draken himself during the war. What do you know of battle? I couldn't tell if my sister's tone was insulting or merely inquisitive. We know plenty, Moore said tightly, arranging her long braid between the blades crossed over her back. Ellen and Nesta would remain here, with Amren watching over them, and watching over Valaris, along with a small legion of Illyrians. Cashin had ordered to camp in the mountains above the city. Moore had passed Amren on her way in, the small female apparently heading to the butcher to fill up on provisions before she'd return to stay here, for however long we'd be in Adriata, if we returned at all. I met Nesta's gaze again. Only wary distance greeted me. We'll send word when we can. A rumble of midnight thunder brushed against the walls of my mind. A silent signal, speared over land and mountains, as if Rhys's concentration was now wholly focused elsewhere, and he did not dare break it. My heart stumbled a beat. I gripped Moore's arm, the leather scales cutting into my palm. They've arrived. Let's go. Moore turned to my sister, and I had never seen her seem so warrior-like. I'd known it lurked beneath the surface, but here was the Morrigan, the female who had fought in the war, who knew how to end lives with blade and magic. It's nothing we can't handle, Moore said to Nesta with a cocky smile, and then we were gone. Black wind roared and tore at me, and I clung to Moore as she winnowed us through the courts, her breath a ragged beat in my ear. Then blinding light and suffocating heat and screams and thunderous booming and metal on metal. I swayed, bracing my feet apart as I blinked, as I took in my surroundings. Rhys and the Illyrians had already joined the fray. Moore had winnowed us to the barren top of one of the hills flanking the half-moon bay of Adriata, offering perfect views of the island city in its center and the city on the mainland below. The waters of the bay were red. Smoke rose in gnarled black columns from buildings and foundering ships. People screamed, soldiers shouted, so many. I had not anticipated the scope of how many soldiers there would be, on either side. I thought it would be neat lines, not chaos everywhere, not Illyrians in the skies above the city and the harbor, blasting their power and arrows into the Hybern army that rained hell upon the city. Ship after ship squatted toward the horizon, hemming either entrance to the bay. And in the bay, those are Tarquin's ships, Moore said, her face taut as she pointed to the white sails colliding with terrible force against the gray sails of Hybern's fleet, utterly outnumbered, and yet plumes of magic, water and wind and whips of vines, kept attacking any boat that neared. And those that broke through the magic faced soldiers armed with spears and bows and swords. And ahead of them, pushing against the fleet, the Illyrian lines. So many. Rhys had winnowed them in, all of them, the drain on his power. Moore's throat bobbed. No one else has come, she murmured. No other courts. No sign of Tamlin and the spring court on Hybern's side, either. A thunderous boom of dark power blasted into Hybern's fleet, scattering ships, but not many, as if Rhys's power is either already nearly spent or they've got something working against it, I said. More of that Febane? Hybern would be stupid not to use it. Her fingers curled and uncurled at her sides. Sweat beaded on her temple. More. I knew it was coming, she murmured. Another war at some point. I knew battles would come for this war, but I forgot how terrible it is. The sounds, the smells. Indeed, even from the rocky outcropping so high above, it was overwhelming. The tang of blood, the pleading and screaming, getting into the midst of it. Alice had left the spring court, fearing the hell I'd unleash there, only to come here, to this. I prayed she was not in the city proper, prayed she and her nephews were keeping safe. We're to go to the palace, Moore said, squaring her shoulders. I hadn't dared break Rhysand's concentration by opening up a channel in the bond, but it seemed he was still capable of giving orders. Soldiers have reached its northern side, and their defenses are surrounded. I nodded once, and Moore drew her slender, curving blade. It gleamed as brightly as Amren's eyes, that seraphim steel. I unsheathed my Illyrian blade from across my back, the metal dark and ancient by comparison to the living silver flame in her hand. "We stick close, you don't get out of sight," Moore said, smoothly and precisely. "We don't go down a hall or stairwell without assessing first." I nodded again, at a loss for words. My heart beat at a gallop, my palms turning sweaty. Water. I wished I'd had some water. My mouth had gone bone dry. "If you can't bring yourself to make the kill," she added without a hint of judgment, "then shield me from behind." "I can do it, the killing," I rasped. I'd done plenty of it that day in Valaris. Moore assessed the grip I maintained on my blade, the set of my shoulders. "Don't stop and don't linger. We press forward until I say we retreat. Leave the wounded to the healers." None of them enjoyed this, I realized. My friends. They had gone to war and back and had not found it worthy of glorification, had not let its memory become rose-tinted in the centuries following. But they were willing to dive into its hell once again for the sake of Prythian. "Let's go," I said. Every moment we wasted here could spell someone's doom in that gleaming palace in the bay. Moore swallowed once and winnowed us into the palace. She must have visited a few times throughout the centuries because she knew where to arrive. The middle levels of Tarquin's palace had been communal space between the lower floors that the servants and lesser Feyres were shoved into and the shining residential quarters for the high Fae above. When I had last seen the vast greeting hall, the light had been clear and white, flitting off the seashell-encrusted walls, dancing along the running rivers built into the floor. The sea beyond the towering windows had been turquoise mottled with vibrant sapphire. Now that sea was choked with mighty ships and blood, the clear skies full of Illyrian warriors swooping down upon them in determined, unflinching lines. Thick metal shields glinted as the Illyrians dove and rose, emerging each time covered in blood, if they returned to the skies at all. But my task was here, this building. We scanned the floor, listening. Frantic murmurs echoed from the stairwells leading upward, along with heavy thudding. "They're barricading themselves into the upper levels," Moore observed as my brows narrowed, "leaving the lesser Fae trapped below, with no aid." "Bastards," I breathed. The lesser Fae did not have as much magic between them, not in the way the high Fae did. "This way," Moore said, jerking her chin toward the descending stairs. "They're 3 levels down and climbing. 50 of them. A ship's worth." Chapter 36. The first and second kills were the hardest. I didn't waste physical strength on the cluster of 5 hybern soldiers, high Fae, not adder-like underlings, forcing their way into a barricaded room full of terrified servants. No, even as my body hesitated at the kills, my magic did not. The 2 soldiers nearest me had feeble shields. I tore through them with a sizzling wall of fire. Fire that then found its way down their throats and burned every inch of the way. And then sizzled through skin and tendon and bone and severed the heads from their bodies. Moore just killed the soldier nearest her with good old-fashioned beheading. She whirled, the soldier's head still falling, and sliced off the head of the one just nearing us. The 5th and final soldier stopped his assault on the battered door, looked between us with flat, hate-bright eyes. "Do it, then," he said, his accent so like that of the ravens. His thick sword rose, blood sliding down the groove of the fuller. Someone was sobbing in terror on the other side of that door. The soldier lunged for us, and Moore's blade flashed. But I struck first, an ASP of pure water striking his face, stunning him, then shoving down his open mouth, his throat, up his nose, sealing off any air. He slumped to the ground, clawing at his neck as if he'd free a passage for the water now drowning him. We left him without looking back, the grunting of his choking soon turning to silence. Moore slid me a sidelong glance. Remind me not to get on your bad side. I appreciated the attempt at humor, but laughter was foreign. There was only the breath in my heaving lungs and the roiling of magic through my veins and the clear, unyielding crispness of my vision, assessing all. We found 8 more in the midst of killing and hurting. A dormitory turned into Hybern's own sick pleasure hall. I did not care to linger on what they did, and only marked it so that I knew how fast and easily to kill. The ones merely slaughtering died fast. The others, Moore and I lingered. Not much, but those deaths were slower. We left 2 of them alive, hurt and disarmed but alive, for the surviving fairies to kill. I gave them 2 Illyrian knives to do it. The Hybern soldiers began screaming before we cleared the level. The hallway on the floor below was splattered in blood. The din was deafening. A dozen soldiers in the silver and blue armor of Tarquin's court battled against the bulk of the Hybern force, holding the corridor. They were nearly pushed back to the stairs we just exited, steadily overwhelmed by the solid numbers against them. The Hybern soldiers stepping on the bodies of the fallen Summer Court warriors. Tarquin's soldiers were flagging even as they kept swinging, kept fighting. The closest one beheld us, opened his mouth to order us to run. But then he noted the armor, the blood on us and our blades. "Don't be afraid," Moore said, as I stretched out a hand and darkness fell. Soldiers on both sides shouted, scrambling back, armor clanging. But I shifted my eyes, made them night-seeing, as I had done in that Illyrian forest when I had first drawn Hybern blood. Moore, I think, was born able to see in the darkness. We winnowed through the ebon-veiled corridor in short bursts. I could see their terror as I killed them, but they could not see me. Every time we appeared in front of Hybern soldiers, frantic in the impenetrable dark, their heads fell, one after another. Winnow, slash, winnow, thump, until there were none left, only the mounds of their bodies, the puddles of their blood. I banished the darkness from the corridor, finding the Summer Court soldiers panting and gaping at us, at what we had done in a matter of a minute. I didn't look too long at the carnage. Moore didn't either. "Where else?" was all I asked. We cleared the palace to its lowest levels. Then we took to the city streets, the steep hill leading down to the water rampant with Hybern soldiers. The morning sun rose higher, beating down on us, making our skin slick and swollen with sweat beneath our leathers. I stopped discerning the sweat on my palms from the blood coating it. I stopped being able to feel a great many things as we killed and killed, sometimes engaging in outright combat, sometimes with magic, sometimes earning our own bruises and small wounds. But the sun continued its arc across the sky, and the battle continued in the bay, the Illyrian lines battering the Hybern fleet from above while Tarquin's armada pushed from behind. Slowly, we purged the streets of Hybern soldiers. All I knew was the sun baking the blood coating my skin, the coppery tang of it clinging to my nostrils. We had just cleared a narrow street, Moore striding through the felled Hybern soldiers to make sure any survivors stopped surviving. I leaned against a blood-bathed stone wall just outside the shattered front window of a clothier, watching Moore's quicksilver blade rise and fall in lightning-bright flashes. Beyond us, all around us, the screams of the dying were like the never-ending pealing of the city's warning bells. Water, I needed water, if only to wash the blood from my mouth. Not my own blood, but that of the soldiers we'd cut down. Blood that had sprayed into my mouth, up my nose, into my eyes, when we'd ended them. Moore reached the last of the dead, and terrified high fae and fairies finally poked their heads out of the doorways and windows flanking the cobblestone street. No sign of Alice, her nephews or cousin, or anyone who looked like them, amongst the living or the fallen. A small blessing. We had to keep moving. There were more, so many more. As Moore began striding back to me, boots sloshing through puddles of blood, I reached a mental hand toward the bond. toward Rhys, toward anything that was solid and familiar. Wind and darkness answered me. I became only half aware of the narrow street and the blood and the sun as I peered down the bridge between us. Rhys. Nothing. I speared myself along it, stumbling blindly through that raging tempest of night and shadow. If the bond sometimes felt like a living band of light, it now had turned into a bridge of ice-kissed obsidian. And rising up on its other end, his mind. The walls, his shields, they had turned into a fortress. I laid a mental hand to the black adamant, my heart thundering. What was he facing? What was he seeing to have made his shield so impenetrable? I couldn't feel him on the other side. There was only the stone and the dark and the wind. Rhys. More had nearly reached me when his answer came. A crack in the shield, so swift that I did not have time to do anything more than lunge for it before it had closed behind me, sealing me inside with him. The streets, the sun, the city vanished. There was only him, and the battle. Looking through Rhysand's eyes as I once had that day under the mountain, I felt the heat of the sun, the sweat and blood sliding down his face, slipping beneath the neck of his black Illyrian armor. Smelled the brine of the sea and the tang of blood all around me. Felt the exhaustion ripping at him, in his muscles and in his magic. Felt the Hybern warship shudder beneath him as he landed on its main deck, an Illyrian blade in each hand. 6 soldiers died instantly, their armor and bodies turning into Redan's silver mist. The others halted, realizing who'd landed amongst them, in the heart of their fleet. Slowly, Rhys surveyed the helmeted heads before him, counted the weapons. Not that it mattered. All of them would soon be crimson mist or food for the beasts circling the waters around the clashing armada. And then this ship would be splinters on the waves. Once he was done, it was not the common foot soldiers he'd sought out. Because where power should have been thrumming from him, obliterating them, it was a muffled rumble, stifled. He'd tracked it here, that strange damper on his power, on the siphon's power, as if some sort of spell had turned his power oily in his grip, harder to wield. It was why the battle had gone on so long. The clean, precise blow he'd intended to land upon arriving. The single shot that would have saved so many lives, it had slipped from his grasp. So he'd hunted it down, that damper, battled his way across Adriata to get to this ship. And now, exhaustion starting to rip at him, the armed soldiers around Rhysand parted, and he appeared. Trapped within Rhysand's mind, his powers stifled and body weary. There was nothing I could do but watch as the King of Hybern stepped from below decks and smiled at my mate. Chapter 37. Blood slid from the tips of Rhys's twin blades onto the deck. 1 drop, 2, 3. Mother above. The king. The King of Hybern wore his own colors. Slate gray, embroidered with bone-colored thread. Not a weapon on him. Not a speckle of blood. Within Rhys's mind, there was no jagged breath for me to take. No heartbeat to thunder in my chest. There was nothing I could do but watch and keep quiet so I didn't distract him, didn't risk taking his focus away for one blink. Rhys met the king's dark eyes, bright beneath heavy brows, and smiled. Glad to see you're still not fighting your own battles. The king's answering smile was a brutal slash of white. I was waiting for more interesting quarry to find me. His voice was colder than the highest peak of the Illyrian mountains. Rhys didn't dare look away from him, not as his magic unfurled, sniffing out every angle to kill the king. A trap. It had been a trap to discover which High Lord hunted down the source of that damper first. Rhys had known one of them, the king, his cronies, would be waiting here. He'd known and come. Known and not asked us to help him. If I was smart, Rhys said to me, his voice calm and steady, I'd find some way to take him alive, make Azrael break him, get him to yield the cauldron, and make an example of him to the other bastards thinking of bringing down that wall. Don't, I begged him. Just kill him and be done with it, Rhys. End this war before it can truly begin. Pause of consideration. But a death here, quick and brutal. His followers would turn it against me, no doubt. If he could manage it. The king had not been fighting, had not depleted his reserves of power. But Rhys, I felt Rhys size up the odds alongside me. Let one of us come to you. Don't face him alone. Because trying to take the king alive without full access to his power. Information rippled into me, brimming with all Rhys had seen and learned. Taking the king alive depended on whether Osriel was in good enough shape to help. He and Cashin had taken a few blows themselves, but nothing they couldn't handle. Nothing to spook the Illyrians still fighting under their command. Yet, seems like the tide is turning. Rhys observed as the armada around them indeed pushed Hybern's forces out to sea. He had not seen Tarquin, or Varian and Cressida, but the summer court still fought, still pushed Hybern back from the harbor. Time. Rhys needed time. Rhys lunged toward the king's mind and met nothing. Not a trace, not a whisper, as if he were nothing but wicked thought and ancient malice. The king clicked his tongue. I'd heard that you were a charmer, Rhys, and yet here you are, groping and pawing at me like a green youth. A corner of Rhys's mouth twitched up. Always a delight to disappoint Hybern. Oh, on the contrary, the king said, crossing his arms, muscle shifting beneath. You've always been such a source of entertainment, especially for my darling Amarantha. I felt it, the thought that escaped Rhys. He wanted to wipe that name from living memory. Perhaps one day he would. One day he'd erase it from every mind in this world, one by one, until she was no one and nothing. But the king knew that. From that smile he knew. And everything he had done, all of it, kill him, Rhys. Kill him and be done with it. It's not that easy, was his even reply. Not without searching this ship, searching him for that source of the spell on our power, and breaking it. But if he lingered much longer, I had no doubt the king had some nasty surprise waiting, designed to spring shut at any moment. I knew Rhys was aware of it too. Knew because he rallied his magic, assessing and weighing, an ASP readying to strike. The last report I received from Amarantha, the king went on, sliding his hands into his pockets. She was still enjoying you. The soldiers laughed. My mate was used to it, that laughter, even if it made me want to roar at them, rend them to pieces. But Rhys didn't so much as grit his teeth, though the king gave him a smile that told me he was well aware of what sort of scars lingered. What my mate had done to keep Amarantha distracted. Why he'd done it. Rhys smirked. Too bad it didn't end so pleasantly for her. His magic slithered through the ship, hunting down that tether for the power holding back our forces. Kill him now. The word was a chant in my blood, my mind. In his too. I could hear it clear as my own thoughts. Such a remarkable girl, your mate, the king mused. No emotion, not so much as a bit of anger beyond that cold amusement. First Amarantha, then my pet, the Atter, and then she broke past all the wards around my palace to aid your escape. Not to mention, a low laugh, my niece and nephew. Rage. That was rage starting to blacken in his eyes. She savaged Dagden and Brannock, and for what reason? Perhaps you should ask Tamlin. Rhys raised a brow. Where is he, by the way? Tamlin. Hybern savored the name, the sound of it. He has plans for you, after what you and your mate did to him. His court. What a mess for him to clean up, though she certainly made it easier for me to plant more of my troops in his lands. Mother above, I'd done that. She'll be happy to hear that. Too long. Rhys had lingered too long, and facing him now, fight or run or fight. Where did her gifts come from, I wonder, or who? The king knew what I was, what I possessed. I'm a lucky male to have her as my mate. The king smiled again. For the little time you have remaining, I could have sworn Rhys blocked out the words. The king went on casually, it will take everything, to try to stop me, everything you have, and it still won't be enough. And when you have given everything and you are dead, Rhys, and when your mate is mourning over your corpse, I am going to take her. Rhys didn't let a flicker of emotion show, sliding on that cool, amused mask over the roaring rage that surrounded me at the thought, the threat, that settled before me like a beast ready to lunge, to defend. She defeated Amarantha and the Ator, Rhys countered. I doubt you'll be much of an effort either. We'll see. Perhaps I'll give her to Tamlin when I'm done. Fury heated Rhys's blood, and my own. Strike or flee, Rhys, I begged again. But do it now. Rhys rallied his power, and I felt it rise within him, felt him grappling to sustain his grip on it. The spell will wear off, the king said, waving a hand. Another little trick I picked up while rotting away in Hybern. I don't know what you're talking about, Rhys said mildly. They only smiled at each other. And then Rhys asked, why? The king knew what he meant. There was room at the table for everyone, you and your ilk claimed. The king snorted. For humans, lesser fairies, for half-breeds. In this new world of yours, there was room at the table for everyone, so long as they thought like you. But the loyalists, how you delighted in shutting us out, looking down your noses at us. He gestured to the soldiers monitoring them, the battle in the bay. You want to know why? Because we suffered, when you stifled us, when you shut us out. Some of his soldiers grunted their agreement. I have no interest in spending another 5 centuries seeing my people bow before human pigs. Seeing them claw out a living while you shield and coddle those mortals, granting them our resources and wealth in exchange for nothing. He inclined his head. So we shall reclaim what is ours, what was always ours, and will always be ours. Rhys offered him a sly grin. You can certainly try. My mate didn't bother saying more as he hurled a slender javelin of power at him, the shot as precise as an arrow. And when it reached the king, it went right through him. He rippled, then steadied. An illusion, a shade. The king rumbled a laugh. Did you think I'd appear at this battle myself? He waved a hand toward the soldiers still watching. A taste. This battle is only a taste for you, to whet your appetite. Then he was gone. The magic leaking from the boat, the oily sheen it had laid over Rhys's power, it vanished too. Rhys allowed the Hybern soldiers aboard the ship, aboard the ones around him, the honor of at least lifting their blades. Then he turned them all into nothing but red mist and splinters floating on the waves. Chapter 38. More was shaking me. I only knew it because Rhys threw me out of his mind the moment he unleashed himself upon those soldiers. You were here too long, was all he said, caressing a dark Talon down my face. Then I was out, stumbling down the bond, his shield slamming shut behind me. Fair, Moore was saying, fingers digging into my shoulders through my leathers. Fair. I blinked, the sun and blood and narrow street coming into focus. Blinked, and then vomited all over the cobblestones between us. People, shaken and petrified, only stared. This way, Moore said, and looped her arm around my waist as she led me into a dusty, empty alley, far from watching eyes. I barely took in the city and bay and sea beyond, barely noticed that a mighty maelstrom of darkness and water and wind was now shoving Hybern's fleet back over the horizon, as if Tarquin's and Rhys's powers had been unleashed by the king's vanishing. I made it to a pile of fallen stones from the half-wrecked building beside us when I vomited again, and again. Moore put a hand on my back, rubbing soothing circles as I retched. I did the same after my first battle. We all did. It wasn't even a battle. Not in the way I'd pictured. Army against army on some unremarkable battlefield, chaotic and muddy. Even the real battle today had been out on the sea, where the Illyrians were now sailing inland. I couldn't bear to start counting how many made the return trip. I didn't know how Mor or Rhys or Cashin or Azriel could bear it. And what I'd just seen, the king was here, I breathed. Mor's hand stilled on my back. What? I leaned my brow against the sun-warmed brick of the building before me and told her what I'd seen in Rhys's mind. The king, he had been here and yet not here. Another trick, another spell. No wonder Rhys hadn't been able to attack his mind. The king hadn't been present to do so. I closed my eyes as I finished, pressing my brow harder into the brick. Blood and sweat still coated me. I tried to remember the usual fit of my soul in my body, the priority of things, my way of looking at the world. What to do with my limbs in the stillness. How did I usually position my hands without a blade between them? How did I stop moving? Mor squeezed my shoulder, as if she understood the racing thoughts, the foreignness of my body. The war had raged for 7 years. Years. How long would this one last? We should find the others, she said, and helped me straighten before winnowing us back to the palace towering high above. I couldn't bring myself to send another thought down the bond. See where Rhys was. I didn't want him to see me, feel me, in such a state, even if I knew he wouldn't judge. He too had spilled blood on the battlefield today, and many others before it. All of my friends had. And I could understand, just for a heartbeat, as the wind tore around us, why some rulers, human and fey, had bowed before Hybern. Bowed, rather than face this. It wasn't only the cost of life that ripped and devastated and sundered. It was the altering of a soul with it, the realization that I could perhaps go back home to Valaris, perhaps see peace achieved and cities rebuilt. But this battle, this war, I would be the thing forever changed. War would linger with me long after it had ended, some invisible scar that would perhaps fade, but never wholly vanish. But for my home, for Prythian and the human territory and so many others, I would clean my blades and wash the blood from my skin, and I would do it again and again and again. The middle level of the palace was a flurry of motion. Blood-drenched summer court soldiers limped around healers and servants rushing to the injured being laid on the floor. The stream through the center of the hall ran red. More and more winnowed in, borne by wide-eyed high fae. A few Illyrians, just as bloody but eyes clear, hauled in their own wounded through the open windows and balcony doors. Mor and I scanned the space, the throngs of people, the reek of death and screams of the injured. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was too dry. I recognized the warrior the same moment he spied me. Varian, kneeling over an injured soldier with his thigh in ribbons, went utterly still as our eyes met. His brown skin was splattered in blood as bright as the rubies they'd sent to us. His white hair plastered to his head, as if he'd just chucked off his helmet. He whistled through his teeth, and a soldier appeared at his side, taking up his position of tying a tourniquet around the hurt male's thigh. The Prince of Adriata rose to his feet. I did not have any magic left in me to shield. After seeing Rhys with the king, there was only an empty pit where my fear had been a wild sea within me, but I felt Mor's power slide into place between us. There was a death promise on my head. From them, Varian approached slowly, stiffly, as if his entire body ached, though his handsome face revealed nothing, only bone-weary exhaustion. His mouth opened, then shut. I didn't have words, either. So Varian rasped, his voice hoarse enough that I knew he'd been screaming for a long, long time. He's in the oak dining room, the one where I had first dined with them. I just nodded at the prince and began easing my way through the crowd, Mor keeping close to my side. I thought Varian meant Rhys, but it was Tarquin who stood in gore-flecked silver armor at the dining table, maps and charts before him, summer court fae either blood-soaked or pristine filling the sunny chamber. The High Lord of the Summer Court looked up from the table as we paused on the threshold, took in me then Mor. The kindness, The consideration that I had last seen on the High Lord's face was gone, replaced by a grim, cold thing that made my stomach turn. Blood had clotted from a thick slice down his neck, the caked bits crumbling away as Tarquin glanced to the people in the room and said, "Leave us." No one even dared glance twice at him as they filed out. I had done a horrible thing the last time we were here. I had lied and stolen. I had torn into his mind and tricked him into believing me innocent, harmless. I did not blame him for the blood ruby he had sent. But if he sought to exact his vengeance now, I heard you two cleared the palace and helped clear the island. His words were low, lifeless. Moore inclined her head. Your soldiers fought bravely beside us. Tarquin ignored her, his crushing turquoise eyes upon me, taking in the blood, the wounds, the leathers, then the mating band on my finger, the star sapphire dull, blood crusted between the delicate folds and arcs of metal. I thought you came to finish the job, Tarquin said to me. I didn't dare move. I heard Tamlin took you, then I heard the spring court fell, collapsed from within, people in revolt, and you had vanished. And when I saw the Illyrian legion sweeping in, I thought you had come for me too, to help Hybern finish us off. Varian had not told him of the message he'd snuck to Amryn. Not a call for aid, but a frantic warning for Amryn to save herself. Tarquin hadn't known that we'd be coming. We would never ally with Hybern, Moore said. I am talking to Fair Arkharren. I'd never heard Tarquin use that tone. Moore bristled but said nothing. Why? Tarquin demanded, sunlight glinting on his armor, whose delicate, overlapping scales were fashioned after a fish's. I didn't know what he meant. Why had we deceived and stolen from him? Why had we come to help? Why to both? Our dreams are the same, was all I could think to say. A united realm in which lesser fairies were no longer shoved down. A better world. The opposite of what Hybern fought for, what his allies fought for. Is that how you justified stealing from me? My heart stumbled a beat. Rhys and said from behind me, no doubt having winnowed in. My mate and I had our reasons, Tarquin. My knees nearly buckled at the evenness in his voice, at the blood-speckled face that still revealed no sign of great injury, at the dark armor, the twin to Osriel's and Cassion's, that had held intact despite a few deep scratches I could barely stand to note. Cassion and Osriel? Fine. Overseeing the Illyrian injured and setting up camp in the hills. Tarquin glanced between us. Mate, wasn't it obvious? Rhys asked with a wink, but there was an edge in his eyes, sharp and haunted. My chest tightened. Did the king leave some sort of trap too? He slid a hand against my back. No, I'm all right. Pissed I didn't see that he was an illusion, but fine. Tarquin's face didn't so much as shift from that cold wrath. When you went into the spring court and deceived Tamlin as well about your true nature, when you destroyed his territory, you left the door open for Hybern. They docked in his harbors, no doubt to wait for the wall to collapse and then sail south. Tarquin snarled, "It was an easy trip to my doorstep. You did this." I could have sworn I felt Rhys flinch through the bond. But my mate said calmly, "We did nothing. Hybern chooses its actions, not us." He jerked his chin toward Tarquin. "My force shall remain camped in the hills until you've deemed the city secure. Then we will go. And do you plan to steal anything else before you do?" Rhys went utterly still. Debating, I realized whether to apologize. Explain. I spared him from the choice. Tend to your wounded, Tarquin. Don't give me orders. The face of the former Summer Court Admiral, the prince who had commanded the fleet in the harbor until the title was thrust upon him. I took in the weariness fogging his eyes, the anger and grief. People had died. Many people. The city he had fought so hard to rebuild, the people who had tried to fight past the scars of. "Amarantha, we are at your disposal," I said to him and walked out. More kept close, and we emerged into the hall to find a cluster of his advisors and soldiers watching us carefully. Behind us, Rhys said to Tarquin, "I didn't have a choice. I did it to try to avoid this, Tarquin. To stop Hybern before he got this far." His voice was strained. Tarquin only said, "Get out, and take your army with you. We can hold the bay now that they don't have surprise on their side." Silence. Moore and I lingered just outside the open doors, not turning back, but both of us listening. Listening as Rhys said, "I saw enough of Hybern in the war to tell you this attack is just a fraction of what the king plans to unleash." Pause. "Come to the meeting, Tarquin. We need you. Prythian needs you." Another beat of quiet. Then Tarquin said, "Get out. Feyre's offer holds. We are at your disposal. Take your mate and leave, and I'd suggest warning her not to give High Lord's orders." I stiffened, about to whirl around, when Rhys said, "She is High Lady of the Night Court. She may do as she wishes." The wall of Fae standing before us withdrew slightly, now studying me, some gaping. A murmur rippled through them. Tarquin let out a low, bitter laugh. "You do love to spit on tradition." Rhys didn't say anything more, his strolling footsteps sounding over the tiled floor until his hand warmed my shoulder. I looked up at him, aware of all who gawked at us. And me. Rhys pressed a kiss to my sweaty, blood-crusted temple, and we vanished. Chapter 39. The Illyrian camp remained in the hills above Adriata. Mostly because there were so many injured that we couldn't move them until they'd healed enough to survive it. Wings shredded, guts dangling out, faces mauled. I don't know how my friends were still standing as they tended to the wounded as much as they could. I barely saw Azriel, who had set up a tent to organize the information pouring in from his scouts. The Hybern fleet had retreated, not to the Spring Court but across the sea. No sign of any other forces waiting to strike. No whisper of Tamlin or Jurian. Cashin, though. He limped through the injured laid out on the rocky, dry ground, offering kernels of praise or comfort to the soldiers who had not yet been tended. With the siphons, he could do quick battlefield patching, but nothing extensive, nothing intricate. His face, whenever we crossed paths as I fetched supplies for the healers working without rest, was grave, gone. He still wore his armor, and though he'd rinsed the blood from his skin, it clung near the neck of his breastplate. The dullness in his hazel eyes was the same as that glazing my own, and Moore's. But Rhys, his eyes were clear, alert, his expression grim, but it was to him the soldiers looked. And he was everything he should be. A High Lord confident in his victory, whose forces had smashed through the Hybern fleet and saved a city of innocents. The toll it had taken on his own soldiers was difficult, but a worthy cost for victory. He strolled through the camp, overseeing the wounded, the information Azriel handed him, checking in with his commanders, still in his Illyrian armor. But wings gone, they'd vanished before he'd appeared in Tarquin's chamber. The sun set, leaving a blanket of darkness over the city lying below, so much darker than I'd last beheld it, alive and glittering with light. But this new darkness, we had seen it in Valaris after the attack, we now knew it too well. Fey lights bobbed over our camp, gilding the talons of all those Illyrian wings as they worked or lay injured. I knew many looked to me, their High Lady, but I could not muster Rhys's ease, his quiet triumph. So I kept fetching bowls of fresh water, kept hauling away the bloodied ones, helped pin down screaming soldiers until my teeth clacked against each other with the force of their thrashing. I sat down only when my legs could no longer keep me upright, upon an overturned bucket outside the healer's tent. Just a few minutes, I'd sit for just a few minutes. I awoke inside another tent, laid upon a pile of furs, the Fey light dim and soft. Rhys sat beside me, legs crossed, his hair in unusual disarray, streaked with blood, as if it had coated his hands when he dragged them through it. How long was I out? My words were a rasp. He lifted his head from where he'd been studying some array of papers spread on the fur before him. 3 hours. Dawn is still far off, you should sleep. But I propped myself on my elbows. You're not. He shrugged, sipping from the water goblet set beside him. I'm not the one who fell face first off a bucket into the mud. His wry smile faded. How are you feeling? I almost said fine, but I'm still figuring out what to feel. Careful nod. Open war is like that. It takes a while to decide how to deal with everything that it brings. The costs. I sat up fully, scanning the papers he'd laid out. Casualty lists. Only 100 or so names on them, but did you know them, the ones who died? His violet eyes shuddered. A few. Tarquin lost many more than we did. Who tells their families? Cashin. He'll send out lists once dawn arrives, when we see who survives the night. He'll visit their families if he knew them. I remembered that Rhys had once told me he'd scanned casualty lists for his friends in the war. The dread they'd all felt, waiting to see if a familiar name was on them. So many shadows clouded those violet eyes. I laid a hand on his own. He studied my fingers on his, the arcs of dirt beneath my fingernails. The king only came today, he said at last, to taunt me. The library attack, this battle, it was a way to toy with me, us. I touched his jaw. Cold. His skin was cold, despite the warm summer night pressing on us. You are not going to die in this war. Rhys. His attention snapped to me. I cupped his face in both hands now. Don't you listen to a word he says. He knows. He knows about us, our histories, and that scared Rhys to death. He knew the library. He picked it for what it meant to me, not just to take Nesta. So we learn where to hit him and strike hard. Better yet, we kill him before he can do any further harm. Rhys shook his head slightly, removing his face from my hands. If it was only the king to contend with, but with the cauldron in his arsenal. And it was the way his shoulders began to curve in, the way his chin dipped ever so slightly. I grabbed his hand again. We need allies, I said, my eyes burning. We can't face the brunt of this war alone. I know. The words were heavy, weary. Move the meeting with the High Lord sooner. 3 days from now. I will. I'd never heard that tone, that quiet. And it was precisely because of it that I said, I love you. His head lifted, eyes churning. There was a time when I dreamed of hearing that, he murmured. When I never thought I'd hear it from you. He gestured to the tent, to Adriata beyond it. Our trip here was the first time I let myself hope. To the stars who listen, and the dreams that are answered. And yet today with Tarquin, the world should know, I said. The world should know how good you are, Rhys, and how wonderful all of you are. I can't tell if I should be worried that you're saying such nice things about me. Maybe the king's taunting did get to you. I pinched his arm, and he let out a low laugh before raising my face to study my eyes. He angled his head. Should I be worried? I put a hand to his cheek once more, the silken skin now warm. You are selfless and brave and kind. You are more than I ever dreamed for myself, more than I. The words choked off and I swallowed, taking a deep breath. I wasn't sure if he needed to hear it after what the king had said, but I needed to say it. Starlight now danced in his eyes, but I went on, at this meeting with the other. High Lords, what role will you play? The usual one. I nodded, having anticipated his answer. And the others will play their usual roles too. And I slid my hand from his face and put it over his heart. I think the time has come for us to remove the masks, to stop playing the part. He waited, hearing me out. Valaris is secret no longer. The king knows too much about us, who we are, what we are. And if we're to ally with the other High Lords, I think they need the truth. They will need the truth in order to trust us. The truth about who you really are, who Mor and Cashin and Osriel really are. Look at how poorly things went with Tarquin today. We can't let it continue like this. So no more masks, no more roles to play. We go as ourselves, as a family. If anything, the king's taunting had told me that games were over. There would be no more disguises, no more lies. Perhaps he thought it'd drive us toward continuing to do such things. But to stand a chance, perhaps victory lay in the other direction. In honesty, with us standing together as precisely who we were. I waited for Rhys to tell me that I was young and inexperienced, that I knew nothing of politics and war. Yet Rhys only brushed his thumb over my cheek. They may be angry at the lies we've fed them over the centuries. Then we will make it clear that we understand their feelings, and make it clear that we had no alternative way to protect our people. We'll show them the court of dreams, he said quietly. I nodded. We'd show them and also show Keir and Eris and Baron. Show who we were to our allies and our enemies. Stars glimmered and burned out in those beautiful eyes. And what of your powers? The king had known of them too or guessed at it. I knew from his cautious tone that he'd already formed an opinion. But the choice was mine. He'd face it at my side no matter what I decided. And as I thought it through, I think they'll see the revealing of our good sides as manipulative if it also comes out that your mate has stolen power from them all. If the king plans to use that information against us, we'll deal with that later. Technically, that power was gifted, but you're right. We'll have to walk a fine enough line regarding how we show ourselves. Spin it the right way so they don't think it's a trap or scheme. But when it comes to you, darkness blotted out the stars in his eyes. The darkness of assassins and thieves. The darkness of uncompromising death. You could tip the scale in Hybern's favor if any of them are considering an alliance. Baron alone might try to kill you with or without this war. I doubt even Eris could keep him from it. I could have sworn the war camp shuddered at the power that rumbled awake. The wrath. Voices outside the tent dropped to whispers, or outright silence. But I leaned over and kissed him lightly. We'll deal with it, I said onto his mouth. He pulled his mouth from mine, his face grave. We keep all your powers but the ones I gave you hidden. As my high lady, you will have been expected to have received some. I swallowed hard, nodding, and took a long drink from his goblet of water. No more lies, no more deceptions, beyond my magic. Let Tarquin be the first and last casualty of our deceit. I chewed on my lip. What about Miriam and Draken? Have you learned anything about where they might have gone, along with that legion of aerial warriors? The question seemed to drag him up from wherever he'd gone while contemplating what now lay before us. Rhys sighed, scanning those casualty lists again. The dark ink seemed to absorb the dim fey light. No, AZ's spies have found no trace of them in any of the surrounding territories. He rubbed his temple. How do you vanish an entire people? I frowned. I suppose Jurian's tactic to draw them out worked against him. Jurian, there hadn't been a whisper of him at the battle today. It would seem so. He shook his head, the light dancing in the raven-black locks of his hair. I should have established protocols with them centuries ago. Ways to contact them, for them to contact us, if we ever needed help. Why didn't you? They wanted to be forgotten by the world, and when I saw how peaceful Credia became, I did not want the world to intrude on them either. A muscle flickered in his jaw. If we did somehow find them, would that be enough, though? If we can stop the wall from sundering first, our forces and Draken's, perhaps even Queen Vassa if Lucian can find her, against all of Hybern, against whatever gambits or spells the king still planned to unleash. Rhys was quiet for a moment. It might have to be. It was the way his voice went hoarse, the way his eyes guttered, that made me press a kiss to his mouth as I laid a hand upon his chest and pushed him down upon the furs. His brows rose, but a half-smile appeared on his lips. There's little privacy in a war camp, he warned, some of the light coming back to his eyes. I only straddled him, unfastening the button at the top of his dark jacket, the one below it. Then I suppose you'll have to be quiet, I said, working my way down the front of the jacket until it gaped open to reveal the shirt beneath. I traced a finger of the whirl of tattoo peeking out near his neck. When I saw you facing the king today, he brushed his fingers against my thighs. I know, I felt you. I tugged on the hem of his shirt, and he rose onto his elbows, helping me remove his jacket, then the shirt beneath. A bruise marred his ribs, an angry splotch. It's fine, he said before I could speak. A lucky shot. With what? Again that half smile. A spear. My heart stopped. I delicately brushed the bruise, swallowing hard. Tipped in Feyre. My shield blocked most of it, but not enough to avoid the impact. Dread curled in my stomach, but I leaned down and brushed a kiss over the bruise. Rhys loosed a long breath, his body seeming to settle. Calm. So I kissed the bruise again, moved lower. He drew idle circles on my shoulder, my back. I felt his shield settle around our tent as I unbuttoned his pants, as I kissed my way across the muscled pain of his stomach. Lower. Rhys's hands slid into my hair as the rest of his clothes vanished. I stroked my hand over him once, twice, luxuriating in the feel of him, in knowing he was here, we were both here, safe. Then I echoed the movement with my mouth. His growls of pleasure filled the tent, drowning out the distant cries of the injured and dying. Life and death, hovering so close, whispering in our ears. But I tasted Rhys, worshipped him with my hands and mouth and then my body, and hoped that this shard of life we offered up, this undimming light between us, would drive death a bit further away, at least for another day. Only a few more Illyrians died during the night, but high up in the hills, the screams and wails of Tarquin's people rose to us on plumes of smoke from the still-burning fires Hybern had set. They continued burning when we left in the early hours after dawn, winnowing back to Valaris. Cashin and Azriel remained to lead the Illyrian legions to their new camp on our southern borders, and the former left from there to fly into the steppes, to offer his condolences to a few of those families. Nesta was waiting for us in the foyer of the townhouse, Amren seething in a chair before the unlit fireplace of the sitting room. No sign of Ellen, but before I could ask, Nesta demanded, "What happened?" Rhys glanced to me, then to Amren, who had shot to her feet and was now watching us with the same expression as Nesta's. My mate said to my sister, "There was a battle. We won." "We know that," Amren said, her small feet near silent on the rugs as she strode for us. "What happened with Tarquin?" Moore took a breath to say something about Varian that would likely not end well for any of us. So I cut in, "Well, he didn't try to slaughter us on sight, so things went decently?" Rhys gave me a bemused look. "The royal family remains alive and well. Tarquin's armada suffered losses, but Cressida and Varian were unscathed." Something tight in Amren's face seemed to relax at the words, his careful, diplomatic words. But Nesta was glancing between us all, her back still stiff, mouth a thin line. "Where is he?" "Who?" Rhys crooned. "Cashin." I didn't think I'd ever heard his name from her lips. Cashin had always been him or that one, and Nesta had been pacing in the foyer, as if she was worried. I opened my mouth, but Moore beat me to it. "He's busy." I'd never heard her voice so sharp, icy. Nesta held Moore's stare. Her jaw tightened, then relaxed, then tightened, as if fighting some battle to keep questions in. Moore didn't drop her gaze. Moore had never seemed ruffled by mention of Cashin's past lovers. Perhaps because they'd never meant much, not in the ways that counted. But if the Illyrian warrior no longer stood as a physical and emotional buffer between her and Azriel, And worse, if the person who caused that vacancy was Nesta. Moore said flatly, "When he gets back, keep your forked tongue behind your teeth." My heart leaped into a furious beat, my arms slack at my sides at the insult, the threat. But Rhys said, "Moore." She slowly, so slowly, looked at him. There was nothing but uncompromising will in Rhys's face. "We now leave for the meeting in 3 days. Send out dispatches to the other High Lords to inform them. And I'm done debating where to meet. Pick a place and be done with it." She stared him down for a heartbeat, then dragged her gaze back to my sister. Nesta's face had not altered, the coldness limbing it unbending. She was so still she seemed to barely be breathing. But she did not balk. She did not avert her eyes from the Morrigan. Moore vanished with hardly a blink. Nesta only turned and headed for the sitting room, where I noticed books had been laid on the low-lying table before the hearth. Amren flowed in behind her, tossing a backward look over a shoulder at Rhys. The motion shifted her gray blouse enough that I caught the sparkle of red peeking beneath the fabric. The necklace of rubies that she wore, hidden beneath her shirt, gifted from Varian. But Rhys nodded to Amren, and the female asked my sister, "Where were we?" Nesta sat in the armchair, holding herself tightly enough that the whites of her knuckles arced through her skin. "You were explaining how the territory lines were formed between courts. The words were distant, brittle, and they've also taken up history lessons? I'm as shocked as you are that the house is still standing." I swallowed my laugh, linking my arm through his and tugging him down the hall. It had been a while since I'd seen him so dirty. We both needed a bath, but there was something I had to do first. Needed to do. Behind us, Amren murmured to Nesta, "Cashin has gone to war many times, girl. He isn't general of Rhys's forces for nothing. This battle was a skirmish compared to what lies ahead. He's likely visiting the families of the fallen as we speak. He'll be back before the meeting." Nesta said, "I don't care." At least she was talking again. I halted Rhys halfway down the hall. With so many listening ears in the house, I said down the bond, "Take me to the prison. Right now." Rhys asked no questions. Chapter 40. I had no bone to bring with me, and though every step up that hillside and then down into the dark ripped and weighed on me, I kept moving, kept planting one foot in front of the other. I had the feeling Rhys did the same. Standing before the bone carver 2 hours later, the ancient death god still wearing my would-be son's skin, I said, "Find another object that you desire." The carver's violet eyes flared. "Why does the High Lord linger in the hall? He has little interest in seeing you." Partially true. Rhys had wondered if the blow to his pride would work in our favor. "You reek of blood and death," the carver breathed in a great lungful of air, "of my scent. Pick another object than the Ouroboros," was all I said. Hyber knew about our histories, our would-be allies. There remained a shred of hope that he would not see the carver coming. I desire nothing else than my window to the world. I avoided the urge to clench my hands into fists. "I could offer you so many other things." My voice turned low, honeyed. "You are afraid to claim the mirror." The bone carver angled his head. "Why? You are not afraid of it?" "No," a little smile. He leaned to the side. "Are you frightened of it, too, Rhys-sen?" My mate didn't bother to answer from the hall, though he did come to lean against the threshold, crossing his arms. The carver sighed at the sight of him, the dirt and blood and wrinkled clothes, and said, "Oh, I much prefer you bloodied up." "Pick something else," I replied, "and not a fool's errand this time." "What would you give me? Riches do me no good down here. Power holds no sway over the stone." He chuckled. "What about your firstborn?" A secret smile as he gestured with that small boy's hand to himself. Rhys's attention slid to me. Surprise. Surprise and something deeper, more tender, flickering on his face. Not just any boy, then. My cheeks heated. No, not just any boy. It is rude, majesties, to speak when no one can hear you. I sliced a glare toward the carver. There is nothing else, then? Nothing else that won't break me if I so much as look upon it? Bring me the Ouroboros and I am yours. You have my word. I weighed the beatific expression on the carver's face before I strode out. Where is my bone? The demand cracked through the gloom. I kept walking, but Rhys chucked something at him. From lunch. The carver's hiss of outrage as a chicken bone skittered over the floor followed us out. In silence, we began the trek up through the prison. The mirror, I'd have to find some way to get it. After the meeting, just in case it did indeed destroy me. What does he look like? The question was soft, tentative. I knew who he meant. I interlaced my fingers through Rysand's and squeezed tightly. Let me show you. And as we walked through the darkness, toward that distant, still hidden light, I did. We were starving by the time we returned to the townhouse. And since neither of us felt like waiting for food to be prepared, Rhys and I headed right for the kitchen, passing by Amren and Nesta with little more than a wave. My mouth was already watering as Rhys shouldered open the swinging door into the kitchen. But we beheld what was within and halted. Ellen stood between Nuala and Ceridwen at the long work table, all three of them covered in flour, some sort of doughy mess on the surface before them. The two handmaiden spies instantly bowed to Rhys and Ellen. There was a slight sparkle in her brown eyes, as if she'd been enjoying herself with them. Nuala swallowed hard. The lady said she was hungry, so we went to make her something, but she said she wanted to learn how, so. Hands wreathed in shadows lifted in a helpless gesture, flour drifting off them like veils of snow. We're making bread. Ellen was glancing between all of us, and as her eyes began to shudder, I gave her a broad smile and said, I hope it'll be done soon. I'm starved. Ellen offered a faint smile in return and nodded. She was hungry. She was doing something, learning something. We're going to bathe, I announced, even as my stomach grumbled. We'll leave you to your baking. I tugged Rhys into the hall before they'd finished saying goodbye, the kitchen door swinging shut behind us. I put a hand on my chest, leaning against the wood panels of the stair wall. Rhys's hand covered my own a heartbeat later. That was what I felt, he said. When I saw you smile that night we dined along the Sidra. I leaned forward, resting my brow against his chest, right over his heart. She still has a long way to go. We all do. He stroked a hand over my back. I leaned into the touch, savoring his warmth and strength. For long minutes we stood there, until I said, let's go find somewhere to eat, outside. He showed no sign of letting go. I looked up at last, found his eyes shining with that familiar, wicked light. I think I'm hungry for something else, he purred. My toes curled in my boots, but I lifted my brows and said coolly, oh. Rhys nipped at my earlobe, then whispered in my ear as he winnowed us up to our bedroom, where 2 plates of food now waited on the desk. I owe you for last night, mate. He gave me the courtesy, at least, of letting me pick what he consumed first, me or the food. I picked wisely. Nesta was waiting at the breakfast table the next morning. Not for me, I realized as her gaze slipped over me as if I were no more than a servant, but for someone else. I kept my mouth shut, not bothering to tell her Cassian was still up at the war camps. If she wouldn't ask, I wasn't getting in the middle of it. Not when Amren claimed that my sister was close, so close, to grasping whatever skill was involved in potentially patching up the wall. If she would only unleash herself, Amren said. I didn't dare suggest that perhaps the world wasn't quite ready for that. I ate my breakfast in silence, my fork scraping across the plate. Amren said she was close to finding what we needed in the book, too, whatever spell my sister would wield. How Amren knew, I had no idea. It didn't seem wise to ask. Nesta only spoke when I rose to my feet. You're going to that meeting in 2 days. Yes. I braced myself for whatever she intended to say. Nesta glanced toward the front windows, as if still waiting, still watching. You went off into battle, without a second thought. Why? Because I had to, because people needed help. Her blue-gray eyes were near silver in the trickle of morning light. But Nesta said nothing else, and after waiting for another moment, I left, winnowing up to the house for my flying lesson with Azriel. Chapter 41. The next 2 days were so busy that the lesson with Azriel was the only time I trained with him. The spymaster had returned from dispatching the messages Moore had written about the meeting moving up. They had agreed on the date, at least, but Moore's declaration of the spot, despite her unyielding language, had been universally rejected. Thus continued the endless back and forth between courts. Under the Mountain had once been their neutral meeting place. Even if it hadn't been sealed, no one was inclined to meet there now. So the debate raged about who would host the gathering of all the High Lords. Well, 6 of them, Baron at last had deigned to join. But no word had come from the Spring Court, though we knew the messages had been received. All of us would go, save Amren and Nesta, who the former insisted needed to practice more. Especially when Amren had found a passage in the book last night that might be what we needed to fix the wall. With only hours to spare the evening before, it was finally agreed that the meeting would take place in the Dawn Court. It was close enough to the middle of the land, and since Kalia's, High Lord of Winter, would not allow anyone into his territory after the horrors Amarantha had wrought upon its people, it was the only other area flanking that neutral middle land. Rhys and the San, High Lord of the Dawn Court, were on decent terms. Dawn was mostly neutral in any conflict, but as one of the 3 solar courts, their allegiance always leaned toward each other. Not as strong an ally as Helion's Spellcleaver in the Day Court, but strong enough. It didn't stop Rhys, Moore, and Azriel from gathering around the dining table at the townhouse the night before to go over every kernel of information they'd ever learned about Theson's palace, about possible pitfalls and traps, and escape routes. It was an effort not to pace, not to ask if perhaps the risks outweighed the benefits. So much had gone wrong in Highburn. So much was going wrong throughout the world. Every time Azriel spoke, I heard his roar of pain as that bolt went through his chest. Every time Moore countered an argument, I saw her pale-faced and backing away from the king. Every time Rhys asked for my opinion, I saw him kneeling in his friend's blood, begging the king not to sever our bond. Nesta and Amren paused their practicing in the sitting room every so often so that the latter could chime in with some bit of advice or warning regarding the meeting, or so that Amren could snap at Nesta to concentrate, to push harder, while she herself combed through the book. A few more days, Amren declared when Nesta at last went upstairs, complaining of a headache. A few more days, and my sister, through whatever mysterious power, might be able to do something. That is, Amren added, if she could crack that promising section of the book in time. And with that, the dark-haired female bid us good night, to go read until her eyes were bleeding, she claimed. Considering how awful the book was, I wasn't entirely sure if she was joking. The others weren't either. I barely touched my dinner, and I barely slept that night, twisting in the sheets until Rhys woke and patiently listened to me murmur my fears until they were nothing but shadows. Dawn broke, and as I dressed, the morning unfurled into a sunny, dry day. Though we would be going to the meeting as we truly were, our usual attire remained the same. Rhys in his preferred black jacket and pants, Azriel and Cashin in their Illyrian armor, all 7 siphons polished and gleaming. Moore had foregone her usual red gown for one of midnight blue. It was cut with the same revealing panels and flowing, gauzy skirts, but there was something restrained in it. Regal, a princess of the realm. The usual attire except my own. I had not found a new gown, for there was no other gown that could top the one I now wore as I stood in the foyer while the clock on the sitting room mantel struck 11. Rhys hadn't yet come downstairs, and there was no sign of Amren or Nesta to see us off. We'd gathered a few minutes earlier, but I looked down at myself again. Even in the warm fey light of the foyer, the gown glittered and gleamed like a fresh-cut jewel. We had taken my gown from Starfall and refashioned it, adding sheer silk panels to the back shoulders, the glittering material like woven starlight as it flowed behind me in lieu of a veil or cape. If Rhys was night triumphant, I was the star that only glowed thanks to his darkness, the light only visible because of him. I scowled up the stairs, that is, if he bothered to show up on time. My hair, Nuala had swept into an ornate, elegant arc across my head, and in front of it, I caught Cashin glancing at me for the third time in less than a minute and demanded, "What?" His lips twitched at the corners. "You just look so." "Here we go," Moore muttered from where she picked at her red-tinted nails against the stair banister. Rings glinted at every knuckle, on every finger. Stacks of bracelets tinkled against each other on either wrist. "Official," Cashin said with an incredulous look in her direction. He waved a siphon-topped hand to me. "Fancy. Over 500 years old," Moore said, shaking her head sadly. "A skilled warrior in general, famous throughout territories, and complimenting ladies is still something he finds next to impossible. Remind me why we bring you on diplomatic meetings." Azriel, wreathed in shadows by the front door, chuckled quietly. Cashin shot him a glare. "I don't see you spouting poetry, brother." Azriel crossed his arms, still smiling faintly. "I don't need to resort to it." Moore let out a crow of laughter, and I snorted, earning a jab in the ribs from Cashin. I batted his hand away, but refrained from the shove I wanted to give him, only because it was the first I'd seen of him since Adriata and shadows still dimmed his eyes, and because of the precarious feeling thing atop my head. The crown. Rhys had crowned me at each and every meeting and function we'd had, long before I was his mate, long before I was his high lady, even under the mountain. I'd never questioned the tiaras and diadems and crowns that Nuala or Ceridwen wove into my hair, never objected to them, even before things between us had been this way. But this one, I peered up the stairs as Rhys's strolling, unhurried footsteps thudded on the carpet. This crown was heavier, not unwelcome, but strange, and as Rhys appeared at the top of the stairs, resplendent in that black jacket, his wings out and gleaming as if he'd polished them, I was again in that room he'd brought me to late last night, after I'd awoken him with my thrashing and twisting in bed. It was contained a level above the library in the House of Wind, and warded with so many spells that it had taken him a few moments to work through them. Only he and I, and any future offspring, he added with a soft smile, were able to enter, unless we brought guests. The chamber was a cool, chill black, as if we'd stepped inside the mind of some sleeping beast, and within its round space gleamed glittering islands of light, of jewels. 10,000 years worth of treasure. It was neatly organized, in podiums and open drawers and busts and racks. "The family jewels," Rhys said with a devious grin. "Some of the pieces we don't like are kept at the Court of Nightmares, just so they don't get pissy, and because we sometimes loan them to Moore's family. But these are for the family." He led me past displays that sparkled like small constellations, the worth of each. Even as a merchant's daughter, I could not calculate the worth of any of it. And toward the back of the chamber, shrouded in a heavier darkness, I'd heard of catacombs on the continent, where skulls of beloved or infamous people were kept in little alcoves, dozens or hundreds of them to a wall. The concept here was the same. Carved into the rock was an entire wall of crowns. They each had their own resting place, lined with black velvet, each illuminated by glowworms. Rhys told me as the tiny, bluish globs crusted in the arches of each nook seemed to glitter like the entire night sky. In fact, what I'd taken for small phalites in the ceiling high above. It was all glowworms, pale blue and turquoise, their light as silken as moonlight, illumining the jewels with their ancient, silent fire. "Pick one," Rhys whispered in my ear. "A glowworm." He nipped at my earlobe. Smartass. He steered me back toward the wall of crowns, each wholly different, as individual as skulls. "Pick whichever crown you like. I can't just take one." "You most certainly can. They belong to you." I lifted a brow. "They don't, not really. By law and tradition, this is all yours. Sell it, melt it, wear them, do whatever you want." "You don't care about it?" I gestured to the trove worth more than most kingdoms. "Oh, I have favorite pieces that I might convince you to spare, but this is yours, every last piece of it." Our eyes met, and I knew he too recalled the words that I'd whispered to him months ago, that every piece of my still healing heart belonged to him. I smiled and brushed a hand down his arm before approaching the wall of crowns. I had been terrified once in Tamlin's court of being given a crown, had dreaded it, and I supposed that I indeed had never fretted over it when it came to Rhys, as if some small part of me had always known that this was where I was meant to be, at his side as his equal, his queen. Rhys inclined his head as if to say yes. He saw and understood and had always known. Now striding down the townhouse stairs, Rhys's attention went right to that crown atop my head, and the emotion that rippled across his face was enough to make even Moore and Cashin look away. I'd let the crown call to me. I hadn't picked it for style or comfort, but for the draw I felt to it, as if it were that ring in the weaver's cottage. My crown was crafted of silver and diamond, all fashioned into swirls of stars and various phases of the moon. Its arching apex held aloft a crescent moon of solid diamond, flanked by 2 exploding stars. And with the glittering dress from Starfall, Rhys stepped off the stairs and took my hand. Night triumphant and the stars eternal. If he was the sweet, terrifying darkness, I was the glittering light that only his shadows could make clear. "I thought you were leaving," Nesta's voice cut in from atop the stairs. I braced myself, dragging my attention away from Rhys. Nesta was in a gown of darkest blue, no jewelry to be seen, her hair swept up and unadorned as well. I suppose that with her stunning beauty, she needed no ornamentation. It would have been like putting jewelry on a lion. But for her to be dressed like that, she strode down the stairs, and when the others were silent, I realized. I tried not to look too obvious as I glanced at Cashin. They had not seen each other since Adriata, but the warrior only gave her a cursory once-over and turned toward Azriel to say something. Moore was watching both carefully, the warning she'd given my sister ringing silently between them. And Nesta, mother damn it all, seemed to remember, seemed to rein in whatever words she'd been about to spit and just approached me, and nearly made my heart stop dead with shock as she said, "You look beautiful." I blinked at her. Moore said, "That, Cashin, was what you were attempting to say." He grumbled something we chose not to hear. I said to Nesta, "Thank you. You do as well." Nesta only shrugged. I pushed, "Why are you dressed so nicely? Shouldn't you be practicing with Amren?" I felt Cashin's attention slide to us, felt them all look as Nesta said, "I'm going with you." Chapter 42. No one said anything. Nesta only lifted her chin. I'd never seen her stumble for words. "I do not want to be remembered as a coward." "No one would say that," I offered quietly. "I would." Nesta surveyed us all, her gaze jumping past Cashin. Not to slight him, but avoid answering the look he was giving her. Approval more. "It was some distant thing," she said. "War. Battle. It's not anymore. I will help if I can. If it means telling them what happened." "You've given enough," I said. my dress rustling as I braved a solitary step toward her. Amren claimed you were close to mastering whatever skill you need. You should focus on that. No, the word was steady, clear. A day or two delay with my training won't make any difference. Perhaps by the time we return, Amren will have decoded that spell in the book. She shrugged with a shoulder. You went off to battle for a court you barely know, who barely see you as friends. Amren showed me the blood ruby, and when I asked you why, you said because it was the right thing. People needed help. Her throat bobbed. No one is going to fight to save the humans beneath the wall. No one cares. But I do. She toyed with a fold in her dress. I do. Rhys stepped up to my side. As High Lady, Feyre is no longer my emissary to the human world. He gave Nesta a tentative smile. Want the job? Nesta's face yielded nothing, but I could have sworn some spark flared. Consider this meeting a trial basis, and I'll make you pay through the teeth for my services. Rhys sketched a bow. I would expect nothing less of an Arkharan sister. I poked him in the ribs, and he huffed a laugh. Welcome to the court, he said to her. You're about to have one hell of a first day. And to my eternal shock, a smile tugged at Nesta's mouth. No going back now, Cashin said to Rhys, gesturing to his wings. Rhys slid his hands into his pockets. I figure it's time for the world to know who really has the largest wingspan. Cashin laughed, and even Azriel smiled. Moore gave me a look that had me biting my lip to keep from howling. 20 gold marks says there's a fight in the first hour, Cashin said, still not really looking at Nesta. 30, and I say within 45 minutes, Moore said, crossing her arms. You do remember there are vows and wards of neutrality, Rhys said mildly. You lot don't need fists or magic to fight, Moore chirped. Azriel said from the door, 50, and I say within 30 minutes, started by autumn. Rhys rolled his eyes. Try not to look like you're all gambling on them, and no cheating by provoking fights. Their answering grins were anything but reassuring. Rhys sighed. 100 marks on a fight within 15 minutes. Nesta let out a soft snort, but they all looked to me, waiting. I shrugged. Rhys and I are a team. He can gamble away our money on this bullshit. They all looked deeply offended. Rhys looped his elbow through mine. A queen in appearance. Don't even finish that, I said. He laughed. Shall we? He'd winnow me in. Moore would now take Cashin and Nesta, and Azriel would carry himself. Rhys glanced toward the sitting room clock and gave the Shadowsinger a nod. Azriel instantly vanished. First to arrive, first to see if any trap awaited. In silence, we waited. 1 minute, 2. Then Rhys blew out a breath and said, Clear. He threaded his fingers through mine, gripping tightly. Moore sagged a bit, jewelry glinting with the movement, and went to take Cashin's arm. But he'd at last approached Nesta, and as the world began to turn to shadows and wind, I saw Cashin tower over my sister, saw her chin lift defiantly, and heard him growl, Hello, Nesta. Rhys seemed to halt his winnowing as my sister said, So you're alive. Cashin bared his teeth in a feral grin, wings flaring slightly. Were you hoping otherwise? Moore was watching so closely, every muscle tense. She again reached for his arm, but Cashin angled out of reach, not tearing his eyes from Nesta's blazing gaze. Nesta blurted, You didn't come to. She stopped herself. The world seemed to go utterly still at that interrupted sentence. Nothing and no one more so than Cashin. He scanned her face as if furiously reading some battle report. Moore just watched as Cashin took Nesta's slim hand in his own, interlacing their fingers, as he folded in his wings and blindly reached his other hand back toward Moore in a silent order to transport them. Cashin's eyes did not leave Nesta's, nor did hers leave his. There was no warmth, no tenderness on either of their faces. Only that raging intensity, that blend of contempt and understanding and fire. Rhys began to winnow us again, and just as the dark wind swept in, I heard Cassian say to Nesta, his voice low and rough, "The next time, emissary, I'll come say hello." I'd learned enough from Rhys about what to expect of the Dawn Court, but even the vistas he'd painted for me didn't do the sight justice. It was the clouds I saw first. Enormous clouds drifting in the cobalt sky, soft and magnanimous, still tinged by the rose remnants of sunrise, their round edges gilded with the golden light. The dewy freshness of morning lingered in the balmy air as we peered up at the mountain palace spiraling into the heavens above. If the palace above the Court of Nightmares had been crafted of moonstone, this was made from sunstone. I didn't have a word for the near-opalescent golden stone that seemed to hold the gleaming of 1,000 sunrises within it. Steps and balconies and archways and verandas and bridges linked the towers and gilded domes of the palace, periwinkle morning glories climbing the pillars and neatly cut blocks of stone to drink in the gilded mists wafting by. Wafting by because the mountain on which the palace stood, there was a reason I beheld the clouds first. The veranda that we'd appeared on was empty, save for Azriel and a slim-hipped attendant in the gold and ruby livery of dawn. Light, loose robes, layered and yet flattering. The male bowed, his brown skin smooth with youth and beauty. "This way, High Lord." Even his voice was as lovely as the first glimmer of gold on the horizon. Rhys returned his bow with a shallow nod and offered his arm to me. More muttered behind us, falling into rank with Nesta at her side. "If you ever feel like building a new house, Rhys, let's use this one for inspiration." Rhys threw her an incredulous look over a shoulder. Cassian and Azriel snorted softly. I glanced to Nesta as the attendant led us not to the archway beyond the veranda, but the spiral stairs climbing upward, along the bare face of a tower. Nesta seemed as out of place as all of us, save more, but that was awe on my sister's face. Utter awe at the castle in the clouds, at the verdant countryside rippling away far below, speckled with red-roofed little villages and broad, sparkling rivers. A lush, eternal countryside, rich with the weight of summer upon it. And I wondered if my face had appeared like that, the day I'd first seen Valaris. The mix of awe and anger and the realization that the world was large and beautiful, and sometimes so overwhelming in its wonder that it was impossible to drink it down all at once. There were other palaces within Dawn's territory, set in small cities that specialized in tinkering and clockwork and clever things. Here, beyond those little villages nestled in the country hills, there was no industry, nothing beyond the palace and the sky and the clouds. We ascended the spiral stairs, the drop off the too near edge falling away into warm-colored rock peppered with clusters of pale roses and fluffy, magenta peonies. A beautiful, colorful death. Every step had me bracing myself as we wound up and up the tower, Rhys's grip on my hand unwavering. The wings remained out. He did not falter a single step. His eyes slid to mine, amused and questioning. He set down the bond. "And do you think I need to redecorate our home?" We passed open-air chambers full of fat, silk pillows and plush carpets, past windows whose panes were arranged in colorful medleys, past urns overflowing with lavender and fountains gurgling clearest water under the mild rays of the sun. "It's not a competition," I trilled to him. His hand tightened on mine. "Well, even if the San has a prettier palace, I'm the only one blessed with a high lady at my side." Couldn't help my blush, especially as Rhys added, "Tonight, I want you to wear that crown to bed. Only the crown. Scoundrel. Always." I smiled, and he leaned in smoothly to brush a kiss to my cheek. More muttered a plea for mercy from mates. Muted voices reached us from the open-air chamber atop the sunstone tower, some deep, some sharp, some lilting, before we finished the last rotation around it, the arched, glassless windows offering no barrier to the conversation within. "3 others are here already," Rhys warned me, and I had the feeling that was what Azriel was now murmuring to Mor and Cashin. Halion, Kalias, and the Sand. The High Lords of Day, Winter, and our host, Dawn. Meaning autumn and summer, Beren and Tarquin, had not arrived yet. Or spring. I still doubted Tamlin would come at all, but Beren and Tarquin, perhaps the battle had changed Tarquin's mind. And Beren was awful enough to perhaps have sided with Hybern already, regardless of Eris's manipulating. I caught the bob of Rhys's throat as we cleared the final steps to the open doorway. A long bridge connected the other half of the tower to the palace interior, its rails drooping with dawn-pale wisteria. I wondered if the others had been led up these stairs, or if it was somehow meant to be an insult. Shields up? Rhys asked, but I knew he was aware mine had been raised since Valaris. Just as I was aware that he'd put a shield, mental and physical, around all of us, terms of peace or no. And though his face was calm, his shoulders thrown back, I said, I see all of you, Rhys, and there is not one part that I do not love with everything that I am. His hand squeezed mine in answer before he laid my fingers on his arm, raising it enough that we must have painted a rather courtly portrait as we entered the chamber. You bow to no one, was all he replied. Chapter 43. The chamber was and was not what I expected. Deep-cushioned oak chairs had been arranged in a massive circle in the heart of the room, enough for all the High Lords and their delegates. Some, I realized, had been shaped to accommodate wings. It seemed it was not unusual, for clustered around a beautiful, slender male who I immediately remembered from Under the Mountain were winged fae. If the Illyrians had bat-like wings, they were like birds. The Peregrines are distantly related to Draken's seraphim people and provide the Sand with a small aerial legion. Rhys said to me of the muscular, golden-armored males and females gathered. The male on his left is his captain and lover. Indeed, the handsome male stood just a tad closer to his High Lord, one hand on the fine sword at his side. No mating bond yet, Rhys went on, but I think the Sand didn't dare acknowledge it while Amarantha reigned. She delighted in ripping out their feathers, one by one. She made a dress out of them once. I tried not to wince as we stepped onto the polished marble floor, the stone warmed with the sun streaming through the open archways. The others had looked toward us, some murmuring at the sight of Rhys's wings, but my attention went to the true gem of the chamber, the reflection pool. Rather than a table occupying the space between that circle of chairs, a shallow, circular reflection pool was carved into the floor itself. Its dark water was laden with pink and gold water lilies, the pads broad and flat as a male's hand, and beneath them pumpkin and ivory fish lazily swam about. This, I admitted to Rhys, I might need to have. A wry pulse of humor down the bond. I'll make a note of it for your birthday. More wisteria twined about the pillars flanking the space, and along the tables set against the few walls, bunches of wine-colored peonies unfurled their silken layers. Between the vases, platters, and baskets of food had been laid. Small pastries, cured meats, and garlands of fruit beckoned before sweating pewter ewers of some refreshment. Then there were the three High Lords themselves. We were not the only ones to have dressed well. Rhys and I halted halfway through the space. I knew them all, remembered them from those months under the mountain. Rhys had taught me their histories while we trained. I wondered if they sensed their power within me as their attention slid between us. The Sand glided forward, his embroidered, exquisite shoes silent on the floor. His tunic was tight-fitting through his slender chest, but flowing pants, much like those Amryn favored, whispered with movement as he approached. His brown skin and hair were kissed with gold, as if the sunrise had permanently gilded them, but his upswept eyes, the rich brown of freshly tilled fields, were his loveliest feature. He paused a few feet away, taking in Rhys and me, our entourage, the wings that Rhys kept folded behind him. "Welcome," the Sand said, his voice as deep and rich as those eyes. His lover monitored our every breath from a few feet behind, no doubt realizing our own companions were doing the same behind us. Or, The sand mused. Since you've called this meeting, perhaps you should be doing the welcoming? A faint smile ghosted Rhys's perfect face, shadows twining between the strands of his hair. He'd loosened the damper on his power just a bit. They all had. I may have requested the meeting, the sand, but you were the one gracious enough to offer up your beautiful residence. The sand gave a nod of thanks, perhaps deeming it impolite to inquire about Rhysand's newly revealed wings, then turned to me. We stared at each other while my companions bowed behind me, as a High Lord's wife should have done with them. Yet I simply stood and stared. Rhys did not interfere, not at this first test. Dawn, the gift of healing. It was his gift that had allowed me to save Rhysand's life, that had sent me to the surreal. That day I had learned the truth that would alter my eternity. I offered the sand a restrained smile. Your home is lovely. But Thiesen's attention had gone to the tattoo. I knew he realized it the moment he noticed the ink covered the wrong hand. Then the crown atop my head. His brows flicked up. Rhys only shrugged. The other two High Lords had approached now. Callias, Rhys said to the white-haired one, whose skin was so pale it looked frozen. Even his crushing blue eyes seemed like chips hewn from a glacier as he studied Rhys's wings and seemed to instantly dismiss them. He wore a jacket of royal blue embroidered with silver thread, its collar and sleeves dusted with white rabbit fur. I would have thought it too warm for the mild day, especially the fur-lined, knee-high brown boots, but given the utter iciness of his expression, perhaps his blood ran frozen. A trio of similarly colored High Fae remained in their seats. One of them a stunning young female who looked right at Moore and grinned. Moore returned the beam, hopping from one foot to another as Callias opened his mouth, and then my friend squealed. Both females hurtled for each other, and Moore's squeal had turned to a quiet sob as she flung her arms around the slender stranger and hugged her tight. The female's own arms were shaking as she gripped Moore. Then they were laughing and crying and dancing around each other, pausing to study each other's faces, to wipe away tears, and then embracing again. You look the same, the stranger was saying, beaming from ear to ear. I think that's the same dress I saw you in. You look the same, wearing fur in the middle of summer. How utterly typical. You brought the usual suspects, it seems. Thankfully, the company has been improved by some new arrivals. Moore waved me over. It had been ages since I'd seen her shining so brightly. Vivian, meet Feyre. Feyre, meet Vivian, Callias's wife. I glanced at the sand and Callias, the latter of whom watched his wife and Moore with raised brows. I tried to suggest she stay at home, Callias said drily, but she threatened to freeze my balls off. Rhys let out a dark chuckle. Sounds familiar. I threw him a glare over a sparkling shoulder, just in time to see the smirk fade from Callias's face as he truly took in Rhys. Not just the wings this time. My mate's own amusement dimmed, some thread of tension going taut between him and Callias. But I'd reached Moore and Vivian, and wiped the curiosity from my face as I shook the female's hand, surprised to find it warm. Her silver hair glittered in the sun like fresh snow. Wife, Vivian said, clicking her tongue. You know, it still sounds strange to me. Every time someone says it, I keep looking over my shoulder as if it'll be someone else. Callias said to none of us in particular, from where he remained facing Rhys, stiff-backed. I have yet to decide if I find it insulting, since she says it every day. Vivian stuck out her tongue at him, but Moore gripped her shoulder and squeezed. It's about time. A blush stained Vivian's pale face. Yes, well, everything was different after Under the Mountain. Her sapphire eyes slid to mine and she bowed her head. Thank you for returning my mate to me. Mates? Moore fizzed, glancing between them. Married and mates? You two do realize that this is a serious meeting, Rhys said, and that the fish in the pool are very sensitive to high-pitched sounds, Callias added. Vivian gave them both a vulgar gesture that made me instantly like her. Rhys looked to Callias with what I assumed was some sort of long-suffering male expression. But the High Lord did not return it. He only stared at Rhys, amusement again gone, that coldness settling in across his face. There had been tension with the Winter Court. Moore had explained when they'd rescued Lucian and me on the ice. A lingering anger over something that had occurred under the mountain. But the third High Lord had at last approached from across the pool. My father had once bought and traded a gold and lapis lazuli pendant that hailed from the ruins of an arid southeastern kingdom, where the Fae had ruled as gods amid swaying date palms and sand-swept palaces. I'd been mesmerized by the colors, the artistry, but more interested in the shipment of myrrh and figs that had come with it. A few of the latter my father had snuck to me while I loitered in his office. Even now, I could still taste their sweetness on my tongue, still smell that earthy scent, and I couldn't quite explain why, but I remembered that ancient necklace and those exquisite delicacies as he prowled toward us. His clothes had been formed from a single bolt of white fabric. Not a robe, not a dress, but rather something in between, pleated and draped over his muscular body. A golden cuff of an upright serpent encircled one powerful bicep, offsetting his near-glowing dark skin, and a radiant crown of golden spikes. The rays of the sun, I realized, glistened atop his onyx hair. The sun personified, powerful, lazy with grace, capable of kindness and wrath, nearly as beautiful as Rhys and somehow colder than Callias. His high fae entourage was almost as large as ours, clad in similar robes of varying rich dyes, cobalt and crimson and amethyst, some with expertly kohl-lined eyes, all of them fit and gleaming with health. But perhaps the physical power of him was the sleight of hand. For Helian's other title was Spellcleaver, and his 1,000 libraries were rumored to contain the knowledge of the world. Perhaps all that knowledge had made him too aware, too cold behind those bright eyes. Or perhaps that had come after Amarantha had looted some of those libraries for herself. I wondered if he'd reclaimed what she'd taken, or if he mourned what she'd burned. Even Moore and Vivian halted their reunion as Helion stopped a wise distance away. It was his power that had gotten my friends out of Hybern. His power that made me glow whenever Rhys and I were tangled in each other and every heartbeat ached with mirth. Helion jerked his square chin to Rhys, the only one of them, it seemed, not surprised by my mate's wings. But his eyes, a striking amber, fell on me. Does Tamlin know what she is? His voice was indeed colder than Callias's, and the question so carefully worded. Rhys drawled, "If you mean beautiful and clever, then yes, I think he does." Helion leveled a flat look at him. "Does he know she is your mate and High Lady?" "High Lady," Vivian squeaked, but Moore shushed her, drawing her away to whisper. The San and Callias took me in, slowly. Cashin and Azriel casually slid closer, no more than a night breeze. "If he arrives," Rhys said smoothly, "I suppose we'll find out." Helion let out a dark laugh. Dangerous, he was utterly lethal, this High Lord kissed by the sun. "I always liked you, Rhys-san." The San stepped forward, ever the good host, for that laugh indeed promised violence. His lover and the other peregrines seemed to shift into defensive positions, either to guard their High Lord or simply to remind us that we were guests in their home. But Helion's attention snagged on Nesta, lingered. She only stared right back at him, unruffled, unimpressed. "Who is your guest?" the High Lord of Day asked a bit too quietly for my liking. Cashin revealed nothing, not even a glimmer that he knew Nesta, but he didn't move an inch from his casual defensive position. Neither did Azriel. "She is my sister and our emissary to the human lands," I said at last to him, stepping to her side. "And she will tell her story when the others are here. She is Fae." "No shit," Vivian muttered under her breath, and more snort was cut off as Callias raised his brows at them. Helion ignored them. Who made her? The San asked politely, angling his head. Nesta surveyed the San, then Helion, then Callias. Hybern did, she said simply, not a flicker of fear in her eyes, in her upraised chin. Stunned silence. But I'd had enough of my sister being ogled. I linked elbows with her, heading toward the low-backed chairs that I assumed were for us. They threw her in the cauldron, I said, along with my other sister, Ellen. I sat, placing Nesta beside me, and gazed at the three assembled High Lords without an inch of manners or niceness or flattery. After the High Priestess Ianthe and Tamlin sold out Prythian and my family to them. Nesta nodded her silent confirmation. Helion's eyes blazed like a forge. That is a heavy accusation to make, especially of your former lover. It is no accusation, I said, folding my hands in my lap. We were all there, and now we're going to do something about it. Pride flickered down the bond. And then Vivian muttered to Callias, jabbing him in the ribs, "Why can't I be High Lady as well?" The others arrived late. We took our seats around the reflection pool, Thiesen's impeccably mannered attendants bringing us plates of food and goblets of exotic juices from the tables against the wall. Conversation halted and flowed, Moore and Vivian sitting next to each other to catch up on what seemed like 50 years worth of gossip. Vivian had not been under the mountain. As her childhood friend, Callias had been protective of her to a fault over the years, had placed the sharp-minded female on border duty for decades to avoid the scheming of his court. He didn't let her near Amarantha, either. Didn't let anyone get a whiff of what he felt for his white-haired friend, who had no clue, not one, that he had loved her his entire life. And in those last moments, when his power had been ripped from him by that spell, Callias had flung out the remnants to warn her, to tell Vivian he loved her, and then he begged her to protect their people. So she had. As Moore and my friends had protected Valaris, Vivian had veiled and guarded the small city under her watch, offering safe harbor to those who made it. Never forgetting the High Lord and friend trapped under the mountain, never ceasing her hunt for finding a way to free him, especially while Amarantha unleashed her horrors upon his court to break them, punish them. Yet Vivian held them together, and through that reign of terror during all those years, she realized what Callias was to her, what she felt for him in return. The day he'd returned home, he'd winnowed right to her. She'd kissed him before he could speak a word. He'd then knelt down and asked her to be his wife. They went an hour later to a temple and swore their vows. And that night, during the Vivian grinned at Moore. The mating bond at last snapped into place. The story occupied our time while we waited, since Moore wanted details. Lots of them. Ones that pushed the boundaries of propriety and left the sand choking on his elderberry wine. But Callias smiled at his wife and mate, warm and bright enough that despite his icy coloring, he should have been the High Lord of Day. Not the sharp-tongued, brutal Helion, who watched my sister and me like an eagle, a great golden eagle with very sharp talons. I wondered what his beast form was, if he grew wings like Rhys and claws. If the sand did, two white wings like the watchful peregrines who kept silent, his own fierce-eyed lover not uttering a word to anyone. Perhaps the High Lords of the Solar Courts all possessed wings beneath their skin, a gift from the skies that their courts claimed ownership of. It was an hour before the San announced, "Tarquin is here." My mouth went dry, an uncomfortable silence spread. Heard about the blood rubies. Helion smirked at Rhys, toying with the golden cuff on his bicep. That is a story I want you to tell. Rhys waved an idle hand. All in good time. Prick, he said to me with a wink. But then Tarquin cleared the top step into the chamber, Varian and Cressida flanking him. Varian glanced among us for someone who was not there, and glowered when he beheld Cassian, seated to Nesta's left. Cassian just gave him a cocky grin. I wrecked one building, Cassian had said once of his last visit to the summer court, where he was now banned. Apparently, even assisting them in battle hadn't lifted it. Tarquin ignored Rhys and me. Ignored all of us, Rhys's wings included, as he made vague apologies for the tardiness, blaming it on the attack. Possibly true. Or he'd been deciding until the last minute whether to come, despite his acceptance of the invitation. He and Helion were nearly as tense, and only the Sand seemed to be on decent terms with him. Neutral indeed. Callias had become even colder, distant. But the introductions were done, and then an attendant whispered to the Sand that Baron and all of his sons had arrived. The smile instantly vanished from Moore's mouth, her eyes. From my own as well. The violence simmering off my friends was enough to boil the pool at our toes as the High Lord of Autumn filed through the archway. His sons in rank behind him, his wife, Lucien's mother, at his side. Her russet eyes scanned the room, as if looking for that missing son. They settled instead on Helion, who gave her a mocking incline of his dark head. She quickly averted her gaze. She had saved my life once, under the mountain, in exchange for my sparing Lucien's. Did she wonder where her lost son was now? Had she heard the rumors I'd crafted, the lies I'd spun? I couldn't tell her that Lucien currently hunted the continent, dodging armies, for an enchanted queen, to find a scrap of salvation. Baron, slender-faced and brown-haired, didn't bother to look anywhere but at the High Lords assembled. But his remaining sons sneered at us. Sneered enough that the peregrines ruffled their feathers. Even Varian flashed his teeth in warning at the Lear Cressida earned from one of them. Their father didn't bother to check them. But Eris did. A step behind his father, Eris murmured, "Enough!" And his younger brothers fell into line, all three of them. Whether Baron noticed or cared, he did not let on. No, he merely stopped halfway across the room, hands folded before him, and scowled, as if we were a pack of mongrels. Baron, the oldest among us, the most awful. Rhys smoothly greeted him, though his power was a dark mountain shuddering beneath us. It's no surprise that you're tardy, given that your own sons were too slow to catch my mate. I suppose it runs in the family. Baron's lips curled slightly as he looked to me, my crown, mate and high lady. I leveled a flat, bored stare at him, turned it on his hateful sons, on Eris. Eris only smiled at me, amused and aloof. Would he wear that mask when he ended his father's life and stole his throne? Cassian was watching the would-be High Lord like a hawk studying his next meal. Eris deigned a glance at the Illyrian general and inclined his head in invitation, subtly patting his stomach, ready for round two. Then Eris's attention shifted to Moore, sweeping over her with a disdain that made me see red. Moore only stared blankly at him, bored. Even Vivian was biting her lip, so she knew of what had been done to Moore, what Eris's presence would trigger. Unaware of the meeting that had already occurred, the unholy alliance struck. Azriel was so still I wasn't sure he was breathing. Whether Moore noticed, whether she knew that though she tried to move past the bargain we'd made, the guilt of it still haunted Azriel, she didn't let on. They sat, filling in the final seats. Not one empty chair left. It said enough about Tamlin's plans. I tried not to sag in my chair as the attendants took care of the autumn court, as we all settled. The San, as host, began. Rhys, you have called this meeting, pushed us to gather sooner than we intended. Now would be the time to explain what is so urgent. Rhys blinked, slowly. Surely the invading armies landing on our shores explain enough. So you have called us to do what, exactly? Helion challenged, bracing his forearms on his muscled, gleaming thighs. Raise a unified army? Among other things, Rhys said mildly. It was almost the same, the entrance. Almost the same as that night in my family's old cottage. when the door had shattered and a beast had charged in with the freezing cold and roared at us. He did not bother with the landing balcony or the escorts. He did not have an entourage. Like a crack of lightning, vicious as a spring storm, he winnowed into the chamber itself. And my blood went colder than Callias's ice as Tamlin appeared and smiled like a wolf. Chapter 44. Absolute silence. Absolute stillness. I felt the tremor of magic slide through the room as shield after shield locked into place around each High Lord and his retinue. The one Rhys and had already snapped around us, now reinforcing. Rage laced its essence. Wrath and rage. Even if my mate's face was bored, lazy. I tried to school mine into the cold caution with which Nesta regarded him, or the vague distaste on Moore's. I tried and failed utterly. I knew his moods, his temper. Here was the High Lord who had shredded those Naga into bloody ribbons. Here was the High Lord who had impaled Amarantha on Lucien's sword and ripped out her throat with his teeth. All of it gleaming in those green eyes as they fixed on me, on Rhys. Tamlin's teeth were white as crow-picked bones as he smiled broadly. The Sand rose, his captain remaining seated beside him, albeit with a hand on his sword. "We were not expecting you, Tamlin." The Sand gestured with a slender hand toward his cringing attendants. "Fetch the High Lord a chair." Tamlin did not tear his gaze from me, from us. His smile turned subdued, yet somehow more unnerving, more vicious. He wore his usual green tunic, no crown, no adornments, no sign of another bandolier to replace the one I'd stolen. Baron drawled, "I will admit, Tamlin, that I am surprised to see you here." Tamlin didn't alter his focus from me, from every breath I took. "Rumor claims your allegiance now lies elsewhere." Tamlin's gaze shifted, but down, to the ring on my finger, to the tattoo adorning my right hand, flowing beneath the glittering, pale blue sleeve of my gown. Then it rose right to that crown I'd picked for myself. I didn't know what to say, what to do with my body, my breathing. No more masks, no more lies and deceptions. The truth now sprawled bare and open before him. What I'd done in my rage, the lies I'd fed him, the people and land I'd laid vulnerable to Hybern. And now that I'd returned to my family, my mate, my molten wrath had cooled into something sharp-edged and brittle. The attendants hauled over a chair, setting it between one of Baron's sons and Helian's entourage. Neither looked thrilled about it, though they weren't stupid enough to physically recoil as Tamlin sat. He said nothing, not a word. Helion waved a scar-flecked hand. "Let's get on with it, then." The Sand cleared his throat. No one looked toward him. Not as Tamlin surveyed the hand Rhys had resting on my sparkling knee. The loathing in Tamlin's eyes practically simmered. No one, not even Amarantha, had ever looked at me with such hatred. No, Amarantha hadn't really known me. Her loathing had been superficial, driven from a personal history that poisoned everything. Tamlin knew me, and now hated every inch of what I was. He opened his mouth and I braced myself. It would seem congratulations are in order. The words were flat and yet sharp as his claws, currently hidden beneath his golden skin. I said nothing. Rhys only held Tamlin's stare, held it with a face like ice, and yet utter rage roiled beneath it. Cataclysmic rage, surging and writhing down the bond between us. But my mate addressed the Sand, who had reclaimed his seat, yet seemed far from any sort of ease. "We can discuss the matter at hand later," Tamlin said calmly. "Don't stop on my account." The light in Rhysand's eyes guttered, as if a hand of darkness wiped away those stars. But he reclined in his chair, withdrawing his hand from my knee to trace idle circles on his seat's wooden arm. "I'm not in the business of discussing our plans with enemies." Helion, across the reflection pool, grinned like a lion. "No," Tamlin said with equal ease. You're just in the business of fucking them. Every thought and sound eddied out of my head. Cashin, Azriel, and more were still as death, their fury rippling off them in silent waves. But whether Tamlin noticed or cared that 3 of the deadliest people in this room were currently contemplating his demise, he didn't let on. Rhys shrugged, smiling faintly. Seems a far less destructive alternative to war. And yet here you are, having started it in the first place. Rhysand's blink was the only sign of his confusion. A claw slid out of Tamlin's knuckle. Callias tensed, a hand drifting to the arm of Vivian's chair, as if he'd throw himself in front of it. But Tamlin only dragged that claw lightly down the carved arm of his own chair, as he'd once dragged them down my skin. He smiled as if he knew precisely what memory it triggered, but said to my mate, "If you hadn't stolen my bride away in the night, Rhys, and I would not have been forced to take such drastic measures to get her back." I said quietly, "The sun was shining when I left you." Those green eyes slid to me, glazed and foreign. He let out a low snort, then looked away again. "Dismissal?" Callias asked. "Why are you here, Tamlin?" Tamlin's claw dug into the wood, puncturing deep even as his voice remained mild. I had no doubt that gesture was meant for me, too. I bartered access to my lands to get back the woman I love from a sadist who plays with minds as if they are toys. I meant to fight Hybern, to find a way around the bargain I made with the king once she was back. Only Rhys and his cabal had turned her into one of them, and she delighted in ripping open my territory for Hybern to invade. All for a petty grudge, either her own or her master's. "You don't get to rewrite the narrative," I breathed. "You don't get to spin this to your advantage." Tamlin only angled his head at Rhys. "When you fuck her, have you ever noticed that little noise she makes right before she climaxes?" Heat stained my cheeks. This wasn't outright battle, but a steady, careful shredding of my dignity, my credibility. Baron beamed, delighted, while Eris carefully monitored. Rhys turned his head, looking me over from head to toe, then back to Tamlin, a storm about to be unleashed. But it was Azriel who said, his voice like cold death, "Be careful how you speak about my high lady." Surprise flashed in Tamlin's eyes, then vanished, swallowed by pure fury as he realized what that tattoo coating my hand was for. It was not enough to sit at my side, was it? A hateful smile curled his lips. "You once asked me if you'd be my high lady, and when I said no," a low laugh, "perhaps I underestimated you. Why serve in my court when you could rule in his?" Tamlin at last faced the other gathered high lords and their retinues. They peddled tales of defending our land and peace. And yet she came to my lands and laid them bare for Hybern. She took my high priestess and warped her mind, after she shattered her bones for spite. And if you are asking yourself what happened to that human girl who went under the mountain to save us, look to the male sitting beside her. Ask what he stands to gain, what they stand to gain from this war or lack of it. Would we fight Hybern, only to find ourselves with a queen and king of Prythian? She's proved her ambition, and you saw how he was more than happy to serve Amarantha to remain unscathed. It was an effort not to snarl, not to grip the arms of my chair and roar at him. Rhys let out a dark laugh. "Well played, Tamlin. You're learning." Ire contorted Tamlin's face at the condescension, but he faced Callias. "You asked why I'm here? I might ask the same of you." He jerked his chin at the High Lord of Winter, at Vivian, the few other members of their retinue who had remained silent. "You mean to tell me that after Under the Mountain, you can stomach working with him?" A finger flung in Rhysand's direction. I wanted to rip that finger right off Tamlin's hand and feed it to the Middengard WYRM. The silvery glow about Callias dulled. Even Vivian seemed to dim. We came here to decide that for ourselves. Moore was staring at her friend in quiet question. Vivian, for the first time since we'd arrived, did not look toward her, only at her mate. Reese said softly to everyone. I had no involvement in that. None. Callias's eyes flared like blue flame. You stood beside her throne while the order was given. I watched, stomach twisting, as Reese's golden skin paled. I tried to stop it. Tell that to the parents of the 24 younglings she butchered, Callias said. That you tried. I had forgotten that bit of Amarantha's despicable history. It had happened while I was still at the Spring Court. A report one of Lucien's contacts at the Winter Court managed to smuggle out. Of 24 children killed by the Blight. By Amarantha. Reese's mouth tightened. There is not one day that passes when I don't remember it, he said to Callias, to Vivian, to their companions. Not one day. Hadn't known. He had told me once, all those months ago, that there were memories he could not bring himself to share, even with me. I had assumed it was only in regard to what Amarantha had done to him, not what he might have been forced to witness too, forced to endure, bound and trapped. And standing by, leashed to Amarantha, while she ordered the murder of those children. Remembering, Callias said, doesn't bring them back, does it? No, Reese said plainly. No, it doesn't. And I am now fighting to make sure it never happens again. Vivian glanced between her husband and Reese. I was not present under the mountain, but I would hear, High Lord, how you tried to stop her. Pain tightened her face. She, too, had been unable to prevent it while she guarded her small slice of the territory. Reese said nothing. Baron snorted, finally speechless. Reese-san? I put a hand on Reese's arm. I had no doubt Tamlin marked it, and I didn't care. I said to my mate, not bothering to keep my voice down, I believe you, says the woman, Baron countered, who gave an innocent girl's name in her stead, for Amarantha to butcher as well. I blocked out the words, the memory of Claire. Reese swallowed. I tightened my grip on his arm. His voice was rough as he said to Callias, when your people rebelled, they had, I recalled, Winter had rebelled against Amarantha, and the children, that had been Amarantha's answer. Her punishment for the disobedience. She was furious. She wanted you dead, Callias. Vivian's face drained of color. Reese went on, I convinced her that it would serve little purpose. Who knew, Baron mused, that a cock could be so persuasive? Father, Eris's voice was low with warning. For Cashin, Azriel, Moore, and I had fixed our gazes upon Baron. And none of us were smiling. Perhaps Eris would be High Lord sooner than he planned. But Reese went on to Callias. She backed off the idea of killing you. Your rebels were dead. I convinced her it was enough. I thought it was the end of it. His breathing hitched slightly. I only found out when you did. I think she viewed my defense of you as a warning sign. She didn't tell me any of it, and she kept me confined. I tried to break into the minds of the soldiers she sent, but her damper on my power was too strong to hold them, and it was already done. She sent a Damati with them, he faltered. The children's minds, they'd been shattered. Reese swallowed. I think she wanted you to suspect me, to keep us from ever allying against her. What he must have witnessed within those soldiers' minds. Where did she confine you? The question came from Vivian, her arms wrapped around her middle. I wasn't entirely ready for it when Reese said, her bedroom. My friends did not hide their rage, their grief at the details he'd kept even from them. Stories and words, Tamlin said, lounging in his chair. Is there any proof? Proof? Cashin snarled, half rising in his seat, wings starting to flare. No. Reese cut in as Moore blocked Cashin with an arm, forcing him to sit. Reese added to Callias, but I swear it, upon my mate's life. His hand at last rested atop mine. For the first time since I'd known him, Reese's skin was clammy. I reached down the bond, even as Rhys held Callias's stare. I did not have any words, only myself, only my soul, as I curled up against his towering shields of black adamant. He'd known what coming here, presented just as we were, would cost him, what he might have to reveal beyond the wings he loved so dearly. Tamlin rolled his eyes. It took every scrap of restraint to keep me from lunging for him, from ripping out those eyes. But whatever Callias read in Rhys's face, his words, he pinned Tamlin with a hard stare as he asked again, "Why are you here, Tamlin?" A muscle flickered in Tamlin's jaw. "I am here to help you fight against Hybern." "Bullshit," Cashin muttered. Tamlin glowered at him. Cashin, folding his wings in neatly as he leaned back in his chair once more, just offered a crooked grin in return. "You will forgive us," the San interrupted gracefully, "if we are doubtful and hesitant to share any plans. Even when I have information on Hybern's movements?" Silence. Tarquin, across the pool, watched and listened, either because he was the youngest of them, or perhaps he knew some advantage lay in letting us battle it out ourselves. Tamlin smiled at me. "Why do you think I invited them to the house? Into my lands?" He let out a low snarl, and I felt Rhys tensing as Tamlin said to me, "I once told you I would fight against tyranny, against that sort of evil. Did you think you were enough to turn me from that?" His teeth shone white as bone. "It was so easy for you to call me a monster, despite all I did for you, for your family." A sneer toward Nesta, who was frowning with distaste. "Yet you witnessed all that he did under the mountain, and still spread your legs for him. Fitting, I suppose. He whored for Amarantha for decades. Why shouldn't you be his whore in return?" "Watch your mouth," Mor snapped. I was having difficulty swallowing, breathing. Tamlin ignored her wholly and waved a hand toward Rhysand's wings. "I sometimes forget what you are. Have the masks come off now? Or is this another ploy?" "You're beginning to become tedious, Tamlin," Helion said, propping his head on a hand. "Take your lover's spat elsewhere and let the rest of us discuss this war. You'd be all too happy for war, considering how well you made out in the last one." "No one says war can't be lucrative," Helion countered. Tamlin's lip curled in a silent snarl that made me wonder if he'd gone to Helion to break my bargain with Rhys, if Helion had refused. "Enough," Callias said. "We have our opinions on how the conflict with Hybern should be dealt with." Those glacial eyes hardened as he again took in Tamlin. "Are you here as an ally of Hybern or Prythian?" The mocking, hateful gleam faded into granite resolve. "I stand against Hybern." "Prove it," Helion goaded. Tamlin lifted his hand, and a stack of papers appeared on the little table beside his chair. Charts of armies, ammunition, caches of Feybane, everything carefully gleaned these months. All of this directed at me, as I refused to so much as lower my chin. My back ached from keeping it so straight, a twinge of pain flanking either side of my spine. "Noble as it sounds," Helion went on, "who is to say that information is correct, or that you aren't Hybern's agent trying to mislead us? Who is to say that Rhysand and his cronies are not agents of Hybern? All of this a ruse to get you to yield without realizing it." Nesta murmured, "You can't be serious." Mor gave my sister a look as if to say that he certainly was. "If we need to ally against Hybern," the San said, "you are doing a good job of convincing us not to band together, Tamlin. I am simply warning you that they might present the guise of honesty and friendship, but the fact remains that he warmed Amarantha's bed for 50 years, and only worked against her when it seemed the tide was turning. I'm warning you that while he claims his own city was attacked by Hybern, they made off remarkably well, as if they'd been anticipating it. Don't think he wouldn't sacrifice a few buildings and lesser fairies to lure you into an alliance, into thinking you had a common enemy. Why is it that only the Night Court got word about the attack on Adriata, and were the only ones to arrive in time to play savior? They received word, Varian cut in coolly, because I warned them of it. Tarquin whipped his head to his cousin, brows high with surprise. Perhaps you're working with them too, Tamlin said to the Prince of Adriata. You're next in line, after all. You're insane, I breathed to Tamlin as Varian bared his teeth. Do you hear what you're saying? I pointed toward Nesta. Hybern turned my sisters into Fey, after your bitch of a priestess sold them out. Perhaps Ianthe's mind was already in Rysand's thrall. And what a tragedy to remain young and beautiful. You're a good actress. I'm sure the trait runs in the family. Nesta let out a low laugh. If you want someone to blame for all of this, she said to Tamlin, perhaps you should first look in the mirror. Tamlin snarled at her. Cashin snarled right back. Watch it. Tamlin looked between my sister and Cashin, his gaze lingering on Cashin's wings, tucked in behind him, snorted. Seems like other preferences run in the Arkheron family, too. My power began to rumble, a behemoth rising up, yawning awake. What do you want? I hissed. An apology? For me to crawl back into your bed and play nice, little wife? Why should I want spoiled goods returned to me? My cheeks heated. Tamlin growled. The moment you let him fuck you like in one heartbeat, the poisoned words were spewing from his mouth, where fangs lengthened. Then they stopped. Tamlin's mouth simply stopped emitting sounds. He shut his mouth, opened it, tried again. No sound, not even a snarl, came out. There was no smile on Rysand's face, not a glint of that irreverent amusement as he rested his head against the back of his chair. The gasping fish look is a good one for you, Tamlin. The others, who had been watching with disdain and amusement and boredom, now turned to my mate, now possessed a shadow of fear in their eyes as they realized who and what exactly sat amongst them. Brethren, and yet not. Tamlin was a high lord, as powerful as any of them. Except for the one at my side. Rhys was as different from them as humans were to Fey. They forgot it sometimes how deep that well of power went, what manner of power Rhys bore. But as Rhys and ripped away Tamlin's ability to speak, they remembered. Chapter 45. Only my friends didn't seem surprised. Tamlin's eyes were green flame, golden light flickering around him as his magic sought to wrest free from Rysand's control. As he tried and tried to speak. If you want proof that we are not scheming with Hybern, Rhys said blandly to them all, consider the fact that it would be far less time-consuming to slice into your minds and make you do my bidding. Only Baron was stupid enough to scoff. Eris was just angling his body in his chair, blocking the path to his mother. Yet here I am, Rhys went on, not deigning to give Baron a glance of acknowledgement. Here we all are, absolute silence. Then Tarquin, silent and watchful, cleared his throat. I waited for it, for the blow that would surely doom us. We were thieves who had deceived him. We had come to his house in peace and stolen from him, had ripped into their minds to ensure our success. But Tarquin said to me, to Rhys despite Varian's unsanctioned warning, a glare at his cousin, who didn't so much as look sorry about it. You were the only ones who came to help. The only ones, and yet you asked for nothing in return. Why? Rhys's voice was a bit hoarse as he asked, isn't that what friends do? A subtle, quiet offer. Tarquin took him in, then me, and the others. I rescind the blood rubies. Let there be no debts between us. Don't expect Amryn to return hers, Cashin muttered. She's grown attached to it. I could have sworn a smile tugged on Varian's mouth. But Rhys faced Tamlin, whose own mouth remained shut, his eyes still livid, and my mate said to him, I believe you, that you will fight for Prythian. Callias didn't appear so convinced, neither did Helion. Rhys loosened his grasp on Tamlin's voice. I only knew because a low snarl slipped from him, but Tamlin made no move to attack, to even speak. War is upon us, Rhys and declared. I have no interest in wasting energy arguing amongst ourselves. The better man, male. His restraint, his choice of words, all of it a careful portrayal of reason and power. But Rhys, I knew he meant what he said. Even if Tamlin had been a part of killing his own family, even if he had played his part in Hybern, for our home, for Prythian, he'd set it aside. A sacrifice that would harm no one but his own soul. But Beren said, you may be inclined to believe him, Rhys, but as someone who shares a border with his court, I am not so easily swayed. A wry look. Perhaps my errant son can clarify. Pray, where is he? Even Tamlin looked toward us, toward me. Helping to guard our city, was all I said. Not a lie, not entirely. Eris snorted and surveyed Nesta, who stared back at him with steel in her face. Pity you didn't bring the other sister. I hear our little brother's mate is quite the beauty. If they knew Ellen was Lucien's mate, it was now another avenue, I realized with no small amount of horror. Another way to strike at the youngest brother they hated so fiercely, so unreasonably. Eris's bargain with us had not included protection of Lucien. My mouth went dry, but Moore replied smoothly, you still certainly like to hear yourself talk, Eris. Good to know some things don't change over the centuries. Eris's mouth curled into a smile at the words, the careful game of pretending that they had not seen each other in years. Good to know that after 500 years, you still dress like a slut. One moment, Azriel was seated. The next, he'd blasted through Eris's shield with a flare of blue light and tackled him backward, which shattering beneath them. Shit, Cashin spat, and was instantly there, and met a wall of blue. Azriel had sealed them in, and as his scarred hands wrapped around Eris's throat, Rhys said, enough. Azriel squeezed, Eris thrashing beneath him. No physical brawling. There had been a rule against that, but Azriel, with whatever power those shadows gave him. Enough, Azriel, Rhys ordered. Perhaps those shadows that now slid and eddied around the Shadowsinger hid him from the wrath of the binding magic. The others made no move to interfere, as if wondering the same. Azriel dug his knee and all his weight into Eris's gut. He was silent, utterly silent, as he ripped the air from Eris's body. Beren's flames struck the blue shield over and over, but the fire skittered off and fizzled out on the water. Any that escaped were torn to shreds by shadows. Call off your overgrown bat, Beren ordered Rhys. Rhys was enjoying it, bargain with Eris or no, could have ended it seconds ago. He gave me a glance as if to say so, and an invitation. I rose on surprisingly steady knees. Felt all of them tense, Tamlin's gaze like a brand as I walked toward the Shadowsinger, my sparkling gown hissing along the floor behind me. As I put a tattooed hand on the hard, near-invisible curve of the shield and said, come, Azriel. Azriel stopped. Eris gasped for air as those scarred hands loosened. As Azriel turned his face toward me, the frozen rage there rooted me to the spot. But beneath it, I could almost see the images that haunted him. The hand Moore had yanked away, her weeping, distraught face as she had screamed at Rhys. And now, behind us, Moore was shaking in her chair, pale and shaking. I only offered my hand to Azriel. Come sit beside me. Nesta had already moved her seat, and an extra chair appeared beside mine. I didn't let my hand tremble as I kept it extended, and waited. Azriel's eyes slid to Eris, the High Lord's son panting beneath him, and the Shadowsinger leaned down to whisper something in his ear that made Eris blanch further. But the shield dropped, the shadows lightened into sunshine. Beren struck, only for his fire to bounce off a hard barrier of my own. I lifted my gaze to the High Lord of Autumn. That's twice now we've handed you your asses. I'd think you'd be sick of the humiliation. Helion laughed, but my attention returned to Azriel, who took my still offered hand and rose. The scars were rough against my fingers, but his skin was like ice. pure ice. Mor opened her mouth to say something to Azriel, but Cashin put a hand on her bare knee and shook his head. I led the Shadowsinger to the empty chair beside mine, then walked to the table myself to pour him a glass of wine. No one spoke until I offered it to him and sat down. "They are my family," I said at the raised brows I received for my waiting on him. Tamlin just shook his head in disgust and finally slid that claw back into his hand. But I met Eris's fuming gaze, my voice as cold as Azriel's face as I said, "I don't care if we are allies in this war. If you insult my friend again, I won't stop him the next time." Only Eris knew how far that alliance went, information that could damn this meeting if either side revealed it. Information that could get him wiped off the earth by his father. Mor was staring and staring at Azriel, who refused to look at her, who refused to do anything but give Eris that death gaze. Eris, wisely, averted his eyes and said, "Apologies, Morrigan." His father actually gawked at the words, but something like approval shone on the Lady of Autumn's face as her eldest son settled himself once more. The Sand rubbed his temples. "This does not bode well." But Helion smirked at his retinue, crossing an ankle over a knee and flashing those powerful, sleek thighs. "Looks like you owe me 10 gold marks." It seemed like we weren't the only ones who'd placed bets. Even if not one of Helion's entourage answered his mocking smile with one of their own. Helion waved a hand, and the stacks of papers Tamlin had compiled drifted over to him on a phantom wind. With a snap of his fingers, scar-flecked from swordplay, other stacks appeared before every chair in the room, including my own. "Replicas," he said without looking up as he leafed through the documents. A handy trick for a male whose trove was not in gold, but in knowledge. No one made any move to touch the papers before us. Helion clicked his tongue. "If all of this is true," he announced, Tamlin snarling at the haughty tone, "then I'd suggest 2 things. First, destroying Hybern's caches of Feybane. We won't last long if they've made them into so many versatile weapons. It's worth the risk to destroy them." Kalias arched a brow. "How would you suggest we do that?" "We'll handle it," Tarquin offered. Varian nodded. "We owe them for Adriata." The Sand said, "There is no need." We all blinked at him, even Tamlin. The High Lord of Dawn just folded his hands in his lap. "A master tinkerer of mine has been waiting for the past several hours. I would like for her to now join us." Before anyone could reply, a high Fey female appeared at the edge of the circle. She bowed so quickly that I barely glimpsed more than her light brown skin and long, silken black hair. She wore clothes similar to Theson's, and yet her sleeves had been rolled up to the forearms, the tunic unbuttoned to her chest, and her hand. I guessed who she was before she rose. Her right hand was solid gold, mechanical, the way Lucian's was. It clicked and whirred quietly, drawing the eye of every immortal in the room as she faced her High Lord. The Sand smiled in warm welcome. But her face, I wondered if Amryn had modeled her own features after a similar bloodline when she'd bound herself into her Fey body. The sharp chin, round cheeks, and stunning up-tilted eyes. But where Amryn's were that unholy silver, this female's were dark as onyx. And aware, utterly aware of us gawking at her hand, her arrival, as she said to the Sand, "My lord." The Sand gestured to the female standing tall before the assembled group. "Nuan is one of my most skilled craftspeople." Rhys leaned back in his seat, brows rising with recognition at the name, and jerked his chin to Baron, to Eris. "You might know her as the person responsible for granting your errant son, as you called him, the ability to use his left eye after Amarantha removed it." Nuan nodded once in confirmation, her lips pressing into a thin line as she took in Lucian's family. She didn't so much as turn in Tamlin's direction, and he certainly didn't bother to acknowledge her, regardless of the past binding them, their mutual friend. "And what has this to do with the Feybane?" Helion demanded, Theson's lover seethed at the High Lord of Day's tone, but one glance from the sand had the male relaxing. Nuan turned, her dark hair slipping over a shoulder as she studied Helion, and did not seem impressed, because I found a solution for it. The sand waved a hand. We heard rumors of Feyre being used in this war, used in the attack on your city, Rhys, and we thought to look into the issue before it became a deadly weakness for all of us. He nodded to Nuan. Beyond her unparalleled tinkering, she is a skilled alchemist. Nuan crossed her arms, the sun glinting off her metal hand. Thanks to samples attained after the attack in Valaris, I was able to create an antidote of sorts. How did you get those samples? Cashin demanded. A flush crept over Nuan's cheeks. I heard the rumors and assumed Lucien Van Serra would be residing there after. What happened? She still didn't look at Tamlin, who remained silent and brooding. I managed to contact him a few days ago, asked him to send samples. He did and did not tell you, she added quickly to Rhys, and because he did not want to raise your hopes, not until I'd found a solution. No wonder he'd been so eager to head alone into Valaris that day he'd gone to help us research. I shot a look at Rhys. Seems like Lucien can still play the fox. Rhys didn't look at me, though his lips twitched as he replied, Indeed. Nuan went on. The Mother has provided us with everything we need on this earth, so it has been a matter of finding what, exactly, she gave us in Prythian to combat a material from Hybern capable of wiping out our powers. Helion shifted with impatience, that glistening, white fabric slipping over his muscled chest. The sand read that impatience too and said, Nuan has been able to quickly create a powder for us to ingest in drink, food, however you please. It grants immunity from the Feyre. I already have workers in 3 of my cities manufacturing as much of it as possible to hand out to our unified armies. Even Rhys seemed impressed at the stealth, the unveiling. I'm surprised you didn't have a grand reveal of your own today. I quipped down the bond. Cruel, beautiful high lady, he purred, eyes twinkling. Tarquin asked, but what of physical objects made from Feyre? They possessed gauntlets at the battle to smash through shields. He jerked his chin to Rhys. And when they attacked your own city? Against that, Nuan said, you only have your wits to protect you. She did not break Tarquin's stare, and he straightened, as if surprised she did so. The compound I've made will only protect you, your powers, from being rendered void by the Feyre. Perhaps if you are pierced with a weapon tipped in Feyre, having the compound in your system will negate its impact. Quiet fell. Baron said, and we are supposed to trust you. A look at the sand, then at Nuan. With this substance we're to blindly ingest. Would you rather face Hybern without any power? The sand demanded. My master alchemists and tinkerers are no fools. No, Baron said, frowning. But where did she come from? Who are you? The last bit directed at Nuan. I am the daughter of 2 high fae from Sienne, who moved here to give their children a better life. If that is what you are demanding to know, Nuan answered tightly. Helion demanded of Baron, what does this have to do with anything? Baron shrugged. If her family is from Sienne, which I'll have you remember fought for the Loyalists, then whose interests does she serve? Gillian's amber eyes flashed. The sand cut in sharply. I will have you remember, Baron, that my own mother hailed from Sienne, and a large majority of my court did as well. Be careful what you say. Before Baron could hiss a retort, Nuan said to the Lord of Autumn, her chin high, I am a child of Prythian. I was born here on this land, as your sons were. Baron's face darkened. Watch your tone, girl. She doesn't have to watch anything. I cut in. Not when you fling that sort of horseshit at her. I looked to the alchemist. I will take your antidote. Baron rolled his eyes. But Eris said, Father. Baron lifted a brow. You have something to add? Eris didn't flinch, but he seemed to choose his words very, very carefully. I have seen the effects of Feyre. He nodded toward me. It truly renders us unable to tap our power, if it's wielded against us in war or beyond it. If it is, we shall face it. I will not risk my people or family in testing out a theory. It is no theory, Nuan said, that mechanical hand clicking and whirring as it curled into a fist. I would not stand here unless it had been proved without a doubt. A female of pride and hard work. Eris said, I will take it. It was the most decent I'd ever heard him sound. Even more blinked at it. Baron studied his son with a scrutiny that made some small part of me wonder if Eris might have grown to be a good male if he'd had a different father. If one still lurked there, beneath centuries of poison. Because Eris, what had it been like for him under the mountain? What games had he played? What had he endured? Trapped for 49 years. I doubted he would risk such a thing happening again, even if it set him in opposition to his father, or perhaps because of that. Baron only said, No, you will not, though I'm sure your brothers will be sorry to hear it. Indeed, the others seemed rather put out that their first barrier to the throne wasn't about to risk his life in testing Nuan's solution. Rhys said simply, Then don't take it. I will. My entire court will, as will my armies. He gave a thankful nod to Nuan. The Sand did the same in thanks and dismissal, and the Master Tinkerer bowed once more and left. At least you have armies to give it to, Tamlin said mildly, breaking his roiling silence. A smile at me, though perhaps that was part of the plan. Disable my force while your own swept in. Or was it just to see my people suffer? A headache was beginning to pound at my right temple. Those claws poked through his knuckles again. Surely you knew that when you turned my forces on me, it would leave my people defenseless against Hybern. I said nothing, even as I blocked the images from my mind. You primed my court to fall, Tamlin said with venomous quiet. And it did. Those villages you wanted so badly to help rebuild? They're nothing more than cinders now. I shut out that too. He'd said they'd remain untouched, that Hybern had promised. And while you've been making antidotes and casting yourselves as saviors, I've been piecing together my forces, regaining their trust, their numbers, trying to gather my people in the east where Hybern has not yet marched. Nesta said drily, So you won't be taking the antidote then? Tamlin ignored her, even as his claws sank into the arm of his chair. But I believed him, that he'd moved as many of his people as he could to the eastern edge of the territory. He'd said as much long before I'd returned home. The Sand cleared his throat and said to Helion, You said you had 2 suggestions based on the information you analyzed. Helion shrugged, the sun catching in the embroidered gold thread of his tunic. Indeed, though it seems Tamlin is already ahead of me, the spring court must be evacuated. His amber eyes darted between Tarquin and Baron. Surely your northern neighbors will welcome them. Baron's lip curled. We do not have the resources for such a thing. Right? Vivian said. Because everyone's too busy polishing every jewel in that trove of yours. Baron threw her a glare that had Callias tensing. Wives were invited as a courtesy, not as consultants. Vivian's sapphire eyes flared as if struck by lightning. If this war goes poorly, we'll be bleeding out right alongside you, so I think we damn well get a say in things. Hybern will do far worse things than kill you, Baron counted coolly. A young, pretty thing like you especially. Callias's snarl rippled the water in the reflection pool, echoed by Moore's own growl. Baron smiled a bit. Only 3 of us were present for the last war. A nod to Rhys and Helion, whose face darkened. One does not easily forget what Hybern and the Loyalists did to captured females in their war camps. What they reserved for high fae females who either fought for the humans or had families who did. He put a heavy hand on his wife's too thin arm. Her two sisters bought her time to run when Hybern's forces ambushed their lands. The two ladies did not walk out of that war camp again. Helion was watching Beren closely, his stare simmering with reproach. The lady of the autumn court kept her focus on the reflection pool. Any trace of color drained from her face. Dagdan and Brannock flashed through my mind, along with the corpses of those humans. What they'd done to them before and after they died. "We will take your people," Tarquin cut in quietly to Tamlin. "Regardless of your involvement with Hybern, your people are innocent. There is plenty of room in my territory. We will take all of them if need be." A curt nod was Tamlin's only acknowledgement and gratitude. Beren said, "So the seasonal courts are to become the charnel houses and hostels, while the solar courts remain pristine here in the north?" "Hybern has focused its efforts on the southern half," Rhys said, "to be close to the wall and human lands." At this, Nesta and I exchanged looks. Rhys went on, "Why bother to go through the northern climes, through fairy territories on the continent, when you could claim the south and use it to go directly to the human lands of the continent?" The San asked, "And you believe the human armies there will bow to Hybern?" "Its queens sold us out," Nesta said. She lifted her chin, poised as any emissary. "For the gift of immortality, the human queens will allow Hybern in to sweep away any resistance. They might very well hand over control of their armies to him." Nesta looked to me, to Rhys. "Where do the humans on our island go? We cannot evacuate them to the continent, and with the wall intact, many might rather risk waiting than cross over the wall anyway." "The fate of the humans below the wall," Beren cut in, "is none of our concern, especially in a spit of land with no queen, no army." "It is my concern," I said, and the voice that came out of me was not Feyre the Huntress or Feyre the Cursebreaker, but Feyre the High Lady. "Humans are nearly defenseless against our kind. So go waste your own soldiers defending them," Beren said. "I will not send my own forces to protect Chattel." My blood heated, and I took a breath to cool it, to cool the magic crackling at the insult. It did nothing. If it was this impossible to get all of them to ally against Hybern. "You're a coward," I breathed to the High Lord of Autumn. Even Rhys tensed. Beren just said, "The same could be claimed of you." My stomach churned. "I don't need to explain myself to you." "No, but perhaps to that girl's family, but they're dead too, aren't they? Butchered and burned to death in their own beds. Funny that you should now seek to defend humans when you were all too happy to offer them up to save yourself." My palms heated, as if twin suns built and swirled beneath them. "Easy," Rhys purred. "He's a cranky old bastard." But I could barely hear the words behind the tangle of images. Claire's mutilated body nailed to the wall, the cinders of the Better's house staining the snow like wisps of shadow, the smile of the adder as it hauled me through those stone halls under the mountain. "As my lady said," Rhys drawled, "she does not need to explain herself to you." Beren leaned back in his chair. "Then I suppose I don't need to explain my motivations either." Rhys lifted a brow. "Your staggering generosity aside, will you be joining our forces?" "I have not yet decided." Eris went so far as to give his father a look bordering on reproach. From genuine alarm or for what that refusal might mean for our own covert alliance, I couldn't tell. "Armies take time to raise," Cashin said. "You don't have the luxury of sitting on your ass. You need to rally your soldiers now." Beren only sneered. "I don't take orders from the bastards of lesser Feyhors." My heartbeat was so wild I could hear it in every corner of my body, feel it pounding in my arms, my gut. But it was nothing compared to the wrath on Cashin's face, or the icy rage on Azriel's and Rhys's, and the disgust on Mor's. "That bastard," Nesta said with utter coolness, though her eyes began to burn, "may wind up being the only person standing in the way of Hybern's forces and your people." She didn't so much as look at Cashin as she said it, but he stared at her, as if he'd never seen her before. This argument was pointless, and I didn't care who they were or who I was as I said to Baron, "Get out if you're not going to be helpful." At his side, Eris had the wits to actually look worried. But Baron continued to ignore his son's pointed stare and hissed at me, "Did you know that while your mate was warming Amarantha's bed, most of our people were locked beneath that mountain?" I didn't deign responding. "Did you know that while he had his head between her legs, most of us were fighting to keep our families from becoming the nightly entertainment?" I tried to shut out the images, the blinding fury at what had been done, what he'd done to keep Amarantha distracted, the secrets he still kept from shame or disinterest in sharing. I didn't know. Cashin was now trembling 2 seats down with restraint, and Rhys said nothing. Tarquin murmured, "That's enough, Baron." Tarquin, who had guessed at Rhysand's sacrifice, his motives. Baron ignored him, and now Rhys wants to play hero. Amarantha's whore becomes Hybern's destroyer. But if it goes badly, a cruel, cold smile. Will he get on his knees for Hybern? Or just spread his? I stopped hearing the words, stopped hearing anything other than my heart, my breathing. Fire exploded out of me, raging white-hot flame that blasted into Baron like a lance. Chapter 46. Baron shielded barely fast enough to block me, but the wake singed Eris's arm, right through the cloth, and the pale, lovely arm of Lucien's mother. The others shouted, shooting to their feet, but I couldn't think, couldn't hear anything but Eris's words. See those moments under the mountain, see that nightmare of Amarantha leading Rhys down the hall, what Rhys had endured, Feyre. I ignored it as I stood, and sent a wave of water from the reflection pond to encircle Baron and his chair, a bubble without air. Flame pounded against it, turning water to steam, but I pushed harder. To kill him and gladly be done with it. Feyre. I couldn't tell if Rhys was yelling it, if he was murmuring it down the bond. Maybe both. Baron's flame barrier slammed into my water, hard enough that ripples began to form, steam hissing amongst them. So I bared my teeth and sent a fist of white light punching into that fiery shield. The white light of day. Spellbreaker. Ward Cleaver. Baron's eyes widened as his shields began to fray, as that water pushed in. Then hands were on my face, and violet eyes were before mine, calm and yet insistent. "You've proved your point, my love," Rhys said. "Kill him, and horrible Eris will take his place. Then I'll kill all of them." As interesting an experiment as that might be, Rhys crooned, it would only complicate the matters at hand. Into my mind he whispered, "I love you." The words of that hateful bastard don't mean anything. He has nothing of joy in his life, nothing good. We do. I began to hear things, the trickling water of the pool, the crackle of flames, the quick breathing of those around us, the cursing of Baron trapped in that tightening cocoon of light and water. "I love you," Rhys said again. And I let go of my magic. Baron's flames exploded like an unfurling flower and bounced harmlessly off the shield Rhys had thrown around us. Not to shield against Baron, but the other High Lords were now on their feet. "That was how you got through my wards," Tarquin murmured. Baron was panting so hard he looked like he might spew fire. But Helion rubbed his jaw as he sat down once more. I wondered where it went. That little bit, so small, like a fish missing a single scale. But I still felt whenever something brushed against that empty spot. A smirk at Rhys. "No wonder you made her High Lady." "I made her High Lady," Rhys said simply, lowering his hands from my face but not leaving my side. "Because I love her. Her power was the last thing I considered. I was beyond words, beyond basic feelings." Helen asked Tamlin, "You knew of her powers?" Tamlin was only watching me and Rhys, my mate's declaration hanging between us. "It was none of your business," was all Tamlin said to Helion. "To all of them. The power belongs to us. I think it is Baron seethed. More leveled a look at Baron that would have sent lesser males running. The Lady of Autumn was clutching her arm. Angry red splattered along the moon-white skin. No glimmer of pain on that face, though. I said to her as I reclaimed my seat, "I'm sorry." Her eyes lifted toward mine, round as saucers. Baron spat. "Don't talk to her, you human filth." Reese shattered through Baron's shield, his fire, his defenses. Shattered through them like a stone hurled into a window, and slammed his dark power into Baron so hard he rocked back in his seat. Then that seat disintegrated into black, sparkling dust beneath him, leaving Baron to fall on his ass. Glittering ebony dust drifted away on a phantom wind, staining Baron's crimson jacket, clinging like clumps of ash to his brown hair. "Don't ever," Reese said, hands sliding into his pockets, "speak to my mate like that again." Baron shot to his feet, not bothering to brush off the dust, and declared to no one in particular, "This meeting is over. I hope Hybern butchers you all." But Nesta rose from her chair. "This meeting is not over." Even Baron paused at her tone. Eris sized up the space between my sister and his father. She stood tall, a pillar of steel. "You are all there is," she said to Baron, to all of us. "You are all that there is between Hybern and the end of everything that is good and decent." She settled her stare on Baron, unflinching and fierce. "You fought against Hybern in the last war. Why do you refuse to do so now?" Baron did not deign to answer, but he did not leave. Eris subtly motioned his brothers to sit. Nesta marked the gesture, hesitated, as if realizing she indeed held their complete attention. That every word mattered. "You may hate us. I don't care if you do. But I do care if you let innocents suffer and die. At least stand for them, your people. For Hybern will make an example of them. Of all of us." "And you know this how?" Baron sneered. "I went into the cauldron," Nesta said flatly. "It showed me his heart. He will bring down the wall and butcher those on either side of it." Truth or lie, I could not tell. Nesta's face revealed nothing, and no one dared contradict her. She looked to Callias and Vivian. "I am sorry for the loss of those children. The loss of one is abhorrent." She shook her head. "But beneath the wall, I witnessed children, entire families, starved to death." She jerked her chin at me. "Were it not for my sister, I would be among them." My eyes burned, but I blinked it away. "Too long," Nesta said. "For too long have humans beneath the wall suffered and died while you in Prythian thrived. Not during that Queen's reign." She recoiled, as if hating to even speak Amarantha's name. "But long before. If you fight for anything, fight now to protect those you forgot. Let them know they're not forgotten. Just this once." The sand cleared his throat. While a noble sentiment, the details of the treaty did not demand we provide for our human neighbors. They were to be left alone, so we obeyed. Nesta remained standing. "The past is the past. What I care about is the road ahead. What I care about is making sure no children, Fey or human, are harmed. You have been entrusted with protecting this land." She scanned the faces around her. "How can you not fight for it?" She looked to Baron and his family as she finished. Only the lady and Eris seemed to be considering, impressed, even by the strange, simmering woman before them. I didn't have the words in me to convey what was in my heart. Cassian seemed the same. Baron only said, "I shall consider it." A look at his family and they vanished. Eris was the last to winnow, something conflicted dancing over his face, as if this was not the outcome he'd planned for, expected. But then he, too, was gone. The space where they'd been empty save for that black, glittering dust. Slowly, Nesta sat, her face again cold, as if it were a mask to conceal whatever raged in her at Baron's disappearance. Callias asked me quietly, "Did you master the ice?" I gave a shallow nod. All of it. Callias scrubbed at his face as Vivian set a hand on his arm. Does it make a difference, Cal? I don't know, he admitted. That fast, this alliance unraveled. That fast, because of my lack of control, It either would have been this or something else, Rhys said from where he stood beside my chair, one hand toying with the glittering panels on the back of my gown. Better now than later. Callias won't break, he just needs to sort it through on his own. But Tarquin said, you saved us under the mountain. Losing a kernel of power seems a worthy payment. It seems she took far more than that, Helion argued. If she could be within seconds of drowning Baron despite the wards, perhaps I'd gotten around them simply by being made. Outside anything the wards knew to recognize. Helion's power, warm and clear, brushed against the shield, trawling through the air between us, as if testing for a tether, as if I were some parasite leeching power from him, and he'd gladly sever it. The sand declared, what's done is done. Short of killing her, Rhys's power roiled through the room at the words, there is nothing we can do. It wasn't entirely placating, his tone. Words of peace, yet the tone was terse, as if, were it not for Rhys and his power, he'd consider tying me down on an altar and cutting me open to see where his power was, and how to take it back. I stood, looking the sand in the eye, then Helion, Tarquin, Callias, exactly as Nesta had done. I did not take your power. You gave it to me along with the gift of my immortal life. I am grateful for both, but they are mine now, and I will do with them what I will. My friends had risen to their feet, now in rank behind me, Nesta at my left. Rhys stepped up to my right, but did not touch me. Let me stand on my own, stare them all down. I said quietly but not weakly, I will use these powers, my powers, to smash Hybern to bits. I will burn them and drown them and freeze them. I will use these powers to heal the injured, to shatter through Hybern's wards. I have done so already, and I will do so again. And if you think that my possession of a kernel of your magic is your biggest problem, then your priorities are severely out of order. Pride flickered down the bond. The High Lords and their retinues said nothing. But Vivian nodded, chin high, and rose. I will fight with you. Cressida stood a heartbeat later. As will I. Both of them looked to the males in their court. Tarquin and Callias rose. Then Helion, smirking at me and Rhys. And finally the San and Tamlin, who did not so much as breathe in my direction, had barely moved or spoken these past few minutes. It was the least of my concerns, so long as they all were standing. 6 out of 7. Rhys chuckled down the bond. Not bad, Cursebreaker. Not bad at all. Chapter 47. Our alliance did not begin well. Even though we talked for a good 2 hours afterward, the bickering, the back and forth continued. With Tamlin there, none would declare what numbers they had, what weapons, what weaknesses. As the afternoon slipped into evening, the Sand pushed back his chair. You are all welcome to stay the night and resume this discussion in the morning, unless you wish to return to your own homes for the evening. We're staying, Rhys said. I need to talk to some of the others alone. Indeed, the others seemed to have similar thoughts, for all decided to stay. Even Tamlin. We were shown toward the suites appointed for us, the sunstone turning a deep gold in the late afternoon sun. Tamlin was escorted away first, by the San himself and a trembling attendant. He had wisely chosen not to attack Rhys or me during the debating, though his refusal to even acknowledge us did not go unnoticed. And as he left, back stiff and steps clipped, he did not say a word. Good. Then Tarquin was led out, then Helion, until only Callias's party and our own waited. Rhys rose from his seat and dragged a hand through his hair. That went well. It would seem none of us won our bet about who'd fight first. Azriel stared at the floor, stone-faced. Sorry. The word was emotionless, distant. He had not spoken, had barely moved, since his savage attack. It had taken more 30 minutes after it to stop shaking. He had it coming, Vivian said. Eris is a piece of shit. Callias turned to his mate with high brows. What? She put a hand on her chest. He is. Be that as it may, Callias said with cool humor. The question remains about whether Baron will fight with us. If all the others are lying, Moore said hoarsely, her first words in hours, Baron will join. He's too smart to risk siding with Hybern and losing. And I'm sure if things go badly, he'll easily switch over. Rhys nodded but faced Callias. How many troops do you have? Not enough. Amarantha did her job well. Again, that ripple of guilt that pulsed down the bond. We've got the army that Viv commanded and hid, but not much else. You? Rhys didn't reveal a whisper of the tension that tightened in me, as if it were my own. We have sizable forces, mostly Illyrian legions, and a few thousand Darkbringers, but we'll need every soldier who can march. Vivian walked to where Moore remained seated, still pale, and braced her hands on my friend's shoulders. I always knew we'd fight alongside each other one day. Moore dragged her brown eyes up, but she glanced toward Callias, who seemed to be trying his best not to appear worried. Moore gave the High Lord a look as if to say, I'll take care of her, before she smiled at Vivian. It's almost enough to make me feel bad for Hybern. Almost. Vivian grinned wickedly, but not quite. We were led to a suite built around a lavish sitting area and private dining room, all of it carved from that sunstone, bedecked in jewel-toned fabrics, broad cushions clumped along the thick carpets, and overlooked by ornate golden cages filled with birds of all shapes and sizes. I'd spied peacocks parading about the countless courtyards and gardens as we'd walked through Theson's home, some preening in the shade beneath potted fig trees. How did the sand keep Amarantha from trashing this place? I asked Rhys as we surveyed the sitting room that opened to the hazy sprawl of countryside far, far below. It's his private residence. Rhys dismissed his wings and slumped onto a pile of emerald cushions near the darkened fireplace. He likely shielded it the same way Callias and I did. A decision that would weigh heavily on them for many centuries, I had no doubt. But I looked to Azriel, currently leaning against the wall beside the floor-to-ceiling window, shadows fluttering around him. Even the birds in their cages nearby remained silent. I set down the bond. Is he all right? Rhys tucked his hands behind his head, though his mouth tightened. Likely not, but if we try to talk to him about it, it'll only make it worse. Moore was indeed sprawled on a couch, one wary eye on Azriel. Cashin sat beside her, holding her feet in his lap. He'd taken the spot closer to Azriel, right between them, as if he'd leap into their path if need be. You handled it beautifully, Rhys added. All of it. Despite my explosion, because of your explosion. I met his stare, sensing the emotions swirling beneath as I claimed a seat in an overstuffed chair near my mate's pillow mound. I knew that you were powerful, but I didn't realize that you had such an advantage on the others. Rhys's eyes shuddered, even as he gave me a half smile. I'm not sure even Baron knew until today. Suspected, maybe, but he'll now be wishing he'd found a way to kill me in the cradle. A shiver skittered down my spine. He knows about Ellen being Lucien's mate. He makes a move to harm or take her, and he's dead. Uncompromising will swept over the stars in his eyes. I'll kill him myself if he does, or hold him long enough for you to do the job. I think I'd enjoy watching you. I'll keep it in mind for your next birthday. I drummed my fingers on the polished arm of the chair, the wood as smooth as glass. Do you really believe Tamlin's claim that he's been working for our side? Yes. A beat of silence down the bond. And perhaps we did him a disservice by not even considering the possibility. Perhaps even I started to think him some warrior brute. I felt tired in my bones, my breath. Does it change anything, though? In some ways, yes. In others, Rhys surveyed me, No, it does not. I blinked, realizing I'd been lost in the bond, but found Azriel still by the window, Cashin now rubbing Moore's feet. Nesta had retired to her own room without a word, and remained there. I wondered if Baron's leaving despite her words, perhaps it had thrown her. I got to my feet, straightening the folds of my shimmering gown. I should check on Nesta, talk to her. Rhys nestled deeper into his spread of pillows, tucking his hands behind his head. She did well today. Pride fluttered at the praise as I crossed the room. But I got as far as the foyer archway when a knock thudded on the door that opened into the sunny hallway. I halted, the sheer panels of my dress swaying, sparkling like pale blue fire in the golden light. "Don't open it," Moore warned from her spot on the couch. "Even with the shield, don't open it." Rhys uncoiled to his feet. "Wise," he said, prowling past me to the front door. "But unnecessary." He opened the door, revealing Helion alone. Helion braced a hand on the door frame and grinned. "How'd you convince the sand to give you the better view?" "He finds my males to be prettier than yours, I think. I think it's a wing fetish." Rhys laughed and opened the door wider, beckoning him in. "You've really mastered the swaggering prick performance, by the way. Expertly done." Helion's robe swayed with his graceful steps, brushing his powerful thighs. He spied me standing by the round table in the center of the foyer and bowed deeply. "Apologies for the bastard act," he said to me. "Old habits and all." Here it was, the amusement and joy in his amber eyes, the lightness that led to my own glow when lost to pure bliss. Helion frowned at Rhys. "You were on unnaturally nice behavior today. I was betting Baron would be dead by the end of it. You can't imagine my shock that he walked out alive. My mate suggested it would be in our favor to appear as we truly are. Well, now I look as bad as Baron." He strode straight past me with a wink, stalking into the sitting room. He grinned at Azriel. "You handing Eris's ass to him will be my new fantasy at night, by the way." Azriel didn't so much as bother to look over his shoulder at the High Lord, but Cashin snorted. I was wondering when the Kamians would begin. Helion threw himself onto the couch across from Cashin and Moore. He ditched that radiant crown somewhere, but kept that gold armband of the upright serpent. "It's been what? 4 centuries now, and you 3 still haven't accepted my offer." Moore lolled her head to the side. "I don't like to share, unfortunately." "You never know until you try," Helion purred. The 3 of them in bed. With him? I must have been blinking like a fool because Rhys said to me Helion favors both males and females, usually together in his bed, and has been hounding after that trio for centuries. I considered Helion's beauty and the others. Why the hell haven't they said yes? Rhys barked a laugh that had all of them looking at him with raised brows. My mate just came up behind me and slid his arms around my waist, pressing a kiss to my neck. "Would you like someone to join us in bed, fair darling?" My skin stretched tight over my bones at the tone, the suggestion. "You're incorrigible. I think you'd like 2 males worshipping you." My toes curled. Moore cleared her throat. "Whatever you're saying mind to mind, either share it or go to another room so we don't have to sit here, stewing in your sense." I stuck out my tongue. Rhys laughed again, kissing my neck once more before saying, "Apologies for offending your delicate sensibilities, cousin." I pushed out of his embrace, out of the touch that still made me dizzy enough that basic thought became difficult, and claimed a chair adjacent to Moore and Cashin's couch. Cashin said to Helion, "Are your forces ready?" Helion's amusement faded, reshaping into that hard, calculating exterior. "Yes, they'll rendezvous with yours in the Myrmidons, the mountain range we shared at our border." He'd refused to divulge such information earlier. "Good," Cashin said, rubbing at the arch of Moore's foot. "We'll push south from there." "With the final encampment being where?" Mor asked, withdrawing her foot from Cassion's hands and tucking both feet beneath her. Helion traced the curve of her bare leg, his amber eyes a bit glazed as he met hers. Mor didn't balk from the heated look, and a keen sort of awareness seemed to overtake her, like every nerve in her body shook awake. I didn't dare look toward Azriel. There must have been multiple shields around the room, around every crack and opening where spying eyes and ears might be waiting, because Cassian said, "We join Theson's forces, then eventually make camp along Callias's southwestern border, near the summer court." Helen drew his gaze from Mor long enough to ask Rhys, "You and Pretty Tarquin had a moment today. Do you truly think he'll join us?" "If you mean in bed, definitely not," Rhys said with a wry smile as he again sprawled on his spread of cushions. "But if you mean in this war, yes, I believe he means to fight. Baron, on the other hand..." "Hybern is focusing on the south," Helion said, "and regardless of what you think Tamlin's up to, the spring court is now mostly occupied. Baron has to realize his court will be a battleground if he doesn't join us to push southward, especially if summer has joined us. Meaning the spring court and human lands would see the brunt of the battles. Will Baron choose to listen to reason, though?" Mor mused. Helion tapped a finger against the carved arm of his couch. "He played games in the war and it cost him dearly. His people still remember those choices, those losses. His own damn wife remembers." Helion had looked at the Lady of Autumn repeatedly during the meeting. I asked, carefully and casually, "What do you mean?" Mor shook her head, not at what I'd said, but at whatever had occurred. Helion fixed his full attention upon me. It was an effort not to flinch at the weight of that focus, the simmering intensity. The muscled body was only a mask, to hide that cunning mind beneath. I wondered if Rhys had picked that up from him. Helion folded an ankle over a knee. The Lady of the Autumn. Court's two older sisters were indeed. He searched for a word. Butchered, tormented, and then butchered during the war. I shut out Nesta's screaming, shut out Ellen's sobbing as she was hauled toward that cauldron. Lucian's aunts, dead before he'd ever existed. Had his mother ever told him this story? Rhys explained to me, Hybern's forces had swarmed our lands by that point. Helian's jaw clenched. The Lady of the Autumn Court was sent to stay with her sisters, her younger children packed off to other relatives, to spread out the bloodline. He dragged a hand through his sable hair. Hybern attacked their estate. Her sisters bought her time to run, not because she was married to Baron, but because they loved each other. Fiercely, she tried to stay, but they convinced her to go. So she did. She ran and ran, but Hybern's beasts were still faster, stronger. They cornered her at a ravine, where she became trapped atop a ledge, the beasts snapping at her feet. He didn't speak for a long moment. Too many details. He knew so many details. I said quietly, "You saved her. You found her, didn't you?" A coronet of light seemed to flicker over that thick black hair. I did. There was enough weight, anger, and something else in those two words that I studied the High Lord of Day. What happened? Helion didn't break my stare. I tore the beasts apart with my bare hands. A chill slid down my spine. Why? He could have ended it 1,000 other ways. Easier ways. Cleaner ways. Rhys's bloody hands after the Raven's attack flashed through my mind. Helion didn't so much as shift in his chair. She was still young, though she'd been married to that delightful male for nearly 2 decades. Married too young, the marriage arranged when she was 20. The words were clipped, and 20 so young. Nearly as young as Mor had been when her own family tried to marry her to Eris. So, a dangerous, taunting question. And how his eyes burned at that, flaring bright as suns. But it was Mor who said coolly, "I heard a rumor once, Helion, that she waited before agreeing to that marriage, for a certain someone who had met her by chance at an equinox ball the year before." I tried not to blink. not to let any of my rising interest surface. The fire banked to embers and Helion threw a half-smile in Moore's direction. Interesting. I heard her family wanted internal ties to power, and that they didn't give her a choice before they sold her to Baron. Sold her? Moore's nostrils flared. Cashin ran a hand down the back of her hair. Azriel didn't so much as turn from his vigil at the window, though I could have sworn his wings tucked in a bit tighter. Too bad they're just rumors. Rhys cut in smoothly, and can't be confirmed by anyone. Helion merely toyed with the gold cuff on his sculpted arm, twisting the serpent to the center of his bicep. But I furrowed my brows. Does Baron know you saved his wife in the war? He hadn't mentioned anything during the meeting. Helion let out a dark laugh. Cauldron, no. There was enough wry, knowing humor that I straightened. You had an affair after you rescued her? The amusement only grew, and Helion pushed a finger against his lips in mock warning. Careful, high lady. Even the birds report to the San here. I frowned at the birds in cages throughout the room, still silent in Azriel's shadowy presence. I threw shields around them. Rhys set down the bond. How long did the affair last? I asked. That withdrawn female. I couldn't imagine it. Helion snorted. Is that a polite question for a high lady to be asking? But the way he spoke, that smile. I only waited, using silence to push him instead. Helion shrugged. On and off for decades, until Baron found out. They say the lady was all brightness and smiles before that. And after Baron was through with her, you saw what she is. What did he do to her? The same things he does now. Helion waved a hand. Belittle her. Leave bruises where no one but him will see them. I clenched my teeth. If you were her lover, why didn't you stop it? The wrong thing to say. Utterly wrong. By the dark fury that rippled across Helion's face. Baron is a high lord, and she is his wife, mother of his brood. She chose to stay. Chose. And with the protocols and rules, lady, you will find that most situations like the one you were in do not end well for those who interfere. I didn't back down, didn't apologize. You barely even looked at her today. We have more important matters at hand. Baron never called you out for it? To publicly do so would be to admit that his possession made a fool of him. So we continue our little dance. These centuries later, I somehow doubted that beneath that roguish charm and irreverence, Helion felt it was a dance at all. But if it had ended centuries ago, and she'd never seen him again, had let Baron treat her so abominably. Whatever you've just figured out, Rhys said, you'd better stop looking so shocked by it. I forced a smile to my face. You High Lords really do love your melodrama, don't you? Helion's own smile didn't reach his eyes, but Rhys asked, in your libraries, have you ever encountered a mention of how the wall might be repaired? Helion began asking why we wanted to know what Hybern was doing with the cauldron, and Rhys fed him answers easily and smoothly. While we spoke, I set down the bond. Helion is Lucien's father. Rhys was silent. Then, holy burning hell. His shock was a shooting star between us. I let my gaze dart through the room, half paying attention to Helion's musing on the wall and how to repair it, then dared study the High Lord for a heartbeat. Look at him. The nose is the same, the smile, the voice. Even Lucien's skin is darker than his brother's, a golden brown compared to their pale coloring. It would explain why his father and brothers detest him so much, why they have tormented him his entire life. My heart squeezed at that, and why Eris didn't want him dead. He wasn't a threat to Eris's power, his throne. I swallowed. Helion has no idea, does he? It would seem not. The Lady of Autumn's favorite son, not only from Lucien's goodness, but because he was the child she dreamed of having with the male she undoubtedly loved. Baron must have discovered the affair when she was pregnant with Lucien. He likely suspected, but there was no way to prove it, not if she was sharing his bed, too. Rhys's disgust was a tang in my mouth. I have no doubt Baron debated killing her for the betrayal, and even afterward, when Lucien could be passable as his own offspring, just enough to make him doubt who had sired his last son. I wrapped my head around it. Lucien not Baron's son, but Helian's. His power is flame, though. They've mused Baron's title could go to him. His mother's family is strong. That was why Baron wanted a bride from their line. The gift could be hers. You never suspected? Not once. I'm mortified I didn't even consider it. What does this mean, though? Nothing, ultimately nothing, other than the fact that Lucien might be Helian's sole heir. And that it changed nothing in this war, especially not with Lucien on the continent, hunting that enchanted queen, a bird of flame and a lord of fire. I wondered if they'd found each other yet. A door opened and shut in the foyer beyond, and I braced myself as Nesta appeared. Helion paused his debating the wall to survey her carefully, as he had done earlier. Spell Cleaver, that was his title. She surveyed him with her usual disdain. But Helion gave her the same bow he'd offered me, though his smile was edged with enough sensuality that even my heart raced a bit. No wonder the Lady of Autumn hadn't stood a chance. I don't think we were introduced properly earlier, he crooned to Nesta. I don't care, Nesta said with a snap of her wrist, striding right past him and up to my side. I'd like a word, she said. Now. Cashin was biting his knuckle to keep from laughing, at the utter surprise and shock on Helian's face. It wasn't every day, I supposed, that anyone of either sex dismissed him so thoroughly. I threw the High Lord a semi-apologetic glance and led my sister out of the room. What is it? I asked when Nesta and I had entered her bedroom, the space bedecked in pink silk and gold, accents of ivory scattered throughout. The lavishness of it indeed put our various homes to shame. We need to leave, Nesta said. Right now. Every sense went on alert. Why? It feels wrong. Something feels wrong. I studied her, the clear sky beyond the towering, drape-framed windows. Rhys and the others would sense it. You're likely just picking up on all the power gathered here. Something is wrong, Nesta insisted. I'm not doubting you feel that way, but if none of the others are picking it up, I am not like the others. Her throat bobbed. We need to leave. I can send you back to Valaris, but we have things to discuss here. I don't care about me, The door opened, and Cashin stalked in, face grave. The sight of the wings, the Illyrian armor in this opulent, pink-filled room planted itself in my mind, the painting already taking form, as he said, "What's wrong?" He studied every inch of her, as if there were nothing and no one else here anywhere. But I said, "She senses something is off, says we need to leave right away." I waited for the dismissal, but Cashin angled his head. What precisely feels wrong? Nesta stiffened, mouth pursing as she weighed his tone. It feels like there's this dread, this sense that I forgot something but can't remember what. Cashin stared at her for a moment longer. I'll tell Rhys, and he did. Within moments, Rhys, Cashin, and Azriel had vanished, leaving Mor and Helion in alert silence. I waited with Nesta. 5 minutes. 10, 15. 30 minutes later, they returned, shaking their heads. Nothing. Not in the palace, not in the lands around it, not in the skies above or the earth below. Not for miles and miles. Nothing. Rhys even checked with Amren, and found nothing amiss in Valaris. Ellen, mercifully, safe and sound. None of them, however, were stupid enough to suggest that Nesta had made it up. Not with that otherworldly power in her veins. Or that perhaps the dread was a lingering effect of her time in Hybern, like the crushing panic that I'd struggled to face down, that still stalked me some nights. So we stayed. We ate in our private dining room, Helion joining us, no sign of Tarquin or the Sand. Certainly not Tamlin. Callias and Vivian appeared midway through the meal, and Moore kicked Cashin out of his seat to make space for her friend. They chatted and gossiped, even though Moore kept glancing at Helion. And the High Lord of Day kept glancing at her. Azriel barely spoke, those shadows still perched on his shoulders. Moore barely looked at him. But we dined and drank for hours, until night was overhead. And though Rhys and Callias were tense, careful around each other, by the end of the meal they were at least talking. Nesta was the first to leave the table, still wary and on edge. The others made one final check of the grounds before we tumbled into the silk sheets of our cloud-soft beds. Rhys and I left Moore and Helion talking knee to knee on the sitting room cushions. Vivian and Callias long returned to their suite. I had no idea where Azriel went off to, or Cashin for that matter. And when I emerged from washing up in the ivory and gold bathing room and Helion's deep murmur and Moore's sultry laugh flitted in from the hall, when it moved past our door and then her door creaked open and closed, Rysand's wings were folded in tightly as he surveyed the stars beyond the bedroom windows. Quieter and smaller here, somehow. Why? He knew what I meant. Moore gets spooked, and what AZ did today scared the shit out of her. The violence? The violence as a result of what he feels, lingering guilt over the deal with Eris, and what neither of them will face. Don't you think it's been long enough? And that taking Helion to bed is likely the worst possible thing to do. But I had no doubt Helion needed a distraction as much as Moore did. From thinking too long about the people they loved, who they could not have. Moore and Azriel have both taken lovers throughout the centuries, he said, wings shifting slightly. The only difference here is the close proximity. You sound remarkably fine with this. Rhys glanced over a shoulder to where I lingered by the foot of the massive ivory bed, its carved headboard fashioned after overlapping water lilies. It's their life, their relationship. They have both had plenty of opportunities to confess what they feel. Yet they have not, more especially, for private reasons of her own, I'm sure. My meddling isn't going to make it any better. But he loves her. How can he sit idly by? He thinks she's happier without him. His eyes shone with the memory of his own choice to sit back. He thinks he's unworthy of her. It seems like an Illyrian trait. Rhys snorted, returning to the stars. I came up to his side and slid my arm around his waist. He opened his arm to me, cupping my shoulder as I rested my head against that soft spot where his own shoulder met his chest. A heartbeat later, his wing curved around me, too, enveloping me in his shadowed warmth. There will come a day when Azriel has to decide if he is going to fight for her or let her go. And it won't be because some other male insults her or beds her. And what about Cashin? He's entangled and enabling this nonsense. A wry smile. Cashin is going to have to decide some things, too. In the near future, I think. Are he and Nesta? I don't know. Until the bond snaps into place, it can be hard to detect. Rhys swallowed once, gaze fixed on the stars. I simply waited. Tamlin still loves you, you know? I know. That was an ugly encounter. All of it was ugly, I said. What Baron and Tamlin had brought up with Amarantha, what Rhys had been forced to reveal. Are you all right? I could still feel the clamminess of his hand upon mine as he spoke of what Amarantha had done. He brushed a thumb down my shoulder. It wasn't easy, he amended. I thought I'd vomit all over the floor. I squeezed him a little tighter. I'm sorry you had to share those things. Sorry for all of it, Rhys. I breathed in his scent, taking it deep into my lungs. We had made it out. And I know it likely means nothing, but I'm proud of you, that you were brave enough to tell them. It doesn't mean nothing, he said softly, that you feel that way about me, about today. He kissed my temple, and warmth flickered along the bond. It means... His wing curved closer around me. I don't have the words to tell you what it means, but as that love, that joy and light shimmered through the bond, I understood. He peered down at me. And are you all right? I nestled my head further into his chest. I just feel tired, sad that it turned so awful, and yet furious about everything that happened to me, to my sisters. I blew out a long breath. When I was back at the spring court, I swallowed. I looked for their wings. Rhys went utterly still, and I took his hand, squeezing hard as he only said, "Did you find them?" The words were barely a brush of air. I shook my head, but said before the grief on his face could grow, "I learned that he burned them long ago." Rhys said nothing for a lingering moment, his attention returning to the stars. "Thank you for even thinking, for risking to look for them." The only trace, the horrific remnants of his mother and sister. I'm glad he burned them, Rhys admitted. I could happily kill him for so many things, and yet, he rubbed his chest. I'm glad he offered them that peace at least. I nodded. I know. I ran my thumb over the back of his hand, and perhaps because of the raw, stark quiet, I confessed. It feels strange to share a room, a bed, with you under the same roof as him. I can imagine. For somewhere in this palace, Tamlin was lying in bed, well aware that I was about to enter this one with Rhys, and the past tangled and snarled, and I whispered, I don't think I can have sex here, with him so close. Rhys remained quiet. I'm sorry if... You don't need to apologize, ever. I looked up, finding his gaze on me, not angry or frustrated, but sad, knowing. I want to share this bed with you, though, I breathed. I want you to hold me. Stars flickered to life in his eyes. Always, he promised, kissing my brow, his wings now enveloping me completely. Always. Chapter 48. Helion slipped from Moore's room before we were awake, though I certainly heard them throughout the night. Enough so that Rhys put a shield around our room. Azriel and Cashin didn't return at all. Moore didn't look like a female who had been tumbling with a gorgeous High Lord, however, as she picked at her breakfast. There was something vacant in her brown eyes, a paleness to her ordinarily golden skin. Cashin strutted in at last, greeting Moore with a chipper. You look terrible. How long keep you up all night? She threw her spoon at him, then her porridge. Cashin caught the first and shielded against the other, his siphon blazing like an awakening ember. Porridge slid to the floor. Helion wanted you to join, she mildly replied, refilling her tea. Quite badly. Maybe next time, Cashin said, dropping into the seat beside me. How's your sister? She seemed fine, still worried. I didn't ask where he and Azriel had been all night, if only because I wasn't sure Moore wanted to hear the answer. Cashin served himself from the platters of fruits and pastries, frowning at the lack of meat. Ready for another day full of arguing and plotting? Moore and I grumbled. Rhys strode in, hair still damp from his bath, and grinned. That's the spirit. Despite the fraught day ahead, I smiled at my mate. He'd held me all night, tucked against his chest, his wing draped over me. A different sort of intimacy than the sex, deeper, our souls entwined, holding tight. I'd awoken to his wing still over me, his breath tickling my ear. My throat had closed up as I'd studied his sleeping face, my chest tightening to the point of pain. I was well aware how wildly I loved him, but looking at him then, I felt it in every pore of my body, felt it as if it might crush me, consume me. And the next time someone insulted him, the thought was still prowling through my mind as we finished breakfast, dressed, and returned to that chamber atop the palace, to begin forming the backbone of this alliance. I kept the crown from yesterday, but swapped my starfall gown for one of glittering black. the dress made up of solid ebony silk overlaid with shimmering obsidian gossamer. Its skirts flowed behind me, the tight sleeves tapered to points that brushed the center of my hand, looped into place around my middle finger with an attached onyx ring. If I was a fallen star yesterday, today Rhys's mysterious clothier had made me into the queen of the night. The rest of my companions had dressed accordingly. Yesterday we had been ourselves, open and friendly and caring. Today we showed the other courts what we'd unleash upon our enemies, what we were capable of if provoked. Helion was back to his edged, swaggering aloofness, lounging in his chair as we entered that lovely chamber atop one of the palace's many gilded towers. He gave Moore an extra glance, lips curving in sensual amusement. He was resplendent today in robes of cobalt edged in gold that offset his gleaming brown skin, golden sandals upon his feet. Azriel, shadows wafting from his shoulders and trailing at his feet, ignored him as he passed. The Shadowzinger hadn't shown a flicker of emotion, however, to Moore when he'd met us in the foyer. She hadn't asked where he'd been all night and morning, and Azriel had volunteered nothing. But he didn't seem inclined to ignore her, at least. No, he just settled back into his usual watchful quiet, and Moore had been content to let him, slumping a bit in relief as soon as he turned to lead us to the meeting, likely having already scouted the walk minutes ago. The San was the only person who bothered to greet us when we passed through that wisteria-draped archway, but he took one look at our attire, our faces, and muttered a prayer to the cauldron. His lover, clad in his captain's armor once more, sized us up, his wings flaring slightly, but kept seated with the other peregrines. Tamlin arrived last, raking his gaze over all of us as he sat. I didn't bother to acknowledge him, and Helion didn't wait for the San to beckon to begin. He merely crossed an ankle over a knee and said, "I thoroughly reviewed the charts and figures you've compiled, Tamlin." And Tamlin bit out, "Today would go incredibly well, then." And Helion said simply, no trace of the laughing, easy mail of the night before, "If you can rally your forces quickly, you and Tarquin might be able to hold the front line long enough for those of us above the middle to bring the larger hosts." "It's not that easy," Tamlin said through his teeth. "I have a third of them left." A seething look toward me. After Feyre destroyed their faith in me, I had done that in my rage, my need for vengeance. I had not thought long-term, had not considered that perhaps we would need that army. But Nesta let out a breathy, sharp noise and surged from her chair. I lunged for her, nearly tripping over the skirts of my dress as she staggered back, a hand clutching at her chest. Another step would have taken her stumbling into the reflection pool, but Moore sprang forward, gripping her. "What's wrong?" Moore demanded, holding my sister upright as her face contorted in what looked to be pain, confusion and pain. Sweat beaded on Nesta's brow, though her face went deathly pale. "Something—" The word was cut off by a low groan. She sagged, and Moore caught her fully, scanning Nesta's face. Cassian was instantly there, his hand at her back, teeth bared at the invisible threat. "Nesta," I said, reaching for her. Nesta seized, then twisted past Cassian to empty her stomach into the reflection pool. "Poison?" Callias asked, pushing Vivian behind him. She merely stepped around his arm. Tamlin remained seated, his jaw a hard line, monitoring us all. But Helion and the Sand strode forward, grim and focused. Helion's power flickered around him like blindingly bright fireflies, darting to my sister, landing on her gently. The Sand, glowing gold and rosy, laid a hand on Nesta's arm. "Healing." "Nothing," they said together. Nesta rested her head against Moore's shoulder, her breathing ragged. "Something is wrong," she managed to say. "Not with me. Not me. But with the cauldron." Rhys was having some sort of silent conversation with Azriel and Cassian, the latter monitoring every breath my sister took. But the two Illyrians nodded to Rhys and began stalking for the open windows to fly out. Nesta moaned, body tensing as if she'd vomit again. But then we felt it. A shuddering through the earth, through air and stone and green growing things. As if some great god blew a breath across the land. Then the impact came. Rhys threw himself over me so fast I didn't register wholly that the mountain itself shook, that the building swayed. We hit the stones as debris rained, and I felt him readying to winnow. Then it stopped. Screaming rose up from the valley below, but silence reigned in the palace. Amongst us, Nesta vomited again, and more let her sag to the floor this time. "What in hell?" Helion began. But Rhys hauled his body off mine, his tan face draining of color, his lips going bloodless as he stared southward. Far, far southward. I felt his magic spear from him, a shooting star across the land. And when he looked back at us, his eyes went right to me. It was the fear in them, the sorrow and fear, that made my mouth go wholly dry, that made my blood run cold. Rhys swallowed, once, twice. Then he declared hoarsely, "The King of Hybern just used the cauldron to attack the wall," murmuring some gasps. Rhys swallowed a third time, and the ground slid out from under me as he clarified. "The wall is gone, shattered, across Prythian and on the continent." He said again, as if convincing himself, "We were too late, too slow. Hybern just destroyed the wall." Chapter 49. Nesta's connection to the cauldron, Rhys mused as we gathered around the dining table in the townhouse, had allowed her to sense that the King of Hybern was rallying its power. The same way I was able to wield the connection to the High Lords to track their traces of power, and to find the book and cauldron, Nesta's own power, own immortality, was so closely bound to the cauldron that its dreadful presence, when awoken, brushed through her too. That was why he hunted her, not just for the power she'd taken, but for the fact that Nesta was a warning bell. We'd all departed the Dawn Court within minutes, the Sand promising large shipments of Febane antidote to every High Lord and army within 2 days, and that his peregrines would begin readying themselves under his captain's command, to join the Illyrians in the skies. Callias and Helion swore their own terrestrial armies would march as soon as possible. Only Tamlin, whose southern border covered the entire wall, was unaccounted for, his armies in shambles. Helion just said to Tamlin before the latter left, "Get your people out. Bring whatever host you can muster, whatever remained after me." Tarquin echoed the sentiment, along with his promise to offer safe harbor for the spring court. Tamlin didn't reply to either of them. Didn't confirm that he would be bringing forces before he winnowed, without a glance at me. A small relief, since I hadn't decided whether to demand his sworn help or spit on him. Goodbyes were brief. Vivian had embraced more tightly. Then me, to my surprise. Callias only clasped Rhys's hand, a taut, tentative gesture, and vanished with his mate. Then Helion with a wink at all of us. Tarquin was the last to go, Varian and Cressida flanking him. His armada, they decided, would be left to guard his own cities while the bulk of his soldiers would march on land. Tarquin's crushing blue eyes flared as his power rallied to winnow them. But Varian said, to me, to Rhys, "Tell her thank you." He put a hand on his chest, the fine gold and silver thread of his teal jacket glinting in the morning sun. "Tell her." The Prince of Adriata shook his head. "I'll tell her myself the next time I see her." It seemed like more of a promise, that Varian would see Amren again, war or no. Then they were gone. No word arrived from Baron before we uttered our farewells and gratitude to the Sand. Not a whisper that Baron might have changed his mind, or that Eris might have persuaded him. But that was not my concern, or Nesta's. If the wall had come down, too late, we'd been too late. All of that research, I should have insisted that if Amren deemed Nesta nearly ready, then we should have gone directly to the wall. Seen what she could do, spell from the book or no. Perhaps it was my fault, for wanting to shelter her, build her strength, for letting her remain withdrawn. But if I had pushed and pushed, even now, seated around the townhouse dining table in Valaris, I hadn't decided whether the potential of breaking my sister permanently was worth the cost of saving lives. I didn't know how Rhys and the others had made such decisions for years, especially during Amarantha's reign. "We should have evacuated months ago," Nesta said, her plate of roast chicken and vegetables untouched. It was the first words any of us had spoken in minutes while we'd all picked at our food. Ellen had been told by Amren. She now sat at the table, more straight-backed and clear-eyed than I'd seen her. Had she beheld this, in whatever wanderings that new, inner sight granted her? Had the cauldron whispered of it while we'd been away? I hadn't the heart to ask her. Rhys was saying to Nesta, "We can go to your estate tonight, evacuate your household and bring them back here. They will not come. Then they will likely die." Nesta straightened her fork and knife beside her plate. "Can't you spirit them away somewhere south? Far from here? That many people? Not without first finding a safe place, which would take time we don't have." Rhys considered. "If we get a ship, they can sail. They will demand their families and friends come." A beat of silence. Not an option. Then Ellen said quietly, "We could move them to Grayson's estate." We all faced her at the evenness of her voice. She swallowed, her slender throat so pale, and explained, "His father has high walls, made of thick stone, with space for plenty of people and supplies." All of us made a point not to look at that ring she still wore. Ellen went on, "His father has been planning for something like this for a long time. They have defenses, stores, a shallow breath, and a grove of ash trees with a cache of weapons made from them." A snarl from Cashin. Despite their power, their might, however those trees had been created, something in the ash would cut right through Fey defenses. I'd seen it firsthand. Killed one of Tamlin's sentinels with an arrow through the throat. "If the fairies who attack possess magic," Cashin said, and Ellen recoiled at the harsh tone, "then thick stone won't do much." "There are escape tunnels," Ellen whispered. "Perhaps it is better than nothing." A glance between the Illyrians. "We can set up a guard," Cashin began. "No," Ellen interrupted, her voice louder than I'd heard in months. Grayson and his father." Cashin's jaw tightened. "Then we cloak. They have hounds, bred and trained to hunt you, detect you." A stiff silence as my friends contemplated how, exactly, those hounds had been trained. "You can't mean to leave their castle undefended," Cashin tried to shade more gently. "Even with the ash, it won't be enough. We'd need to set wards at the very minimum." Ellen considered. "I can speak to him." "No," I said, at the same moment Nesta did. But Ellen cut us off. If you and they," a glance at Rhys, "my friends. Come with me, your Fey sense might distract the dogs." "You're Fey too," Nesta reminded her. "Glamour me," Ellen said to Rhys. "Make me look human, just long enough to convince him to open his gates to those seeking sanctuary. Perhaps even let you set those wards around the estate. And with our sense to confuse the hounds, this could end very badly, Ellen." She brushed her thumb over the iron and diamond engagement ring. "It's already ended badly. Now it's just a matter of deciding how we meet the consequences." Wisely said, Moore offered, smiling softly at Ellen. She looked to Cashin. "You need to move the Illyrian legions today." Cashin nodded, but said to Rhys, "With the wall down, we need you to make a few things clear to the Illyrians. I need you at the camp with me, to give one of your pretty speeches before we go." Rhys's mouth twitched toward a smile. "We can all go, then head to the human lands." He surveyed us, the townhouse. "We have an hour to prepare. Meet back here, then we leave." Moore and Osriel instantly winnowed out, Cashin striding for Rhys to ask him about the Court of Nightmare soldiers and their preparation. Nesta and I aimed for Ellen, both of us speaking at once. "Are you sure?" I demanded at the same time. Nesta said, "I can go. Let me talk to him." Ellen only rose to her feet. "He doesn't know you," she said to me. Then she faced Nesta with a frank, bemused look. "And he hates you." Some rotten part of me wondered if their broken engagement was for the best then, or if Ellen had somehow suggested this visit, right after Lucian had left Prythian, for some chance to... I didn't let myself finish the thought. I said, watching the space where my friends had vanished from the townhouse, "I need you to understand, Ellen, that if this goes badly, if he tries to harm you or any of us, I know you will defend your own. I will defend you." The vacancy fogged over her eyes, but Ellen lifted her chin. "No matter what, don't kill him, please. We'll try. Swear it." I'd never heard that tone from her, ever. "I can't make that promise. I wouldn't back down, not on this, but I will do everything in my power to avoid it." Ellen seemed to realize it too. She peered down at herself, at the simple blue gown she wore. "I need to dress." "I'll help you," Nesta offered. But Ellen shook her head. "Nuala and Ceridwen will help me." Then she was gone, shoulders a little squarer. Nesta's throat bobbed. I murmured, "It wasn't your fault that the wall came down before we could stop it." Steel-filled eyes cut to me. "If I had stayed to practice, then you just would have been here while you waited for us to return from the meeting." Nesta smoothed a hand down her dark dress. "What do I do now?" Purpose, I realized, assigning her the task of finding a way to repair the holes in the wall. It had given my sister what perhaps our human lives had never granted her: a bearing. "You come with us to Grayson's estate and then travel with the army. If you're connected with the cauldron, then we'll need you close. Need you to tell us if it's being wielded again." Not quite a mission, but Nesta nodded all the same. Right as Cashin clapped Rhys on the shoulder and prowled toward us. He paused a foot away and frowned. "Dresses aren't good for flying, ladies." Nesta didn't reply. He lifted a brow. "No barking and biting today?" But Nesta didn't rise to meet him, her face still drained and sallow. "I've never worn pants," was all she said. I could have sworn concern flashed across Cashin's features, but he brushed it aside and drawled, "I have no doubt you'd start a riot if you did." No reaction. Had the cauldron. Cashin stepped in Nesta's path when she tried to walk past him, put a tan, calloused hand on her forehead. She shook off the touch, but he gripped her wrist, forcing her to meet his stare. "Any one of those human pricks makes a move to hurt you," he breathed, "and you kill them." He wouldn't be coming, no, he'd be mustering the full might of the Illyrian legions. Azriel would be joining us, though. Cashin pressed one of his knives into Nesta's hand. "Ash can kill you now," he said with lethal quiet as she stared down at the blade. "A scratch can make you queasy enough to be vulnerable. Remember where the exits are in every room, every fence and courtyard. Mark them when you go in, and mark how many men are around you. Mark where Rhys and the others are. Don't forget that you're stronger and faster. Aim for the soft parts," he added, folding her fingers around the hilt. "And if someone gets you into a hold..." My sister said nothing as Cashin showed her the sensitive areas on a man. Not just the groin, but the inside of the foot, pinching the thigh, using her elbow like a weapon. When he finished, he stepped back, his hazel eyes churning with some emotion I couldn't place. Nesta surveyed the fine dagger in her hand, then lifted her head to look at him. "I told you to come to training," Cashin said with a cocky grin and strode off. I studied Nesta, the dagger, her quiet, still face. "Don't even start," she warned me, and headed for the stairs. I found Amren in her apartment, cursing at the book. "We're leaving within the hour," I said. "Do you have everything you need here?" "Yes." Amren lifted her head, those up-tilted silver eyes swirling with ire. Not at me, I realized with no small relief. At the fact that Hybern had beaten us to the wall. Beaten her. That wasn't my problem. Not as the words of that meeting with the High Lords eddied. Not as I again saw Baron walk out, no soldiers or help promised. Not as I heard Rhys and Cashin discussing how few soldiers the others possessed compared to Hybern's forces. The king's taunt to Rhys had been roiling through my mind for days now. Hybern expected him to give everything to stop them, had claimed only that would give us a fighting shot. And I knew my mate, perhaps better than I knew myself. I knew Rhys would spend all of himself, destroy himself, if it meant a chance at winning, at survival. The other High Lords, I couldn't afford to risk counting on them. Helion, strong as he was, wouldn't even step in to save his own lover. Tarquin, perhaps, but the others, I didn't know them, didn't have time to, and I would not gamble their tentative allegiance. I would not gamble Rhys. What do you want? Amren snapped when I remained staring at her. There is a creature beneath the library. Do you know it? Amren shut the book. Its name is Bryaxis. What is it? You do not want to know, girl. I shoved back the arm of my ebony dress, the finery so at odds with the loft, its messiness. I made a bargain with it. I showed her the band of tattoo around my forearm. So I suppose I do. Amren stood, brushing dust off her gray pants. I heard about that. Foolish girl. I had no choice, and now we are bound to each other. And what of it? I want to ask it for another bargain. I need you to examine the wards holding it down there, and to explain things. I didn't bother to look pleasant, or desperate, or grateful. I didn't bother to wipe the cold, hard mask from my face as I added, "You're coming with me. Right now." Chapter 50. There was no priestess waiting to lead us into the black pit at the heart of the library, and Amren, for once, kept quiet. We reached that bottom level, that impenetrable dark, our steps the only sound. "I want to talk to you," I said into the blackness, beckoning beyond the end of the light leaking down from high above. "One does not summon me. I summon you. I'm here to offer you company, as part of our bargain." Silence. Then I felt it, snaking and curling around us, gobbling up the light. Amren swore softly. What is it you brought? Someone like you, or you could be like them. You speak in riddles." A cool, insubstantial hand brushed against my nape, and I tried not to inch back toward the light. "Bryaxis. Your name is Bryaxis, and someone locked you down here a long time ago." The darkness paused. "I'm here to offer you another bargain." Amren remained still and silent, as I told her to, offering me a single nod of confirmation. She could indeed sever the wards holding Bryaxis down here, when the time was right. "There is a war," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "A terrible war about to break across the land. If I can free you, will you fight for me? For me and my High Lord?" The thing Bryaxis did not reply. I nudged Amren with my elbow. She said, her voice as young and old as the creature's, "We will offer you freedom from this place in exchange for it. A bargain, a simple, powerful magic, as great as any the book could muster. This is my home." I considered. "Then what is it you want in exchange?" Silence. Sunlight and moonlight, the stars. I opened my mouth to say I wasn't entirely sure that even as High Lady of the Night Court I could promise such things, but Amren stepped on my foot and murmured, "A window, high above. Not a mirror as the carver wanted, but a window in the mountain. We'd have to carve far, far up, but that's it." Amren stomped on my foot this time. Bryaxis whispered in my ear, "Will I be able to hunt without restraint on the battlefields? Drink in their fear and dread until I am sated?" I felt slightly bad for Hybern as I said, "Yes, only Hybern, and only until the war is over. One way or another." A beat of silence. "What would you have me do then?" I gestured to Amryn. "She will explain. She will disable the wards. When we need you." "Then I will wait." "Then it's a bargain. You will obey our orders in this war, fight for us until we no longer need you, and in exchange, we shall bring the sun and moon and stars to you. In your home, another prisoner who had come to love its cell. Perhaps Bryaxis and the carver should meet. An ancient death god and the face of nightmares." The painting, dreadful yet alluring, began to creep roots deep within my mind. I kept my shoulders loose, posture as casual as I could summon while the darkness slid around me, winding between me and Amryn, and whispered into my ear, "It is a bargain." I made the hour count. When we all gathered in the townhouse foyer once more to winnow to the Illyrian camp, I changed into my fighting leathers, my new tattoo concealed beneath. No one asked where I'd gone. Thomore looked me over and said, "Where's Amryn?" "Still poring over the book," I answered just as Rhys winnowed into the townhouse. Not a lie, Amryn would stay here until we needed her at the battlefields. Rhys angled his head. "Looking for what? The wall is gone." "For anything," I said. "For another way to nullify the cauldron that doesn't involve the insides of my head leaking out through my nose." Rhys cringed and opened his mouth to object, but I cut him off. "There must be another way. Amryn thinks there must be another way. It doesn't hurt to look, and have her hunt for any other spell that might stop the king. And when Amryn was not doing that, she'd bring down those complex wards containing Bryaxis beneath the library, to be severed only when I called for Bryaxis, only when the might of Hybern's army was fully upon us. If I could not get the Ouroboros for the carver, then Bryaxis was better than nothing. I wasn't entirely certain why I didn't mention it to the others. Rhys's eyes flickered, no doubt warring with the idea of what role any other route would require of me in regard to the cauldron, but he nodded. I interlaced my fingers with his, and he squeezed once. Behind me, Moore took Nesta and Cashin by the hand, readying to winnow them to the camp, while shadows gathered around Azriel, Ellen at his side, wide-eyed at the spymaster's display. But we hesitated, all of us, and I allowed myself one last time to drink it in, the furniture and the wood and the sunlight, to listen to the sounds of Valaris, the laughing of children in the streets, the song of the gulls. In the silence, I knew my friends were, too. Rhys cleared his throat and nodded to Moore. Then she was gone, Cashin and Nesta with her. Then Azriel, gently taking Ellen's hand in his own, as if afraid his scars would hurt her. Alone with Rhys, I savored the buttery sunshine leaking in from the windows of the front door, breathed in the smell of the bread Nuala and Saradwin had baked that morning with Ellen. "The creature in the library," I murmured. "Its name is Bryaxis." Rhys lifted a brow. "Oh, I offered it a bargain, to fight for us." Stars danced in those violet eyes. "And what did Bryaxis say?" "Only that it wants a window, to see the stars and moon and sun." "You did explain that we need it to slaughter our enemies, didn't you?" I nudged him with a hip. "The library is its home. It only wanted some adjustments made to it." A crooked smile tugged on Rhys's mouth. "Well, I suppose if I now have to redecorate my own lodgings to match Thesan's splendor, I might as well add a window for the poor thing." I elbowed him in the ribs that time. He still wore his finery from the meeting. Rhys chuckled. "So our army grows by one. Poor Cashin will never recover when he sees his newest recruit. With any luck, Hybern won't either." "And the carver?" "He can rot down there. I don't have time for his games. Bryaxis will have to be enough." Rhys glanced at my arm, as if he could see the new, second band beside the first one. He lifted our joined hands and pressed a kiss to the back of my palm. Again, we silently looked around the townhouse, taking in every last detail, the quiet that now lay like a layer of dust upon it. Reese said softly, "I wonder if we'll see it again." I knew he wasn't just talking about the house, but I rose up on my toes and kissed his cheek. "We will," I promised as a dark wind gathered to sweep us to the Illyrian war camp. I held tightly to him as I added, "We'll see it all again." And when that night-kissed wind winnowed us away into war, away into untold danger, I prayed that my promise held true.